Audiobook title release That Witch 01 to 1501 by Mu Part 02, Chapter 74 Shipbuilding Project. What? Why aren't we able to afford to buy it? Roland asked while going through the analysis of his request to obtain a two-masted ship, which had been put on the table within his office. Barov cleared his throat and then he explained, "Your Highness, it's impossible. A brig costs between 80 to 120 gold royals, but this would only be the manufacturing cost. We also have to take into account the wages of the crew. Taking all additional costs into consideration, we would need to pay up to 200 gold royals. Didn't I say we don't need sailors or a helmsman? We also don't need a captain, we just need to buy a boat," Roland exclaimed while knocking on the table to underline his point. With the help of Wendy, he wouldn't need so many people to drive the boat. River sailing vessels mostly sailed in only one direction, so to operate it, only the sails had to be set, which made helmsmen and sailors redundant. However, since we can control the wind, why should I be afraid that we can't move forward? Your Highness, there aren't any offers of that kind, at least not in Willow Town. Barov carefully explained, "It seems that you don't know enough about this industry. In general, the owner of the ship is also its captain. He might be a merchant, or he may be part of the nobility. If they belong to the former group, they will travel between all of the major cities or towns that have a marina to sell or buy goods. If they belong to the latter group, they would typically recruit a deputy captain who was looking for a boat. Employees won't be paid on a monthly basis. Instead, their salary would be paid for 1 to 3 years all at once. Most of the time, the boat and the crew are tied together. You intend to purchase a vessel from a captain, but without the crew he had already hired, so the salary he had already paid will be his loss. Even for a member of the aristocracy, 80 gold royals isn't a small amount of money. After the trade with Willow Town at the beginning of the month, the town hall now has a balance of 315 gold royals, but if we spend half of it to buy a boat now, we won't be able to pay the salaries of the militia." The assistant minister explained without pause, but afterwards, he had to first take a big gulp of ale. After thinking about what he had heard, Roland asked, "You said most of the time?" "Yes," Barov nodded. "There are 2 cases when boats will be sold without their crew. The first would be when the merchant is in an urgent need of money, and they have to sell all of their property. They will start by disbanding their crew, and then they will try to sell the ship as quickly as possible. In the second case, the owner wants to replace their old boat with a new one. Both cases would be a good opportunity, but I have to say that this kind of situations is very rare." "Wait," Roland frowned, "you said to buy a new boat. So in this case, where do these ships come from?" "A port of Clearwater, Seabreeze District, Farsight Point. Only cities with a seaport that have a dock are able to produce new ships." Hearing this, Roland kept silent for a moment and thought everything through. So this was the original meaning of, "Within Willow Town, it's impossible to find such a deal. However, I also can't afford to travel to any of the port cities. They're too far away, and if I don't hire a crew, how would I get the ship back to Border Town? Since this is the case, I will have to think about it." When the assistant minister saw that the prince was lost in thought, he quickly left the room. Within Roland's plan for the future, ships played an irreplaceable part. If there wasn't a quick and conventional way to transport the artillery, he wouldn't be able to use them in battle. Generally, the Duke's troops were built up from the stronghold's troops, mercenaries, farmers, and knights. So, inevitably their marching speed was slow when they had to move. But the artillery would be even slower. Just like Carter had said, as soon as they hit a pothole, the artillery couldn't be moved any further during this time and age. There weren't any asphalt roads. There wasn't even a stone road. During this time, the people would walk more, producing many trails. During sunny days, they would be lucky, but when it rained, the path became muddy. In the end, like always, would he have to rely on himself? Roland spread out a piece of paper, writing down the needed specifications. Firstly, the ship has to be able to carry 1 or 2 cannons in addition to 30 people, but it wouldn't be powered mechanically, only with sails. Secondly, since the ship would be used only in rivers, it would need to have a shallow and stable hull. Thirdly, it had to be easy to operate so that the members of the militia could handle it after a short training. Considering all these points, the only possible answer was a flat-bottomed barge. The draft in front of Roland was very shallow. It was a ship with a very low center of gravity that could be seen on almost all of the river routes. In the past, he had seen many loaded with piles of sand or gravel, and their railing was almost level with the surface of the water. And as long as there was a tugboat, it would be able to pull a barge. After determining type of the ship, the next key point was to determine which material should be used when building the ship. Roland wrote down 3 different options: wood, iron, or concrete. Boats made of wood belonged to the earliest of the nautical technology tree. From a raft to a masted battleship, from sailing on either the river or the sea, wooden boats could be used everywhere. Unfortunately, Roland didn't know how to use a log to build a flat-bottomed ship, and neither did he have any skilled craftsmen. If he relied on what he knew and on his craftsmen, he would only be able to make a large raft which could fall apart at any moment. Ships made out of iron were built similarly to houses, always taking 2 beams which were arranged in a crisscross pattern, constituting a keel. The keel formed would then be coated with sheets of iron. Since Anna could do the welding, the overall stiffness was guaranteed. However, this approach would deplete the already small iron reserves, so this could only be the last resort, as building steam engines and cannons was a much more appropriate choice. Then building boats out of concrete would be the last option, since the city wall construction was already finished. There was now a surplus of raw materials. As long as Anna had the time to calcinate, they would have enough concrete for 1 or 2 ships. The construction process would also be much easier than that of iron boats, as long as they were able to produce a wooden template which could be reinforced with iron bars. They could quickly fill it with concrete. Even in this rural area, they could easily create several fishing boats out of concrete. Compared to iron ships, they wouldn't rust. With this, the ship wouldn't even need much maintenance. Even though a concrete ship could be built at a low cost, it would still be strong and durable. Even if he had never learned how to make big ocean-crossing ships, a river sailing ship didn't need a high level of technological knowledge, so building it shouldn't be a problem, right? Picturing all the details in his mind, Roland picked up the quill and rapidly began to draw sketches of the barge. An area with a shed near the Shinshui River was hidden by walls. In order to facilitate the launching process, Roland located the shipbuilding area as close to the river as possible. The shed offered shelter against wind and snow and contained 2 basins for burning charcoal to keep the temperature from falling too far and destroying the hardening effect. The carpenters had already pieced together the wooden template of the hull. The bow was formed in a circular design in order to reduce forward resistance. The aft instead had a square design meant to increase the load area. The boat had a length-to-width ratio of 3:1 and was built with a width of 8 m. Compared to the traditional ratio of 8:1, it was simply a fat boat. In the center, they had set up 2 masts. The masts were inserted into the deck and connected to the iron beams of the ship. At the deck, they had placed a reserve rudder. Everywhere, the hull was strengthened with crisscrossing iron bars. Even though they didn't have any iron wire, it didn't matter since Anna had welded all the iron crosses firmly to form an iron structure which was connected throughout the whole bridge. When the template and the reinforcements were ready, Roland ordered the workers to start filling it up. The concrete was poured into a basin-like template. The middle was flat, but the surrounding walls were 5 meters higher, forming the cabin walls. At first glance, it just looked like a uniquely shaped bathtub. All people who were involved in the construction, including Anna, had never thought that this strange material, which was used to build the walls, could actually also be used to build ships. Information to concrete ships. This information I wanted to give to you for a long time. Why is it realistic that the MC can invent concrete? When you click on the link, you will discover that concrete was a lost technology during the Middle Age. Chapter 75 Holy Mountain Part 1. Chapter 75 Holy Mountain Part 1. Kara could hear the shortened breathing of the other witches. "Someone else has to take over," said Kara loudly. "Leaves, you will carry me next." The walk through the impassable mountain range was especially taxing during the snowy winter season. Every day, the 42 witches had to find a suitable place to the camp, where they also could re-empower their badge so that they could resist the freezing temperatures at night. "Yes, respected mentor," the witch in front of Kara answered while squatting down. When Leaves stepped to Kara's side, Kara summoned one of her magic snakes and had it wrap around Leaves' arm. She then used it to pull herself up so that she could stand. As the snake touched Leaves' body, Kara noticed that Leaves started trembling slightly. "Damn Nightingale," Kara bitterly thought. If only she hadn't repeatedly refused my offer of mercy, I wouldn't have minded taking her back into the ranks of us sisters. But since we are almost coming close to the critical moment, I can't afford to take any risks. And what was the result of my kind offer? Without any hesitation, the damn traitor took the first chance to escape. She even tried to stab me to death. This is what happens when I'm too kind. Kara's brain boiled in rage. Nightingale's blow had directly pierced her spine. Although Leaves was able to quickly heal her wounds with herbs, Kara's lower body was still paralyzed and without any feeling. Wait until I reach the holy mountain. There I will gain the power to gather more witches, and with their help, I will one day cut you into thousands of pieces. While fueling her anger, Kara suddenly heard a voice. Respected mentor, there are demonic beasts ahead of us. The voice belonged to Scarlet, who was responsible for scouting. With her eyes, she was able to see through all obstacles and immediately discover any trap in front of her. She even had the ability to see fast-moving objects clearly, which was demonstrated during one confrontation with the church, where she was able to knock away a crossbow arrow with her bare hands. Put me down immediately. Leaves, you will also go and assist them. Leaves nodded as she crouched down and placed Kara on a stone. Kara's sore hand directly fell into the snow, from where a cold feeling spread through to her whole body, making her unhappily think, "You can't even remove the snow before you putting me down." But she didn't say it out loud. After all, Leaves was an irreplaceable member of her sisterhood. Previously, Wendy, with her kind temper, had been responsible for recruiting new members for the Witch Cooperation Association, while instead Leaves had been responsible for maintaining the morale and courage to ensure that the witches would follow Kara's orders. Without her ability, I'm afraid that we would have already lost more than half of our members to the witch hunts. When thinking of Wendy, Kara's heart began to hurt. She had never expected that Wendy, together with whom she had created the Witch Cooperation Association to help as many witches as possible, would betray everyone for the sake of Nightingale. Even after Wendy had blown her away, she didn't want to kill Wendy. The venom released by her magic snake, Suffering, was only acting slowly, but it would cause unbearable pain immediately. After letting Wendy suffer for a short time, Kara had planned to let her snake, Nothingness, bite her and remove the toxin. She had just wanted to teach Wendy a lesson. But no matter what, without the help of her magic snake, the venom was incurable. So Nightingale made the wrong decision by taking Wendy away. Without the bite of Nothingness, Wendy wouldn't be able to live one more day. Did that mean that the former nun was destined never to reach their final destination with her sisters? Kara didn't care about the other runaway, Lightnings. She had only recently entered the Witch Cooperation Association and only seemed to have the ability to fly. She had always supported another view on how they should look for the Holy Mountain, even sometimes questioning the Holy Book. Whenever that girl acted against the will of the Witch Cooperation Association, Kara wanted to throw that talkative little girl into the snow and strangle her. At the moment when the two wolf-like demonic beasts emerged from behind a corner on the mountain path, the witches were already prepared and awaiting the attacks from the demonic beasts. All the sisters without fighting abilities were placed near the end to keep them safe. Leaves was the first to release her magic, aiming at the weeds close to the feet of the demonic beasts. Soon green tendrils broke through the snow and wrapped themselves around that of the enemy's feet. Another witch with the power to control the air begun to drain the air around the demonic beasts. Thanks to this, the two monsters soon fell into a state of asphyxiation, and were soon foaming at their snouts and began convulsing before finally falling to the ground. This was the power of witches that Kara had been looking for. Within a group of mortals armed with swords, these wolves would have wreaked havoc, but in front of us witches they perished within seconds. Clearly only we, witches with the power of magic, are loved by God. If only there wasn't such a thing as the God's Stone of Retaliation. To the hell with the stone. She spat towards the ground. If that stone didn't exist, how would the church be able to suppress us? Respected mentor, let's continue forward, said Leaves when she came back to Kara. Have someone else carry me. Kara sighed. You are too tired from the fight. After the battle, they continued further along the path. At noon, the women responsible for finding the next camping ground discovered a place with less snow, thanks to its leeward arrangement. After reaching the place, they decided to take a break and eat in order to recharge their stamina. One witch with the ability to work with stone began to work her magic. When the soil and gravel began to move and shoved the snow away, it seemed that the ground came alive. Soon the ground was flat and dry. One after another, the witches began to carry out their duty, like making a fire and setting their pot on it to cook some porridge. They started to heating some snow until boiling and then added herbs, which were strengthened by leaves together into the water, which immediately started exuding a sharp fragrance. "Everyone please give your badge to me," cried a little girl with rare red hair like a raging fire. It really matched her ability, since her power also had to do with fire. It's allowed her to heat any objects she was in contact with. The badges, which had provided so much relief for the Witch Cooperation Association, had been single-handedly created by her. Even though at first glance her ability seemed insignificant, the truth was that she was of great help to the Witch Association cooperation, especially during their march through the impassable mountain range, where they couldn't find anything to warm themselves with. In the cold snow, it was very easy to lose heat from their bodies until eventually falling unconscious. After everyone had eaten wheat porridge, the witches packed their bags and started moving along. According to Kara's conjecture, the so-called gates of hell was in fact the gateway to the holy mountain. The church deliberately changed its name to hell to prevent the witches from finding the holy mountain. According to the ancient books, they needed to cross a total of 3 stone gates, the last line before the barbaric lands. Usually they were hidden deep in the ground. Only during the blood moon would the stone gates come to the surface. After they had set out from the camp, the witches had to walk for about half of a month through the impassable mountain range, but soon they would leave the mountain range, setting foot into the middle of nowhere. During these last days, the demonic beasts appeared more and more frequently. Quick, look. What is this?" Suddenly someone shouted in horror. Kara looked in surprise in that direction, becoming immediately stunned out of horror. There was a city flying in the sky. The sky was still gray, and the snow was still falling out of the very low clouds. But within the clouds, there was a city, partly hidden and partly visible. Those buildings were built in a pattern I have never seen before. They look like spires standing side by side. If the black dots are windows within the spires with an average size, the spire would reach a height of hundreds of meters. This isn't something a human could build. Even the proudest building of the church, the cathedral at the Hermes, which they call the tower which reached the sky, was only 50 meters high. Since this had to have been built by non-humans, then there was only one answer. This city has been constructed by the hand of God. Kara had difficulty in restraining her excitement. Throughout the whole time, the voice within her heart shouted, "I found the holy mountain." Chapter 76 Holy Mountain, Part 2. Chapter 76 Holy Mountain, Part 2. Sisters, it's the holy mountain. We've found it. Kara screamed and showed the whole world her happiness. Many witches foolishly stood in their places, shaken by the spectacle before them. But there were also others who jumped around and began crying out in sheer joy. Scarlet, however, frowned after looking at the city and muttered, "Is this really the holy mountain?" Leaves, hearing this, leaned toward Scarlet and whispered, "Why do you think this? Is something wrong?" Deep down she had the same question. After all, this city in the sky didn't look the same as described in the Holy Book, where it was said to be golden, splendorous, and majestic. This city with its spires also looked spectacular, but it was entirely built in grayish-black and looked bleak even during the daytime. In addition, there was also a red fog above the city, which strongly resembled a blood mist. There was something. It squeezed itself into one of those holes. Scarlet spoke again with a dry voice. "I couldn't see it clearly, but it definitely didn't resemble the gods." Leaves could feel all of her hairs begin to stand up. Within the Witch Cooperation Association, it was Scarlet who had the best eyes and could see clearly at this distance. So hearing her say this gave Leaves quite an uneasy feeling. Unfortunately, Lightning had also left with Nightingale. If not, she could have flown near the city and taken a look. "Sisters, the holy mountain is waiting for us to take it." Kara raised her hands into the air and shouted euphorically, "With just a little bit more effort, we will soon find the eternity." Then, she immediately urged Stone to carry her further. Leaves personally didn't want to move forward, but in the end, she still took the first step. She thought 2 weeks ago, everyone found out what would happen if someone disagreed with Kara. "I'm afraid at this point, there is nothing which will be able to stop her from moving forward." Their marching speed increased by a steady pace. After leaving the foot of the mountain, the snow had unexpectedly reduced, and the surrounding temperature had also picked up. This is the legendary Forbidden Lands, the land on which no human had ever set foot before. However, now Leaves could see footprints stamped on this desolate land. If Lightning was here and saw this, she would be very happy, right? When she looked back and saw the mountains towering behind her, she couldn't believe they were able to cross this barrier. Leaves guessed that it was only because of the impassable mountain range that the demonic beasts couldn't flood into the hinterlands. Are they only able to attack from the north because that's where they can pass the mountains? No matter what, if we really find the holy mountain and don't need to drift any longer from one place to another, then I will also be satisfied, thought Leaves as she sighed softly. To tell the truth, when Nightingale came back to the camp and told everyone about her life and future in Border Town, Leaves was enchanted. When Nightingale asked Wendy and everyone else if they wanted to leave together with her, she couldn't help but want to step out and shout her name. But in the end, she wasn't able to cross the threshold within her heart and was unable to leave the shadow of the past behind. Leaves shook her head. Don't allow yourself think about the past. Instead, focus on keeping pace with the others. Don't fall behind in this desolate land. Soon they discovered something strange regardless of their speed. The city seemed to retreat as fast as they moved forward. After an hour of marching, the holy mountain was still suspended in the clouds, neither growing nor shrinking. It seemed just like they hadn't gotten closer at all. Respected mentor, please order a rest. Our sisters are getting tired, said Stone. During this period of marching, the people who had to carry Kara had changed several times, but she was clearly the one who had to bear her weight the longest. To know, how could we stop now? Kara thoughtlessly rejected Stone's suggestions. This is a test by our gods, sisters. If we don't show them our strong will, we will never be able to arrive at the holy mountain. We can never stop. We must continue up to the very doorsteps in order to enter the holy mountain directly in front of us. Seeing that her persuasion had failed, she couldn't do anything else other than move forward. Under no circumstances were they allowed to stop. Even during 2 waves of demonic beasts, they had to go forward. During the second wave, they even encountered 2 hybrid beasts, on which Leaves' shackles didn't work, and without them she was unable to stop the monster's assault. A sister who was caught off guard had to pay the price for the group *S overconfidence. She got her neck cut by claws, and her blood was spilled over the ground. When they finally were able to kill all the demonic beasts, they discovered in horror that the sky had gradually darkened. Apparently nightfall would arrive soon. The city in front of them was still visible, but its outline had become more and more blurred over time, seeming as if it gradually disappeared. According to their past experiences, they had to find a suitable campground and build their camp, but in these desolate lands, the surroundings were completely different compared to the mountains. When looking around, all they could see were flat plains infested with demonic beasts. There wasn't a single place of safety where they could rest overnight. Respected mentor, we have to withdraw to the foot of the mountains. Let Scarlet lead us with her red eyes. With her help we might be able to reach the mountains by midnight, pleaded a witch. No, Kara shouted. We have spent the whole afternoon walking with nearly no pause just to reach this place. Now, when we have already consumed more than half of our stamina, we can no longer maintain the same speed and return. Sisters, we only can press on further. We can truly find the holy mountain, and there we can settle down to rest. Then what should we do with Sherry? Asked a witch as she pointed to the ground where Sherry, showing no signs of vitality, laid. We have no time to bury her. Kara shook her head. Keep her here, the earth will accommodate her. Leaves sadly closed her eyes. Again, another of my sisters is gone. If I were only a little more powerful, she wouldn't have to die in this desolate land, without a tombstone to tell of her life. During that time, when many sisters couldn't decide whether they should move forward or retreat, Stone suddenly exclaimed, "Look at the sky, the city is gone." Hearing this, Leaves immediately opened her eyes, looked up to see the night sky hidden behind a wall of grey-black clouds. The city had disappeared, just as if it had never existed. Everyone was rooted in their places, and a terrible silence began to befall them. During the whole time the sun had been up, the city had never vanished. Leaves suddenly felt a horrible feeling as though her brain was struck by lightning. She remembered the tales told of adventurers, about those fantastic sceneries seen on the sea. Her whole body began to shudder and she could only whisper, "We have been cheated." Soon, she shouted, "We have been cheated, that wasn't the holy mountain. What we saw was only a mirage." Mirage? Kara abruptly turned around, looking somewhat grim, and asked with a terror-stricken voice, "What is that?" It is something which Lightning often mentioned within her stories, a phenomenon which was often encountered during a sea voyage, but also seen on land, only much rarer. "We have seen nothing but an illusion. The real city may be very far away from us. It is even possible that it isn't in front of us at all. Does this mean that it at least exists and didn't just disappear?" Kara asked with little hope. Leaves took herself some time to answer. "I do not know." At this moment, Scarlet suddenly shouted, "Be careful. Something is coming." With a horrified look on her face, she stared towards the left side of their group. "Is it a demonic beast?" asked Windseeker as she entered her battle stand. "How many?" "No," Scarlet answered and took 2 steps back in fear. "I don't know what that is." After her voice died down, a shadow suddenly appeared from afar and directly struck Scarlet with lightning speed. Although Scarlet had been able to clearly see it in the darkness, she was still unable to dodge it. It was just too fast. Almost within the blink of an eye, it had struck Scarlet on her chest and pierced directly through her, even nailing down some other witches behind her. When it finally stopped, several witches had been impaled, and everyone finally saw what it was. It was actually a spear. Chapter 77 Holy Mountain, Part 3. Chapter 77 Holy Mountain, Part 3. Leaves' blood froze upon seeing this horrible scene. To their left, 2 shadows slowly emerged out of the dark. They were big and had a strange appearance that was nothing like the looks of common demonic beasts. Leaves thought that their appearances were similar to humanoid creatures riding on the back of hybrid wolves. Their bodies were twice as large as ordinary humans, and instead of armor they wore clothes that were made from an unknown material. No, clothes wasn't the right word. It was more similar to bloated animal skin in which they wrapped themselves tightly, thus giving them a bulging look. However, the most eye-catching feature of the 2 beings were the heads they wore as helmets. They were clearly skulls of demonic beasts, giving them a malevolent and atrocious impression. Their eyes were gouged out of their heads. Instead of eyes, lumps of reddish-brown crystals were sewn in. A patch of skin was attached to the head, extending to the back of the demonic beast's shell. One of the people still had spears attached to its mount's saddle, while the other one wore an unusual kind of gauntlet from Leaves' point of view. It looked like they only had 3 fingers. Suddenly, one word flashed through Leaves' mind: "Devil, attack the enemy." Kara was the first one to attack, and her piercing shout dragged their attention back away from stupidly looking at the enemy. Stone squatted down and placed one hand on the ground, turning the area underneath the snow into a swamp. This could be regarded as a brilliant response. Normally, when they reacted fast, the 2 demonic beasts' mounts could jump and fly the short distance over the swamp with their wings. But apparently not these 2. Their wings had been cut off, and now a harness was tied to their bare bones to which the devils held on to. Since they could not fly any longer, they would have to go around the swamp, which gave the other witches time to react. But the enemy didn't play by the same rules. They just drove their mounts into the swamp using the beast's momentum. They jumped up from the monster's back, crossing over the distance of the swamp and landing behind Stone, which was exactly the place where the non-combat sisters were stationed. "Spread out quickly," Leaves loudly shouted. At the same moment, the devil with the 3-finger gauntlet started its killing spree. Its agility was completely unexpected for its body length. The witch standing near its landing place hadn't even the time to react before her head was already shattered by its punch. Until they were finally able to respond, 2 more sisters got their necks immediately broken, but eventually they fled in panic. Only Shino was still standing at her former place. Although she didn't have any combat ability, she didn't choose to escape like all the others. Instead, she took the crossbow from her back, aimed, and shot at the enemy. But the devil reacted just too fast. It took a sidestep and then kicked Shino in the chest. The kick was so powerful that the little girl flew away like a broken doll, her body flipping over several times before crashing into the ground. Blood gushed endlessly from her mouth as she finally laid still. The spear-carrying devil instead turned and walked towards the utterly terrified Stone. He raised the spear and aimed at her, but exactly at the moment when it wanted to release the spear, a flame exploded in front of it. Red Pepper had aimed at the enemy's crotch, and after she had released her attack, she took Stone's hand and ran away together with her. When the devil tried to catch up with them, it was stopped by a wall of black grass. Leaves released all of her magic into the ground, letting all the seeds within the earth grow, turning them into vines. which slowly crawled in the direction of Iron Hand Devil. At the same time, Kara shouted out pain and released 2 snakes which each bit into one of the devil's arms. Just when the devil finally shook off Kara's snakes, it suddenly felt a tugging feeling at his feet. When it looked down, it saw vines crawling up his feet, and suddenly it was pulled back and fell towards the ground. "Run, run, sisters, run," shouted Leaves with a trembling and fearful voice. "Quickly, everyone escape. Hurry away from these horrible monsters. They are the source of evil described in the ancient book. They must have directly come through the gates of hell. The torment of the snake's venom seems to be ineffective against the devils." When the fallen down Iron Hand saw that his companion with the spear was in trouble, he frantically tried to free himself from the vines, which held his body down. The devil with the spear went into a throwing posture, which let its arm rapidly swell up. This caused the already thin supporting skin to get even thinner, so that the devil's dark red blood vessels and bones became clearly visible. "Leaves, look out!" shouted Stone as she used her quagmire magic again, this time directly aiming it at the devil's feet. The devil was already in its throwing motion, and when its foot sank into the ground, it had no time to react. Through this unexpected attack, the devil lost its balance, and spear, that was already leaving its hand, changed its angle at the last moment, impaling itself completely into the ground right before Leaves' feet. Seeing all this, Leaves broke out in sweat. The swollen arm shrank rapidly after the spear was thrown, looking just like a dried tree trunk soon after. Seeing that the devil couldn't throw spears repeatedly, Leaves realized that now was the best time to flee. Other witches also noticed this, for example, Stone and Red Pepper. Seeing that Iron Hand was still struggling with the vines on the ground, they ran towards the unattended Kara, wanting to bring the mentor with them when they ran. Leaves, who looked into the direction of Iron Hand, discovered that it didn't try to free itself any longer, but instead turned towards the 3 witches with both of its hands extended towards them. "What is he doing? Stop!" No, Leaves didn't even have the chance to warn the others before glaring blue light burst out of the devil's hands like a lightning bolt. It pierced through the air, twisting and hitting her 3 sisters. Blue rays jumped between the 3, issuing a crackling sound of thunder. White smoke began to rise from their twitching bodies, which had caught on fire. The attack seemed to have consumed much of the enemy's energy, because it started to breathe heavily and couldn't move. At this point, Leaves' magic also reached its limit, and her vines began to wither, turning into dead weeds. Leaves was only able to think, now everything is over. Kara's desperate cries seemed to slowly get farther and farther away as her own body strength faded away, until she fell to the ground. After only a moment of rest, Iron Hand had already stood up from the snow and began to walk to a panic-stricken Kara. This time there was truly no one who could stop it. When he arrived at her side, Iron Hand grasped Kara's throat and began to strangle her. Kara desperately fought back and tried to break away from the devil's finger, but in front of its monstrous power, her efforts were futile. During her desperate struggle, Kara sent her snakes out again, letting them attack the enemy's arm and neck. However, the devil seemed unmoved and continuing to tighten its hand around her neck. At this moment, the unexpected happened. Under the fierce attack of the magic snakes, the devil's skin was finally ripped open. Immediately, red fog began to leak out of the fracture, soon enveloping the devil and Kara. The former released a terrible scream, and under the red fog its skin began quickly to fester, exposing its tendons and bones. Iron Hand had to let go of Kara and instead tried to block the wound, trying to hold back the dissipating fog. But it was in vain. Its body began to tremble uncontrollably and soon fell down to never move again. When seeing this, the other devil, whose body was already half buried within the swamp, released a heartbreaking scream. It was a sound Leaves had never heard before, like a sharp scream and a dull roar mixed together, piercing her ear and giving birth to endless pain. But the enemy's scream didn't let Leaves fall into panic and flee. Instead, she only had their victory in her eyes. She bit her lips and tried to pull out the last drops of her strength in order to stand up. When she finally stood, she grabbed Shino's crossbow, reloaded it, and aimed at the last devil. The devil clearly understood what Leaves was trying to do and began to work his arms frantically. But within a swamp, the more someone struggled, the faster they sank. The devil he tried to block Ichi's vulnerable parts, beauty it in the end, it was in vain. For my lost sisters, with that thought, Leaves pulled the trigger and sent the arrow flying. The crossbow arrow accurately pierced the neck, releasing once more the red fog from the wound. After the mist dispersed, its head finally dropped down. She had killed the devil. After letting the crossbow fall, Leaves turned around only to see the bodies of more than 10 sisters who had lost their lives. Immediately hit by sorrow, Leaves dropped to her knees as her tears burst free. TN, I would like to know what you think about the fight scene. Was it interesting or boring? Was it understandable or confusing, etc.? After all, it is quite different to the normal Xianxia fights. Chapter 78, Accompany Chapter 78, Accompany Wendy opened her eyes and discovered an unknown ceiling above her. The ceiling was made of grey brick and had cobwebs hanging from wooden beams along with an unlit chandelier. Slowly, the scene turned from fuzzy to clear until she could see every detail. It isn't a cold stone roof or a narrow tent, she thought. Right, half a month ago we were forced to leave the Witch Cooperation Association. Who knows, perhaps under Kara's leadership they have already found the Holy Mountain. She took a deep breath. Though it wasn't as clean and fresh as the air within a cave, the warm air and the cozy atmosphere made her very comfortable. Her body was wrapped in a soft and velvety silk and laid on a mattress out of several layers of soft cotton blankets. So when she lay down, she slightly sank into it. Even if she stretched her whole body, her toes wouldn't be exposed. She felt a little guilty that she wanted to do nothing other than stay in bed. Even so, she had stayed here for only half a month, but here her heart was at peace, something she hadn't felt in a long time. Within the castle, no matter how late it was, no one would ever disturb her. For example, right now, Wendy turned her head and gazed out of the window, seeing that the sky was still grey, even somewhat dazzling. It was probably 10 a.m. Within her last years of wandering, she had never been able to sleep so peacefully. She would be woken by any small noise. She even had to prepare the food for rest of the day before daybreak out of fear. The whole time they had to live in fear that the church might discover their current whereabouts. Also, no one could guarantee that they would outlive their next demon's bite. Even during their time walking through the impassable mountain range, she was always busy with doing chores. She would help with drying foods or herbs, with drying her cooperation sisters' laundry, or cleaning the camp and so on. Even so, Wendy didn't mind doing it. Every time when she saw her sisters' smiles, she felt very happy. But now, living such a lazy life, she discovered that she herself couldn't resist enjoying such a life. No, I can't be this lazy any longer. She patted her cheeks to motivate herself to crawl out of bed. After all, when she had lived in the church's convent, the nuns would often warn that lazy people wouldn't receive the blessing and protection of God. In a little while, I will go to the garden and practice my wind control. By the way, every time she remembered that the prince required her to train her magic, she couldn't keep herself from laughing. Such strange and eccentric requirements, for example, after he saw her ability, he had told her that he hoped she would be able to blow the wind over a distance of more than 10 meters. However, there had never existed a magic power that was effective at such a distance. When she told him that she wasn't be able to do it, he didn't get angry. Rather, he came up with a strange idea. She should stand on top of a stool and use her power to rise up and down. When Wendy tried it, she discovered that it was actually feasible. Seeing the test results, His Royal Highness was very satisfied, so besides asking her to train more, he also asked her if she was afraid of heights. It was exactly like Nightingale had said, Roland Wimbledon is an elusive person, but he is also a prince who deeply cared for us witches. Thinking up to this point, Wendy gently sighed. There really is a prince who doesn't hate witches. Respected mentor, you were wrong. When she put on her clothes, she felt that they were a little small around her chest area. Even so, Wendy had already become accustomed to this kind of strange clothing. She just wanted to find a needle to change its size. But before she could, someone knocked on her door. Come in, said Wendy. It turned out that it was Nightingale who opened the door and came in, leaving Wendy a little startled, but Wendy smiled and said, Is His Highness still in bed? If not, you shouldn't have the free time to visit me. What are you talking about? I'm not by his side all day long. Nightingale said, embarrassed, as she raised her basket. I brought you breakfast. Usually, the maids were the ones responsible for delivering breakfast. In addition, after bedtime, Nightingale would often accompany the prince to chat, so it was quite hard to see her at all. Wendy smiled from the bottom of her heart. I just woke up, but she was already here to deliver food. She certainly had slipped in several times. Now tell what's the matter? Asked Wendy while she took a cheese sandwich from inside the basket and put it into her mouth. Well, Nightingale came over and set herself on the bed. Today Nana will go through. That day, Wendy was speechless. Since it was Nana's first time going through the demon's bite, it wouldn't be as violent and long as on the day of her adulthood, but still, it couldn't be guaranteed that she would be safe. The younger they were, the less pain they would be able to endure. Wendy placed the basket on the nightstand and went to Nightingale's side, patting her shoulder to comfort her, and told her, "Didn't His Highness say that as long as we release our magic every day, we will be able to minimize our suffering?" But that is just a speculation. Nightingale contradicted. "At least it sounds very reasonable," answered Wendy. "Didn't Anna safely pass through it? Even so, it was the most difficult of Demon's Bite. It was the day of her adulthood, yet she suffered no harm. This was exactly what you've seen with your own eyes." She paused for a moment, then asked, "Where is Nana?" At the moment she is in the medical center. When it came to this, Nightingale's mouth nearly sprang open. "I heard that her father, Sir Pine, had bought a huge amount of hairs from hunters, which have been sent to the medical center so she can keep practicing until tomorrow." "She has such a nice father," Wendy exclaimed a little enviously. "I can't remember the time when I was a kid." "That is a very strange thing. It's just as if my memories are a blank sheet. There is no father, no mother. The first thing I can remember is my staying within the convent. It seems that I'm a little more fortunate than you," Nightingale teasingly exclaimed. "Well, you were really lucky." Wendy sat herself beside Nightingale and took her into her arms, asking her, "Are you nervous?" For a moment, Nightingale kept silent, but then she gently nodded. Wendy certainly knew why the other was so tense. Today wasn't only a crucial day for Nana. No, it was also the day in which could become the turning point in all of the witches' history. If Nana was able to survive this bite, it would mean that witches could thoroughly get rid of the shadow of being the devil's servants, turning Border Town into the long-sought-for Holy Mountain. Maybe one day, all witches will gather here. They will be able to live a normal life, no difference with ordinary people, no longer having a need to wander around and try to avoid the church's witch hunt. There is no use in worrying about it. We just have to laze around the whole day and accompany Nana. Laze around? Nightingale stared at Wendy in disbelief. "Yes, well, who told you to tell me the news so early?" "It makes me nervous too," Wendy simply said. "Since I'm no longer in the mood to practice, we could also use this time to visit Nana. Wasn't something like this written in the contract? It is called paid leave." After eating dinner, Nana's room was full of people: Anna, Lightning, Nightingale, Wendy, naturally also Nana's father and Roland. Having to face the battle soon, Nana's face was full of insecurity. "Well, will I have to die?" "Of course not," they all shook their heads. "It's your first time, so the demon bite won't be as strong." Wendy took her hand and spoke encouragingly. "Just put all of your spirit on the thought of holding on." "It hurts. You're breaking my fingers." Sir Pine held his daughter's hand. "You have become very strong during your time within the medical center. I, your father, am very proud of you." The little girl nodded, letting her gaze wander over the crowd before finally focusing on Anna, who stepped forward and kissed her on the forehead. "You will survive, right?" "Yes." Chapter 79 answers. Chapter 79 answer. Rest the curtains were shut and a fire was blazing in the fireplace, maintaining a comfortable temperature within the room. There was a big difference between Anna and Nana's day of adulthood. This time the latter was awake. In order to ensure that she wouldn't become too frightened from the upcoming pain, they played some simple games to distract her, and so that she wouldn't fall asleep during the whole night. Even Roland performed some magic coin tricks, stupefying the onlooking audience, especially Nana, who for the whole time was staring with big eyes at Roland's hand. If it were ordinary times, she would have surely shouted that Roland should teach her. The magic tricks of this age were still far from being a highlight. For now, it was more a small sideshow, like snakes dancing to the sound of a flute, breathing flames, crushing stone plates on one's chest, and the like. Compared with later generations of skillful diversion and nimble fingers, everything now was only amateur level. Finally, Lightning began to talk about her sailing experience when she traveled with her father between the islands and fjords, telling of big whirlpools and beautiful reefs, and of hunting giant deepwater sharks and octopus. Although everyone knew that part of it was fictitious, she still had everyone's attention, even captivating Roland with her tales in his imagination. those sailing ships turned into huge armored battleships, which crossed oceans and discovered a new world. As a matter of fact, there was a part in the historical timeline of this world he didn't understand. The last written record of the past wasn't older than 450 years. Even the former prince's education within the palace did not mention the reason. But it could also be that the former prince just hadn't paid attention during the lectures, thought Roland. Within Border Town's library, there was nothing to find. So the only possibility was to win the war against Longsong's stronghold and look, and ask there for more information. When Lightning finally finished her stories about her adventures, Roland could no longer suppress a yawn, but when he looked at Nightingale, the latter only shook her head, indicating that there hadn't been any magical change until now. Not having an accurate timing tool is so inconvenient. How can I determine the time we still have to wait? Roland thought in frustration and poured himself a cup of warm water, then sat down afterwards to wait. But gradually, everyone got the feeling that there was something wrong. It just took too long. Nana had repeatedly yawned, apparently only barely able to stay awake. Even Nightingale became anxious, so she touched the little girl's forehead while also closely gazing at the magic power within Nana's body, looking for any change. When Roland wanted to take a gulp of water, he discovered that the water was already emptied. So on the way to the kettle on the fireplace, he couldn't help himself from looking through the curtains when he passed the window, only to discover that it was still snowing. But when he had opened the heavy curtains a fraction, a touch of light fell into the room. He was pleasantly surprised to discover that the dark sky had already gained a glimmer of milky white. "Everyone look!" Roland shouted and pulled open the entire curtain. Alarming everyone with his cry, they all rushed to the windows to see what happened. When they discovered the faint light in the sky, they realized that the new day had already arrived without them noticing. So with this, in addition to Anna, Nana also went through the demon's bite without any pain. When Roland later returned to his room, he discovered that there were already two people who were waiting for him, Nightingale and Wendy. Within their faces, he couldn't discover any sense of sleepiness. There was only excitement. "Were you able to confirm that Nana's date was today? No, last night?" asked Roland immediately. "Yes, but at that time the change within her was only very subtle. I would have never thought that it was the bite's critical moment," answered Nightingale with certainty. "Your Highness, your assumption was correct. As long as we witches continue to release our magic, it will continue to grow, and the suffering of our body will be reduced. If we can maintain a certain amount of training every day, all the witches would have a great chance at surviving their day of adulthood. Within the whole kingdom of Grey Castle, only in your territory can we witches display our abilities. In a sense, Border Town is our holy mountain," continued Wendy. "I want to beg you to make sure that as many witches as possible know of this news, so that our sisters can speedily arrive in this sanctuary. I think every one of them will be willing to help you." "From the beginning, those were my intentions," Roland nodded. "By the end of the months of the demons, the normal people and the witches will also have gained a certain degree of understanding of each other and been in contact. By then, I will arrange for people to spread the message, but only as rumors. You must understand that I can't start a big advertising project to recruit witches. If so, I would cause an uproar within the country." After slightly pausing for a moment, he continued, "This will only be possible if the church is eradicated or I gain the throne. So it seems my best option is to help you ascend the throne," declared Wendy, and then without any hesitation she fell on one knee, reciting the oath of allegiance. Roland could clearly see that her movements weren't skilled, it just seems to be a spur of the moment. But he did not care about these details. He treated her exactly as Nightingale when he had accepted her oath of allegiance. After she finished her plea, Wendy turned towards Nightingale and asked, "How was my performance?" The latter curled her lip and said, "Barely passed." Roland helplessly shook his head. "So you too should get to bed early. During the whole night you weren't able to close your eyes." "Your Highness, I have a request," interrupting him. Wendy, who had just got up from the ground, now she knelt down once again. "Speak freely." Roland put away his smile and seriously talked to her. The other's act had made it clear that she had an important matter to discuss. Unexpected, Wendy told him, "I want to once more go back to the Witch Cooperation Association's camp." "Wendy," shouted Nightingale and stared at her with big eyes, but she could see that within the latter's eyes how steady and resolved she was. "I do not know whether or not they were able to find the holy mountain. Maybe they were, or maybe not. I hope you will allow me to go into the impassable mountain range," after the months of the demons has ended. If Kara was unable to find the holy mountain, they may have gone back to the camp within the mountain range. This will be highly dangerous, Roland frowned. Your leader attacked you regardless of your long friendship. If she really had wanted to kill me, I would already be dead, said Wendy. She had summoned her magic snake pain instead of death. I don't know how many will come back with me, or even if only one will come back with me. But at least I can deliver this important message to my sisters. As long as they release their magic every day, they won't need to suffer the terrible pain. Speaking up to this point, her voice became very gentle. Your Highness, as long as you continue to treat us witches with so much kindness, my life will be yours, so naturally I won't throw it away so easily. I will protect myself, so please allow me this request. Roland fell silent and thought, when thinking about safety, I ought to refuse her request. But there is also a different meaning to this request. If I give her the chance to save more witches, she will happily follow my orders and take any risk. But if I refuse her, she might still be willing to follow the orders. But I may lose the possibility to gain more witches, and she will forever carry a scar on her heart. I'll allow it, Roland finally nodded, but you will still have to wait for 2 months until the end of the month of the demons. You also won't travel alone, lightning will go with you. I will also give you firearms for self-protection, as well. A god stone of retaliation. Lightning can give you long-distance support, and when you wear the god stone of retaliation during your meeting with Kara, her or any other ability won't be able to hurt you. Your Highness, please also let me go with her, Nightingale pleaded. No, Veronica, His Highness's safety is much more important than mine. He is the hope of all of us witches. Wendy disagreed as she shook her head and laughed. Take good care of him. Chapter 80 Artillery Chapter 80 Artillery. A week after the concrete ship was placed in the curing room, it was finally the day to launch the vessel. All the workers were stunned when the prince ordered to put the oversized bathtub into the water, making everyone wonder whether they misheard him. However, they had misunderstood him. His subordinates had to dismantle the temporary shed, and then they had to dig a slope at the bottom of the concrete ship, leading into the river. This part had to be handled with great care because of the weak tensile strength of cement products. Even a small knock on the ground was enough to create small cracks that could destroy the whole vessel. The ship was placed on top of logs, and the speed at which it slid was controlled with ropes. When everything was prepared, the workers let the wrist-thick ropes slowly slide through their hands, careful so that the vessel would always be pointed in a straight line. While the workers shouted their slogan in sync, the ship slowly slid over the logs, creating a harsh sound of friction. Fortunately, everything went well, and Roland could see how the ship got slowly lowered into the water. The ship sank nearly half a meter into the water, with more than 1 meter still above the surface. The workers were totally surprised to see that this massive construction made out of stone and metal didn't directly sink into the riverbed with a loud bang, but instead peacefully floated above the surface. Hurry, take the ropes and put them around the bollards and then tie them tight, commanded Roland loudly. If the vessel wasn't tied quickly to the bollards, the water current would carry the ship along with it southwards. Although Nightingale didn't show herself to the public, but after seeing this shocking scene, she couldn't help herself and asked with a voice full of wonder, "Why does the ship float?" Well, it's quite simple. The ship's average density is lower than that of water, and as long as this is the case, anything can float on water, explained Roland, and after a moment of thinking, he added that the ship is built out of iron and concrete doesn't matter. In fact, you should have already seen a huge sailing boat. Those also weigh much more than several stones. Since he didn't hear the voice of Nightingale again, Roland assumed that the other was still comprehending what he had said. Even Anna wasn't able to immediately understand the concept he had explained. Discovering this, Roland smiled and continued to direct the workers' next task. The subsequent hardening of the concrete took a lot of time, and every time it began to snow heavily, the work had to be stopped. Only when it didn't snow for more than 1 hour were they able to continue their work. The most time-consuming task was the construction of the deck, which was built out of many wooden planks and supported by many small stakes which were placed between the bottom and the deck. Although this was a waste of space, but taking into account the primary purpose of the concrete ship, this didn't matter so much. Afterward followed the wrought proofing. The carpenters knew very well how to do it. First they brushed a layer of oil with a pungent taste onto the deck. When the oil had dried, They repeated this procedure several times until it was finally coated with a red paint. Once the deck construction was completed, the installation phase of the upper building was started. The so-called upper part consisted of a wooden shed which was placed between the two masts, and which later would be used to store guns and ammunition. When it began to rain, the shed could also be utilized by the crew as shelter. The roof of the wooden shed was extra thick, so constructed that a person could stand on it, a special place only created for Wendy. As long as she stood on the roof, her magic ability would range far enough to cover the entire sail. The stern rudder was made of melted iron, and its installation was a bit cumbersome. First, it was required that they put the rudder shaft through a previously made hole, which now laid underwater. To steer the ship, Anna welded a triangle plate at the side of the rudder shaft, which ended underwater. At the other end of the rudder shaft, which ended on the deck, was melded an iron ring which could freely rotate. The welding was naturally done by Anna, who was also shocked and puzzled by the fact that a stone bathtub could float on the water. Since she had the same problem like Nightingale, she also asked the same questions. So Roland had to answer the questions again and again. Afterward, Anna went to the side and sat down to think about it. Well, I have still a long way before me before I will be able to raise the education level. In the end, Vanner didn't know if it was better to become a gunner or if it was better to stay with the hunter squad. Everything changed when he got the important order 3 days ago. His Royal Highness decided to transfer out some members of the 1st and 2nd militia team who performed exceptionally, building a new elite force. When Vanner's name was called, he felt very pleased. But when he was asked if he wants to join Iron Axe's hunter squad or the new gunner squad, he didn't know what to choose. He was aware of the new flintlock, which allowed them to fight against the demonic beasts due to its much stronger penetrating power than a hand crossbow. Currently, only Iron Axe, the chief knight, and a number of senior hunters were allowed to use this weapon. Vanner was supposed to join the hunter squad without hesitation, but he instead spoke out of turn and asked, "What is a cannon?" When he learned that a cannon is 10 times as large as a flintlock, and that its power is 100 times stronger than the strength of a gun, he fell into a dilemma. Apparently, the more powerful the weapon used by oneself is, the higher one's own value is for the prince. So joining the artillery seems to be the better selection than the hunter squad, but the advantage of carrying a gun is that it is possible to carry it while walking through the town, attracting the eyes of the people, which was always Vanner's dream. Although the cannon's power is 10 times that of a gun, surely it isn't possible to carry such a powerful weapon while walking through the streets, right? Until the last day of the deadline, he wasn't sure what to choose, but in the end, he took the artillery. The last point which brought the decision was that the salary of a gunner was 5 silver royals higher than that of a hunter. With his decision, the rigorous training began. A cannon needs 5 people to operate it, and to Vanner's team were assigned Jop, Cat's Claw, Nelson, and Rodney. Since Vanner was previously a vice-captain within the 1st militia team, he was also chosen as the gunner. Compared to guns, this cannon gave 10 times more trouble. Since the beginning of the previous month, Vanner had secretly observed how Iron Axe operated his gun, making it able that he even was able to recite the process fluently from memory. But the cannon had to be always switched from the limbered and mobile state into the ready-to-shoot state, always having to go through the tedious work. Stop the horse, pull out the pin, pull the hook, move the cannon cart, push it towards the shooting spot, prevent it from dropping. These processes needed 5 people to cooperate in tandem, such as when pulling the hook. The other people have to push the support cart away from the cannon, turning it from a 4-wheel vehicle into a 2-wheel vehicle. Without that, the cannon's barrel would drop to the ground. When the barrel is finally filled with the ammunition, it's ready to shoot. The shooting is quite similar to the gun and the cannon, but the cleanup of the cannon with its usage of 2 different mop is much more complicated. When using a gun, the ammunition can directly be put into the barrel. To start the cannon, they had to ignite the fuse, but when it's raining, it could be quite difficult to use this weapon, Savannah had thought. Fortunately, as a gunner, most of the time he had to order the others around, and so he didn't need to spend too much effort. For the first 3 days, the 4 newly selected artillery teams had only 1 cannon to train with. So under Iron Axe command, the groups had to go through the process of stopping the mount, unloading the cannon, preparing it to shoot, loading the cannon on the cart, and then restart the whole process. These 4 steps were always repeated. Vanner even suspected that under the uninterrupted cleaning of the cannon became even much cleaner than his own face. Chapter 81, Artillery Training. Chapter 81, Artillery Training. Every day Vanner's group had to train for 2 to 3 hours with the new weapon. And even after the training was finished, Vanner had to return to the wall to continue his old, boring job. One of the men from Vanner's dormitory had signed up for the new firearms squad, and now he had a brand new firearm and stood behind him to show off the weapon. If the discipline didn't forbid in fighting, Vanner would have already sewn up his hateful mouth. However, Vanner also thought that there was something fishy. Didn't my compatriots join the firearms squad only several days ago? Yet they were allowed to directly start their shooting training through fighting against the demonic beasts. But what about our artillery team? We aren't even authorized to shoot. Moreover, the cannons are so heavy, it's impossible to transport them onto the wall. When he looked at the top of the wall, he could see that the wallwalk was almost full with people standing side by side in pairs. Usually, everyone was used to running on the inside of the wallwalk. Even if it was steep, it was still better than interfering with teammates' fighting movements. As for cannons, the 2 wheels alone were wider than the whole wallwalk, and using a cannon to shoot downwards didn't seem very practical. Could it be this cannon wouldn't be used to fight against the demonic beasts? The next exercise confirmed his conjecture. Iron Axe brought the 4 artillery teams to the river. There, Vanner discovered, though he didn't know when it happened, an actual huge ship. No, he wasn't sure if it was right to call it a boat. The shell looked to be made out of the same grey stone that was used for building the wall, and its dimension was very wide but short. So in addition to 2 bare masts, was there any other similarity with a ship? Regarding this point, he and his teammates had a heated discussion. This is clearly a pontoon bridge. The first one who came up with a conclusion was Jop, who belonged to the team that followed the ships transporting the ore to Longsong Stronghold. Because of this, he often thought himself well-informed. They built the deck so wide to make it more stable. During my travels into the south, I saw many of them, and if this is a ship, then how can it be moved by the wind? Previously, the river was too wide to ford, and a decade ago the former bridge was washed away by a flood. Now the former bridge should be replaced with this pontoon bridge. They will just place several of them side by side and connect them with an iron chain to make it more stable. The furthest place you have traveled to is Longsong Stronghold, yet you call yourself knowledgeable, Rodney sneered. If this was a pontoon, why would it have 2 masts? Wouldn't they need to worry about it being blown away by the wind? And when you look towards the end, don't you see the steering wheel? Pontoons don't need this. Nelson directly jumped into the frying pan to help Rodney. These 2 brothers would take every given opportunity to vent some anger. In addition, look at the construction between the 2 masts. Doesn't it seem to be a cabin? It's just not finished yet. This is a ship, no doubt. To Vanner, this discussion was of little interest. He was only concerned about the next training's content. To his luck, he soon got his answer when Iron Axe asked them to drag the horses that pulled the cannon towards the small town. Yes, this was the ship's name, personally appointed by His Highness. After listening to Iron Axe's introduction, Jop's face became suddenly stiff, while the 2 brothers showed a triumphant expression instead, and then they began to drag the cannon onto the deck of the ship. On the deck were 2 groups of stopping poles, each group consisting of 4 poles. These stopping poles were located in the middle of the deck, with one group behind the other. This apparently indicated that one ship could store 2 cannons. Well, with this, Vanner was sure that they wouldn't be needed to deal with the demonic beasts. The Kishui River flowed from the north to the south, and there wasn't a large river hidden in the demonic beast-infested forest. When they embarked for the first time, they immediately discovered the outstanding stability of the ship. Even though the river flowed quickly around the ship's hull, the ship was still motionless. It just felt like standing on solid ground. Only when the horses came on the ship did they feel a little swing. Vanner also noted that when a team finished their firing practice, Iron Axe would count the time and note it down. When Vanner saw that there were only 2 places for cannons, it was clear that only the 2 fastest would get a place on the ship. So, Vanner secretly told his discovery to the rest of his group, which immediately gave rise to their strength, with each person putting at least 10% more effort into the training. If they weren't chosen for the artillery team, upon losing much face, their life would become more trifle. But the most important matter was that they wouldn't get improved pay. Vanner had to wait until the 7th day but he finally received his first live shooting training. On this day, His Royal Highness the Prince also came to visit the scene, watching the artillery exercise. Everyone in the four groups walked with a broad chest and large steps. Because of their training, his group became quite familiar with the loading of the cannon, so it didn't take long until the first shot was fired by Vanner's team. This was the first time he saw the power of a cannon. With a deafening roar, the cannonball was shot out and landed around 500 m away in the snow, blasting a lot of snow and mud into the air. And afterwards, it bounced once more into the air. With his eyes, it was impossible for Vanner to track the iron ball. Seeing this, Vanner wondered how the prince managed to create such a terrible weapon. If you had to face artillery attacks, even with body armor, I am afraid it would be to no avail. After each shot, the group was changed, and the prince ordered someone to mark the landing position. Afterwards, he let someone measure the distance between the muzzle and the flag. After 4 rounds, it was finally Vanner's turn again, but then he heard the command to change the cannon's angle. A scale marked with 0, 5, 10, 25, and 30 was placed at the cannon's end, where the cart was connected. Although Vanner saw this scale, he didn't understand what it meant, but as long as they just followed the instructions, everything would be all right. Iron Axe shouted, "Shoot at the angle of 5. Hearing this command, Jop, who was the one with the greatest strength in Vanner's team, took the ramrod, inserted it into the muzzle, waited for them to open the hook which held the barrel at the right angle, and pressed it upwards until the scale showed 5 and snapped the hook in. Compared with the angle of the barrel at the beginning, where the barrel was a little low, the barrel now pointed a little higher. This showed that the scale marked how high or low the barrel's muzzle pointed into the sky. When everything was ready, every group fired one more shot with the new angle, and after every shot, the distance was also measured. Vanner could gradually understand what the prince did. He recorded the distance of every shot fired, and the higher the angle of the barrel, the higher the iron ball would fly. This was a point where Vanner could use his experience from shooting with a bow. The higher up the aim, the further the arrow would fly. The flatter the shooting angle, the earlier the arrow would hit the ground. However, he hadn't thought about that in the case of the cannon. Just because it is faster, the flying distance would be so much further. Suddenly, he got this crazy idea: if the iron ball got faster and faster, would it be possible that it would never stop? Asterisk at Kishui River, Little Town's testing phase was also underway. Since Wendy would act as the ship's driving force, the ship's personnel needed to be absolutely reliable. So, Roland picked some people who already knew about the witches as the first crew of Little Town. Carter's became the captain, the helmsman was Brian, the sailors who had to set the sails were Carter's subordinates, and the job of correspondent went to Titus Pine, Nana's father. These people often came into contact with the witches, so coupled with their own mental transformation where they got rid of their prejudice against the witches, there shouldn't be a problem. In the case of Sir Pine, it was even less the case, since his beloved daughter was a witch. Chapter 82, Little Town's First Voyage. Chapter 82, Little Town's First Voyage. Since Lightning was the only one who had any practical experience with sailing, she was assigned the duty of serving as navigator. In addition, she was also interested in the barge with its strange shape and unique construction material. Although it looked very crude, it had every important part needed for a ship and was able to move, but she wasn't allowed to steer it herself. After all, for most of her time at sea, she had only been a bystander since her father had always refused her requests to steer the ship. In accordance to tradition, Lightning smashed a bottle of wheat wine on the ship's bow for the ship's first departure, and then she gave the order to set sail. Carter, as the captain, was naturally reluctant to let the little girl snatch his position as commander, so whenever she gave a command, the knight would follow up with the same command. The sails of Little Town were sewn out of animal skin, with cowhide and sheepskin accounting for the majority of the sails, but they were also mixed with some of Border Town's specialties, like wolfskin, bearskin, and the like. So the sail had many different kinds of colors: brown, gray, and white, just like a sail patched together out of many rags. The sails were trapezoidal and were divided by 4 separate beams. At the top of the sail, a cable went through the iron rings to connect it with the mast, while the bottom just fell onto the deck. One just had to pull the cable to raise the entire sail. In order to make operating the ship as simple as possible, Little Town only had 2 sails that were parallel to each other and perpendicular to the middle line. In general, if a 2-masted sailboat were to be constructed in this way, it would only be able to catch very little wind, almost making the second mast irrelevant. But with Wendy's ability to control the wind, this design would let her distribute her power evenly on both sides of the center line, making it more convenient for the helmsman to change the direction of the ship. When Lightning saw that the sail was set, she commanded the dockworkers on land to untie the rope. At the moment, the weather was very good. The snow that fell occasionally was driven by light wind, just like the water as the ship slowly left the shore. The little girl descended to Brian's side and ordered, "Right on full rudder." Carter also shouted, "Right on full rudder." What does this right rudder mean?" Brian scratched his head and asked, "How many right circles?" "No, you have to turn the steering wheel left around," said Lightning while walking away. "Come on, or do I have to come over?" She had forgotten that it was the first time for these people to control a ship, so they even didn't understand the basics of any instructions. If this was a standard brig, I'm afraid they wouldn't even be able to roll out the sails. With less than 10 people, they were still able to drive the ship offshore, which was only possible due to the ship's unique design. Lightning took the wheel handle, which was even higher than her, and with her feet off the ground, she rotated it left around this huge transverse steering wheel was very heavy for ordinary women to turn. In the absence of mechanical power and under-equivalent power transmission, she had to overcome the entirety of the water resistance when moving the massive iron rudder. However, since Lightning could fly, this was no problem for her. She noted that there was a thin piece installed at the base of the rudder to prevent the rudder from overturning, so she couldn't help but wonder, "I heard that the ship is the prince's original design, so how can it be that he even knows this detail?" Even sailors who had stayed at sea all year round did not necessarily know the structures of the various parts of the ship. "Sister Wendy, you can start producing your wind." Wendy, who stood at the top of the cabin, didn't know whether she should laugh or cry, so this was the true reason why His Highness had asked me if I'm afraid of heights. So now I should power the ship with my ability. When thinking about her usual boring life, such as drying meat or clothes, this gave her a subtle feeling of contrast. She opened her hands, going into her usual practice state, and let the wind blow from her feet to her head equally, balancing the wind as much as possible when blowing it into both sides of the sail. To be honest, Wendy did not expect that this seemingly simple task would be so difficult to operate. Although she had awoken as a witch 15 years ago, she had never tried to gain a deeper understanding and control of her power. Whether it was to call the wind to attack the enemy or to summon a storm to sweep the enemy away, those were one-time releases of a large amount of magic. In the camp, when doing the chores, she only had to sometimes use a lot of power, but as long as the goal could be achieved, she hadn't to use much. Now thinking about Anna, who was always earnestly using her power, Wendy suddenly felt a little ashamed. The first thing you have to do is to practice your ability over and over again until you can control it entirely just like Anna. These aren't empty words. Then from now on I will start to. Wendy took a deep breath and focused all of her attention on creating the wind. Although the wind was not perfectly balanced, the sails were still bulging, and under the steady stream of wind, the mast gave off a squeaking sound, and the bow began to turn right. "It's really moving," Carter exclaimed. His Royal Highness was able to turn stone into a boat and let it float on the water. Sir Pine laughed and asked, "Is there something he can't do?" Little Town moved farther and farther away from the shore, gradually moving towards the middle of the river. Wendy could produce wind out of nothing, but she wasn't able to make the existing north wind disappear. So the wind came from 2 directions, making it impossible to have the ship move in a straight line by only using her power. So they also had to rely on steering to adjust the direction of the ship. Lightning wasn't able to teach Brian by words only. This was something Brian had to experience himself. In order to let him master this feeling as soon as possible, the little girl's first orders were to change the direction of the ship, often so that he could learn the relationship between the rotation angle of the steering wheel and the swing of the bow, while she herself only made small adjustments. After navigating for more than 1 hour over the Kishui River, Wendy wasn't able to hold on any longer. It wasn't that she ran out of magic power, but instead it was her body that had reached its limit. Even though her body was wrapped into so many layers that she looked like a dumpling, it still wasn't able to completely resist the invasion of the cold wind. A layer of snow had already accumulated on top of her cotton cap, and she already could no longer feel her hands and feet while standing on the shaky roof. If it wasn't for Lightning, who saw her sway strangely, maybe she would have fallen into coma. So Lightning quickly flew towards Wendy and seized her body while shouting to Brian that he should sail back towards the docks. The latter steered the wheel into the right direction, letting the ship slowly turn leftwards. Lightning flew down from the cabin while carrying Wendy. Down on the deck, they only had the sails to save them from the wind, but at least it wasn't as cold as before, so they were able to save their body temperature. Moreover, when they wanted to reach the shore, it would need a person with fine control, and Lightning would never dare to let a rookie take over this important task, even though she had never done it herself. When they finally landed, and the riverbank collided with the hull, creating a loud sound, all the people's hearts on board began to race. Even though it sounded alarming when the hull collided with the shore, it didn't look too bad in the end. The sailor quickly folded the sails together and put up a gangplank to climb ashore. Fortunately, they weren't able to sail in a straight line during their trial journey, so thanks to their U-turn training on the spacious river, they weren't so far away from border town. Lightning flew towards the castle while carrying Wendy. Carter looked at the stone ship and loudly sighed. Without the help of a witch, he didn't want to try to sail the ship back to the docks. Chapter 83, The Northern Coachman. Chapter 83, The Northern Coachman. Winter was the time of no harvest for most people of the north, especially near the Hermes Plateau. The months of the demons not only brought endless wind and snow, but furthermore brought cold, hunger, and death. However, for False Leg, White Winter meant something different. Every winter, the church's envoy would come to his door to let him drive several turns to the west border of the kingdom. On the way to the border, he would collect suffering orphans with his carriage and bring them to the old holy city. For him, this was a good deal, since he would almost earn 20 silver royals for each trip to the border. What was even better was that he could also accumulate merits of doing good work. It was almost the end of this year's months of the demons, so this turn should be the last run of this season. Your Honor, please go back to the carriage and stay inside. Outside, it will still snow for a long time, so you don't need to eat the wind and drink the snow every day like I do. You aren't allowed to freeze. This is nothing. The church's messenger contradicted White and took a big gulp out of his jug before continuing. In the new holy city, it can be much colder than it is here. At the plateau, leather clothes and armor aren't able to stop the cold. If you are there, the cold will come through every opening and drill into every part of your body. Without the usage of cold pills, no ordinary people can survive at that place. What you said should be right. White nodded. He hadn't been to the new holy city, and he also didn't plan to go there. Since only the cold and the demonic beasts existed there, why should I go there? However, as an experienced coachman, it was easy for him to find another topic to speak about, a subject that would be preferred by the envoy. Your gloves should be made from the leather of the wolves native to the west border of the kingdom of Grey Castle, right? So, you can see that. Hey, my lord, I've been doing this work for 30 years, White proudly said. First for the Baron, then for the Countess, and later even for the Wolfshark Kingdom's little princess. If it were not for the accident when I broke my legs, maybe I would still be working for the Count's house. They had nothing besides plenty of gold royals, and paid excellently for Grey Castle's fur and silverware, jewelry from the Kingdom of Eternal Winter, and the Fjord's handicrafts. They demanded so much that I could never deliver enough. So, the ambassador nodded. This is the origin of your nickname. In what kind of accident were you involved in? Well, it was a refugee riot. The group of thugs didn't stop for anything as long as they could get something to eat from it, White disdainfully answered. He spat on the ground. When they surrounded the carriage, I had no other choice than to urge the horse to run if I wanted to save the Countess. But it got frightened, threw me down, and turned over the carriage. So you broke your leg? The ambassador curiously asked, but what happened to the Countess? She got away, since there were many cushions and thick quilts inside the carriage, so she got some light bruises, White barked. She just crawled out of the carriage and left me on the road to die. On my broken leg, I dragged my body home. He slapped his hand against the brass stick that showed from under his cut-off trousers. However, the Count's house threw me out on the pretext that I could not drive anymore, those damn aristocrats. What a pity, the ambassador paused, but God did not abandon you, now you are driving for the church. Yes, sir. answered White, but inside he thought no. If God were merciful, he wouldn't let me do this. Instead, he would have saved me when I needed him the most. At this moment, the cry of a young girl could be heard. We need a little pause. Hearing this, White pulled at the reins so that the two horses gradually stopped. At the moment the carriage had stopped, the ambassador jumped down and went to its back. Soon, a whip crack could be heard from behind the carriage. Poor child, thought White as he sighed, you have to endure it, this is your savior. If it weren't for the church's envoy who always supported me through the winter, I would only be an unattended corpse at the side of the road. Soon the ambassador came back, climbed up and sat beside White and only commanded, go. Brace yourselves, I am driving, shouted White as he shook his reins, removing the carriage. Are they all from the wolf shark kingdom? Almost. The churches in every town in the kingdom takes in some of the orphans, especially during the winter, when there is a food and clothing shortage everywhere. We receive many times more people compared to the other seasons because of this. If we only depended on our church's own members, it wouldn't be enough. So we have to employ some drivers with good reputations to help us to transport the orphans to the oldie holy city. Until now you have done very well, White. My predecessor could only praise you. It is my privilege to be part of such a good deed, said White, honored. Your Excellency, will they also be sent to the monastery? I hate to ask, though they are orphans, their characters aren't the same. Although some of them aren't so old, some of them have already done terrible deeds, so won't these people contaminate the pure and holy earth? God will judge them, and even if they are guilty, they will get the opportunity of salvation. Answered the envoy with complete conviction. Will they? That's a good thing. Wright was amazed, but soon he raised his head and looked at the sky before he continued. It's late. Sir, shall we stay in the next town? If the weather tomorrow is good, we will arrive at the old holy city at noon. It's already this late, asked the ambassador. Look for an inn, and after you bring the carriage to the yard, you can prepare the food for the orphans. So okay, White agreed to the plan. This town belonged to the wolf shark kingdom, and if someone wanted to reach the old holy city, they had to go through this town. So it wasn't White's first time here. Thanks to this, he quickly found the inn he had previously frequented. He drove the carriage into the yard, and then took some coins from the church's envoy to buy some food for the orphans. As usual, he bought sweet potato porridge, which was the most appropriate choice since it was cheap and still had a pretty good taste. After watching them divide the porridge, White limped back to the inn, asked for some bread with butter, and sat at the bar to eat. As for the envoy, he certainly had a better place to go. If White hadn't broken his leg 10 years ago, he would have gone to the tavern to order a glass of wine. And he would also have thrown some dice, he had always had a good hand for them. But now, White took his purse and found his room to sleep early. Later, in the evening, he heard some voices from the yard. So he got up and lifted the curtains to control the situation. But White only saw that the church's drunken envoy had come back. The envoy opened the door of the carriage and went into it. Soon he returned outside, pulling two orphans with him. Beside the carriage, two people dressed in aristocratic clothes were already waiting. Seeing that it was only the envoy, White put the curtain down and went back under the warm blanket. This wasn't the first time he witnessed the envoy doing this. Actually, it was a regular thing for him. Being alive is the greatest happiness, he thought. They have just to endure the pain for the moment. You only have to survive until we reach the old holy city. There you will be able to start a new life. At least in the monastery, you won't have to fear starving. Thinking until here, White yawned and soon fell asleep. At dawn, he got the envoy and drove on. The last part of the journey went without incident, and they even reached the old holy city 2 hours sooner than expected. There were already other churches' carriages waiting for them. It seemed that these poor devils still had some way to go, but all this had nothing to do with him. This is your reward. The envoy called to White and threw a bag toward him. White took the coins out of the bag and counted them twice. Indeed, it was 20 silver royals. So he nodded and said, I hope I will see you again in the coming year. But the envoy did not answer. Instead, he waved his hand to indicate that White could depart. White noticed that in addition to him, several other coachmen were doing the same job. Are they from the other kingdoms? He asked himself, but soon he noticed something strange. It seemed only girls would come down from the carriages. So when the church adopts orphans, they only adopt girls. He shook his head, threw this problematic thought to the back of his head, and started the journey back home. Chapter 84, The Truth Behind Hermes. Chapter 84, the truth behind Hermes Bishop Main followed the circular staircase leading into the earth. The staircase, with a depth of at least 4 times that of the cathedral's highest tower and a diameter of about 20 feet, was built in a natural daleen and lead directly into a strategically positioned and spacious castle. The beginning of the staircase was well lit by skylight pathing through the windows of the high dome above, giving the twisting and turning stone walls an icy color. But when following the steps, the stairway quickly darkened, seemingly fusing the walls into one. But after some time at the center of the staircase, the reflection of a blue light could be seen, and the deeper one went, the brighter it would become. So even without a torch, they would never fall into a pitch-black predicament. At the foot of the staircase, a pathway that was firmly attached to the rock wall meandered around a dark hole. The path was cut out of granite, formed by many rectangular pieces 3 fingers thick. The path was wide enough for 2 people walk side by side. One end of each granite piece was embedded into the rock wall, while the other end was in the air. In order to prevent accidental falls, there were wooden fence posts that were connected by rope at the side of the hole. Maine didn't count the number of steps he walked. In the end, there were just too many, but he knew that embedding every piece of stone was a tough task. The masons hired by the church had to lean on a rope to hang down while they knocked out suitably deep holes in the hard rock. Afterwards, they had to insert the granite plates into the holes. Each action had to be done very carefully because every rope slippage or breakage lead to a fall to the bottom, which happened to more than 300 people. If the church's cathedral on the surface was a symbol for the unyielding spirit of the church, then the hidden castle in the Hermes Plateau was the real core of the church. A piece of God's stone of retaliation was embedded at the edge of every step, and a guard was placed on every 100th step. For last line of defense, there was even a squadron of the God's punishment army that was always ready to face an attack from intruders. Many bags of sand and gravel were buried between the cathedral and the underground castle. This was in case every line of defense in the holy city had failed. If every important person was evacuated, the Pope could start the trap and bury everything under a deep layer of sand and gravel. Although it wasn't Maine's first visit to the underground castle, the feeling of walking on air still made him feel dizzy. Especially after some time, he would always have the illusion of falling. So he was a little relieved when he finally had once more solid ground under his feet. At the bottom of the sinkhole was a huge white stone disc, with a surface as smooth as a mirror. When standing above it, someone could even clearly see their own reflection. Through a cleverly designed construction, the light coming through the windows within the dome was so reflected that it directly hit the millstone. Thanks to this, even without lighting a torch, the bottom of the daleen was never dark. When reaching the bottom of the daleen, they would discover that the sun is not colorless. After being reflected by the grindstone, the light would become blue, yet when looking upwards, the blue light would let the sinkhole shine in a cool color. But when taking a closer look, someone would discover that there were countless dust particles flying upwards, just like the minute creatures recorded within the ancient book. The holes within the wall of the mountain were caves formed by nature, and the church only opened up the entries to further expand and built the Hermes castle. But thanks to the seas holes which extended in all directions, the air could flow freely, so that the air at the bottom of the daleen didn't feel rotten or oppressive. When Maine stepped through the door into the castle's main area, he was suddenly surrounded by a strong defense force. There were 5 soldiers called judges, who guarded every entryway. The judges were the church's most loyal soldiers. Once they were accepted into this group and started their work, they would forever live in the castle, never able to return to the surface. In fact, only he and the Pope were able to enter and later exit the castle. Even the 2 archbishops Heather and Tayfun weren't allowed to enter here. But even Maine didn't know how many channels the castle had. In addition to the main channel leading south, there were many side branches leading away from the main branch. And when following this side channels, they would split again into many more branches. Some were used by the church, while others were sealed. He had heard that during the construction of the castle, a few artisans strayed into those channels not marked as safe, which led to them becoming lost, never able to find their way back. The vertical main channel led directly to the depths of the mountain, around every 300 feet, about 100 meters. Maine had to cross a checkpoint. He knew that the church was using each segment between two checkpoints for a different task. The most outside area was used as the living area for the warriors who had to stay their whole life in the castle. The second segment was used as archives for the storage of instruments and fragments of ancient books. The third section was the jail area, where prisoners were housed who weren't allowed to see the light ever again. Innocents included. After crossing through the third checkpoint, Maine stopped. Further in was the castle's secret area. All of the church's research materials and inventions originated from this place, and without the Pope's authorization, no one was allowed to enter. Since he became the Archbishop 3 years ago, he had only stepped into this area once before. When Maine walked closer, he took the left paths. After a short walk, the way was ended by a door, with a plate at the height of the chest on it on which read, "Elders." Maine nodded to the guards and ordered, "Open the door." Behind the door, the corridor continued. There were burning torches hanging on the wall, like small sparks of light within a sea of darkness, continuing along the path until the end. On both sides of the road were many wooden doors, and in the middle of each door hung a plate with a number on it. One of the judges who followed Maine raised a torch to illuminate the surroundings. While walking down the channel, Maine looked all the while at the numbers on the plates. When he finally saw the number 35 modeled into the plate, he stopped and pulled a key out of one of his pockets and inserted it into the keyhole, turning it lightly. At the bottom of the Darlene, the sound of opening the lock was especially harsh, and its echo could be heard even at the end of the channel. As if it was a signal flare, suddenly many cries could be heard through the doors. There were calls from men and women. When listening carefully, Maine could understand some of them. "Quickly save me, help me, please kill me," and the like. But Maine was unmoved by the cries. He only ordered the guard standing beside the door to immediately shut it after he entered the room, leaving the chaos of screams outside. Behind iron rails, the bishop saw an old man sitting on his bed. Perhaps he was not so old, but now his hair had already turned white, and his face was covered by wrinkles. His beard looked like he hadn't groomed it in a long time, almost reaching up to his neck. Since he hadn't seen the sun for a long time, his skin had become terribly pale, and his hands and feet were as thin as bamboo. Maine glanced at the food plate behind the rails, which looked like it hadn't been touched. Registering this, he sighed, "You should treat yourself better. The church doesn't lack for food. And the meals are even made according to a king's standard, except for the wine. Even the fish, it's first-rate cod coming from Port of Bluewater. You should be familiar with its taste. Right, Your Majesty, King Wimbledon." Chapter 85 Thorny Road. Chapter 85 Thorny Road. It took a moment before the old man showed a reaction. He slowly lifted up his quilt, moved it to the bedside, and looked in the direction of the Archbishop. Then he opened his mouth and asked, "If it were you who was locked up in this damnable place, do you think you would be able to eat?" His voice wasn't easy to understand. It sounded like his throat had been blocked by something. "Half a year, I'm already trapped here for 6 months without any news. Tell me, how are my sons and daughters doing?" When taking a closer look at the cell, Maine noticed that it seemed like one wall was scored with a nail. Is the old man using this method to calculate the date? He moved to a chair facing the king and then asked in return, "Why ask about things that will only make you unhappy?" The king kept his silence for a long while but eventually spoke. "It doesn't matter to me, after all. You will kill me anyway, right?" Maine only answered with one word, "Yes." Then, as a dying man, what does pleasure mean to me? Before I die, I just want to know their situation. The longer Wimbledon spoke, the more his voice resembled a growl. In the end, what else should I expect? Maine thought, after all, as a king, he had learned to have a strong spirit and demeanor. When the king had been kidnapped and replaced by a devout, on the road to Hermes, he had repeatedly tried to break free. Then, when he was imprisoned, he wasn't corrupted by madness. Instead, he had always tried to negotiate his freedom. Even during all the abuse, he never released a scream, which was very rare in this jail. If it wasn't impossible to change the plan, Maine really wouldn't want to waste such a person, whose only bad point was being on the wrong side of their conspiracy. Perhaps since I have already personally come, I should just inform him about the status quo. The Archbishop thought, otherwise, I could just voice the command. And the next moment, one of the judges can come and end his life. So Maine finally slowly said, "Your eldest son, Gerald, is already dead. He was beheaded by your second son, Timothy, on charges of treason. Your third daughter, Garcia, has declared the independence of the southern border region, conferring herself as the Queen of Clearwater. so a war between her and Timothy is inevitable. As for your fourth son and your fifth daughter, we do not get much information about them. Well, they are still alive. What are you talking about? Rebellions? Independence? What did you do? Asked the king enraged. We let them fight out who would become the next king, explained Maine with pleasure. We spread your children through the whole kingdom and declared whoever governed their territory the best would become the next king. Hearing this, Wimbledon closed his eyes in pain, trying to shut out the world. After a long time, he finally whispered, "Why do you do all this? You took advantage of the prayer day, brought me into the compartment to pray in isolation. There you stripped me of my clothes, and also took my God's stone of retaliation. Then you used the ability of a witch to replace me with another person. So with this replacement, you could have obviously slowly taken over the country, let the church gain control of every town. So why did you need to give out the order for the battle of the throne?" I cannot. Keek, because he got more and more enraged, he began to cough severely, shaking throughout his whole body. "We just couldn't issue the command, which would lead to massacring your children one after another." Maine continued his verbal attack to finish off the former king. "Maybe you wouldn't have worked against us, but your children mostly wouldn't act the way you want them to. They would grow up, develop, and have their own thoughts, just like you see from your third daughter, Garcia. She already started her project to take over the port of Clearwater 5 years ago, so even without the battle of the throne, at the point when you would naturally die, do you think she would just stand at the side and look how Gerald would ascend the throne? But the most important reason for us to act was that we don't have the time to wait for the natural cause to get rid of you. You should have already noted that the power of the witch isn't permanent. Damn you, what would the church get from the fight between my children? The church will also sink into a sea of fire. Many of their believers will get killed during the war, and the kingdom will become a total mess." Talking until here, Wimbledon suddenly got a distracted look, not believing his upcoming thought. "Do you want to?" Another burst of severe coughs interrupted the king's speech once more. When he was finally able to speak again, his voice became as thin as a gossamer, as if that array of coughing had consumed all his remaining energy. "You want to destroy the royal family?" "Exactly, but it would be more accurately to speak about the royal power." Mayen couldn't help himself from praising the king within his heart for his keen judgment. Even after staying for 6 months in the completely dark dungeon, by not losing his consciousness, he could already be regarded as strong-willed. But he has even managed to keep his intelligence. The only other people who would be able to do this can be counted on one hand. The monarchy will always be a hindrance to the development of the church. No matter how weak it becomes, it will always rise again just like weed. So only by completely eradicating it will the church be able to genuinely control the kingdom. Suddenly Wimbledon looked a lot more aged. Previously only his outer appearance seemed to be old, but now it seemed that his spirit had left him and his eyes dimmed. The kingdom of Grey Castle is the kingdom with the largest territory in the mainland. It has also the largest number of soldiers. So in the case of a full frontal war, my church can only be at a disadvantage. We had already planned all this for a long time now. During a civil war, your kingdom will lose a lot of soldiers and mercenaries. After waiting for only 2 to 3 years, our God's punishment army will be able to easily take over the whole territory of your kingdom. But you don't need to be sad. Your kingdom isn't the only one we are subjugating. The other 3 kingdoms are all facing the same situation. Soon the mainland will no longer have the 4 kingdoms. Instead of the Wolfshark Kingdom, the Kingdom of Eternal Winter, Kingdom of Dawn, and the Kingdom of Grey Castle, there will be only one regime, the church, ruling over all the countries. Wimbledon turned completely silent. The man who had won the throne from his brother by force of arms was now like a man who had lost his life. Even for Maine it was hard to bear, but in his mind he hadn't the slightest thought of regret. The church had also invested a lot into this plan. A large number of outstanding believers had been willingly used as pawns, regardless of the danger to themselves. For example, the man who had played Wimbledon Roman III was a devoted member of the judges. He was a strong believer and absolutely loyal to the church, and would have originally received the transformation ceremony, becoming a member of the God's punishment army. However, in order to complete the mission, he got his appearance changed by a witch into that of you. So when he died in the castle, he didn't receive any honor. Before the mission, he could have carved his name on top of the church's monument on Hermes, but now the church could only bury his name forever. When Maine came to the conclusion that Wimbledon wouldn't speak any further, he took a small porcelain bottle out of a pocket and gave it to him to drink. When Wimbledon had collected himself and drank the potion, he spoke final words, "Curse." "Yes?" asked Maine, waiting for the king to continue. "I curse you. I'll be waiting for you in the depths of hell." Wimbledon's voice grew fainter with every word. In the end, Maine had even to concentrate if he wanted to understand what was said. "It's a pity that there is no hell in this world. Even if there is one, it isn't a place where I belong to. Everything we are doing is for the continuing of humanity. Only by unifying the four kingdoms are we able to get enough power to confront the true enemy, or else." The archbishop stopped his speech when he saw that Wimbledon's hand had lost all of its strength and had fallen to the ground. His head twisted to one side, and his chest stopped to move. This was the end of a king, but it's our beginning, he thought. Maine took up the bottle and put it back into his pocket. Then he opened the door and stepped into the quiet corridor, which gave the feeling like there had never been any cries. He only explained to the member of the judges how to deal with the aftermath, and then he left the castle without looking back even once. TN, please no spoilers. I will delete every comment which contains spoilers. Chapter 86, The Choice of the Witches. Chapter 86, The Choice of the Witches. Leaves didn't know how long she could still hold on. Her return to the camp in the impassable mountain range from the wildland took her nearly half a month. In order to avoid detection by demonic beasts, she carefully hid inside the thick and solid trunk of a tree to confirm that there were no demonic beast activity within the vicinity before running to the next place to hide. Despite her worry of the slow marching speed, she had no other choice. Once she was detected by demonic beasts, she wouldn't be able to survive alone. More than a dozen sisters had fallen under the attack of the devils, and the sisters who survived weren't good at fighting. During the time when Ironhand jumped into the crowd and started his massacre, they had scattered in all directions, but in the end, there were only a few who were still alive and able to come back to the camp. Thinking of all the death, the pain within Leave's heart didn't stop. The action of having to always hide herself during the escape consumed a large amount of magic power. Thus, she was only able to cover a distance of 10 miles daily. In particular, she always had to save enough power to survive the night. Since all of the rations she had at hand were eaten, she also had to look for wild fruits to sate her constant hunger. In addition, the heat spell within her Witches' Cooperation Association emblem had also run out of power, so she could only use bark to wrap tightly around herself. Every time she thought about the deaths of the young witches, who weren't even allowed to mature and who she had promised to protect, she couldn't stop her tears from falling. And as if all of this wasn't enough, during one night, when she was wrapped in her tree trunk, she was constantly attacked by the demon's bite after the constant attack of mental and physical blows. She had completely forgotten about this. Suddenly, she felt as if her chest was torn open, and the pain quickly spread throughout her whole body. The pain attacked her so suddenly that she almost instantly lost her consciousness. She was only able to fight back when she bit her tongue, tasted the blood flowing in her mouth. Under the constant torture, Leaves thought of giving up several times, but the thought of the possibility that more than 20 fleeing sisters, with serious injuries which only she was able to heal, were waiting in the camp for her return gave her the power to fight against the bite. Fortunately, she didn't have to suffer for a long time under the demon's bite. When she finally broke out from the suffering, she discovered that the tree trunk surrounding her body had a huge gap. Even worse, it was wet with her blood. So in order for the smell of her not to be discovered by demonic beasts, she had to fight against the pain and exhaustion and take off her clothes before fleeing to another tree. At the same time, she grew some green leaves on a bare branch and sewed warm clothes out of them. Under the guidance of her magic, the branch became a needle and the leaves' veins became her thread. During her escape, she couldn't eat either cooked food or drink warm water. When she finally entered the impassable mountain range, she even added 2 additional layers of leaves to her clothes, tightly wrapping both her hands and feet. But all this wasn't enough against the rapidly falling temperature and the ankle-deep snow, resulting in frostbite at her toes. So with this way of stopping and dragging on, with no feeling in her feet, she finally managed to return to the camp. At the moment she saw the familiar figure of one of her sisters, Leaves fell to the ground, unconscious. When she woke up 2 days later, due to the long time that her feet had been exposed to the low temperatures, Her injuries had become so serious that even her own herbal medicine couldn't stop the spreading gangrene. They had no other choice than to take the last resort and cut off 2 toes from both her right and left foot. These sacrifice didn't bother Leaves much, since she was able to survive. Compared to those sisters who had never come back, she was very lucky. However, when she saw that her surviving sister's arms were all wrapped in white clothes, great sorrow spread out uncontrollably from the bottom of her heart. At the moment of departure, there was already only 42 sisters, but now there were only 6 survivors. When Leaves was finally able to calm down, she asked the others how they fared. As she already knew, during their fight with the devils, the witches with abilities incapable of combat took the opportunity to escape to the camp in the impassable mountain range. During their first night, they were attacked by demonic beasts, a group consisting of wild boar species. Everyone who was unable to fight had to flee once more. The fact that they were already attacked again by a group of demonic beasts was clearly a bad omen, but there was nothing they could do against it. The next morning, after a new attack from wolf-like shaped demonic beasts, only 8 witches were able to escape. Fortunately, after they had entered the impassable mountain range, the demonic beasts weren't able to keep up. When they had finally reached the camp some days ago, 2 sisters were attacked by the demon's bite. Maybe it was because the traumatic experiences of the last few days were too great and the future prospect was too dark, but they didn't have the will to fight and weren't able to survive the demon's bite. Since there was no battle witch who was able to come back, everyone had thought that they had died under the hands of the devils, so no one had expected that Leaves would come back. Finally, someone asked, "So, what happened to our other sisters? Scarlet Windseeker and furthermore our mentor Kara, did they survive like you?" Leaves shook her head and whispered, "I am the only one who survived. Do you?" Scroll quietly began to speak, but since she could already guess the answer, she said instead, "Then you have a good rest." Also, she hesitated for a moment. "Leaves, there is one more point." "What?" asked Leaves, exhausted. "When you were in a coma, we sisters had talked and come to the conclusion that in the case that Kara doesn't come back, we hope that you will take the position of our mentor." Suddenly being asked this question, Leaves became distracted, so she closed her eyes to think. "Well, yes, our Witch Cooperation Association has suffered such a fatal blow. If we do not immediately select a new leader, I'm afraid we will soon fall apart. But the purpose of our society was to seek the Holy Mountain and obtain freedom and peace. Now the search for the Holy Mountain is over. No, the Holy Mountain itself is a hoax. It does not exist in the impassable mountain range, nor in the wild lands. Then why should our society continue to exist?" Leaves' mind was in total chaos. Even so, she wasn't looking at them, but she could still feel the eyes of her sisters, waiting for her answer. Her sisters needed a person to lead them and guide them forward, someone who hadn't already given up. After long silence, Leaves finally spoke. "We will go looking for Nightingale." Hearing her decision, the other sisters began to shout in disorder. "What? Why should we go looking for her? Do you mean we should also go to Border Town? What if she lied to us? Wendy is there too. She might have died long ago." Having enough of the chaos, Scroll clapped her hands, let the others quiet down, and then she asked Leaves, "What should we do if what Nightingale said is also a hoax?" "You can wait outside of the town, far enough to be safe," answered Leaves as she opened her eyes. "Let me find out the situation first before determining if Nightingale had lied. So for now, I will take the post of mentor, but if I die in town, Scroll will take over command and lead the sisters to safety." But I began Scroll, but she was soon interrupted by Leaves. "I know your ability is not suitable for fighting, and your ability is not much help for the daily operation of the camp. But now I understand that the strength of the ability isn't important for the rank of leader. The mentor should be a guide instead of being the strongest, but unfortunately it is too late for us now. If the cautious and patient Wendy was our mentor, wouldn't the outcome have been complete different? You and Wendy were the first to join the Witch Cooperation Association, so you are already an elder sister. You crossed the whole kingdom on your march from the east to reach the impassable mountain range, so you have a lot of experience. You are cautious, and you don't think you are better than everyone else. So there is no one who is better suited to be the mentor of us sisters than you." Afterwards, Scroll was silent for a moment until she said, "What if what Nightingale said is true? Then there is no reason why our Witch Cooperation Association should exist any longer," Leaves slowly explained. After all, that would mean Border Town is our holy mountain. TN, please no spoilers. I will delete every comment which contains spoilers. Chapter 87 Winter Twilight Part 1. Chapter 87 Winter Twilight Part 1. Ready. Strike. Hearing this command, Vanner put all of his strength into striking at his target with his pike. He held it with both hands, and as he hit the wolf's head, the pike gave off a cracking sound. The wolf had fluffy fur, and its eyes were copper red. When it opened its mouth, Vanner saw 2 rows of fangs in which the largest fangs were as big as his thumb. It was the first time that he had come so close in contact with a demonic beast. While it was trying to hit him with its claws, it was even throwing snowflakes at his face. Vanner felt like his brain had gone blank, and he was acting on instincts learned during training, like subconsciously gripping the pike tighter, continuing to drive the pike further. Vanner suddenly got the feeling that time was flowing slower. He saw that the pike had bowed to its maximum. However, the pike wasn't able to penetrate deep enough into the demonic beast's belly, giving Vanner the thought that the wolf's sharp claws would tear his cheeks open. Suddenly, a bang was heard. The pike wasn't able to withstand the momentum of the wolf and finally broke into 2 pieces. At the same moment of the breaking sound, the time flow turned back to normal, and the wolf fell down. Its claws landed on the city wall, scraping a series of marks into the debris. The other half of Vanner's pike smashed onto the city wall along with the wolf. Guns loading is complete. Fire at will. Suddenly, a gun barrel was extended on each side of Vanner. Seeing this, Vanner stepped a half step back as fast as possible and raised his head to avoid the smoke and debris that would hit his eyes. As for saving his ears, he had no time for it. Soon after the gunfire subsided, Vanner stepped back to the front, where he discovered that a number of demonic beasts at the wall's base laid slain. The one Vanner had stabbed laid also between them. When he turned his head, he could see his roommate proudly grinning at him. One only needs a week to learn to use your weapon, so there is nothing to be proud about. Vanner took only a glance, then he switched his line of sight back to the battlefield. In a situation like this, His Highness artillery team would come in handy, but at this time they still had to rely on these crutches. Your pike is broken, so take this new one. Cat's Paw handed Vanner a new pike. Is this group of demonic beasts crazy? They've been attacking us for 2 to 3 hours already, right? Yes, they are crazy, answered Vanner, taking the pike and stepping back into place to wait for the next wave of attack. How late is it? It's almost noon, Cat's Paw sighed. Taking advantage of the hunter overseer's lack of attention, he took on both sides. What's with Jop and the Rodney brothers? Don't look for them. Do you want to be killed by the wolves? Vanner snapped. They were assigned to the other wolves. They are probably in the 3rd or the 4th group. How were you able to change into Group 1? I belong to the replacement team, Cat's Paw laughingly answered. Whenever there is a need, I will come and help. In the last wave, an uncle was wounded, and now it's my turn. Make ready, sounded the hunter overseer's voice, interrupting Cat Paw's words. When looking down the wall, a dozen of quickly approaching demonic beasts could be seen. They were already so close that he could discern the various kinds of demonic beasts. This wave only had 2 wolves. The others were wild boars, a species of fox and a species of bear, which were no big threat to the wall. Pierce, nevertheless, he still obeyed the instructor's orders, carrying out a unified pike attack. Sure enough, this time his pike thrust only hit the air. But when he recovered his pike, Vanner saw that the 2 wolves were already shot down by a group of other hunters. Since this wave of demonic beasts was slower, the hunter team had squeezed between the strike team and shot as they pleased. They had been undergoing this cycle of fixed action already from dawn until the present. When the first horn was sounded, most people were still asleep. Vanner yawned. This time, the attack of the demonic beasts was more intense than ever before. Usually, they had to maintain this kind of battle for only 1 or 2 waves, but today, the demonic beasts were piling up at the base of the wall. They had already been replaced by the 2nd militia team halfway so that they could eat something, rest for a short moment, and then return to the wall. But unexpectedly, Vanner found himself much calmer than he had previously thought he would be, so when he heard that the gun team had to step back, he let them through, just as rehearsed in the previous weekdays. At first, they seemed like strange rules and regulations, but now they came in handy and were incredibly effective. The others looked almost the same as Vanner. They all firmly grasped their pikes and had a serious look on their face, but some of them looked very nervous. However, everyone stood still with a straight body, and no one stepped a step back. However, Vanner knew that the biggest push to the morale hadn't come from the daily training. Instead, it came from His Highness. At the moment after the firearms team shot, Vanner secretly glanced at the middle of the castle wall. It was the position where His Highness stood, overlooking the battle. Shortly after the horn sounded for the first time, His Highness had stepped onto the top of the city wall. Since then, he had stood on the wall, continually holding the defense line without any rest. Even when it was time to eat, he didn't step down. Instead, His Highness remained on top of the wall and sent his chief knight to personally get the breakfast. When Vanner recalled the behavior of the last lord, he remembered that the lord had withdrawn by boat as quickly as possible at the beginning of the months of the demons. The lord was followed by the other nobility, and then by the whole civilian population. As long as they had some silver royals, they would flee by boat. But if they had no money, they could only use their own feet to flee to Longsong's stronghold. Thinking back at this, Vanner felt completely refreshed. Yes, the army from the Lord of Longsong's stronghold and the Prince's border town militia team was completely different. The former group completely relied on their armor and weapons, and often tyrannized the area within the new and old districts, even suppressing and blackmailing foreign businessmen. But in Vanner's view, apart from the captain from the second militia team, there was no difference between rogues and them. Led by His Royal Highness, the militia was such a powerful team that they weren't even afraid of blocking the demonic beasts outside of border town, making it impossible for them to advance. In the past, only Longsong's stronghold was able to do this. Just look at Fishbowls. He was a former gangster in the old district. He was often the object of ridicule, but after joining the militia team and picking up the pike, he became a role model as a good citizen. There was also Fermi. His head was too big and he was a little slow, so he was often beaten up, laughed at by the people of the old district. But now, when fighting with a pike, not only did he become extremely fast and ruthless, but also more skilled than most people. Every time when the others had already finished their training, he would still thrust out 100 slashes because His Highness had once said, if the inflexible bird wants to overtake the more nimble ones, it has to catch up with their pace and then do even more. In the beginning, it was obviously only for the second egg, but now the soldiers were glad that they had joined the militia. Every day there was subtle changes in everyone, and every day they could train harder than yesterday. Vanner thought that he wasn't the only one who felt this way. Rather, he thought everyone would feel like this. He did not know how to describe his feelings. Perhaps it was best described by the words often used by His Highness. They were a team like never seen before. Woo-woo, suddenly, 2 short horn blows could be heard. This was the early warning system for an approaching mixed species. So Vanner looked into the distance and discovered a mixed species with wings and a lion's head, which was very similar to the beast that broke through the last time. Today this is our second meeting, he thought, but this time it isn't the same as last time. In addition to the gun team, we also have help from other forces. When he turned his head to the side and looked towards the middle of the wall, he could see a little girl with blonde hair floating beside the prince. Chapter 88 Winter Twilight Part 2. Chapter 88 Winter Twilight Part 2. Don't be so hasty, now isn't the time to act, said Roland. He could only sigh when looking at Lightning, who was eagerly flying around. God only knows why she is so interested in fighting against that demonic beast. It's obvious that she isn't the fighting type, but compared with ordinary people, this little girl doesn't even show the least bit of fear. Just follow the same pattern we used when dealing with the last one. Don't try to be brave. You're just a lure so that it will focus its attention onto you. Always maintain a high degree of awareness. Even though it cannot fly when it jumps up, it's still a very serious threat. I already know about that. Lightning spoke with a voice full of confidence. It isn't my first fight with something like this. Rest assured, I already know my limit. This time, it won't even be able to touch my clothes. During their talk, the mixed species had come even closer to the wall. It had already crossed the barriers and leaped in the direction of the unguarded area, trying to climb the wall. But this time, it was ignored by the militia members. They just kept defending their own sector, always waiting for the hunter captain's next stab command. Then we begin the special operations mission against this mixed species, shouted Roland. Hearing this, Lightning, who was already flying out, stopped for a moment and looked back to Roland. What's up, that phrase of yours? Lightning thought it through once more, then shook her head. It seemed slightly strange. Well, forget it, I'm off. Seeing the little girl's small figure flying quickly away, Roland turned towards Anna and Nightingale and asked, embarrassed, "Did you also thought that it was strange?" Well, they both nodded. All right. It seems even in this place these two lines were strange. You both can go now as well. Be careful, Your Highness, take care. Nightingale bowed to Roland, then she took Anna's hand and pulled her off into the fog. Roland put his arms behind his back, standing straight while facing the wind, trying to imitate how a boss would look like. He knew that many soldiers, when they had the time to catch their breath, would secretly glance at him. Because of this, even though his feet were already numb, he stood stoically at the highest point of the wall, clearly visible to everyone, demonstrating that the prince was always on their side. Since he couldn't put himself into combat, this way he could still serve to inspire them. This time, the intensity of the demonic beast attacks had exceeded all attacks previous. According to Iron Axe, during last year's month of demons, there would always only appear 1 or 2 mixed species. But this year, there were already 4 attacks of them on Border Town. The duration of these attacks was also unusually long. Even now, groups of 12 or even larger would emerge from the forest, always continuing to dash towards the city wall. Fortunately, the flintlock production has increased in the last month, and I'm now able to send out a team of 100 armed with flintlocks. Without them, I would have never been able to guarantee such a high killing speed. If we had to use crossbows, I'm afraid killing all of them would have been very difficult. In the long run, the advantage of guns, which needed less physical exertion, will become even more apparent. Of course, the large consumption of gunpowder was enough to give Roland a headache. He had already ordered more than 20 packs of explosives from the warehouse, which tore a huge hole in his reserves, so he was already thinking about rationing gunpowder. At the same moment, lightning was already flying around the mixed species' head. She fished a stone from her pocket and threw it at the beast's head. The stone accurately hit the target's head, startling it so that it jumped forcefully back, only to discover that the attack actually come from the sky. To provoke it further, lightning flew always at a low altitude and directly in front of its head, slowly luring it towards the town center. Although the mixed species certainly had the ability to think, but seeing this annoying little girl flying around in front of it, it didn't feel any threat. So it immediately pounced up, opened its wings, and in a few jumps it quickly crossed more than 100 meters. Lightning, seeing it prepare for a jump, immediately flew a bit higher and turned around, always keeping a few cottages and a street between herself and the beast. In this way, after 7 or 8 turns around, she was finally able to lure it to the town center, which was the ambush location on which Nightingale and she had previously agreed on. As a former lion, its sense of smell was naturally very sensitive. It should even be able to discover Nightingale even when she was in her world of fog. Because of this problem, they had to pull the demonic beast's attention away from them before Nightingale and Anna could start their surprise attack. For this kind of job, Lightning was perfectly suited. She was able to enrage the mixed species so much that it jumped around like a maniac with an opened wide mouth, always trying to get at this annoying fly. But Lightning, who didn't have to bear any weight, was always a small distance away from it, always flying up and down teasingly, making each jump fruitless. At the same time, and from another direction, Nightingale also arrived at the town square compared to Lightning. In her world of the fog, she could ignore all houses and fences, always moving in a straight line towards her goal. Since Anna's flame was only able to cover up to 10 steps, 5 meters, she had to get close to the mixed species, so she closed on it from behind, hoping to not be discovered. When they had to face the mixed species for the first time, this part was very troublesome. However, now it was already their second run against this kind of mixed species, and Nightingale had already gotten fully familiar with Anna's attack. So when they still were 30 feet away from the beast, she raised her speed to the limit, covering the distance in an instant, as if it was in only a single step. When Anna was able to see again, she discovered that the mixed species tail was already directly in front of her face. "Attack now," cried Nightingales. Around Anna, the black and white world swapped away like a wave. Within the blink of an eye, she was back to the familiar town square, directly releasing her green flame from the tip of her finger and expanding it into a great fire cage, covering the whole demonic beast. Facing this flame, Nightingale had to hurriedly retreat, even only feeling the heat wave, was already enough to make her feel like she was burning. Enclosed by the cage of fire, which was even able to melt steel, the mixed species did not have any time to struggle. It instantly turned into a ball of flame and crushingly fell to the ground. It seems they were already able to solve the problem. Wendy informed him when she discovered the green flame in the distance. In the absence of Nightingale, it was her turn to protect Roland. It seems like I won't get any part in the play. If possible, I would like it if it could stay this way, Roland answered, still maintaining his straight stance, pretending like he was riding along an easy road. Having said that, he still knew that without the help of the witches defending the town, the jumping mixed species would have thrown the militia once more into chaos. But today, even Nana had come to the walls, giving fast treatment to the injured soldiers. Her father was always at her side, protecting her. Today was the first time that Roland publicized the power of the witches in front of all the militiamen, and he was very pleased. Within the ranks, the love for their angel Nana rose to new highs. But when Anna and Nightingale killed the mixed species together, the crowd also began to cheer loudly. Of course, he clearly knew that not everyone wouldn't mind them. Such a situation like with the militia was very rare. But when they were fully accepted by the militia, he would still try to get them accepted by the whole town. Suddenly, the sound of gunfire began to taper off, and Roland noticed that the demonic beasts began to evacuate the wall. Are they finally retreating? He couldn't believe his eyes. But just at this moment, a beam of light broke through the thick clouds, covering the ground, followed by a second, then a third. Soon, tens of thousands ray of lights broke through the holes within the clouds. Then all the light beams merged into one, becoming dazzling and unable to look at. The earth had suddenly brightened up. The day when the sun rises again is the end of all evil. There was a short moment of stillness on the wall, but then a wave of cheering swept across the wall towards the direction of Border Town. Gradually, the townspeople came out of the houses and also started to cheer, welcoming the long-missed sunshine, celebrating their surviving of the winter, or in order to thank the prince. In the end, all the cheering merged into a flood, resounding throughout the entire Border Town. Chapter 89 Victory Celebration, Part 1. Chapter 89 Victory Celebration, Part 1. This year's winter was completely different than the previous years. In the previous years, when the months of demons ended, Border Town's residents had to stay for one more month within Longsong Stronghold's slums. They waited until the snow had completely melted, only then would they head back home. Back at the town, they always saw a complete mess. After a few months with no one taking care of the houses, some of which had already become dilapidated. Some of the less sturdy huts had been overwhelmed by heavy snow, and some of the townspeople's houses had been used by the demonic beasts as hiding place. Everything was broken and in disorder. For example, the cupboards and the tables were full of bite marks, and the remains of their meals still lay within the corners. Obviously, these houses had been used as shelter from the snow and as their lair. They often had to spend a week repairing the houses, replacing all the moldy furniture, cleaning out the lingering smell of rot, and so on. This was the procedure to which the residents were already accustomed to. But this year, it could even be said that Border Town seemed completely new. The snow was quickly swept away, and the prince provided to each family home's door a multicolored banner. From afar, the previously monotonous and dilapidated town had become colorful. When the colors mixed together, it looked like a sea of flowers. The castle also spread the news that on the first day after the months of demons, His Royal Highness would hold a grand celebration ball in the town square. Everyone was invited, and if that wasn't enough, no one had to pay a coin and would also be given free food. What is a ball? It is a social occasion that only the upper nobility was allowed to attend. The townspeople only knew of them from the stories of the influential, experienced, and knowledgeable merchants. Yet even then, they were never allowed to attend. If what the merchants had been telling them was right, then even with all their money, it still wouldn't be enough to receive an invitation. But now His Highness would allow anyone to attend. Your Highness, you wouldn't do that, right? Carter asked disapprovingly. There will be neither a band nor will there be any lead dancers. So who will control the rhythm of the ball? Besides, in this kind of remote place, even the nobles aren't necessarily able to dance, so citizens will only mess everything up. During Carter's time in Grey Castle, he had only ever attended one ball. It had been hosted by a marquis to celebrate the birthday of his daughter. The music played was graceful string music mixed together with passionate drum beats, while the dancing contained many rotations and tapings. But if the instruments were played individually, the ladies would dance to the melodious string music, while the men displayed afterwards a fast and powerful dance in rhythm with the sound of the drums. During breaks, attendants would shuffle through the crowd and hand out drinks and snacks. Up till the last song, the men still had time to find and invite their favorite woman to a dance, and if they were lucky, they would not only be rewarded with a dance, but also with some sort of romantic interaction. Carter sighed. Although he was still too young to invite his favorite girl, he could still remember the aftertaste of that elegant and romantic atmosphere. The nobilities are trained daily in maintaining their elegant demeanor. Can the villagers who had to instead fight with the demonic beast daily compare with them? God, he could not imagine such a scene within Border Town. Lead dancer. Yes, well, Roland had commanded the militia to remove the stone sculptures and the gallows from the town square. Iron Axe and the militia member will take over that part. Is that Sandman? Carter was stunned. As the captain of the hunter team, and with his performance during the months of demons, Iron Axe had finally gained the recognition of the chief knight. Even his alien appearance wasn't mentioned any longer, however. The other one was still from the Moji tribe. How could he know the etiquette of the kingdom of Grey Castle? Yet Roland only mysterious smiled and said, "Because I'm the one who is organizing the ball, it won't be the usual kind. You will understand it when you see it." He didn't have much preparation work to do. His biggest job was to remove the obstructions placed in the town square, and instead to put a pile of wood at the center. In addition, they had built tables out of stone, used to carry the barbecued food. Yes, this was the plan Roland had come up with, a combination of campfire with a wild barbecue. Roland had long thought about the problem, how to increase the people's sense of belonging to Border Town. After a long life working under their previous lord, the concept of status and nationality was set too deep within these rural and illiterate villagers. Only their property and the lives of their family were of their concern. The more backward the people were, the more short-sighted they would become. This was a law for the development of civilization. Civilization can only be as big as the greatest ideas of its people. Roland thought deeply. But this does not mean that lifting their spirits could be ignored, and this victory celebration was one of the methods he had figured out to transform their thinking. In fact, he found it hard to understand that there was no general celebration after the end of the months of demons. Facing the invasion from the demonic beasts once in a year was just like a natural disaster. To overcome such evil was naturally worthy of remembering, so he had decided to name the first day after the end of the months of demons as Victory Day, so that within all of the territory belonging to him, this day had now become a public holiday, on which many kinds of celebrations were held. As long as he was able to do it for 3 to 4 years, this kind of celebration would become a tradition and would even later carry on without Roland. And with time, the people would gradually feel that their own and other people under the governance of the Lord was indeed differently. Even so, it wasn't noon yet. The square was still full of people. The members of the militia were lined around the pile of wood so that no other could come near it. It seemed that the free distribution of food was quite attractive. I think that at least half of the town's inhabitants had come, Roland thought. In the end, more than 1,000 people stood side by side, filling up the complete square beside the woodpile. There was no place for any other activities. He even discovered that some children had climbed up on the roof of the surrounding buildings so that they had a free look of everything. Since it was their first time with this celebration, there were still some shortcomings. Roland thought that it was now the right time to enter the stage and to hold his speech. This was now his second public speech he had held on this square. Thanks to this, his attitude was much calmer than the last time. "My people, good afternoons. I'm the 4th Prince of Grey Castle, Roland Wimbledon." He still used the same introduction as last time, but today its effect was completely differently than it was the last time. His voice hadn't fallen yet, but the crowd already cheered, "Long live the Prince, His Royal Highness. Long live His Highness." Roland suddenly felt a kind of warmth spreading through his chest. This time he hadn't arranged for any propaganda from his own people. So when he heard the spontaneous cheers from his own militia and the townspeople, He felt a sense of accomplishment and satisfaction in his heart. When their voices finally calmed down a little, he continued, "The months of the demons is finally over. Thanks to the militia's heroic struggle, the demonic beasts weren't able to cross the wall one step. This year Border Town had only to pay a very small price to fight off the demonic beasts. This proves that, as long as we unite, even if we don't rely on the power of Longsong Stronghold, we can still get a foothold here. They wanted to threaten our town with food, the fear of hunger and cold, trying to force us to yield. But today's victory told them that all this was futile. Right, I do not want to go back to that place anymore. With His Royal Highness, we don't need to fear a day of hunger during the winter. At last they cannot blackmail us any longer. His Royal Highness is too kind. Let us celebrate this splendid and glorious triumph together," Roland shouted, taking advantage of the rising emotions within the crowd. "It is a day to be remembered, and I declare that from now on the first day after the end of the months of the demons will be known as the Victory Day. The celebration today is precisely for this purpose. My people, enjoy this day to the fullest. Now let the dance begin." With this, a torch was thrown into the pile of firewood. The flames jumped up, instantly setting the whole atmosphere on aflame. TN, please no spoilers. I will delete every comment which contains spoilers. Chapter 90 Victory Celebration, Part 2. Chapter 90 Victory Celebration, Part 2. 6 marinated cattle were transported next to the bonfire by carts if they weren't escorted by the militia. Roland suspected that on its way through the crowd, the whole cattle would have already been carved up by the masses. This was all of the food reserves the castle had left within the basement, so they wouldn't have any meat to eat until the arrival of the next merchant ship. Thinking of this, Roland's heart began to ache. In order to run this celebration, he had even used up all of the reserves he had. The master chefs brought over from Grey Castle were only responsible for wiping the meat and controlling the heat. In the end, the task of barbecuing was handed over to 6 people from the militia team. An iron bar was inserted into the cattle's body through its mouth and then placed in front of the fire on a brick station. The flames were wildly burning, so that even separated by 2 to 3 meters, the heat waves were still clearly felt. Soon the whole cow's skin issued a sizzling sound. Oil began to emerge out of its pores, emitting a seductive scent. Of course, the barbecue couldn't be the only attraction, so on Roland's signal, Iron Axe together with a team of militia entered the stage. Since those gorgeous and complex court dance didn't apply to such an occasion, and there wasn't much time for training, they couldn't even remember all the essential steps, let alone show such a beautiful and complex dance. To ensure that it was an easy-to-understand dance which was still enjoyable, the dance of the Sand People was clearly more in line with the interests of the civilians. The dance started with Iron Axe and the others placing both of their hands on their hips, always putting the right arm through the partner's left arm, forming 2 rings around the bonfire. They were accompaniment by the sounds of horns and began to move clockwise with each step. They would throw the other foot to kick forward while shouting, "Ha!" "Is this the lead dance you talked about?" Carter asked startled. "Can you even call this a dance?" Of course, it is very easy to remember. The militia had only needed to practice half an hour last night to master the pace. Roland answered laughingly. "Do you also want to try?" Carter shook his head and refused the offer. He just felt as if something in his heart would soon break out with a bang. "Don't. She was just a girl with an appearance which made men's hearts beat faster. Don't, she is just a sad memory from my youth." The other militia members were clapping with their hands in the pace of all the dancers' footsteps, accompanying each round with faster applause. The extremely fast rhythm moved the masses. They one after another reached out with their own hands to clap in accordance. As the applause got faster and faster, Iron Axe and his team's dancing speed also became faster and faster. Soon the ring began to show signs of coming apart. It didn't take long until one of the dancers accidentally fell, taking more of the dancers with him. Seeing this, the crowd became shocked, but the militia did not stop the applause. Instead, it got wilder and changed into a storm. Iron Axe propped himself by a militia member, stopping his fall, and then he turned to the crowd and shouted, "Did everyone understand it? Who would like to try it themselves? Until you fall just like us. If you join the dance, you can afterwards dive into the sweet and delicious honey barbecue. The longer you dance, the more meat you get." If the nobility or the rich families were to invite them, the normal townspeople would never have been involved subconsciously, giving them the feeling that they were superior compared to themselves. It was also common for the nobility to go back on their promises. But when they saw the militia members, which came from the usual crowd of civilians now beckoning them to dance with them, they were unable to hold themselves back. After the first round of people joined, they were soon followed by a second and then a third round. So soon, a new dance started, but this time most of the dancers came from the masses. Although this was a very simple interaction, it still made them very happy. In addition, with the reward of the honey barbecue in their sight, the participants tried their hardest to show the best possible performance. This was exactly the scene Roland wanted to see. In addition to the barbecue, there were also bread, fish cakes, and ale that was distributed to the masses. The celebration was planned to continue until evening, but Roland didn't plan to stay until then. He arranged for Carter to be in charge of the town square's safety, and the assistant minister was responsible for the closing speech. Then he left. He instead attended a private party at the castle's back garden. When the evening came, the backyard was still brightly lit. Just like in the town square, they had also started a bonfire. The difference was that they used chicken for the barbecue, which were cut into pieces. The seasoning and oil were of their own configuration, completely imitating the atmosphere of a barbecue in the wild. This kind of novelty of self-service style was loved too much by the witches that they could never part with it. Of course, for Roland's eyes, this was a rare spectacle. For example, Anna directly wrapped the chicken into her green flame after seasoning it, which soon gave off a delicious fragrance. Nightingale instead showed off her incredible knife work. One moment the knives were hidden, and a second later the chicken was hung upside down, completely peeled, and with all of its bones fell down. And of course, for the wine, it came from Willow Town and was much more suitable for the tastes of women than ale. Actually, Roland wanted to say that minors were prohibited from drinking, yet Lightning had already emptied half a bottle by herself, and since she was floating in the air, it would be difficult to persuade her, Roland thought. After around 1 hour within the barbecue, Roland was slightly tipsy. He leaned against a chair and watched the group of happy laughing girls. Seeing this, Roland felt very pleased. This is the perfect life for a prince, he thought, and also for the witches. With their extraordinary abilities and appearance, they shouldn't be the object of hunting. If they were born in my previous life, I'm afraid they would have become the dazzling focus of many people. But now, here in my territory, they can live a normal life. At this moment, Lightning suddenly fell down, directly landing on Roland's lap, and even before he had the possibility to react, she already had planted a kiss on his cheek. Although this action was done very quickly, it was still captured by many witches. When Lightning grinningly flew upwards again, she could see that Anna, Nightingale, and Wendy looked very surprised, so she waved her hand, explained. According to the rules of the fjords, when they hold a banquet to celebrate a victory, the woman can take the initiative to kiss the leader. Dad would let me kiss him every time. Isn't this also a habit in Grey Castle? Of course not. Roland instantly woke up from his half-drunken state. Cough cough, Lightning, you're drunk. Quickly go back to the castle and sleep. How can that be? Lightning protested. When I was sailing, I had many drinking battles with the crew and I never lost. Roland, recognizing that she would follow the order, turned to Wendy, who nodded and then used her power to kindly blow Lightning to the earth. When Lightning was close to landing, Wendy took 2 steps forward, approaching the girl and catching her within his arms. Disregarding of Lightning's shouting and struggling, she walked in a straight line towards the castle. Don't worry about her, she just drunk too much. Please continue to celebrate, soon the dessert will be delivered. Roland suddenly felt that the atmosphere had turned a little strange, especially when he looked into Anna's eyes. He felt a chill rising up from his feet. The only one who was completely unaffected by what happened was Nana. She was still concentrating on eating her chicken wings, like nothing had happened in general. After the bonfire was gradually extinguished, Roland requested Nightingale to escort Nana home. Then he went to the well and washed his face with cold water, already ready to go to bed. Roland didn't take the former episode to heart. In his view, Lightning was still a minor child. But when he arrived at the 3rd floor, his heart suddenly began to race. He saw Anna, who was leaning against his door. Chapter 91, Heart Prison. Chapter 91, Heart Prison. The corridor was shed by the moonlight which fell through the windows. yet only half of Anna's face was visible. Her eyes reflected the faint blue light, looking like two stars within the dark. Anna leaned against the door, with most of her body hidden in the shadows, but her outline was still visible. Good nutrition had completely changed her previous thin and skinny body, turning it into the body of an adult woman. Her body was just perfect, containing the right curves of her age, but also the unique charm of youth. Roland put on a calm face, stepped slowly forward until he was discovered by Anna. Finally, he stood in front of her, and they looked each other into the eyes. "It was just an accident. I didn't know she would do," Roland began. "I know, the other is still a minor, so I didn't care. This, I also understood." Anna reacted completely differently than Roland had expected. It didn't seem like Anna was at odds with him. He couldn't detect any trace of displeasure on her face. There was only a serious look. There weren't any waves within her lake-like blue eyes. Roland realized that she was still a straightforward woman. She didn't like any camouflage and didn't need to hide anything. Sure enough, she took the initiative and said, "I cannot be like lightning. In front of so many people, I don't dare to show such bold behavior, so I had to wait for you here." After this sentence, her cheeks gained a touch of blush, but even so, she didn't shrink back, and her eyes were still focused straight on Roland's. Her look could even be said to be incomparably serious. For 2 beats, Roland's heart set out. He wanted to say something, but he felt that at the moment everything he could say would be meaningless. She may mind the action of lightning, but grieving or complaining wasn't her way of acting. She would simply express her own feelings. Upright and hard-working children shouldn't be rejected, he thought. So Roland bent down, coming close to Anna's cheek, even feeling her breath on his face, like a spring breath fiddling his heartstrings. Within the quiet environment, they could clearly hear each other's nervous breathing. Then, soft lips slightly touched Roland's cheeks. "Good night, Your Highness," Anna whispered. Wendy sat on the bed looking at some books. For her, moments like this, where she had leisure time, were very rare. During her time in the Witch Cooperation Association, she also would have never thought about leading such a life. It wasn't long since she started staying within the town, but she had already developed the habit to. Before going to sleep, she would clean her body. And then she would put on a silk gown, which wasn't fastened around the waist, nor wasn't buttoned up. Sit cross-legged in the bed, with a soft pillow between her back and the wall, read books she had borrowed from His Highness. It had taken her a lot of time until she got Lightning to rest. So afterward, she did not intend to return to the back garden to continue the celebration, and instead she washed herself and went to bed. At the moment, she was reading a history book about the origin of the church. Although she grew up in a monastery, yet this was a theme that she didn't know much about. The nuns had always warned them to obey the teaching of God, but they never mentioned God's name during her childhood. This discrepancy had always puzzled her. Everything had a name, so why of all the things does the noblest God not have one? What was recorded within the books she had read, and the rumors she had later heard told of basically the same thing. At the beginning of the history of the mainland, there were 3 major religions, which thought of each other as heretics, believing that their gods were the only ones. This battle of faith lasted for nearly 100 years, and in the end, the church took the final victory. They declared that the other gods had been destroyed, and that calling God with any other name was forbidden. This was the word of God itself. The following pages described the glory and immortality of the church, including the building of the old holy city and the new holy city, and their victory over the evil witches. To Wendy, this all seemed very strange. She had also borrowed the books, The History of the Kingdom of Grey Castle and A Brief History of the Mainland from Roland. The first one almost unequivocally recorded the kingdom's establishment, development, and major events, such as the name of each king and the marital status and whereabouts of their children. The family with all their branches were described in such details that it nearly looked like a detailed genealogy. The Brief History of the Mainland focused more on the evolution of the 4 kingdoms, their alternations in handling their powers, and the inner and outer political struggles. However, they still put very much importance into the ruling families. Yet within the history book about the church, there wasn't mentioned any of the popes' names, Or it could be said that it was the same thing they had done with God's name. They just replaced their former names with the title Pope. So throughout the whole book, it just looked like there was only one pope during all of the hundreds of years of history. This wasn't consistent with common sense. Instead of calling it a record, it would be better to say it was a deliberate delusion. At this moment, Nightingale suddenly appeared within Wendy's room. When Wendy discovered her, she put down her book and looked at the other one with interest. "It's already so late and you're only now free to talk to me." Nightingale rubbed her tensed neck and went to the bedside to sit down. "I just finished my job of bringing Nana home. How did you fare with lightning?" On the way, she was non-stop talking about her father, yet when she hit the bed, she immediately fell asleep. I didn't even need to read some stories to her. Wendy shrugged. She always acts like she is already a big girl, but in truth, she is still a little child. "In your eyes, everyone is still a child," said the Nightingale teasingly, and took the book Wendy had previously in her hand. "His Royal Highness had said that you shouldn't read at night, especially that you shouldn't read when sitting in bed. The lighting isn't good enough and will hurt your eyes." "Yes, your Royal Highness did say that." The two of them talked for a long time. They talked about the time when they traveled together from Silver City to the impassable mountain range. What happened when they heard about a soon-to-killed witches, how they survived the months of demons. Nightingale had a lot to say, so much so that Wendy was only occasionally able to throw in 1 or 2 sentences. During the last 5 years, these two were so inseparable that they had developed a tacit understanding between each other. So the time passed slowly, until finally the candles were about to extinguish. Seeing this, Wendy began to laugh and asked, "How is it? Can't you sleep because of Lightning's actions today? What are you talking about?" "What else can it be?" Wendy smiled and shook her head. "Veronica, we are witches, you should know what that means." Nightingale kept silent, and even after a long time she didn't know what to say. Well, this fate, there was no witch who could escape it. Wendy put away her smile, sighed, and then said, "Roland Wimbledon, the kingdom's 4th prince, and we have to do everything possible to ensure that he will take over the throne. Then, when he rules the kingdom, he will be able to present us sisters with a shelter against the church. But that would also mean that he has become the king, and then there will come the time where he has to marry a duke's daughter or the princess of another kingdom. Then they will get children, maybe 1 or several. If it's a boy, he will inherit the country, and if it's a girl, she will be married off to another noble family." Here Wendy paused for a moment, giving Nightingale time to prepare since she had to say words, which no witch wanted to hear. "Veronica, we are witches. Witches cannot give birth to children. Even with the most optimistic outcome, where there is no difference between ordinary people and us witches, where we can freely walk along every road through the kingdom, even after the death of His Highness, with occasional cases of outstanding witches gaining the right to enter the upper ranks of society, maybe even get canonized as nobles. There will still always be the case that we witches will never be able to have any descendants, and without any descendants, we are unable to continue the family's glory. So the nobles won't even consider marrying any witch. So we will gain some things, but at the same time, an important part will be taken from us. This is our fate," she whispered. "I wish I didn't need to tell you this." "I see," Nightingale whispered. When Nightingale had finally left, Wendy didn't feel so good, but she believed that Nightingale would still be able to overcome this setback. After all, she had already crossed so many difficulties. She surely will also be able to cross this threshold. Of this, Wendy was convinced. Chapter 92, Army Rearrangement. Chapter 92, Army Rearrangement. "With this, our service period is over, right?" asked Cat's Paw, who was clearing the square of the burning debris of the bonfire, and then continued with a voice full of regret. "I really don't want to go back to the mines and work in a hole. I have to say, I already miss the months of demons a little." "Yeah, and I don't want to deal with those stones again either," Job immediately agreed. "The most important thing is that the difference in salary is too much. When we were assigned to the artillery, we had meat every day and a salary of 15 silver royals each day." "Don't say such foolish words," said Vanner, while holding a torch high to illuminate the surrounding. "His Highness provided all this food to us so that no person would starve to death during the months of demons. You only need to remember what happened the previous 2 years. Not even half of the people from the old district were able to survive. Did you already forget this? I'll say it once more, it's unlikely that the team will be dissolved. His Highness just put us into the artillery team and burned so much gunpowder to train us. Do you think that was all without reason?" But the month of demons is over, so why would His Highness still need the artillery? Asked Rodney while leaning on a broom. That's because the artillery isn't meant for the demonic beasts, Vanner thought, but in the end he said out loud, soon we'll know more, tomorrow we'll hear the answer. He yawned, then waved his hand impatiently. Okay, enough, quickly clean everything up, I'd like to go back to bed soon. The next morning, the teams were assembled and Vanner's previous statement was confirmed. When everyone was there, Iron Axe went in front of the lined-up team and said loudly, you have completed the first stage of the task, which was to defend Border Town against the demonic beasts. After 3 months and 6 days of fighting, you all earned His Highness recognition. Because of this, the militia will be promoted to His Highness Regular Army. But in case you don't want to fight any longer, you just need to stand up and leave now. His Highness had said that everyone who leaves now will get all of your outstanding payments, and additional a payment of 25 silver royals as. Iron Axe had to think for a moment, then he said, right, retirement fee. From the 300 militia members, no one moved, only the cat's paw raised his hand and said, report. This was also one of the odds rules the prince had introduced during the training. No one was allowed to whisper in private. If they wanted to say something, they had to shout. Iron Axe nodded, speak. What do you mean by being promoted to the regular army? Do we become knights? Vanner couldn't stop himself from laughing, but he quickly set up a serious face again. Becoming knights? That would mean becoming part of the aristocracy, not only getting an estate and a squire, but also their own territory. By asking this question, he had really lost a lot of face for the artillery. No, answered Iron Axe and began to patiently explain, obvious to him since he had also previously asked His Highness. The regular army is a professional fighting force, only established for the protection of His Highness and his territory. In other words, when miners work in the mine, you will be training. When the farmers harvest their wheat, you will be training. And when the merchants sell their goods, you are still training. All the training is to win all the future battles, just like you did against the demonic beasts during the months of demons. Then, what is the difference between the regular army and the militia? Asked Cat's Paw. More frequent training, stricter training methods, and a greater reward. Report. Hearing all this, Rodney couldn't help himself and asked, what does a greater reward mean? Vanner sighed. Why was his group of young men so impetuous? But in all honesty, he would also like to know this answer. The regular army will get an officer-led structure, and soldiers who fulfilled their given task according to the previous plan during the battles will get the chance at a promotion, and soldiers who performed extraordinarily well, said Iron Axe, for example, could rise to my position. If this was what His Highness said, Vanner thought to himself, and this was the way they implement it, it would be better to not offend one's superior, right? He quietly looked around. It seemed that no one realized the general problem. Instead, they still listened with keen interest and pleasure. Officers won't only get a higher payment, they will also get their own territory. After the last word fell, the crowd burst into an uproar. Vanner was also no exception. He even had doubts if he heard everything right. If they could get their own territory, then would there be any difference between them and the knights? But remember that once you choose to become a member of the regular army, the system you will follow then will be completely different from the system you are used from the militia. Such as in the case you aren't able to complete the given task, escape, start a rebellion, or any other violation of the disciplinary codex will be severely punished. This isn't like the previous punishment of not getting an additional egg to eat instead. It includes extra labor, imprisonment, and even hanging. Also, every previously awarded position can be taken back. Iron Axe paused for a moment. Now is your time to quit. The crowd fell into silence, and also Iron Axe tensed up, but still, no one moved. He couldn't help himself. He began to grin. Well, then from today on, you all are placed directly under His Royal Highness Roland Wimbledon's orders. Vanner himself felt incredible. If he had heard these terrible punishments 3 months ago, he would have slipped away long ago. What is the use of promotion? What is the use of owning one's own territory if you aren't able to save your own life? But now, he almost did not hesitate to choose the fixed position, compared with returning to the North Slope mine to collect gravel, or to stay in the old district only able to wander idly around. It was clear which was much more to his interest. Your perception is pretty good. What's your name? Mr. Vanner, I hope you continue to do well. His Royal Highness encouraged him to train hard, and he also reaffirmed his idea that he belonged to the militia, and now Vanner would continue to fight for His Royal Highness as a member of the regular army. Iron Axe quickly announced today's first training program, field training. At the beginning, Vanner felt very disappointed. It was once more running for training. Even during the months of demons, if the weather was good enough, they always had to run. After breakfast, they checked the weather conditions, and then they had to run 2 laps around the town unless there were large snowflakes falling from the sky. Then they would abort running training. According to the saying of His Highness, this exercise was good for the muscles and allowed their bones to thaw, so while defending the city walls, their movements wouldn't become stiff and unable to use the pike. But when the soldiers ran out of Border Town, Vanner immediately felt the difference between this new and the old training program. At this point, the snow on the field was still far from melting. After 3 months of uninterrupted snowing, the snow reached up to their knees. Calling it running wasn't the right word. Instead, it was better to call it crawling through the snow. The teams suddenly broke into many small groups. After each step, they needed a lot of strength to take another step. There was no doubt that this special training of struggling through the snow was certainly an idea of His Highness. Vanner had already figured out the goal of His Royal Highness. At this moment, any protest would become invalid. They were only able to go through with this training until the end. During the whole morning, they had to struggle through the snow. So when the team returned to the town, Vanner was satisfied that he couldn't feel his own legs any longer. The snow which got into their boots had already turned into water. Even standing in the sun, most people were still cold and trembling. The huge physical exertion exacerbated the chill. Even Iron Axe felt unable to eat. He announced the dissolution of the team and delayed the lunchtime for 30 minutes so that everyone could dry their boots and replace their pants. So everyone was very pleased when they later heard that the afternoon training was cancelled. Of course, they didn't know that Lightning had supervised the whole field training. This was the little girl's daily training regime, learning to precisely control her magic to fly with uniform velocity. When she later reported her gathered information to Roland, the latter nearly fell from his seat. The total distance traveled throughout the morning was 4 kilometers. Chapter 93, Army Framework. Chapter 93, Army Framework. A few days after the victory celebration, Roland finally undertook the great farming project. A constant dripping sound could be heard from the direction of the windows when he was sitting in his office. It sounded as if it was raining non-stop. It was the sound of the melting snow. When he visited the countryside for New Year's, he laid in front of the window most of the time, watching the long ice prisms which hung under the roof turn transparent and then into droplets, which then fell down. At the moment, he hadn't had the time for such leisure. However, writing down plans for the future while simultaneously listening to the voice of Earth's recovery was also very pleasurable. According to the information gathered from the previous years, the snow would need about 1 week's time to melt, but the road between the border town and Longsong stronghold would at least need 1 month until it was usable again. It took so much time after the snow melted since the road was built out of mud and also didn't have a drainage system. Roland could already imagine it. If he wanted to defeat Longsong stronghold, the first thing he needed to do was to build a road between the two cities which was usable by carriages even during heavy rains. But now the problem with the highest priority was still the issue of the army's reconstruction. Without a reliable and mighty army, it would be impossible to defeat the forces of the Longsong stronghold with his outnumbered troops. Transferring the militia into the regular army was only the first step. The specific preparation of establishing the new rules, discipline, reward, and punishment system turned out to be a big headache. Although as a child he had played land battle chess, however, he had already long forgotten all the previous teachings. Roland, after some thought, simply decided to make up his own plans. Anyway, as the creator of the new army, even if he implemented unreasonable things, no one would discover it anyway. So Border Town's first compilation for the new army was soon prepared. According to the army, division, platoon, team, squad, 5 people for a squad, taking into account that a cannon needed at least 5 people to operate, 10 squads for a team, 10 teams for a platoon. As for the number of platoons within a division, he decided to consider it later. In view of the overall battle prowess of the armies during this era, as long as he sent out 2 or 3 platoons of soldiers, It should be enough to defeat the vast majority of opponents on the battlefield. When he decided on the basics for the army framework, Roland took a deep breath. The rules and regulations that came next were much simpler. In addition to always wearing their uniform, they had to obey the commanding officer, never desert, never betray a comrade, and so on. Roland's first rule was to prohibit plundering and harassing. The problems caused by plundering were numerous, and the negative impact it had on the local inhabitants was so great that they would need years to recover, if ever. This was also the reason why he had insisted on only using civilians as the members of the military. When the aristocracy responded to the call for battle of their lords, the main reason for their obeying wasn't to defeat the enemy. Instead, it was for the looting afterwards. Or, in other words, the main reason they followed the call of war was to plunder the wealth and territory of an enemy, of course. This included also the innocent civilians within that territory. As for the mercenaries, not to mention bandits, even though they looked steady and fierce, but if you took a closer look, they were just a flag waving in the wind, and at the same time robbery was also a major source of their income. So hoping for military discipline from these people was meaningless. Only an army built up out of civilians wouldn't see other civilians as only lambs to be slaughtered. Of course, relying on discipline and moral restraint alone wasn't enough. After long days in the field, the heart of greed would enlarge with each continued victory. Therefore, the given rewards had to always keep up with the greed. Only in this way could he prevent looting and other illegal behavior. In order to make the reward grand enough, Roland decided to offer the greatest reward of all, receiving their own territory. As long as they achieved great merits during battle, they could get their own territory. Roland had many unclaimed territories like this. The land between Border Town and Longsong Stronghold could slowly be reclaimed. Since more than 90% of all land belonged to members of the aristocracy, such a reward was absolutely very appealing. Once they had their own property, these people would be closely attached to his side, and in case there was someone who wanted to overthrow him, they would show the strongest possible resistance to protect their benefactor, and with this protect their own land as well. After all, humankind wasn't driven by words and whips, but by their own benefits. Putting it another way, as long as he could continuously fulfill the basic interests of the people under his rule, there would be no one who could shake his dominance. Unlike a traditional fief, Roland will grant them an area between a few acres and up to a dozen acres. The territory could be used to build their own residences, and they could purchase serfs or hire farmers to take care of their fields, but they weren't allowed to set up their own industry. In contrast, the rewarded territory for a knight is close to 2,000 acres, an area equivalent to a small village. The above-mentioned industry income was used to provide the knight and his attendants for their war necessities. For example, it was needed to purchase their own weapons, armors, and horses. Being awarded such a small area of land wasn't of much interest to the aristocracy, and as such wouldn't encounter much resistance. But it would also weaken the feeling of independence for the people on the battlefield. In Roland's view, it was just like paying a retirement pension, which would ensure that the soldiers had a stable income even after retirement. At the same time, in order to strengthen the centralization of power, and to avoid that the thought that servant's servant is not my servant would occur, he would only grant them the ownership of the territory but no autonomy. In other words, the land was still under the jurisdiction of the laws, regulations, and systems in the Lord's area. In a sense, they would become the foundation for the future generations of farmers. After he had written down the concept for the reward system, Roland took a break and stretched his body. Then finally, he could start thinking about a field within his own area of expertise: R&D weapons. With the increasing speed of flintlock manufacturing, continuing to use spearmen to protect the gunners seemed to be a waste of manpower, so the latter needed the ability to fight independently in melee combat. There was a very easy solution to this problem, that was adding a bayonet to the flintlock. Roland didn't expect his own men to take the initiative and engage in close-range combat. Instead, they should only have the ability to defend themselves in case the power of the gun wasn't able to completely destroy the enemy's courage, and they started a desperate attack. A weapon like a bayonet wasn't so difficult to manufacture. Describing it in easy-to-understand words, it was just a sharp cone, and in the case of further improving the killing effectiveness, he could also add a blood groove into it. The key part was the connection between the bayonet and the gun. The first bayonet was a blade which was connected to a thin wooden pole, which could be directly put into the barrel of the gun. The advantage of this construction was that it was quite simple. The disadvantage was also very obvious. If the bayonet was used, the gun was unable to fire. And in addition, if it was used to stab someone, it could happen that the bayonet would become stuck in the enemy's body. So Roland intended to produce the improved second-generation bayonet, the casing type bayonet. The bayonet had an iron casing added to the blade's handle. The inner casing diameter was slightly larger than the grooved barrel. One only needed to weld a piece of iron with a hole on top of the barrel. After plugging the bayonet on top of the barrel and inserting a filling into the hole, it would become fixed. The blade had a triangular form, with 3 sharp blades. If pierced into the body, it wouldn't fall off, and it would also leave a difficult-to-heal wound. After the installation of the bayonet would be slightly longer than the barrel, and so also complicate the loading process, but compared to a folding bayonet, it was much simpler for mass production. As long as there was a sample, any blacksmith was able to reproduce it. But to enable the bayonet to play an important part in a battle, it was important to train the soldiers in how to use it. But Roland naturally didn't know anything about it. Fortunately, he remembered that his chief knight had once boasted that he was able to use any weapon. So he just had to find him and get him to teach the others how to fight with a bayonet. TN, for more information about bayonets. They seem to fall off all the time. Chapter 94, Destruction Doesn't Need a Reason. Chapter 94, Destruction Doesn't Need a Reason. The artillery production was also advancing steadily. The second round of production for the cannons had already entered the drilling phase, while the third round was still at the material collection phase. If he is lucky, Roland could have a gorgeous lineup of 4 12-pounders after a month. There was no doubt of his superiority in terms of firepower, but the question now was how could he turn this advantage into a winning situation? And Roland was still striving for an answer to this. Before he'd crossed over, he was just working as a mechanical dog, and just like for most of the other people in that world, his understanding of war had only come from history, movies, and games. If it was just a battle with cold weapons, he could have handed over the command to Carter and Iron Axe. But this battle wasn't the same as those two had previously fought. There was no one who would be able to understand these new hot weapons better than himself. That being the case, he could only gather the knowledge they had and build his own plans on that foundation, in addition to his knowledge from a later era. In order to ensure his victory, Roland let lightning travel every day between Border Town and Longsong Stronghold. On one hand, to observe the road's conditions, and on the other hand, because he needed to accurately calculate the distance. Roland believed that the victory in war was built on a foundation of previous gathered information and calculations. Whether it was a tactical development or the deduction of each stage of a battle, receiving victory in a battle was inseparably linked to these 2 points. Roland once more took the 1-meter-long iron pipes and the 100-meter-long hemp ropes he'd made for determining the firing range of his cannons. Then he went to the artillery testing area west of Border Town and measured with them a distance of 1 kilometer. Then he let lightning fly this distance so that she would always do it in the same amount of time. When she had skillfully remembered exactly how much magic to use, Roland began to measure the distance between the Longsong Stronghold and Border Town. Using a sundial to measure the time that was needed for a round trip, he had calculated the distance between the 2 places was around 55 kilometers. Of course, this was the linear distance between 2 points. In fact, if traveling by land, you would need to take 2 big bends in order to avoid crossing over the foothill of the impassable mountain range. So in the case that the Duke chose to attack by land, he would need at least 3 days to reach Border Town. With lightning as a scout, Roland would be able to always have a clear idea where the enemy was and what he had to do. Within the range of 2 kilometers to the west of Border Town, he had inserted many signal flags to signal the distance. So if the enemy entered this area, his artillery could quickly adjust the muzzle angle without the need of firing a test shot. Now he began to worry what to do if the other party didn't start an attack. At this moment, a knocking sound came from the door. Nightingale, who had been lying all the time on the couch, chewing dried fish slices, vanished. Seeing this, Roland coughed twice and said, "Come in." The door opened and his assistant minister Barov stepped in. Your Highness, a member of the aristocracy of Longsong Stronghold want to see you. Who? Asked Roland, only to directly ask once again, did they send that ambassador again? No, not the ambassador, Barov shook his head. It is one of the nobles who left before the beginning of the months of demons, Baron Cornelius, who's came back now. Roland had to think a moment until he remembered that indeed there were nobles living in border town that had ease, caped to the stronghold, but now they dare to come back. They immediately return when spring starts. Doesn't they respect the royal law? Why does he want to see me? During the construction of the wall, his house was demolished, said the assistant to the treasurer. If you don't want to receive him, I could send him out. Roland wanted to take him up on his offer, but then he changed his mind. Let the Baron wait for me in the parlor. Maybe through him, Roland could put some pressure on Longsong Stronghold. At least this was something he would like to happen. After dawdling for around half an hour, Roland leisurely entered the parlor. After arriving, he saw a man with a very round belly, impatiently waiting beside the long table. While the man restlessly walked up and down, the additional layers of meat on his face swayed in accordance with his steps. Seeing that His Highness had finally appeared, the Baron stopped his walking and reluctantly went through the royal greeting ceremony. Sit down, Roland went to the table and placed himself in his seat. According to his usual habits, even if it wasn't time for dinner, he would let his kitchen at least prepare a dessert, but today he did not even let them prepare tea. Your Highness, Prince, murmured Cornelius, and started speaking even before he sat. How could you let that stupid stonemason take my house apart? That was still a good house. From the parapet, the logs used for the roof beam column was also of the best quality. When I had it built, I had to spend more than 150 gold royals. While speaking, he agitatedly waved with his hands. 150. Hearing this, Roland had to use a lot of strength to suppress his laughter. If it was still the prince from before, when looking through the old memories, maybe I really would have believed that. But now, you mean the house located the furthest to the west? Well, said Cornelius while nodding, it was the grand mansion, second only to Baron Simon's. It's such a pity that it was located too close to the wall and had hindered the passage of my men, Roland said. After stopping for a moment, then he continued, but the town hall had already decided on the compensation. How much? Roland stretched out 2 fingers, 20 gold royals. That's too little. Your Royal Highness, shouted Cornelius while spraying spittle everywhere. Eventually, he calmed down. Then he took out his handkerchief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Well, 20 gold royals, where should I go get the money? Get. Roland put on a puzzled look. The money has already been paid to the owner of the house. What? Wait. I am the owner of that mansion. It's not you. It's Blair, the captain of my second militia. Who is that? The Baron asked once more in a loud voice. Your Highness, you are mistaken. I am the master of the house. But I didn't see you during the winter. Roland picked up his brow. How then can that house be yours? Of course I wasn't there. I went back to the Longsong Stronghold. Who would stay in this god-forsaken place? This place is only able to be used as a feeding ground for the demonic beast. So you want to say you fled because you feared the demonic beasts? And you still have the face to call yourself a lord? Asked Roland. The Baron was suddenly stunned and didn't know how to reply. Guards, Roland clapped his hands, and immediately 2 guards came into the parlor, holding Cornelius between them. We're in the palace, Hallow. What do you mean with this? Very simple. You now have 2 choices. Roland stood up from the seat, freezing Cornelius with his look. First, you admit that you've wronged, that the house doesn't belong to you. And then I can look at what happened just now as nothing more than a farce. Your second option is admitting that during the months of demons, you betrayed your lord, fleeing from the battle without the permission of your lord, shamefully escaping to Longsong Stronghold. If you take this option, I will put you in prison for desertion, where you will wait for the day of your hanging. Which one do you choose? The sweat pouring from Cornelius' forehead didn't stop. He swallowed in fear, hesitated for a moment before he quivered. Your Highness, I made a mistake. It was not my house. So this was all a misunderstanding. Roland shrugged and then said to the guards, send the Baron on his way. When Cornelius was nearly through the door, the prince stopped him once more. Right, when you take your ship back to the Longsong Stronghold, can you please deliver a message for me? Tell those, who have maybe the same misunderstanding as yourself, in case they don't want to choose the second option, They don't need to waste their time by coming to Border Town. Anything you want, Your Highness, Cornelius said with a forced smile while leaving the room. But the moment he turned around, Roland could see how his counterpart was gnashing his teeth. Like this, I ought to have created a big enough uproar within Longsong Stronghold, right? Roland thought. Chapter 95, Meeting Chapter 95, Meeting Damn. What a bullshit prince. Isn't he the one who was only thrown into this wilderness out of pity? Cornelius ferociously thought. But when he remembered the two guards with their hands at their swords who were walking behind him, he had to temporarily swallow his mouthful of resentments back into his stomach. When he was finally out of the castle and saw the two guards leaving, the Baron felt relieved. He pulled out an already wet handkerchief and wiped his forehead. He resolutely spit out a mouth full of spittle, while imagining the spit directly smashing into the prince's face. Yet this still wasn't enough to release his anger, so he had to stamp repeatedly onto the spit, until his heart was finally comforted. Just because you were able to block the invasion of the demonic beasts, you think that you are able to face up against Longsong Stronghold. Just carry on being so proud. After all, you don't have much time left in which to be so proud. Cornelius thought that if he hadn't received such reliable information, he would never have dared to come back to Border Town so early. In general, the aristocracy will always return even later than the civilians. After all, mining and hunting was dirty work. It was so hard that the aristocrats would never do them. Their part was just to supervise the production and wait until there was enough ore so that it could be transferred. And in their spare time, they would go to their hunters' houses and ask whether they had any suitable high-quality fur to purchase. But this year, the situation was completely differently. Cornelius had heard from the financial director Sir Reynolds that Duke Ryan was ready to drive the fourth prince out of Border Town. This wasn't a betrayal to the King of Greycastle. No, instead they were upholding an order from Timothy Wimbledon, the new king. Roland Wimbledon is no longer the Lord of Border Town, and if he wants to get reassigned to a new territory, he has to return back to the king's office first. Duke Ryan had spoken these revolutionary words in front of Sir Reynolds, who had been able to climb up from a position in the city hall to the position of financial director in only 5 short years. If they hadn't had a distant relationship as relatives, and if he hadn't sent him 2 high-quality furs each year, Cornelius would never be able to know what went on in the minds of the people in charge of the West. Gaining a new territory after returning to the king was just an empty statement. Even Cornelius knew that the first prince, without being able to say anything, had been sent to the guillotine. So if the fourth prince went back, would the new king show him mercy? Without doubt, the West border was under the rule of Duke Ryan. The only question was whether he would wait for the order of King Timothy or if he would act without it. However, when Duke Ryan decided to act, there would be no difference between Roland Wimbledon and a homeless dog. This was also the reason why Cornelius had rushed to Border Town. The first reason was naturally to get to the furs as early as possible, but his second reason was to put his own house up for sale. The first point he thought was a very smart idea. While in the previous years the civilians fled to the Longsong Stronghold to take refuge, their inventory was naturally empty so early in the year. But this year they had stayed the whole time in Border Town. Surely there were some goods he would receive, right? So not only could he make a small fortune, but he could also offer Reynolds some familial piety. The second point was that Cornelius had asked Reynolds to give him a place within the city hall, although it was just busy work. But it was still better than living in this damned poor place. And since he wouldn't need his house any longer, he should sell it as soon as possible. Who knows when Duke Ryan would start his attack? Maybe this unruly mercenary would raid and burn his house, giving him a big loss. But he never imagined that the house wasn't burned down by mercenaries, but instead it was directly removed by the fourth prince. When the Baron thought once more about this fact, he gritted his teeth in anger. It was one of my best houses, although 150 gold royals were an exaggeration, but it had at least a value of 30 gold royals. In order to get the money early, he had even bent his back and had reluctantly accepted 20 gold royals. But then His Highness even treated him in such a crazy way. Instead of giving him his coins, he was even threatened by defection. Doesn't he know that each year to the beginning of the months of demons, all the nobles evacuated towards Longsong Stronghold? Wait a minute. Cornelius suddenly slowed down. There seemed to be something wrong. Although he had previously heard of the fourth prince's bad character, The prince was always acting without thinking. He even molested Baron Simon's wife directly after he had arrived at Border Town. Afterwards, this became a private joke for a long time. But today, the impression he received from the prince didn't match with what he knew. The prince had never become angry, nor did he act shamelessly. Instead, it was Cornelius himself who had shown bad character and acted completely without rhyme or reason. During the whole talk, the other side had constantly spoken in the same tone. So why had he become so scared, even having obediently given up his own house? If he had said that the house was his own, would the prince really have killed him or not? Right. Cornelius couldn't help himself from shuddering, sweat on his forehead shrinking back. Now, in retrospect, when he'd faced the prince, he'd had the illusion that he was instead talking with Duke Ryan. The Baron shook his head hard, trying to search through these unpleasant memories at the back of his mind. Anyway, the fourth prince will only be proud for a few days longer. Soon Duke Ryan will bring Border Town back under his rule. And then His Highness Roland Wimbledon will also be escorted back to Grey Castle. I will have a good laugh at him then. Perhaps those 20 gold royals were lost, but in the end Duke Ryan will still seek out revenge for myself. Stopping his thinking here, he was finally able to relax again. Since he had received some high-quality pieces of fur, and he didn't need to sell his house any longer, he could simply sail back to Longsong Stronghold now, delivering the message to the member of the aristocracy who had the same misunderstanding. Simply has to be a great act. When I return to Longsong Stronghold, I have to imitate it as good as possible so that everyone knows what a bluff looks like. When he finally left the castle area, walking down the road to the harbor, Cornelius passed a woman who was wearing a hood. Originally, there was nothing strange about it, after all the townspeople were coming and going all the time, but the woman was all dressed up. Maybe she was a young lady or an upper-class woman on her way seeing the prince. But when a gust of wind blew up the corner of her hood, Cornelius felt his heart jump, and he couldn't catch his breath. God, that's what a woman should look like. With rare green long hair, even just revealing a part of her face for a moment was enough to get me stunned. Even if the king in Grey Castle called for the princesses of other aristocracy, he wouldn't see someone like her. So how is it possible that someone so beautiful is in Border Town? He turned around, wanting to catch up with her, seeing what she would do, only to discover that she was walking straight into the direction of the castle. Is this the kind of woman the prince has access to? The Baron hesitated a bit longer, but in the end he gave up. He just really didn't want to have anything to do with the fourth prince. Such a wicked person should be left for Duke Ryan to clear up. I still have to get back to Longsong Stronghold. Arriving at the pier, he entered his own single-masted clipper. The boatmen pulled at the sail, and the boat quickly left the pier, sailing in the direction of Longsong Stronghold. On the way back, while sitting in the sun, Cornelius saw quite the spectacle. About 5 miles away from Border Town in a field of snow, a large group of people entered his field of vision. They were all wearing the same brown leather armor and a long wooden pikes on their back. Forming a long line, they slowly marched through the snow. Although he was separated from them by a small forest so that he couldn't clearly see everything, he was still sure that there was at least 100 people. Those are the farmers the fourth prince used to confront the demonic beasts. In the early months of the year, when the snow still covered the roads, it was absolutely difficult to walk in the snow. Cornelius couldn't even imagine it. But the group of people were still moving down the road, and it even looked as if the snow was at least 1 foot deep. This wasn't a small matter. He wanted to laugh at the ridiculous sight, only to discover that he was unable to. A feeling of doubt unconscionably arose in his heart. The knights under Duke Ryan's command, would they also be able to do this? Chapter 96, Leaves. Chapter 96, Leaves saw that there were people busy everywhere. She had never thought that she would ever return to a town in the secular world. After crossing the border of Border Town, one-story brick buildings which were covered in dust appeared one after another in front of her. Even though it was only half a year since she had fled into the impassable mountain range, she still felt like she had just stepped into another world. The months of demons just came to an end, so after passing the winter, the townsfolk were short on food and clothing, and the complexion of their bodies should be very bad. At least this was what Leaves remembered when she had crossed the slums of Silver City and her journey to the west. everywhere were people who died from the cold or from hunger. And if they were living, they still walked as if they were already corpses, with an empty gaze and a slow and unsteady movement. But here, most people she saw were full of vitality. Some were even drying fishes at the entryways of their houses. Some had climbed on top of their roofs to repair damaged tiles. Other young men were carrying hoes and hammers. They talked and smiled to each other while walking to the north of the town. To prevent other people from trying to talk to her, Leaves pulled her hat down as far as possible. The castle stood at a very striking area. It was placed at the southwest corner on top of a hillside. There was no plants around her, so if she wanted to sneak into the castle it was quite difficult. Hiding herself in the trunk of a tree would be okay, but letting it stand up and walk would be too much. For a witch, she really wasn't good at hiding her body. So after carefully considering her options, Leaves thought that rather than hiding herself, she wanted to walk openly into the castle. If Nightingale didn't lie to her, then even if she entered through the main entrance she wouldn't face any problems. And in case Nightingale deceived her, deceived the Witch Cooperation Association, she was also self-confident enough that she would be able to flee from the two guards at the entry. Of course, there was also the worst-case scenario, that Nightingale had betrayed everyone and there weren't any witches working for the prince. If that was the case, she would in all likelihood die. As a top-fighting witch, very few people would be able to escape if Nightingale wanted to kill them. She was probably even stronger than Kara. If they fought each other, it wasn't certain who would win. Leaves had already prepared herself for the worst case. If she was unable to come back, Scroll would take over the position as mentor and lead her last sisters into their future, no matter where their destination laid. No matter where at which place they ended, no one knew the answer. She slowly walked up the hill, coming close to the castle's gate, and was soon noticed by the guards, who put their hands on the hilt of their swords and one loudly snapped, "This is the prince's palace, it's no place for you should quickly go back." He paused and then added, "If there is something important you have to report, go straight to the left and follow the street until you reach the town's hall. There are people who will receive you." Leaves took a deep breath, then she took off her hood. Not surprisingly, she saw a surprised look on their faces. When she saw that the other side had recovered their feelings, she bluntly said, "I am a witch." At the moment she said the sentence, she almost expected the other side to draw their swords. Yet the two guards just stared at each other. There was no ordinary man who could hide their feeling of disgust when they heard she was a witch. But their faces showed only curiosity. One of them even asked with interest, "You are a witch. What ability do you have?" Hearing their response, Leaves' heart began to beat faster. She was almost unable to hold her excitement back from breaking out. While trying to keep her voice calm, she said, "I want to see Nightingale. Anna or Nana would also be okay." In Nightingale's story, the witches were frequent visitors to the castle. The prince didn't restrict their freedom, only acting as their guardian, even letting them come and go as they pleased. But if Nightingale's story wasn't true, the guards surely had never heard of their names. One guard turned to his partner, the one who had previously spoken out loud, patted his shoulder and said, "You will keep her here, and I'm going to inform His Royal Highness." Leaves watched him walk through the gate, soon disappearing in the direction of the garden. While waiting for what would happen now, she thought about the probabilities. In the end, would Nightingale greet her like a sister, or were the guards at this moment surrounding her, or would she be attacked by a blade out of the shadow? She found herself in a strange contradiction. Obviously, she wanted to believe in Nightingale, but the closer she came to the answer, the more afraid she became of the thought to get disappointed. Maybe Nightingale was a secret agent. The names of Anna and Nana weren't made up by her, right? Or, for her, the time had never passed slower than at this moment. Every heartbeat was like 100 years for her. For her, it was a very long time that she had to wait until her destiny was decided. In the end, she didn't know how long or how short the moment was she had to wait until she heard Nightingale's voice as if in a trance. She was unable to do anything, only asking herself if she heard it right. A familiar figure emerged from the gate, bounced over and reached Leaves' side almost at the same time as her voice. The next moment, she was already wrapped in a warm hug. "Leaves, welcome home. This is my spare uniform for the moment you can wear it," said Nightingale, who rummaged through her cupboard. "Here is the jacket, shoes. Well, here is also a nightgown and bath towel. Why are you in such a hurry?" Wendy shook her head with a smile on her face. "You only have to wait until His Highness is up, then she will get everything." Seeing how busy Nightingale was to help her, Leave's eyes became warm. She took a deep breath, trying to suppress her tears. From the beginning, Nightingale had never lied to them. There really existed a prince who treated witches nicely. "Do you want to take a bath first?" asked Nightingale and placed the towel and bathrobe directly beside her. "At the moment, His Royal Highness is taking a nap. When he finally wakes up, he will gladly receive you." "Right, were you able to find the holy mountains? How did you and the other sisters fare?" When this sentence was spoken, Leave's line of sight became suddenly blurred, unable to bear it any longer. She wrapped her arms around Nightingale, releasing the long-suppressed pain inside her heart. After having cried for a long time, Nightingale's chest had already become wet from the tears. But at least Leaves was finally able to calm down. Then she began to tell them what had happened after their last meeting, telling them all the suffering they had to bear. When it came to the point where her sisters were buried in the wild, she felt how Nightingale took her hand and squeezed it. When Leaves' story came to its end, Wendy's look became very heavy. "I had never expected that Kara would bring the Witch Cooperation Association to its end. From the 42 sisters, only 7 people. It was also my inescapable responsibility if I hadn't stood firmly on Nightingale's side." "It wasn't your fault," said the Nightingale sadly. "No one can predict the future. Now the important part is to decide what to do next." She looked at Leaves. "You said there were 6 other sisters who survived. Where are they now?" "They are at the entrance to the canyon waiting for a message from me. We previously made an appointment. If I'm unable to come back, Scroll will lead them away from here, maybe to the extreme south, perhaps even crossing the sea." "Then we will have to go to the canyon and get them," said Nightingale, excited. "I'll leave now. Wendy will stay here and take care of you." "Wait a minute, what will you do if they don't believe you?" "Leaves will have to go with you, just call Lightning to follow along. At the moment, she should be training for her flight towards Longsong Stronghold. Take some horses with you like this, our sisters can ride the last part of their road," Wendy carefully urged. "But His Highness, isn't he still sleeping?" Leaves became stunned. "Don't you need to get his approval first?" "Rest assured," said Nightingale reassuringly. "If His Royal Highness knew about this, I am afraid he would went crazy from waiting." Chapter 97 New Witches, New Abilities, Part 1. Chapter 97 New Witches, New Abilities, Part 1. When Roland walked into the office, he was surprised to discover that the one waiting for him wasn't Nightingale but Wendy. "What happened?" He poured himself a cup of warm water. "Where's Nightingale?" "She went to meet our sisters." "Are you?" Roland, having raised his cup ready to drink, suddenly felt that something was wrong. "Wait a minute. What sisters?" "Our sisters from the Witch Cooperation Association. They've come to Border Town," Wendy replied. "Aren't they still busy looking for the Holy Mountain?" He jumped to his feet. "How many people are there?" "The one that wanted to kill Nightingales. I seem to remember she was called Kara. Is she also coming?" "No, Your Highness. They were unable to find the Holy Mountains. When they finally managed to enter the wildlands, they were attacked by terrible monsters. Ultimately, only 7 sisters survived." Wendy reported what Leaves had told her, then she bowed to apologize. "You were still napping. Please forgive us for deciding that Nightingale and Lightning should go and pick them up." "No," Roland said while waving his hand in refusal. "You already know that I won't blame you for what you decided." "What are their abilities?" "This I don't know, but Leaves told us that they don't belong to the fighting type of witch, perhaps." Wendy hesitated. "They aren't of much use to you." "Non-fighting type." Roland's heart was suddenly full of expectations. The God's Stone of Retaliations and the Witch's small area of effect drawback actually already limit the fighting capability of the witches by a lot. So production was their strongest field in any case. If there is a witch with the ability to produce plastics, I would be able to solve the problems of my rough processing technology. I could directly step into the mechanical production era. If they have a witch with an electrical ability with them, she would be able to turn the night into day for Border Town. If the next king took a witch as his bride, they would be able to lead us to the pinnacle of life. They could leading us to achieve Deng Xiaoping's 4 modernizations. Just thinking about these possibilities makes me already totally excited. Your Highness, if you don't need them. Perhaps the silence was too long for Wendy, that she began to worry and so whispered. "No, how could that be possible?" Roland said, not letting her speak one word more. "As many witches as arrive is as many I will accept." Around sunset, Nightingale returned smoothly with the last from the sisters from the Witch Cooperation Association. Roland, who was already waiting for them, had prepared a sumptuous dinner in the castle grand hall. trying to wash away the memories of the hardships they had encountered during their travels. The witches were obviously very hungry, but it was their first time dining in such a grand environment. They were all acting very reserved. For many of them, it was the first time seeing a lord, not to mention that this lord was even a prince of this country. Fortunately, in addition to Roland himself, there were also the two local witches, Anna and Nana, who demonstrated how to act, and not to forget there was also the lively Lightning. In the end, they were finally able to let go of their shyness and start to enjoy the banquet, even starting a happy conversation. Roland was chewing on a slice of bread. At the same time, he was also looking on with high spirit at the quite different styled women before him. Even with their uniqueness, they could all still be regarded as beautiful women. This was the great gift of magic. Even with the technology of the science in the future, those witches wouldn't have the need to use any of it. Even without cosmetic surgery, their appearance was still able to turn every head. Since Carl still wasn't finished with the construction of the living area for the witches, the only possibility was to place all of them inside of the castle. There were still 4 rooms vacant on the second floor, so Roland considered changing the single-person rooms into double-occupancy rooms. After all, those big beds were actually prepared for visiting nobility. It could easily accommodate 2 people and still have room to spare. The prince waited until the end of the dinner and then finally asked the long-awaited question, what were their abilities? Like a wolf herding sheep, Nightingale brought them one after another into the office. There Roland asked all of them specific questions about their life and abilities, etc., all things that were comparable with a job interview. He recorded each of their characteristics. He also tested their abilities while being protected by the effect by a god's stone of retaliation. When the last interview with the witches was finally completed, he took a deep breath and stretched out his tensed body. If he wasn't afraid that Nightingale might be directly beside him, eavesdropping, he would have liked to start humming Superstar. Although there weren't any witches with the ability of electricity or shaping material, which could have been used to raise the slow modernization speed, but this batch of witches was still able to bring Roland an ample amount of pleasant surprises. First and most important of them was the witch called Leaves. He spread all the records he had collected over the table and took hers back into his hands. Prior to adulthood, Leaves was still only able to speed up the growth of plants and their fruits. But after her day of adulthood, her ability had greatly improved. Besides her growth control of plants, she could now also manipulate them. The first ability could be used to improve the quality of fruits and seeds, increase yield, and also increase their herbal effects. Her ability also had possibility of altering a plant's characteristics and traits. According to her explanation, if she put her magic into a plant, she was able to grow green leaves on a dead branch, while if she put her magic into weeds, she could wrap them around her enemy's feet and doing so entrap them. But the most remarkable thing was that she was able to integrate herself into a tree. However, the bigger the plant, the more magic she had to spend to manipulate it. So she preferred using weeds during combat, as it showed a faster effect while having a lower cost. The range at which she was able to cast her power, even through physical materials such as earth, was around 5 meters. There was no doubt that the witch, whose ability resembled her name and whose green hair also her appearance, would be a good helper to improve the agriculture. So her importance to Roland was self-evident. Industrialization required a large population. And if there was a large number of people, it also needed an adequate supply of food to support the population. This was achievable through either self-producing or through trade. If they used the former possibility and the production wasn't efficient enough, most of their human resources would have to go work in the fields. The second point was very difficult to achieve because of this era's ability to transport goods. Now that he was able to lay his hands on a druid, Roland hoped to use only a few farmers to feed a large number of the industrial population, and with this, accelerate the process of industrialization in his territory. Therefore, in the future, he would let her practice improving the quality of wheat and barley seeds so that they would deliver a larger yield. As long as she only improved them by at least a little, it would still greatly help to improve his territory overall and raise the upper limit for the population. In addition, Roland had heard that the fjords also had some unique types of food. According to Lightning's description, it sounded like they had both potatoes and corn. If these rumors were true, then introducing those two plants as crops should become one of his highest priorities. After all, wheat itself wasn't a high-yielding crop. Roland carefully wrote down the future practice plan and then put Leaves' data aside, and then he drew the second piece of paper from the table. The second witch he had interviewed was named Scroll. She was also the oldest witch within the 7 survivors. This year, she was close to 40 years old. This was a really rare age for a witch. The older they became, the harder it was to resist the demonic bite. But when she described her ability to him, Roland could immediately understand why she had been able to reach that age. Her primary ability was having a much better memory than the ordinary person. Her memory has become so good that she could almost be regarded as already unable to forget anything. On her day of adulthood, she had also gotten a very interesting branch to her ability. She could read books and for a short period of time create a copy of it. Because of this, Roland named her ability the illusion of a book. Since she used her main ability almost all the time, Scroll could easily pass each day of awakening. This was also the reason why, even though she came from a very poor family, she was still so knowledgeable. This ability greatly enhanced her learning ability, especially for exercises where someone would need to remember important texts. Casting her branch magic was very taxing for her body. How long she could create a copy of a book was dependent on how much mana she had remaining within her body. Usually, it was enough for 1 to 2 hours. Obviously, Scroll was a natural-born teacher. If in the future he wanted to increase the standard of education, she was a teacher who could teach nearly anything. Well, as for now, Roland thought, her ability didn't offer much to practice, so he simply put her file to the side while thinking, when I have some leisure time, I can write some primary math and primary physics problems down to teach her, so that when the time is ripe, she will be able to enlighten the education sector. TN, Information to the 4 Modernizations, Chapter 98, New Witches, New Abilities, Part 2, Chapter 98, New Witches, New Abilities, Part 2. The name of the third witch was Hummingbird. She was a witch that had a small size, just like her nickname depicted. When asked to perform her ability, she had acted much more cautiously than the other witches had. It was just in this year that she had become an adult, had symmetrical dimples on her cheeks and very delicate features with a waxy soft voice. Summing it up, she was cute. Her ability was to lighten an object. When she put her magic into an object, its weight would be greatly reduced. According to her description, the weight would almost become close to 0. Roland let Hummingbird give him a live demonstration with her own cup, seemingly letting it float in the air. In other words, its weight was about equal to the air. Of course, in this era, in the eyes of the people, the air had no weight. It seemed it was due to her ability that the Witch Cooperation Association was able to cross the impassable mountain range. With the help of this young witch, the bags could be filled up with the wheat and dried fish and were still easily to carry. Like this, only a few people had been needed to carry a lot of materials, which had significantly reduced the trouble with logistic. Although Hummingbird had already become an adult, but she still hadn't developed any branch magic. To cast her magic, she needs to be in contact with her target. In addition, the target wasn't allowed to be a living entity. The bulkier the object, the more time would need to transform its weight and the more magic she would consume. However, once the conversion was completed, it would last for several hours. This capability looked to be very suitable for the transportation industry, and it also had some promising uses in the upcoming war. But there were still just too many unknown elements, so her ability still needed to be more researched before that. Thinking all this trough, Roland wrote at the bottom of her parchment, learning to control the needed magic output by training with stones of different weights, so that in the end, she can precisely determine the effective time of her magic. After finishing the first 3 training programs, he ordered his attendant to light another candle, making the room brighter. But even with this, in the waving orange candlelight, the reading and writing became much more tiring to his eyes. Roland yawned and took the parchment with information concerning the 4th witch. The 4th witch had a rare surname. With her full name, she was called Soraya. She belonged to a merchant family from Greycastle and had brown short coils and a pair of slender eyes. On top of her nose, she had a small freckle which didn't destroy her beauty. Instead, It gave her a unique touch of youthful vitality. She was 19 years old, and her ability was also a very special. After all, she was able to paint a picture of everything she saw or could imagine. In addition, with her magic pen, which was her branch ability, she was able to draw without any paint on any paper, and it would be just like creating a photorealistic image. Her ability, which was just like a camera, had endless possibilities, and as for her training, he would just let her draw some paintings every day. Afterwards, he pulled out the next parchment, the fifth, which was called Echo, and was a woman from the extreme south. She was tall, had brown skin, and her eyes and nose had the typical southern features, giving her a very exotic look. According to her story, after her awakening, she was able to imitate any animal's call, and after her day of adulthood, her calls had only gotten more wonderful and charming. She didn't develop any branch ability. Roland decided to name her ability Magic Sound. As for the long-time uses, he had no idea, even for practice possibilities. She should just roar at the top of her voice as much as she wants. The sixth witch who came in to be interviewed was Lily, who was only 16 years old. She had 2 ponytails and a delicate doll-like face, without showing any facial expressions while sitting in front of Roland. Her ability was to prevent food from rotting. And even though her awakening had only been 1 year ago, she was still the witch with the most important role in the Witch Cooperation Association without any food preservation. A lot of food would have become inedible during their journey. Lily, together with Hummingbird, would be a good addition to his logistic force. As for how she kept the food fresh, whether she was killing the bacteria or had any other means was still to be confirmed. Roland decided to let her practice on all kinds of meat and fruits, and that she should also confirm her magic powers' time of duration ratio. He rubbed his tingling neck and put the information about the 6 witches on a pile and set them to the side. Now there was only one last piece of information on his table. After leaves, she was the next surprise for Roland. 7th witch, Mystery Moon. She was very nervous when she walked into the office. Nightingale even had to come in to comfort her for a while. Nightingale later whispered to Roland the specific reason why she was so nervous into his ear. Even so, her ability was still a mystery, yet it was known as the worst ability within the Witch Cooperation Association. It could even be said to be useless, since it was also easily accomplished by human labor. Coupled with often being blamed by Kara, she has become very timid, and now she feared that if Roland also thought that she was useless, he would ban her from Border Town. Her main ability was to magnetize an object. Before she reached her adulthood, she was only able to magnetize metallic objects, but afterwards she was able to magnetize any object she was able to put her hands on. She also didn't have any known branch ability, and the magnetizing process was also extremely slow. According to her story, it would take her half a day to magnetize a square stone block the size of about half a foot. This ability wasn't of much use to the Witch Cooperation Association. A magnet wasn't new to them. Every huge vessel sailing across the seas was equipped with a 6-point compass, so they could easily identify their direction. On the contrary, her magnetized objects were causing problems. For example, a metallic part which was lightened by Hummingbird flew always in the direction of her magnetized objects. In the end, Kara even banned her from using her power. But for Roland, this taciturn girl was simply a priceless gift. She was also the reason why he wanted to hum Superstar. Was there anything more appropriate than the lyrics of "You are electric, you are light"? Magnetoelectric, electromagnetism, was knowledge that any science and technology dog would know about. He thanked Faraday, Gauss, Ampere, and Maxwell wholeheartedly. With electricity, there also was light. Perhaps it wouldn't take him much longer until he will be able to show Border Town a new miracle. A witch who was forbidden from using power and was still able to survive the demonic bite showed that her self-esteem wasn't so fragile. At least her desire to live on was much stronger than of most other people. Roland was secretly overjoyed that she only joined the Witch Cooperation Association less than a year ago, or else over the years, she would most likely have become a living ruin under Kara's rule. With much enthusiasm, he wrote, "In the following days, Mystery Moon will magnetize a variety of items as training and determine the relationship between the consumption of her magic and the size she magnetize. With the addition of these 7 new witches, Roland witch lineup had increased to 12. After seeing so many examples, Roland got a general understanding of magic. Their traditional classification of combat and non-combat type wasn't reasonable. Roland instead preferred to divide them by the characteristics of their magic abilities. Summarizing it, the witch's ability can basically be divided into 3 categories. The first category was the self-strengthening type. This type of ability seemed to be very rare. So far only Scroll seems to belong to this category. Even under the effect of God's Stone of Retaliations, she still wouldn't lose her extraordinary memory. The second type was the summoning type. Anna, Nightingale, Nana, Lightning, Wendy, Leaves, Soraya, Echo, and Lily all fell into this category. Its characteristic was that the magic could be summoned outside of their body, yet the area of effect was only about 5 meters or less. Witches that fell under this category were the witches who were the most suppressed by God's Stone of Retaliation. Once they stepped into its suppression zone, any magical effect would disappear. However, in the case that the power was used before it was blocked, the result was permanent and irreversible. The third type was the attaching magic type. This belonged to Hummingbird and Mystery Moon. Their magic was displayed by direct contact with their target. The conversion process was also very slow, and the consumption of magic was quite large, and it could always be interrupted by God's Stone of Retaliation. However, once the conversion was completed, the added properties became inherent properties, which were effective even within the suppressive area of the God's Stone of Retaliation. How long the enchantment took effect depended on the amount of magic power used and the object's size. Most probably, this is also the reason why the God's Stone of Retaliation is unable to suppress the rampaging magic during the demonic bite. He thought, God's Stone of Retaliation doesn't affect the converging magic or the inner magical flow. It only affects magic during the processing time. Described in layman's terms, it only affects outside powers and no inside powers. Roland put the quill down and rubbed his eyes. No matter what, he was going to have a busy future. Chapter 99, Night Talk. Chapter 99, Night Talk. The witches were unable to sleep at this time. After having suffered for so long, they still couldn't believe that they were so welcomed by the prince. There were no fetters and no guards. The prince even allowed everyone to live within the castle, sleeping in such spacious rooms. Wendy had already guessed that her sisters would feel uneasy, so she together with Nightingale had went to collect all of their sisters and meet in one room. There they sat on the ground in a circle, happily chatting and calming their emotions. This is the manner that a leader should have, Leaves thought to herself. If it were Kara, who was absolutely scrupulous, she would never have noticed their condition. Or even if she had noticed, she wouldn't see a reason to comfort her sisters. Sister Wendy, His Royal Highness, what shall we do? Hummingbird asked timidly. Our abilities are much worse than what you and Sister Nightingale can offer. This caused a feeling of resonance within her other sisters, who nodded to support her. Wendy, seeing this, began to laugh. Let me think. Well, the first thing you all should do is to practice your ability. Practice our ability? Soraya asked hesitantly. Does His Royal Highness want me to draw portraits of him all day long? Probably, Wendy patted Mystery Moon's head. You too, even if Kara forbade you to use your ability in the camp, His Highness doesn't. Instead, he even encourages you to use and discover your own ability. But my ability brings problems to our sisters, said Mystery in a very low voice. Even if that is the case, you still need to practice, said Wendy categorically. It's to save your lives. What does life and death have to do with training our abilities? Leaves couldn't help herself from asking. Yes, the witches with His Highness method were able to safely survive the Day of Awakening. Nightingale interjected before Wendy could answer. From now on, we can bid farewell to the demonic bite. All of us sisters can easily pass the Day of Awakening. All the witches were now staring at Nightingale, and for the moment they couldn't believe what they heard. Are you speaking about what happened to Miss Anna? Scroll asked in astonishment, but last time you didn't tell us how she was able to accomplish it. Yes, at that time it was still only His Highness speculation, but in the meantime it was also Nana's Day of Awakening all day long. She wasn't hurt. Then this method is... Scroll couldn't speak any further, it was just too unbelievable. As long as we can consume all of our magic power daily, Nightingale continued to explain, I'm able to see how the magic power within your bodies changes. Due to regular usage, your body is able to adapt to the magic, and your magic reserves will also increase, while at the same time, the suffering during the demonic bite will also be reduced. When it is close to your day of awakening, as long as you consume all your magic and keep your magic reserves empty, the demonic bite won't cause your body any harm. I think everyone can even faintly feel it, Wendy added. While we were always chased by the church, we always hid in the furthest parts of town, not daring to use our abilities. So every winter we lost many sisters. But this year, while living in the camp in the impassable mountain range, besides for Ari and Ami, everyone else was able to safely live through the day of awakening. Thinking about this, Leaves took a deep breath. When she had encountered the demonic bite while traveling through the wilderness, its duration was exceptionally short. In other words, the Holy Mountain is not a piece of land. Yes, the Holy Mountain isn't a place, Wendy nodded. As long as we can accept ourselves as what we are, not thinking of ourselves as the devil's subordinate, and when no longer hide our abilities, we are our own Holy Mountain. Wendy had even asked His Highness if he allowed her to go to the Witch Cooperation Association camp when the months of the demons had ended. To tell you the news. Nightingale looked at Wendy and softly said, like this, even if you hadn't found the Holy Mountain, you could still live freely within the mountains. Since everyone is here now, it is unnecessary to mention this. Wendy smiled and shook her head. It isn't important if you are needed by His Highness or not. Even if it's only for the reason to keep yourself safe, you need to practice every day. If this is really the key to release us from the demonic bite, can it be that other witches were already aware of this? Scroll asked, and after thinking for a moment, she answered her own question. We weren't the first witch society. The Kingdom of Dawn and the Wolfheart Kingdom had already their own societies. We even sent them letters inviting them to accompany us on our search for the Holy Mountain, but we never received any reply from them. Leaves gently sighed. She had the same thought but didn't say it. Since Kara found the ancient book in the ruins at the eastern border of the Kingdom of Grey Castle, she firmly believed in the Holy Mountain and took us all with her on her endeavor. At this point, the society started their long march into the exile, almost across the entire kingdom. During the journey, we meet many new sisters, but we also lost a lot of them. If from the beginning we had hidden ourselves within the ruins, would we have found the key? We can try to contact the witches hiding in other cities, suggested Nightingale. This was His Highness' plan anyway. He wanted to let other witches know of this safe haven by releasing rumors. Like this, it would surely greatly release their worry. In the end, I still don't understand the point why His Highness should accept all of us witches, asked Echo, clearly confused. The Southern Witch had clearly suffered worse than most of the other witches. First, she was sold by her own people to a businessman of the port of Clearwater, who then took her all the way to the capital, selling her once again to the king. She was forced to learn the royal etiquette and how to dance. She even had to learn how to skillfully please a man. If it weren't for the Witch Cooperation Association who rescued her, she would probably already have been sold for an exorbitantly high price to the hands of a duke or minister. Until now, her speech had still her own southern accent. Maybe he is just the same like those who previously wanted to buy you, said Lily with a sneer. Men are. Don't talk about things you don't understand, Lily, said Nightingale, resolute and clearly unhappy. His Highness, Lord Roland, is clearly different from all those you spoke about. After all, some of us are already living here for quite a while. Let's end it here for today, decided Wendy and said while still wearing her kind smile. It's already late, so everyone should go back to their rooms and try to get some sleep. Even if your ability really isn't useful to His Highness, he still said that what he wants is for all of you to be able to live a life in Border Town that is as normal as possible. If you want to know what His Highness will ask you tomorrow, it is, here she deliberately paused for a moment, I want you to accept this contract. After Scroll and Leaves had finally returned to their own room and closed their door, the former said, it's getting late, we should sleep now. Well, even before His Highness had asked about her ability, he had already arranged a room for her and Scroll together. Even so, he had said that this was only a temporary arrangement, and if the construction within the town was finished, she could get her own room. But in her view, this bed was spacious enough for 3 people, so it wasn't really a problem. She took off her coat, got under the quilt, and was immediately wrapped by an indescribable soft and comfortable feeling. After feeling so much pleasure from finally having a comfortable bed to sleep in, Leaves couldn't help herself and began to happily croon while burying her head into the pillow. After a long time, she softly asked, do you blame Kara for what we had to face? Scroll kept silent for a very long time, then she sighed and finally spoke. No one can predict the future, no matter what she later did. At least at the beginning she really wanted to find a home for us witches, where we could live in peace, without having to have anything bad in our minds. But this is all is of no importance. You should sleep now, child. With this she closed her eyes and murmured good night. Chapter 100 The Ancient Book and the Traces It Gives Part 1. Chapter 100 The Ancient Book and the Traces It Gives Part 1. Just as Wendy had said, the next morning directly after breakfast a maid came and brought them to Roland's office. There the prince handed them a fine piece of parchment. Taking into account that some of the witches were illiterate, Scroll read its contents to them, followed by them signing it with their fingerprint. Roland knew that it was hard for them to understand the meaning of each line written in the contract, but this wasn't important. After some time, they would begin to understand what he wanted from them. He also knew, even if this was a slave contract, they would still have put their signature under it. But Roland didn't think that it was good to lose his principles just to get some small benefits. Since they chose to follow this road, we have to look to where it is leading them to. At the moment, everything he made was the laying of a foundation to form a positive cycle for the future. A long-term investment which should end in a win-win situation for both sides. After receiving the signed documents, Roland gave out the training plan he had developed yesterday evening and explained to each of them personally what they should do. When he had finished this, he called Leaves, Scroll and Soraya back into his office. After closing the door, Nightingale showed a royal salute, startling her sisters. "I've been thinking all night long about the story I've heard yesterday from Wendy." Roland opened the curtains, letting bright sunlight flood into the room. "She said you had encountered a terrible monster and only 7 of you were able to survive. Even your Witch Cooperation Association mentor, Kara, died within the wilderness. So I want to know what you have encountered. Was it a mixed species or a demonic beasts?" Leaves was the first to speak. They weren't demonic beasts, they were devils coming from behind of the gate of hell. They possessed a tall body and were able to ride on demonic beasts. They were also able to use magic, She hesitated for a moment, just like us. "They were devils." Roland frowned, turning his view to Soraya. "Were you also present at the scene?" The spoken to nodded hesitantly. "You can draw the scene, right?" asked Roland and gave her a piece of paper. Soraya closed her eyes, remembering the painful memory, but regardless she still took the paper and went to the table. Following this, she began to fully display her ability, taking her magic pen in hand. The pen started to release colorful light, which flew from her hand directly onto the paper. A lifelike picture gradually took form on the paper, and during the whole drawing process, Soraya never opened her eyes once. When Roland stepped near the table, he discovered that the picture's imagery looked very realistic. No, he had to correct himself. This wasn't a painting, but an image taken from a real-life scene. Her ability was just like a camera, reproducing the genocide in the wild from a first-person perspective. When she had completed the painting, Soraya's forehead was covered in sweat, clearly indicating that the memory was a nightmare to her. Nightingale went to the table too, taking a look and asked, "Are these the devils you had encountered?" "Yes, those are." Leaves pointed to the nearest one from the perspective the picture was taken. The devil wearing metal gloves was able to summon lightning attacks, while the other one was unusually strong. He could throw a spear several times faster than an arrow shot from a bow. More than a dozen sisters died under their hands, but they weren't able to use their special attack the whole time. It was in such a moment of wretch sharing when I was able to kill them. "You were able to kill them on your own?" Roland asked. Kara's magic snake had ripped open Ironhand's pipe, and he eventually died from that wound. "I used the same method to kill the other one with a crossbow. The pipe seems to store some red gas, and if the gas leaks out they die." "Well, this thing seems to resemble an oxygen tank. How is it possible for creatures in the wild to have something like this?" Roland asked himself in confusion, but directly saying that they have to be aliens is a little too premature. Looking at their clothes, they are patched together out of pieces of leather and animal skins. This shows that their level of civilization can't be much further developed than ours is. Whether it was by using magic or technology that they were able to cross to other planets already shows their strength, while the people on Earth are still fighting against each other all the time. Of course, we cannot rule out the point that it's just an innate skill of an exotic civilization. Roland thought, for now, the important point is to remember that the devil is not an invincible enemy, they can be killed. In addition to the devil, we also saw a city floating in the sky. Leaves added, no matter how far we moved into its direction, it always stayed just in front of us. Lightning has mentioned something similar to it in her stories. I think she called it a mirage. Can you also draw a picture of the city? Roland asked in Soraya's direction. She nodded, summoned her pen once more, and begun to paint a city floating in the sky, just as Leaves had said. Roland viewed the picture carefully, but he was unable to get much information from the vague scenery. Even if the city displayed in the picture really is only a mirage, it still means that somewhere within the wildlands there has to be the real one. There seem to be red clouds above the city. Maybe this is the gas that is needed by the devils. This explanation is much more reasonable than thinking about aliens. After all, the vast wide lands behind the impassable mountain range is a complete mystery zone, where for a long time no one had set their feet into, so detecting a new race isn't too surprising. I heard from Nightingale and Wendy that Kara decided to look for the Holy Mountain after she read about it in an ancient book. Roland asked. Scroll, have you also read the book? Scroll hesitated for a moment, but then she answered. Kara didn't allow anyone to read the book, but I have still seen a little, but the text was quite messy yet also incredible. Can you make a copy of it and show me? The text written in the book isn't true, Your Royal Highness, that the Holy Mountain doesn't exist confirmed this. She sighed but still raised her right hand. I hope you won't get confused by the book's content. Suddenly a book out of golden light appeared midair. The book flipped open and its sides turned with an incredible speed. When the book came to its end, it fell directly into Scroll's hands. Your Highness, I hope you are the only person who will read it. I don't want to see any of my sisters become like Kara. Roland took the book out Scroll's hands and comforted her. I got it. When the other witches left the office, Nightingale quietly appeared sitting on the couch. She had lifted up her robe, as usual, and placed both her feet on the table and chewed happily on a dried fish. You don't want to see it? Roland, with a smile on his face, asked. With a scoffing voice, she answered, I'm not interested in anything that lunatic loved to look at. Roland shook his head, sat himself back behind the table, and carefully opened the book. The pages felt just as if the book has become a reality. Just like Scroll had said, most of the content was messed up. It seemed as if the text wasn't written in the common language, at least the grammar wasn't the same. Within the book, a blood moon was mentioned, as well as a huge stone gate, but nowhere did he find any trace of the holy city. In fact, apart from some words he was occasionally able to understand, the meaning of many other words wasn't clear for him. Most of the book's content he just couldn't read. In the end, his summary was, even if I knew every word, I'm not sure if I would be able to understand it completely. I'm not sure if it is because of the short peak scroll was only able to take, or if the book was just recorded this way. Roland skipped through the long passages, jumping straight to the end. Even so, the book was quite thick. It had very little content and most of its sides were blank. But when he turned to the last page, he suddenly saw a readable text. The previous neat writing became illegible as it had been written down in a hurry, but the content was understandable and cleared many questions. The first sentence, still written in neat handwriting, was, We have failed. Mortals cannot overcome the devil. TN. Fan art contest. We would like to start a fan art contest to both celebrate chapter 100 and take the good opportunity that the chapter offered. So, do we have any Sorayas within our readership? People who want to present us with a picture of one of the 2 scenes described in this chapter, or any other remarkable scenes from the first 100 chapters. Rules: artists can submit as many pieces of artwork as they want. All mediums are accepted. Drawings, paintings, digital artwork, etc. No plagiarizing. Submissions must be related to release that which. Any scene within the translated chapters will be accepted. Time frame, October 17th to November 17th. Submissions have to be sent to no zip files, exe files. Voting will occur between November 18th and October 31st. Results will be published on December 1st. Prizes: first place, 3 free chapters whenever you want them. Asterisk second place, 2 free chapters whenever you want them. Asterisk third place, 1 free chapter whenever you want it. Asterisk asterisk please give me notice and understand that it will not be instantly released. All contributors have the opportunity to introduce themselves and provide a link to their website, DeviantArt page, portfolio, or anything else in order to promote themselves. I wish you all good luck with your drawing. Slightly smiling face asterisk goes into the corner and prays please have at least 3 submissions asterisk chapter 101. The Ancient Book and the Traces It Gives Part 2. Chapter 101, The Ancient Book and the Traces It Gives Part 2. What does this mean? Roland rubbed his fingers over the handwritten line. Had the original owner of this ancient book also had to fight against those monsters in the wild lands? He turned his view further down and continued reading. The devils grew each day in number, but every day we became less. God's stone of retaliation was also unable to stop them. It would only work against their unparalleled strange powers, but even without relying on their magic, they were still fierce and terrible enemies. The holy city of T'Quila has already fallen into the enemy's hands. The only option left to us was to scatter in all directions. Over the mountains, across the rivers, trying to flee as far away from the gates of hell as possible. But for the next time, where to should we flee? But this isn't something I have to think about. I am going to die, Natalia. The devil's power is corroding my body, and every one of our drugs are malfunction. I'm writing all this down because I have a simple matter I want to request of you to do for me. Alice's test of the God's punishment army is already approaching its end, and the test was a success. Even when facing the extraordinary devil warriors, they have nothing to fear, but she forgot the important point. Even if the God's punishment army will win, this victory won't belong to us. That's right. The God's punishment army will lead to our end. To stop her, only you are left. The text he managed to read wasn't long. Roland swept his gaze once more from beginning to end. He then closed his eyes and began to think about what he had read, trying to see it from Kara's perspective, assuming that she wasn't aware of the existence of the devils, and she thought the devil to refer to a witch. Using this assumption, it would be easy to imagine that the book was written from the perspective of a member of the church, fleeing from the witches. Then, combined with widely circulated rumors, after all, the rumors say that the witches are all the devil's minions, and that they gained their magic from the gate of hell. Kara most likely thought that the church actually wanted to hide the truth, that they changed the entry to the holy mountain to the gate of hell, and that for several hundreds of years, witches already had access to the holy mountain, and that they found there an eternal life. So the witches became more and more, yet the warriors of the church became less and less. Of course, this theory had many holes to it. For example, the author of the text said that the other side possessed strange powers when compared to ordinary people. Clearly, there were no witches who possessed these characteristics. Another example was that even under the suppression of the God's stone of retaliation, the witches were still able to let the church suffer a crushing defeat, which seemed too bizarre. So in the end, the reason why Kara went on the journey to the wild lands was still unknown. Maybe she had just been so eager that she didn't realize that it had already affected her judgment. There was still some content that he wasn't able to understand. Maybe the real cause stood therein. Roland preferred the latter possibility. At least he knew now that the devil that was described on the last page wasn't a witch, but was the description of the real alien race. But all this didn't reduce his doubts. Instead, it only increased his already numerous problems. In the end, since when was the church fighting against the devils? Even so, again and again Roland went through the content of the book, but he was still unable to find the relevant content. The church had established their base in the north since the end of the War of Faith. The base was built to defend against the huge gap in the impassable mountain range against the demonic beasts. Later, they simply built a fortress on the plateau of the Hermes and simply called it the New Holy City. These two cities are now connected together, one on the high ground and the other was low-lying, but both were used to withstand the demonic beast's attack and not the devil's. Besides, he had never heard before of a place called T'Quila. If all of this was true, the church would have no reason to hide it. According to church's history books, they were always able to resist the attacks from the demonic beasts, and were also able to achieve great victories in their battle against the witches. This was all described in great detail, as if they feared that anyone would forget of their great merits. But compared with the confrontation against the devils, how can they still treat the matter of the demonic beasts and the witches to be more worthy to particularize? The last question concerned the God's punishment army. Evidently, this member of the church didn't want to see the God's punishment army to appear. Furthermore, They even entrusted others to stop the person in charge of the experiment. Apparently, they seem to have succeeded. Roland only knew that the church had an army of judges, but he had never heard of the God's punishment army, of course. That doesn't rule out that the former fourth prince was simply just ignorant. However, if they really could foster warriors strong enough to fight against the devils, wouldn't it just increase the power of the church? So why would the author of the note write that it would cause their destruction? The place where they found this book should have additional information. It was Kara who found the book. Do you know where she found it? Roland raised his head and asked Nightingale. When I joined the Witch Cooperation Association, the sisterhood had already set foot on the road towards the Holy Mountain. Nightingale, who was still chewing the dried fish, answered absently. But Wendy had mentioned that at the beginning the sisterhood didn't call themselves the Witch Cooperation Association. They were just a couple of witches from the Seawind region. Also among them were Kara, Wendy, and Scroll. Afterwards, when they left the Seawind region, they found a secret meeting place within a forest. But no one had expected that there would actually be a secret entry to an ancient ruin hidden there. She took another bite from her snack, licked her lips, and then continued, but except for Kara, no one else had went down to explore it. Did she find the ancient book within the ruins? At least that's what Kara said. Nightingale curled her lips. And later then, they began to gather more and more witches. But it seems that their hiding place accidentally got leaked to the church, which later then brought a large army to surround the meeting place. Only 20 witches were able to escape, which was less than half of them. It was then that Kara decided to search for the Holy Mountain, so they established the Witch Cooperation Association, with the goal of finding the Holy Mountain as their highest priority. After hearing this story, he once more began to think about it. To study mysteries while knowing so little was just too inconvenient, even more so when it was history mixed with legends, leaving a blank in his mind. The ancient book didn't mention the year that it was written, and there was also no other big war mentioned in other history books he had read. The first person involved in discovering it was already dead, but maybe we can go to find the ancient ruin ourselves, he thought. But to Roland, it was also clear that it was basically an impossible task. The forest in the east was just too far away from Border Town. It was much more than just a short walk. It was a journey across the whole kingdom of Grey Castle. But at this moment, the development of his territory was his highest priority. Roland stood up and walked to the window. There he had a perfect view over the back gardens. In the garden, the witches were training according to his training program. Now that his group of witches had grown to 12, it was finally time to set up an organization. In his conception, the organization didn't need any program or guideline. It was just designed to facilitate the management of the witches and the ability they were able to wield. Its function would be similar to the future generation of industrial associations. The rules of the organizations would also be as simple as possible. There would only be 2 rules. Do not take advantage of your ability to violate the law of the territory, and it is forbidden to use your ability to evade the law. At the beginning, Roland wanted to use the 3 laws of robotics, restricting the ability of the witches by not allowing them to injure or attack ordinary people and so on. But then he thought that it would actually be unnecessary. Their ability was just the same as guns. When confronted with hazards, there was really no difference between using a gun or a witch's ability to defend themselves. And by deliberately stressing the difference between witches and ordinary people, the gap between these 2 groups would only grow further apart. So it wouldn't become illegal. He couldn't avoid his responsibility as a scientist and engineering dog. He had to express himself in the most concise way. As for the name of this organization, Roland had already long ago found a good one. The name of the new collective will be Witch Union. Chapter 102, The Honeysuckle and the Elk Families, Part 1. Chapter 102, The Honeysuckle and the Elk Families, Part 1. After nightfall, the elk mansion was brightly lit. While holding his invitation, Petrov was welcomed into the hall. The banquet to celebrate the birthday of the 3rd young lady of the elk family, Aurelia, had just begun. Only people with a prestigious or aristocratic background in Longsong Stronghold were allowed to attend the banquet. As for the Count himself, the birthday banquet was also very important. A woolen carpet was spread throughout the whole hall, and all the chamberlains wore a custom-made uniform so that they would easily be recognized. After all, it was Aurelia's 16th birthday, which means that she reached the marriageable age. String music sounded throughout the hall, and attendants were walking in the crowd and handing out glasses of wine. The steaming food was placed on circular tables which were spread within the hall. Aurelia, the protagonist of the birthday banquet, was wearing a canary dress and stood in a corner of the hall surrounded by a group of friends, seeming to be having a very lively chat with them. This was a new popular trend to celebrate, directly coming from the king's city. Previously, the banquets were held like this. Usually, there was a long wooden table placed in the hall, and all the guests were sitting at the table, waiting for the chef to serve the meal. Then huge bowls with pork and whole chickens was served with butter and bread. In addition, there was also double-sided fried eggs served together with a large pot of lettuce leaves. But some years ago, the king came up with a new way to celebrate, and today this was now a mimic of the new style, but only in form. For example, the glasses given out were all made of different colors, instead of the normally transparent glasses. Within them, the wine was unable to bring out its mellow color. The circular tables are also covered with white tablecloths, rather than the greasy tablecloths they had used. As for the cooked food, the Elk family was still serving the old Western style, very greasy and coarse. Seeing this, Petrov shook his head. The cook could at least have cut the meat into several small pieces. As usual, Petrov had already filled his stomach at home in advance, since he didn't want to cut the big pieces of meat like a surgeon. He was invited to this birthday party as the representative of his family, so he had to eat at least a mouthful of this oily food, even if it was only to save face. After all, Petrov didn't want to become a joke for the ladies. Long time no seen, man. Suddenly his neck was hooked by someone from behind. I heard you've been appointed as the Duke's messenger. How was the harvest of ore in Border Town? Were you able to steal a lot from them? Hearing this familiar voice, Petrov immediately knew that it was René, the second son of the Elk family, who was bent on becoming a knight, even though there wasn't any territory for him to manage. Such an idiot. As a friend, René would count as not bad, but Petrov still didn't want to speak about what he had encountered in Border Town. So he changed the topic. Shouldn't you be in the camp at the cold Wind Mountain range at this moment? I thought you were sitting in a tavern and trembling. Damn, René pushed Petrov away. It seems your mouth is unable to speak a single word of praise. This time, I wasn't even able to enter the new holy city. The day before the departure for the border guard, I got infected with a cold and had to lie for a whole week in bed. Good, you seem to have improved compared to the last time, but skipping the journey saved the guards a lot of inconvenience. This time you're wrong, René said suddenly, while a mysterious smile spread over his face. If I hadn't been lying in bed for a week because of the cold, I'd now be lying on the icy walls of the new holy city forever. What do you mean? Petrov raised his eyebrows in confusion. Listen, I have something to tell you. René, the second son of the Elk family, came close to Petrov's ear and whispered. The new holy city almost fell. The demonic beasts were even able to rush into the inner city. If not for the church's timing to release their strongest warriors, they would have been unable to hold the city. But during the fight, the armies of the four kingdoms had suffered heavy losses. Only a few soldiers of the cold Wind Mountain range were able to come back alive. In just a month, there are many wives who had become widows without any savings. He winked his eyes, then stretched out 2 fingers, and now they will get 2 silver royals as compensation. Hey, don't use that look on me, I can't do anything about it. Are you sure this news is true? What happened to the border guards? Of course, I've seen it with my own eyes when the Lord received the news he fell ill. René shrugged. As for the guards, what else could they do, instead of slowly recruiting new guards? Now the North is desperately in need of experienced soldiers. If not for my call to come home, I would be commanding a cavalry squad right now. That isn't the important point, Petrov thought to himself. The border guards from the cold Wind Mountain range was also the primary defense against the church's army of judges. Now the generals and soldiers of the Four Kingdom are buried at the Hermes. If that doesn't taste a little bit of a conspiracy, then I don't know what does. If they plotted to attack us, the north of the Kingdom of Grey Castle, which is now like a nearly stripped bare woman, how many soldiers are lost in the army of judges? They didn't fare much better than the other 4 armies. Think about it, they always rush to the front like fanatics. On the other hand, if the army of judges didn't attack, the soldiers of the other 4 kingdoms certainly wouldn't have moved. René said in disdain. Knights shouldn't be like this, always speaking about honor, but when they have to confront demonic beasts, shrinking back like little girls. You mean knights like the one in front of me now? Perrault smiled. Perhaps I'm just thinking too much into this. Even if the church wants to start a war against the north, it will have nothing to do with us here in Longsong Stronghold. Should the new king get headaches from thinking about this? Unfortunately, until now, no one has accepted my allegiance, or perhaps they just don't have the qualification to take me in. René paused, looked towards the door. The people of the wolf family have come. I'm just going to greet them and then I'll come back. Go, but don't come back. Oh, that's right, René retorted as he looked back. Have you noticed the handkerchief in the invitation, or were you the one that put it in? Petrov asked. Oh, if it was me, I'd only have given you some 2 days old socks. René shook his finger. That was my younger sister's personal decision. Although the age gap is rather big, but as long as you have the intention, I can only say that you shouldn't wait, my friend. After all, you're already 22 years old by now. Petrov gave him a dirty look, but René just whistled innocently, then turned around and laughingly went away. After taking a glass of wine from an attendant, Petrov strolled by himself to the corner, while quietly looking through the lively hall. He noticed that Aurelia was still busy talking lively with her friends, but at the very same time as himself, she also took a secret look at himself, so that for a short moment their eyes met. But immediately afterwards, Petrov saw that Aurelia quickly changed her line of sight, and on her cheeks emerged a touch of red of embarrassment. Petrov in return just smiled kindly. In his view, the other was just a little girl. All of a sudden, the sounds of a fierce discussion came from the other side of the hall, attracting the eyes of all the people present. What? He dared to say that? Oh yes. Cornelius, that coward, unexpectedly didn't even dare to let out a fart. He just came back with his tail between his legs, said the man with the loudest voice, shaming the whole of Longsong Stronghold. Petrov knew the man. If he remembered correctly, he was called Simon Elliot, a member of the Wolf Branch family, who was also married to a very pretty woman. Petrov had seen the woman once. She really was charming. It seems as if you have a way to solve the problem, someone teased. I may not be able to do it alone, but if you can get the Duke to notice of this ridiculous affair, I don't believe Roland Wimbledon would still dare to act so rampant any longer. Hearing the familiar name, Petrov was startled and started to follow the conversation, fully interested. Chapter 103, The Honeysuckle and the Elk Families, Part 2. Chapter 103, The Honeysuckle and the Elk Families, Part 2. What happened? Petrov went through the crowd and asked. Sir Hull, they were talking about the Lord of Border Town, answered someone that had seen the honeysuckle crest on his chest. He has confiscated all the belongings of our people from Longsong Stronghold. You can call me Petrov. Tell me about the situation, Petrov ordered. Let me explain it to you, Mr. Petrov, Simon said while pressing through the crowd, revealing a pleasing smile. This is how it is. We served the Duke with our lives, so I lived in the border town where I was responsible for managing the mines. Every winter we will take the town's residents back with us to the Longsong Stronghold, where we are able to protect them from the demon beast's attack. But this year, after the end of the months of the demons, when one of my colleagues, Cornelius Fletcher, came back to Border Town, the Lord told him that his house has been demolished by the townspeople and that he wouldn't receive any compensation for it. If you don't admit that the house didn't belong to you, I will put you in prison for desertion, where you will wait for the day of your hanging, he said, exactly copying the fourth prince's words. So you have to understand what he called defection is the procedure we have used for over 100 years. Petrov couldn't stop himself from imaging the young man's appearance in his mind. Although to the outside world the prince was extremely unbearable, but compared with his personal experience of their 2 meetings, Roland Wimbledon was no pushover. Also, his method of handling the crime of defection hit the nail on the head, however. The other side didn't try to think the matter through, and was only looking for a reason, but the prince never thought to convince the group of people with reason. He has already broken away from Longsong Stronghold long ago, Petrov thought. Or, when he thought about it further, how can it be that the prince never knew that the nobility would seek refuge in Longsong Stronghold? Obviously, that isn't possible. He clearly knew, yet he still forced a criminal charge upon them, forcing the other side to make a choice. But in the end, he still let the other party come back to Longsong Stronghold to report such a barbaric act. In the end, what is it that the prince wants to achieve? But he is still the Lord of Border Town, said the man who Simon previous laughed at. As the Lord, he has the power to dictate the rules within his own land. Border Town still belongs under the jurisdiction of the Western Territory, Simon retorted, unhappy with a cold voice. Do you question the authority of Duke Ryan? As the Duke, it's his job to supervise the mine, and he appointed the nobles to do it in his name. But now Roland had taken all the houses of the nobility for himself, which is openly pitting himself against the 6 families. Duke Ryan will never stand by and only look as he pleases. You're speaking about the man who hanged Dimitri Hill. Petrov didn't know when René came over. My father has been furious. Young lord, Simon said, greeting him with a salute. It is exactly that man, and now he is behaving even more wildly. I'm afraid that only Duke Ryan can stop the prince, and I hope that you will convey this issue to the Duke. Don't worry, even with or without this matter, Duke Ryan is already prepared to play his cards. René seemed not the least bit concerned about the future. It is for exactly this matter that I've come back. It is just that at this moment, my eldest brother is still in the king's city setting his name under a trade contract. So at the moment, only I can lead the Elk family. Really? That's great, Simon said happily. Petrov frowned. He himself knew that since the moment he came to deliver the trade offer, and the prince chose to stay for the winter in border town, that such a day would come sooner or later. But he had never expected that his own friend would be fighting in this battle. Despite all the onlooking eyes, he pulled René directly to his side, trying to discourage him. You shouldn't go to battle, that is a prince you're fighting. I know he is a prince, the prince of the mountain. René patted on Petrov's shoulders. Rest assured, Duke Ryan will not hurt the prince. Maybe just as in the past, he will surrender when he meets resistance. Even if he wants to resist, as long as we launch an attack on our horses, those farmers and miners will scatter. The 4th prince has never brandished a sword or spear. I think he won't even manage to cut a hair. No, I was worried that you would be hurt by him, but he was unable to say it. He knew that the others would never believe him, because even for himself it was still difficult to believe. The prince can only rely on farmers and miners, while the duke can rely on knights. I do not know why, but my heart becomes uneasy when I think about it. Master Petrov, your father called for you. He has something to discuss with you. A white-haired steward suddenly rushed to the side of Petrov and talked into his ear. I've got it, Petrov nodded, and after an early goodbye to René, he took a coach back to the house of Honeysuckle with his housekeeper. Father, he entered the study and saw his father Shalafi Hull riding something by the table. When he heard Paul's voice, the count did not pause his riding. You have to sum up the number of people and their income within our domain and deliver your summary to me. I will then arrange the soldiers for the spring expedition. Duke Ryan has already sent out his call for weapons. When the snow melts, we and the other 5 families have to provide him with knights and mercenary, which will then march against border town. How much do we have to provide? The count put the pen down and raised his head. What happened? Until now you have never concerned yourself with this kind of problem. He reached to the side of the table and opened a letter. We have to send at least 25 knights, together with their corresponding squires and horses. Also for the mercenaries, they must be fully equipped. And lastly, we have to send 100 free people or serfs, who have to be equipped with simple weapons. Petrov summed up the troops within his head. If I add all the soldiers provided by the 5 families, we will provide more than 1,000 soldiers. Together with the Duke's own troops, it will add up to a force able to sweep away any power in the Western Territory. Even if the Longsong stronghold didn't send their defending troops, this force isn't something that Border Town can resist. After all, Border Town only has 2,000 inhabitants. Father, can you please stay away from the battlefield? Petrov asked hesitantly. What do you want to say, son? The Count asked strangely. I'm worried about your safety. His Royal Highness only has a few knights and less than 50 guards. Our numbers are more than 10 times greater than his. Theoretically, this was the case, but his father had never seen the prince before, but Petrov did. But, father, everybody said that the wall made up out of mud paste will soon collapse, but the prince presided over the construction and it still stands. They also said that Border Town, using only miners and farmers as soldiers, cannot stop the demonic beasts. His Royal Highness has not only done this, he was even able to defend his town until the end of the demons of the months, and during the whole months, no one fled from Border Town. The more he said, the more disturbed his heart became. Now, once more, everyone thinks that Duke Ryan will defeat Roland Wimbledon, running over the prince as easily as running over an ant. Father, are you certain that it will be as easy as you think? That's enough. Shalafi slammed his fist onto the table. He shook his head and stood up. Then he went to the wall on which the portraits of their ancestor hung. You always liked more to be a businessman and buy and sell goods than riding a horse and going to war. This is fine for me. But being a merchant is not equal to being a coward. Those merchants who crossed the ocean were threatened with death every day, he shouted, pointing at the wall. Look at the portraits, your grandfather, your grandfather's grandfather. They all leaned on their longbow or their sword, and defended themselves against demon beasts, bandits, and brigands. You disappoint me being so afraid of fighting. No, father. Petrov bowed his head, no longer motivated to argue, but within his heart he thought, you are talking about grandfather and grandfather's father, but if you took a closer look at those powerful faces, and then take a look at your loose belt and your overflowing double chin. Father, do you really believe you are able to use the bow? Chapter 100, For Planning and Entertainment. Chapter 100, For Planning and Entertainment. On a sunny afternoon, it was finally time for Roland to fulfill his promises. He conferred the title of Viscount to Sir Payne. In addition to the title, he also received a territory to the south of the Shishui River and the right to set up a small village on the other side of the river. Currently, this new territory was still covered by jungle, but Roland had already planned to develop the land. In order to make him give up the autonomy of his newly acquired territory, Roland promised Sir Payne that he would give priority in opening up the territory as soon as possible. Furthermore, on the open ground, Roland would also establish several different kinds of industries that would generate shares to be given to Sir Payne and his descendants. Roland, of course, used his technical abilities as the reason to describe why it was needed for him to supervise the industries. He also explained to him that it was a pretty good possibility to receive money without having to do anything. Sir Payne readily agreed to this offer. After all, he didn't like this kind of work. In his view, there was nothing more interesting than riding a horse into battle. But after he had his daughter, he instead put his focus into hunting. The industries in his old territory had already long since been ruined, so he simply asked Roland to help him sell his land, which was located east of Longsong Stronghold. After all, his family had already completely moved and started to live in Border Town. Roland naturally agreed to his request. Another person he conferred a title to was Brian, who was awarded with a knighthood. Afterward, Brian had to choose if he wanted to get his own territory or still wanted to serve in the army. If he chose the land, then he could no longer serve in Border Town's first army. If he decided to join the army, he had to, just like the others, receive his land due to the achievement of his military merits. Without any hesitation, Brian chose the latter option. As a result, Roland could finally start with planning the general layout of his territory, with the Shishui River as one boundary and the impassable mountain range as the other. The living area had a length of 3 kilometers and a width of 7 to 8 kilometers. After the construction of the residential areas, it could also later be used as a prize, which could be given as an additional reward to promoted officers. The other side of the Shishui River will become the future industrial areas and agricultural areas. The land could be extended to the south, but the only problem was that it was still covered by forest. In addition, its topography sloped higher and lower in the further distances. To meet the needs of the population, Roland must begin to reclaim the land. The border area to the west of the garrison and the forest where the demonic beasts hid themselves were also important areas to open up. The forest has a wide range of treasures, such as wood, edible fungi, wild animals, herbs, and more. In addition to using wood for construction and in industry, it could also be used as a fuel source. The vast area covered by the forest was staggering. Roland had already sent Lighting to explore it, but even flying more than 30 kilometers, she still hadn't been able to see its end. That meant that if all of the wood in the forest was to be used for building a fire, it would burn for a very long time. The last area was the territory between the hiding forest and the impassable mountain range. It was a no-man's land, a restricted area, in other words, a barbarian wasteland. He could only speculate how big the area between the impassable mountain range and the border of the forest was. Both borders were extremely vast. It had to be much bigger than the territory of the Kingdom of Grey Castle. In the face of such an extremely large and ownerless land, Roland's heart began to itch. But he also knew that for the moment, he was temporarily unable to bother himself with this piece of land. At present, the most important thing for Border Town was to increase its population. Back in his office at the castle, he called for the artist Soraya. "How was your work? Are you still helping out in the town hall?" "I have never painted so many paintings in one day." She seemed to be in a much better condition than the last time he had seen her. "Today, I have already finished the basic pictures, but only painting pictures of their heads while looking through a window feels a little strange." "They would easily become scared when they see your magic pen," the prince smiled. "They know that there are witches in Border Town, but if you get in close contact with them, it could easily cause accidents, so we just took some simple, hidden measures, not letting them know that you are a witch. Later their opinion will slowly start to change." Soraya's photographic ability helped to bring Roland's citizenship registration program to a new level. For this plan, he had emptied a room in the town hall and then used the room to store the information about the town's citizens. It was similar to a population register. On each piece of paper were written their names, ages, addresses, blood relatives, and so on. This information was all the statistics he had gathered during the winter, and now the records were expanded with new content. The biggest change to all of their personal accounts was that he added to each of them a color photo. According to Roland's request, the town hall had set up a small room large enough for one person that was enterable without being seen. It had only a small window through which Soraya could see the face of the person she should paint. So when she painted the portrait of her subject, the other person couldn't see her using her magic pen. As to how it was possible for him to let the town's residents come over and give their personal information so freely, Roland's method was very simple. Whoever came over and gave their information got 10 copper royals. He ordered the town hall to allocate the money. "Today I called you here to draw something else." Roland took out some cutout papers and gave them to Soraya. The latter noted that the sizes of those pieces of papers were exactly the same, with a size of half a palm and in a rectangular format. "What do you want me to paint?" "Some props for entertainment," Roland said. He had this idea within his mind for a long time already. Every day the witches had nothing to do besides practicing their magic. This life had to be a bit boring. The same could be said for the prince, especially when he had to wait for the moment the snow finally melted. Until then he was stuck within the castle. Therefore, he came up with the idea of reinventing some games from his old word and finding a way for the witches to relax. The simplest possibility was to create a card game, but the soft, ordinary paper he had wasn't suitable for card games. Shuffling was also a hassle. However, with Soraya, he could finally make some more advanced things. Entertainment. She crouched her head, wondering what kind of entertainment she was painting on a square piece of paper. "Okay, you have the final say. First, on this piece of paper, you have to draw a soldier with a heavy crossbow. Imagine." "Yes, the armor, the body shape, age, and the surroundings, everything up to you to freely imagine as long as it has a heavy crossbow." "I will try it." Soraya closed her eyes, meditation for a while. Then she summoned her pen into her hand, and soon a bright light streamed from her hands onto the paper. Soon, a middle-aged man looking just like a crossbow soldier appeared on the paper. "Very well," Roland praised. "Let me think about what the next painting should be." In the upper left corner of the paper and the middle position, draw a small circle at each of these positions. He recalled the card in his head. The first circle is white in the center with a golden coating, and the second one has an orange color together with a golden coating, he said. When the circles were finished, Roland let her add a number to the first circle, and to the second circle you will add a bow and an arrow mark into the circle. The beauty of Soraya's ability lied in her ability to ignore the material she had to paint on. It didn't matter to her if it was a blank sheet of paper or an already painted piece. The second design can perfectly cover the former painting, like a layered mask. Thus, a delicate crossbow card appeared in front of Roland. "Is this what you wanted?" she asked. "This is just the card of one unit. There are still many similar cards waiting to be painted by you. By the end, you will get a deck, and then I'll teach you how to play." When looking at Soraya, who was painting with her eyes closed, Roland felt a kind of hunch from his heart. Perhaps soon a dialogue like this would be heard within the castle. "Do you have anything important to do? If not, let us first play a round of Gwent." TN. Thanks to the help of Busnus and Lord Vortex, here's some more information about Gwent Chapter 100, 5 Army Marching Song Chapter 100, 5 Army Marching Song. Echo was sitting on the highest point of the castle on the roof of the watchtower, from where she was able to overlook the whole town. She was only able to reach the top thanks to lightning taking her up on a piggyback ride. Now she had to stay here until sunset. Only then would the little girl come back and take her back down. At the moment, lightning should have already been on her way to the Longsong stronghold. The weather was very good today, the sun was shining brightly, and the river in the distance looked under the sunlight like it was made of satin, slowly flowing westwards and dividing the green leaves on the one side and the snowy landscape on the other side into 2 sides. Lying comfortably in the sun, she felt as if her whole body was embraced warmly by the sun. It was completely unlike her previous time in the extreme south, where the scorching sunlight was so aggressive that it easily hurt her skin. Even the wind isn't the same, she thought. During my life, I've already felt 6 different kinds of wind. The slightly salty sea breeze in Port of Clearwater, while in King City, I felt the wind of the hot and damp monsoons. During my travel through the impassable mountain range, we were constantly accompanied by the freezing cold north wind. And now, here in Border Town, the light breeze has an earthly aroma to it. No matter what, the wind here is pure and independent. In the Iron Sand City, it was either so hot that there was no wind, or we would have an overwhelming storm. Then the wind became visible, and the storming air mixes with the stones and gravel. From afar it looked like a giant black monster. Every time the wind came up, I had to hide inside a house or any place else which wasn't in the open. There was nothing that was able to stop the wind. Echo still wanted to throw up, and taking her revenge when she thought about her past, it was nearly 4 years ago that she left Iron Sand City. Her Osha clan, unfortunately, was defeated during a fight for power, her father killed by their enemy even after he surrendered. Echo, who witnessed all this, wanted to rush to the enemy and take him down by herself, but at that moment, she had been caught off guard from behind. She didn't know how many members of her clan were still alive after these 4 years. Before she was sold as a slave to the Port of Clearwater, she heard that her Osha clan had violated the agreements of the sacred duel and were now spurned by the 3 gods, who then exiled them to the Endless Cape, never being allowed to return to Iron Sand City. But Echo knew that it was all a conspiracy by the Tibia clan. They had smeared black oil on their whip, and as long as this oil was ignited, even water was unable to put it out. It was this trick which caught her brother, the clan's strongest warrior, off guard in the duel, so that he was burned alive, leading to the chaos in their team's formation. In the Endless Cape, the only thing beside the hot sand were the ever-burning fires of Mother Earth, who was even more maniac than her brother, the Emperor of the Sea. Soon the people of her clan would have turned into bones, but in the end, her fate as a slave was even more miserable. When Echo awakened to her power, she knew that she had become a witch. Naturally, she thought about revenge, but in the end her ability was useless. She was only able to release sound. No matter how much she begged the gods, they never heard her prayers. 6 months later, when she was living in the Port of Clearwater, she came to an understanding. The thought that they were loved by the 3 gods was in truth only their self-deception. Under the jurisdiction of the church, the witches were all hunted inside the 4 kingdoms. From that day on, Echo completely gave up on her hope for revenge. At this moment, suddenly a billow of smoke rose from the distance. She looked to the east bank of Shishui River, and she saw several lights of green flames flash through the trees. The black smoke of the burning trees mixed together with the vapor of the melting snow, forming a grey plume in the sky. It was Anna's green flame. When they arrived for the first time in Border Town, Wendy had briefed the sisters about Anna and Nana. When Echo heard about Anna's ability, she was very envious. Anna was able to freely manipulate flames. It could even reach the temperature hot enough to melt swords. If she had such a powerful ability when she had lived in Iron Sand City, the people of the Tibia clan would never have been able to hurt them. Echo shook her head. Thoughts like these were totally unnecessary. Most probably her people had already turned into bones. Since she was still alive, she could count herself as lucky. Since His Royal Highness was willing to accept her, she should complete the orders given by His Royal Highness. She cleared her throat and began to hum the song according to the prince's demands. It was a cheerful ditty, The prince had only hummed the melody once, but she completely remembered the whole ditty. Music was nothing new to Echo. As a superior slave, she was taught many things. Seductive dances and flirtatious crooning were skills she'd had to master. But the music given by His Highness was completely differently. It was full of rhythm, full of powerful energy. Especially when he asked her to simulate the sound of a flute, every note was like a pulsing beat. People hearing this couldn't help themselves from wanting to dance. The difficulty lied in playing several instruments at the same time. Later, there were also drums and string instruments that were added. So she had to simulate 3 different kinds of sounds at the same time, which overlapped each other. Something like this was something that she had never done before. Previously, she would have never believed that music could also be played in this way. In the beginning, it was hard for her to make sure that the drums didn't disrupt the rhythm of the flutes. So Roland gave her the tip to play the beat with her hands or feet, and only later gradually start to fuse the 2 sounds together. After a few days of practice, Echo had gradually mastered this kind of music. After playing it for several times, she was self-assured enough to finally add the string instruments. When Echo played the new melody for the first time, she had to change the notes again a little if the sound of the cheerful flute were the torso, the heated drums were the bones, and the last seemingly embellished strings were the soul. She increased the beat, over and over again, until the 3 instruments were finally fully integrated. The sound was getting higher and higher until she couldn't stop herself from starting to sing asterisk, "My attack power is higher than yours, so it's my win." Roland put his last card on the table, and Soraya, who sat across of him, covered her face and said with a low voice, "One more round." Then she thought for a moment and shuffled through the cards. "Let me pick your 10 cards this time." "Well," coughed the prince, "it's already late. I have still several things to do. You should go to the other." After laying down a groundwork of different cards, the next part was to copy the already invented cards. With the template in front of her, Soraya's speed of drawing was comparable to a printer. Soon, Roland got several copies of the same units, so naturally Soraya became his first opponent. After explaining the rules to her, the first card war was started. During the games, he quickly learned that the thinking process of the witches was completely differently from ordinary people. Soraya quickly figured out the right way to use the skills. After playing for several rounds, Roland was still able to win, but this was only due using several special cards. When Soraya asked him to create her own special cards, he shamefully rejected. "All right," Soraya said. Then she took the cards into her arms and ran into the direction of the door. At this moment, a cheerful melody came through the open windows. Hearing this, Soraya paused, turned around and ran to the window, taking a probing look outside. "Is that Echo? Well, it looks like she has completely mastered it." Roland leaned back in his chair and admired the familiar music. Border Town's first army would soon enter the first stage of comprehensive maneuvering. Compared with the training for shooting while standing on the wall, the comprehensive maneuvering would be carried out in the wild. At the same time that they moved through the wild, they had to hold their formation, always forming a shooting line. In order to make the soldiers march with the same pace, he had to rely on drums and slogans. But now with Echo, he could simulate several instruments at the same time. Now they had only had to simply to learn English, then they could implement several famous marching sounds. Compared to the simple drums, the marching song would not only control the marching speed, it would also effectively boost morale. Of course, the most famous marching song was the British Grenadiers, but Roland only knew its name, but he didn't know the full tune. But this didn't pose a problem for him, as long as he had the tune to the British Grenadiers. He could always rearrange its lines later. During the War of Resistance, the sound could be heard through the whole nation, north and south of the Yangtze River, and nearly everyone was familiar with its melody. After all, it was the famous guerrillas' song. When Soraya turned her head in the direction of the prince, she heard the prince following the song, gently singing. He sang in a language she had never heard before, but still, the melody and the lyric fitted together perfectly. "We are all sharpshooters. Each bullet takes out an enemy. We are all soldiers with wings, unafraid of tall mountains and deep waters. In the dense forests, our comrades set their camps. On the tall mountains, our countless brothers are there." TN. Information to the Guerrillas Song Chapter 106. It's not the same for him. Chapter 106. It's not the same for him. When Scroll knocked on the door, she quickly heard an answer from the other side. "Please enter." Hearing this, she pushed open the door and stepped in to the room. Within the room, she saw Anna sitting at her table in front of the window, busy reading a thick book. The sunlight was flooding the room through the window, stretching the woman's silhouette until it was unusually long. Within the sun, her soft cheeks and neck were dazzlingly white, and her shoulder-covering flaxen hair seemed to be made of white gold. After nearly a week of living together, Scroll had a basically understanding of Anna's temperament. For example, if she had something to say, she would speak bluntly and never equivocate. She was calm and quiet, especially studious. In short, it was difficult to find any other civilian-born person like Anna who was totally at peace with herself. How is it that you aren't playing that card game? Scroll took a chair and placed it next to Anna. During the last 2 days, whenever her sisters had finished their daily practice, they would immediately rush back to the castle, crowding Soria's room, playing the so-called Gwent card game and competing against each other to collect more cards. It seemed like they would never get tired of this. She even saw that Anna and Nana played this game every day after they learned the rules. There were only rare occasions where they didn't play. Unlike the previous days, she would often see the young girl with the healing powers coming to the castle to play. I just wanted to read some books. Anna turned to the next page. Since I don't have your ability, I have to spend more time to read the books. Anna almost read everything from historical biographies to long poems, including every book she saw on the streets, even if it was only a variety of folk tales. As long as they were collected into a book, she would read them with relish. Scroll touched her head sympathetically. Don't worry. Remind me that I wanted to give you a new book to read. It was only because of her that the fate of us survivors of the Witch Cooperation Association had so greatly changed, Scroll thought. If it wasn't for her, Nightingale would never have left halfway for the direction of Border Town. So we would never have met the 4th Prince of Kingdom of Greycastle, and so would never have come to know the method to staying healthy. In a sense, she was the savior to all witches, which was also the reason why Scroll had from the beginning felt only goodwill for Anna, while the latter also quickly accepted the other witch who had so much knowledge and experience. But it was also clear that Anna greatly envied Scroll for her ability, which in return to Scroll was a little ridiculous. In the Witch Cooperation Association, the sisters never showed any envy for another witch's abilities. It was even more ridiculous since Anna had the largest magic capacity Nightingale had ever seen a witch possessed before. Furthermore, the ability of her green flame was also one of the strongest. Your hair has become a little long. Anna's curly bangs were nearly covering her eyes. Is there no one who can help you cut them? Anna shook her head. No, I'm all on my own. Suddenly Scroll became totally motivated. Your tangled hair isn't good looking, let me cut it for you. You do this for me. I've cut the hair of most of the sisters during our time in the camp, Scroll answered happily. Wait a minute, I'll go get the tools. She soon came back while holding a cloth bag. When she spread the bag's content out, Anna saw several white pieces of clothes and a bronze scissor. The scissor was V-shaped, and at both its ends it had many scratches, already losing its gloss and clearly showing that it was well used. Before Scroll had joined the Witch Cooperation Association, the scissors were used to help her cut the hairs of her customers in the Seawind region. All the copper royals she didn't need to buy bread were handed over to an old captain with a broken leg. This captain was the one who taught her to read and write until he died of old age. Scrolls skillfully put one of the white clothes on Anna's neck and started cutting her hair. I had some questions I wanted to ask you, Anna announced. What do you want to know? Under her skillful fingers, the scissor flew through Anna's hair, always releasing a crisp caca sound. Soon the first cluster of finger-length hair was cut and fell to the ground. Many of the stories described in the books I'd gotten from you yesterday almost always have the same ending. Will the prince always take a princess as his bride? Hearing this question, Scroll's hand paused for a moment. The stories in the book were not stories of a real people. Instead, it was a collection of stories she had heard within her 10 years in the Seabreeze region. They were stories told to her by the sailors, but Scroll had specifically put this kind of stories together, and every story where the prince wouldn't marry the princess didn't have a happy ending. These kinds of stories were put together in one book, and which she then gave to Anna to read, always knowing that after reading Anna would ask her exactly this question, but now that she really had to answer the question, she hesitated. Most of the time this is the case, of course. Some princes will also marry the daughter of a Grand Duke or a Duke. For example, Greycastle's King Wimbledon Roman III, his wife was the daughter of the Duke of Silver City. Answering the question like this, Scroll suddenly felt very sad. Wendy and Scroll herself had already talked about Nightingale's situation, but compared to the mature and calm Shadow Killer, she was more worried about the possibility that the prince and Anna would develop deeper feeling and become closer. Anna was a woman who was very important to His Royal Highness, and everyone could clearly see this. When Anna and Roland were in the same room, his eyes would always fall on her. Anna's life was several times busier than that of any other sisters. Even more important than that was that even Nightingale had to share her room with Wendy, but His Royal Highness didn't change Anna's room into a double, making her the only one was allowed to have a room all to herself. The reason for this was that when Nana came over to sleep in the castle, she could share the room with Anna. He seemed to not realize that he was the owner of this place, and that there was no reason that he had to explain himself. And for Anna it was the same case. When she was together with the other witches, she was a person of few words. She was even for most of the time just a quiet listener. But when Roland was by her side, she would immediately become active. If there was anything which was able to let her forget about her books, Scroll thought that only the prince was able to achieve this. Unfortunately, Roland was the fourth son of the former king of Grey Castle, the future king who will support the witches, and Anna was only a witch. Since Roland was a prince, Scroll was unable to order him, so she had no other choice than to influence Anna in the direction she thought would be correct. She didn't want those two to be estranged from each other, but she also didn't want to see it ending in the only possible result, a tragedy. "Why?" asked Anna, shaking her head, as if to try to get the memories of her destroyed dreams out of her head. "Does he have to do this, even though he doesn't like the princess or any other woman of the nobility?" Scroll hadn't thought that she would continue questioning. Even then he had still has to marry them. Because the prince would most likely become the new king, and the king's marriage can't be his own personal decision. She tried to recall some of the knowledge from the books that would help her, in order to stabilize the powers within his own country, in order to appease the neighboring countries, in order to achieve a good deal. These are all important reasons for marrying a princess. But the most important matter is that the king has to have heirs. Hearing all this, Anna did not ask any further, which in return made Scroll a little relieved. This kind of thing was something only slowly achieved, not something she could force. But she believed that one day Anna would understand her thoughts. When the trimming came to its end, Scroll scratched the fringes on Anna's shoulder away. "Now you're looking great." "Thank you," said Anna and bowed thankfully. "Well, for today's book." Scroll thought for a moment, then she decided to tell her about the Wolfshark Kingdom's history, trying to reinforce the impression she had installed today, her own selection of the royal family biography. When Scroll was finally ready to leave, Anna suddenly began to speak, still holding the Book of Illusion within her hands. "I think Roland isn't one of those princes from your stories." Her voice was very steady and powerful, nothing as if she was only speaking to convince herself. He will do whatever he wants to do. His decision won't be influenced by anything else. For a long time Scroll was startled, and in the end she could only merely ask, "Why? If he were one of those princes, he would never have saved me." Chapter 107, Asking for his intention. Chapter 107, Asking for his intention. After dinner, Roland returned to his office to continue to copy down all the primary mathematical knowledge from his mind onto paper. He wasn't gifted with an extraordinarily retentive memory, and also not to forget that his memory would decline over time. Because of his former job, he had often used mathematical and physical knowledge to get the job done. But his knowledge about other subjects such as history, geography, biology, chemistry, and the other classes had in the years degraded back to entry level. Therefore, even if it was a little early, he still wanted to write down all of his knowledge, so that other people could at least learn from it. Each time when he filled up a piece of paper, he gave the letter to Scroll, letting her read it. As long as she saw the content, it was equivalent to permanently preserving his work. Unfortunately, Scroll's ability was only being able to remember everything. Even with all the content, it didn't mean she was able to self-teach herself high school mathematics knowledge. So whenever Roland had time, he would explain to her the knowledge she had previously read. Of course, with regards to lecturing others, Roland liked it very much and thought that it was an interesting job, especially when he at first saw the confused look on Scroll's face. Then when her expression would turn into one of concentration, only to suddenly turn into a look filled with realization. Whenever he saw this look, he would feel a sense of accomplishment. However, Roland clearly knew that it also had to do with the target of his lessons. Although Scroll was already nearing the age of 40, but the aging of her face had been greatly slowed by her magic. The skin on her cheeks was still tight and had a healthy touch of red. Her hair was tied behind her head, giving her a mature and capable look. The tiny crow's feet in the corner of her eyes didn't damage her overall aesthetic appearance. Instead, it brought out the impression of someone with a stable temperament. If she were to be placed in a movie, she would definitely give off the impression of an elegant and versatile teacher. Now, when he was able to stun this teacher with his knowledge, the sense of contrast felt quite good. Roland was silently asked himself in the end, what is magic in this world? Magic is everywhere, whether one is in the depths of the northern slope mine or in the impassable mountain range, in the barbarian wasteland west of us, or in the east within the sea wind region. A witch would always be able to cast her incredible magic. If I look at the magic to be the same as energy, then the witches are the same as an electrical instrument. But the magic power obviously has many more possibilities to offer than electricity would have. It was more like it was the origin of all energies. For example, Wendy had said that Kara was able to summon 4 different kinds of magical snakes, namely death, pain, petrification, and nothingness. Each of them had a different kind of venom. Another example was Nightingale. Her ability to enter into the fog would almost distort space. The witch's magical abilities varied so much that other than being related to the origin of the world, Roland couldn't think of any description more appropriate. To give a definition of the origin, someone has to look at the universe and its rules. In my former world, Einstein determined the 4 fundamental forces of the universe and put them into a theoretical framework, the so-called Grand Unified Theory. In other words, what he did was to find the origin of the universe. In case someone found the rule to the universe, could this rule then be applied in every universe? Coming to this point, Roland couldn't help himself from questioning if he returned to his former world, would there also be the same power? Yet, because they had no witches who could access this power, the power got just ignored by the people. No matter what, at the moment Roland could only think about it. After all, with the current level of technology, he couldn't analyze this power closer. So promoting the Industrial Revolution and promoting the standard of civilization was the most important work for him. Maybe one day, the power could not only be used by the witches, with their direct access to the origin converting it into a kind of energy that could be used for a variety kind of effects at the same time. Just thinking about it made him feel totally excited. Your Royal Highness. When Scroll saw the prince lost in thoughts with an intoxicated look on his face, she couldn't stop herself from speaking out. Well, Roland said, slowly coming back from his thoughts. After embarrassingly coughing twice, he glanced at the burning candle and told her, that was enough for today, come back tomorrow. Yes, Your Highness, Scroll bowed once, but when she was already on her way leaving the room, she unknowingly slowed her pace. When Roland, even after half a minute, didn't hear the closing sound of the door, he raised his head in confusion. Seeing that the other one was still standing in the doorway, he asked, was there anything else? Your Highness. Scroll hesitated for a moment, but then she said, I want to ask you a question. Ask freely. Roland nodded and put his quill down and instead raised his cup and drank some tea. There was really no problem with the witches. That was, if someone searched for it, someone could point out that they weren't confident enough. They were just the same as rabbits, slowly sticking their heads out of their hole, always ready to flee back into it even if the grass was only moved by the wind. It would be better if they weren't any longer so afraid and would act more freely. Roland's estimation was that her question would be the usual kind of, why are you willing to host us? Aren't you afraid of the threat by the church and the likes? Nightingale and Wendy had asked him this kind of question so many times that he couldn't count it any longer. But since Scroll was in such an earnest mood, he naturally had to give her a seriously answer, so that they could experience his honest comrade-like treatment, giving them the feeling of being surrounded by a warm spring breeze. Is it possible that you would ever marry a witch? PFFT, Roland nearly sprayed the tea out of his mouth. Why would you ask that? Scroll opened her mouth, but in the end she was still unable to answer him. To marry a witch? When thinking about this question, the first person appearing within his mind was Anna. From the time he met her in the cage, and he saw her pair of lake-like blue eyes, she had left a deep impression on his heart. Before their awakening, witches are just ordinary human women, but afterwards, their ability made them superior. And the same could be said about the appearance of their body. Both were superior to that of an ordinary woman. If he were to place them in modern society, they would definitely become the focus of everyone's attention. So, is there any reason why I should hesitate? That not being the case, he looked at Scroll and replied with a smile, "Why would I not?" Asterisk. On the way back to her room, Wendy rubbed her sore shoulders. "My chest is just too big, it's causing nothing but trouble. Especially when I have to stay on the roof of my small sheet on Little Town. I have to raise my hands when I summon the wind, but when I do, I also have to bend backward. If not, I will lose my balance." Compared to the first test trial, Little Town had gotten a number of improvements. For example, she had gotten a simple shed at her workplace, both to block the wind and rain, but also to avoid the sun's exposure. Another improvement was the tree bark, which was now fastened around the hull. It was used to reduce the incoming collision force when landing at port. Also, both sides of the ship were now equipped with 2 cement blocks to make things easy for fastening the ship with hemp rope. And after nearly a month of training, her ability to control the wind had gotten substantial better. Now, regardless if the ship was stable or not, she could always control the degree of the wind, letting it blow fast or slow. She had also learned to use the already existing wind to adjust her own magic consumption, so that in the end, she would be able to summon her wind for a longer period of time. Nightingale, who came home before Wendy, had already finished her bathing, and was now sitting in pajamas on the bedside waiting for Wendy's return. But when Wendy saw her, there seemed to be something strange. Nightingale had an irrepressible smile on her face. "What kind of good thing happened to you?" Wendy asked. But the lady shook her head without saying anything, with only her smile growing even deeper. Wendy curled her lips. After their talk some nights ago, Nightingale's mood wasn't very good, but after the creation of the new card game, it had somewhat improved again. But today, how was it that she was full of smiles? Where had the expressionless shadow killer from Silver City gone? Without getting an answer, Wendy took off her clothes and stepped into the bucket filled with hot water. Most probably, she had won a good card today. TN, today we learned 3 things. The card game is the excuse for everything. Nightingale is the ultimate stalker. It's time for Roland to introduce modern underwear like any other good MC. Chapter 108 Echo, Part 1. Chapter 108 Echo, Part 1. The months of the demons had already ended 2 weeks ago, and the snow has finally turned into streams which ran into the Shishui River. The spotlessly white landscape slowly faded away, and the trees on both sides began to sprout again, becoming green once more. The land to the east of Border Town was the land Anna that had already cleared of trees and snow, and because of this, it had now been turned by His Highness into the temporary practice ground for the First Army. At the practice ground, Carter was holding a gun and checking if the bayonet was securely installed. This was the newest invention of His Highness, but compared to the automatic operating machine and the modified snow powder, this new invention seemed to be a little too simple. The moment he had for the first time taken the new weapon into his hands, Carter knew almost immediately that it wasn't a qualified weapon. In short, it was just a sharp iron triangle, with the middle line as the base, which had 2 small iron pieces pointing downwards. Although it had a sharp edge, it was absolutely impossible to slash with the weapon. The blade was just too short. If it had to bend, it would immediately break. It had hardly any tip to speak of, while the other end was only around a thumb thick. Even if he was able to attack an enemy, if he tried to slash out horizontally, Carter couldn't say whether he would even be able to cut apart the enemy's clothes. This weapon had only one use, and that was stabbing. And before it could even be used, it still had to be connected to the gun. Used by itself, even a dagger would be a better weapon. In the eyes of the knight, it was totally unqualified to be used as a weapon, and a big waste of pig iron to create such weapon with only one type of attack. If a blacksmith within his territory had dared to create such a weapon, he would have tied the man and given him one fierce beating. But even if it was such a bad weapon, Carter could still see His Highness' originality and his passion for all of the details. For example, the design for the connection between the gun and the bayonet. The mouth of the barrel had 2 grooves with a right angle at its end. As long as the 2 small iron pieces at the bayonet were fitted into the grooves, and the bayonet was turned half around the barrel, then the bayonet would become fixed. Thanks to this concept, the grooves and the iron pieces didn't need to fit perfectly. If they were a little too loose, the gunner could just insert some pieces of paper between the two iron pieces and the grooves, and when it fitted better, only then should he rotate the bayonet. In the case that they didn't have any papers, tree leaves would also be okay. Put the bayonet on the gun. When they heard the keyword, the gunning team took out the bayonet from their bag and put it on the gun's barrel. Until now, they had only been able to produce 40 of the new weapons and their supporting bags. So the soldier who didn't receive the new weapons had to put a short stick on their guns. This kind of action was almost trained through the whole morning, and now most soldier only needed to adjust the bayonet 2 to 3 times until it was fixed. According to His Highness' words, the bayonet should only be used as a last resort. He didn't want his men to start a close combat attack on their own with the bayonet. Carter disagreed with this statement. As long as a man didn't personally stab a weapon into an enemy, they would still be considered as children. Only if they saw their first blood would they transform from ordinary miners and hunters into soldiers. Iron Axe also stood among the ranks of trainees. Although he had previously claimed to only be a hunter, but from his skills Carter could see that the man had absolutely received special combat training before. His skills weren't any worse than the skills of any other knight. His Royal Highness had asked Carter to teach the soldiers how to use the new weapon correctly. Having received this order, Carter felt a little guilty. The bayonet was a kind of weapon he had never seen before, so it was impossible that he couldn't know how to use it. However, after seeing the prototype, Carter was once more immediately filled with confidence. After all, the bayonet was nothing other than the equivalent of a short spear. In addition, due to its special blade, it was much easier to use than the pike. Due to its unique blade design, the bayonet training method has also become very special. They didn't need to learn how to split, lift, block, or sweep with the bayonet. They only had to train one move, stabbing. So the knight let all the soldiers line up, and then began to teach them the most suitable method for stabbing, placing one foot before the other, bending the knees, and then pushing their arms forward with their maximum amount of power. This kind of repetitive training method was extremely boring, so Carter was amazed that everyone was so meticulously completing this kind of training exercise. Before the winter, they were all still a bunch of weak and lazy civilians, but now they behaved like a decent group of trainees. When Carter shouted a command, they would immediately take action, and he had to acknowledge that they even put more effort into the training than the squires he had previously trained. Of course, if he were to give them a sword, or to say it using the words of His Royal Highness, if he gave them cold weapons, he would still be able to defeat them with a stick in a mere 3 strokes. But in terms of their willpower, their progress is already worthy of acknowledgement. After an hour of training, Carter let the gun team sit down and gave them a break. At this moment, His Royal Highness, the Prince, also showed up on the practice ground, followed by a woman who was wearing a hood. This didn't take the knight by surprise. Previously, at the beginning of the training, His Royal Highness had informed him in advance that during today's practice they would be assisted by a witch. However, Carter hadn't known that the witch would be so tall, as far as he could determine it with his eyes. She was almost as high as His Highness. But nevertheless, she is still exquisite and good-looking, Carter thought. Then he came back from his thought and let the soldiers stand up, allowing them to greet the 4th prince with a salute. "Your Highness," the soldiers shouted and raised their hands. "Thank you for your effort." Receiving their greeting, Roland nodded and walked around since he also wanted to speak with just Carter alone. But at this moment, a soldier suddenly rushed in the direction of the prince. Discovering this, Carter frowned, placed his hand on the hilt of his sword and took a step forward, placing the prince behind himself. Nightingale had been even faster to react. Her hand appeared out of the fog and grabbed Roland's arm. As long as the situation turned out to go even slightly wrong, she would be able to pull the prince into the fog. But then they discovered that the person was rushing out was actually Iron Axe. And even more, he didn't run to the prince, but instead to the unknown witch, immediately falling down to his knees in front of her. Not the kingdom's normal kneeling on one knee, no, he threw his whole body flat on the ground, with his head deeply buried between his arms. "My clan leader." With this, the training of the gun team came to a forced break. First tell me what's going on. Back in the castle hall, Carter, Echo, and Iron Axe stood in a row. While Roland sat at the lord position, he asked, clearly dissatisfied. Discipline, you have to always maintain discipline. This is one of the most important rules within the militia, and now the army should also have the same iron discipline. Not to speak about seeing the clan leader. Even if you were to see the king, you shouldn't move even a toe out of line. This is the only requirement. There will be always time to report later. From the beginning on, Roland had a very good impression of Iron Axe, but with his action of today, he could only sigh. So his final analysis was, it seemed that his inner cultural quality wasn't able to keep up with his practical talents. He clearly hadn't understood the meaning of the word discipline. Your Royal Highness, Iron Axe couldn't help himself to wait any longer. He wanted to kneel down, showing his regret. But when he was already halfway down on his knee, he was stopped by Roland. Stand straight and speak. Yes. Iron Axe swallowed nervously and then began to speak. I grew up in Ironsand City and vowed my loyalty and devotion to the Osha clan and the new clan leader Silver Moon. No, Kabago, I am not the clan leader. Echo quickly disagreed. No, you are, Iron Axe retorted. Your father and brother already died, in accordance with the Osha custom. From the moment of their death, you became the clan leader of our Osha clan. When I heard that you were sold to the port of Clearwater, I immediately went there, but I was unable to find you. I thought that you had died. But Roland interrupted Echo, one by one. First let Iron Axe finish his story. I will obey you until the end of my life, Your Highness. The story wasn't complicated. Roland was quickly able to understand the general idea behind what happened. Echo was originally a member of the Ironsand City's Osha clan. Her former name was Silver Moon, and her father had been the clan leader of the Osha clan. The people of Sand Nation didn't have an easy life. Ironsand City was only able to accommodate a limited population, so every 3 years, each clan had to take part in the sacred duel, and the 6 clans who won would receive the right to live in the city, while the other clans either lived outside of the city or went together to the Green Sea. These places were dangerous places to live, although they offered water, but the demonic beasts and sandstorms would cause a great threat to the Sand People. So during each sacred duel, the warriors of various clans would spare no effort in order to win. Chapter 109, Echo Part 2. Chapter 109, Echo Part 2. However, in the duel, the Osha clan lost to the insidious means that were used by the Tribian clan. Not only that, but in the end, even their patriarch was killed, and the clan ended up being exiled to the Endless Cape. Silver Moon, the daughter of the former patriarch now known as Echo, because of her outstanding appearance, was sold as a slave by the slavers to a businessman from the port of Clearwater. Iron Axe, with his identity as a mixed blood, despite being an adopted member of Sand People, was not a real member of the Osha clan, and therefore he hadn't been sentenced into exile. But because of his strong combat abilities, the other clans took a liking to him and wanted to recruit him to their side. Yet Iron Axe, who had over years received a type familial care from the old patriarch coupled with the hope of saving Echo, did not hesitate to reject the offers of the other clans. After a long and a difficult journey, he finally arrived at his goal, the port of Clearwater. But he never got to know that, at this time, Echo had already been sold to the king of Grey Castle. However, in the end the latter was rescued by a witch, who'd belonged to the Witch Cooperation Association, while the other disheartenedly moved to the west border of the kingdom of Grey Castle. Yet today, these two people unexpectedly meet once again in Border Town. Then what are your plans for the future? Roland asked after pondering for a moment about what he had heard just now. Do you want to return to the south, take Echo with you, and revive the Osha clan? No, Your Highness. Iron Axe went down on one knee. I have already sworn to the 3 gods that for the rest of my life I will always work for you. I was just too excited to see Silver Moon again. I couldn't control my emotions. Please punish me. What about you? The prince asked Echo. Do you want to avenge your people? Being asked this question, Echo also knelt down before Roland. When I awakened to my witch powers, I truly had the thoughts of seeking revenge. But today I no longer harbor such feelings. She bit on her lip and weakly asked, Please allow me to stay here. I don't have anywhere else I can go. I understand. Please stand up, Roland said quietly. You don't need to act in this manner. Don't worry, I won't banish you. He paused for a moment, then said strongly, In fact, letting you achieve your revenge also isn't impossible. What? Iron Axe exclaimed in shock. He was unable to believe his own ears. Echo, however, didn't show much of reaction. After all, she had already let go of her hope of ever going back to Iron Sand City. Of course, right now I'm unable to achieve it. Roland waved his hand dismissively. He didn't think of this idea on a whim. During Iron Axe descriptions of the extreme south, he had heard some very interesting things, that this piece of land was hot and dry, and that the environment had many strange things to offer, especially the orange flames coming out of the ground that had burned for decades without going out. The orange fire was oftentimes burning above a huge pit, and at the bottom of the pit, someone could see the black sticks flowing endlessly. Orange fire, black sticks were both words worth mentioning. When Roland listened to this description, one question immediately popped up in his mind. Wasn't he talking about oil? Even more, open-flowing oils. How important this black liquid was to the industry's development, no one really had to ask. After all, more than half of modern warfare was because of the need for oil. The rise and fall of the oil prices could even affect the rise and fall of a number of countries, and even change the patterns of the world. If he could somehow get control over the people in the south, he could maybe get a stable source of oil. However, for now, Roland did not have the time to think about disputes happening in a faraway area, which was out of his control. So without any better option, he had to postpone the show, since in ancient times, to a later day. When I get hold of the throne, I will try to get justice for you. Roland went in front of the kneeling Iron Axe. But today, you violated the discipline of the First Army. From now on, you are sentenced to 2 days of confinement. During these 2 days, you will reflect on your wrongdoings. Yes, Your Highness, Iron Axe returned excitedly. Then let us continue the training, said Roland to the knight, and you will also be responsible for the next march. Brian thought that today's training had already come to its end, but everyone was still sitting on their place in the driving range. No one dared to disperse on their own. After all, before Carter left with the prince, he gave them the order to rest where they were, but not to dissolve. What should he do if he had to wait until the time of his patrol? He didn't want to imagine such a scenario. "So, Knight, you said that Captain Iron Axe won't come back?" asked Nail, who was in the same group as Brian himself. His unexpected action just now nearly gave me a heart attack. "How many times have I told you already you shouldn't call me sir?" Brian corrected him again. "In the First Army, you should call me group leader." After he was knighted by His Highness, his rank within the army had become a lot higher. It even came to the point that other people didn't dare to talk to him. Except for Nails, the little man worked as a miner before he joined the army. He was the only one who would often come to him to talk. According to Nails' stories, don't mention that he dared to talk with a knight. He even said that he'd had close conversations with His Highness. This kind of thing, His Royal Highness won't blame him too excessively, right? Although he gave him a reassuring answer, but the wariness in his heart didn't want to quell down. Once he had seen a civilian who accidentally collided with the occupants of a carriage, and afterwards got stabbed to death by the guards on the spot. Such a tragedy. Even so, Iron Axe came from another country. It was still very daring to kneel in front of another woman when His Highness stood directly beside him. Even calling her patriarch, adding all this together was a big break of etiquette. "I guess that will be the case," nodded Nail. "I've spoken to His Royal Highness personally. He isn't like the other nobles, He scratched his head and seemed to try to find the right words. Even though they almost look the same as him, they act totally different. Brian also didn't want Iron Axe to be punished too hard. After more than 1 month of collective training, he already felt a deep sense of admiration for this foreigner, especially when he taught them how to build a tent for the case in which they happened to be stranded in the wild. They all benefited from the superb skills he patiently taught to them. In the eyes of the knight, Iron Axe was even more suited to be the commander of the First Army than Carter was. "They're back," Nail brushed against Brian's arm. "Hey, I can't detect Iron Axe within their group." No, it was time to stop his imagination from running wild. Carter had already ordered them to line up, according to how they had previously trained. When they were ready, His Highness stepped in front of them and began his speech. "The woman beside me is another witch. Her name is Echo. She and Iron Axe had been separated before for many years. According to the rules, Iron Axe was sentenced to days of confinement for disrupting the formation and violating the military discipline. No, I will repeat it once more. You all now belong to the regular army." And the most important rule for a member of this army is to always obey orders and maintain the discipline. Can you understand this? Oh yes, Your Royal Highness. Brian, like the others, shouted his consent. When he had heard that Iron Axe was sentenced to confinement, his heart was finally able to calm down, and when he looked in Nail's direction, the other one made a wry face. During the following training, we will use her ability to simulate a variety of sounds, including musical instruments like horns and drums. She will play several kinds of marching songs, which will be your command to act. Everyone will move in accordance with the drums, always holding the same rhythm, keeping the team in one line. Here, His Royal Highness paused. On the battlefield, Echo will always stand behind you. You can think of her as the banner of the First Army, and you have to always protect her with everything you have. Now that I've finished saying all this, everyone should become familiar with the next tunes. What is a marching song? Brian's head was full of confusion. Is it something like the music I occasionally hear when I visit a pub? This kind of soft music should be able to motivate you to move forward. But when he heard the melody coming out of Echo's mouth, he realized that he had never heard something like this before. He almost instantly understood the meaning behind His Royal Highness' words. The rhythm of the drum directly went into his bones, giving him the desire to move his feet, while at the same time, the light melody was provoking his desire to fight. This so-called marching song, hearing this, it would boost everyone on the battlefield. It was a battle hymn to encourage everyone to keep on unceasingly moving forward. TN, the official translated map of release that which is finally here. I hope you like it. If you have better skills than my unbelievably good skills with paint, feel free to make a better version and send me the link or picture at slightly smiling face. Also, don't forget to submit your pictures for the fan art contest for a chance at free chapters. Chapter 110 Battle of Eagle City, Part 1. Chapter 110 Battle of Eagle City, Part 1. Through the misty morning fog, Timothy Wimbledon could vaguely see some flags fluttering in the wind at the top of the city's towers that were in front of him. He raised his gaze, trying to identify the emblem that was depicted on the banner. The sailboat with a crown pattern on top of a green foundation undoubtedly belonged to his sister, Garcia Wimbledon. It was the city's largest banner. The second banner had a white background and the image of a snake twisting around a pagoda. This emblem belonged to the Bayer family. When Timothy had first become aware of this flag, a feeling of contempt had risen up within his heart. But even after they coming and seeking refuge under the protection of the Queen of Clearwater, they still had enough pride that they'd hung their banner above the city. They were simply too brazen. Wait until I catch you, I will make you eat your own flag, Earl Bayer, he thought. Finally, there was the Red Lion Tower, belonging to the equally shameless Sheet family. Outwardly, Timothy appeared expressionless, but inside his heart, he had already condemned Lynn Sheet to death. It was also the same for Tom and Bayer. Of course, both of them would get their very own banner to eat. Sir Neiman, lift my banner, the banner of the Kingdom of Greycastle, Timothy ordered. As you command, Your Majesty. Agreed Knight Linden, and then rushed in the direction of the troops behind them. Long live the king, raise the flag. The newly crowned king turned around and saw his banner being raised. The grey flag was waving in the wind. The black pattern on it looked stately and awe-inspiring. It had a huge tower with 2 crossed spears on both sides depicted on it. This was the emblem of the King of Greycastle. Under this banner, I will condemn all traitors for their crimes against the throne. The moment Timothy received the news of Garcia's declaration of independence, he had immediately taken action to show her his answer. He had mobilized all of his troops together with the troops of the Eastern Duke, and given them the order to attack Eagle City. Although his self-confidence had clearly been shaken by Garcia's unexpectedly fast action, however, on the surface he seemed to remain calm. This greatly increased the faith that all his supporting minister had in him. He needed nearly a month before his summoned vassals and their troops could be gathered. Then it had taken a week to get to the east. From there, they again needed half a month to reach their destination. It was only yesterday evening, when the sun was already on its way down, that Timothy had finally arrived in Eagle City. Fortunately, the months of the demons hadn't affected their march. The road to the south hadn't been blocked by the snow. His situation was almost the opposite of that in Border Town. The roads had become even stronger thanks to the cold temperature, thereby allowing his carriages carrying the food and his soldiers to move faster than usual. Timothy's team was very large. The forces were put together mostly from his own guards, the Knights of King City and the special forces from the Duke of the Eastern Border, Duke Francis. Together they numbered 6,000 men, divided into 3 battalions, of which 1,000 men belonged to the well-trained and well-equipped rank of knights. According to the reliable intelligence he had been able to gather, he knew that the size of Garcia's troops was less than 3,000 people, and most of them belonged to the rank of Clearwater Port's free people. They were usually former farmers and businessmen who had just grabbed the nearest weapon they could reach. They would never really be a threat to his genuine knights. When his finance minister, Sir Arthur Goldes, had become aware of Timothy's battle plans, he had immediately raised objections. So shortly after the end of the months of the demons, the farming operation would become the highest priority. If the farmers were to be recruited into his troops, it would later affect the harvest. Acknowledging this objection, Timothy didn't require his vassals to deploy their serfs. Instead, they had to convene the freedmen in their territory and send them so that they could take over the responsibility for the delivery and logistic. As a result, even if they were to fight in the south, it wouldn't affect the harvest in the fall. From Timothy's perspective, no matter what he had to do, in the end, Garcia could not be allowed to stay in the south of his kingdom any longer. Eagle City wasn't a well-developed city. After all, previously it was only a marketplace situated in the middle of the surrounding towns. But later, just less than a century ago, with the increase of its importance to the surrounding towns, it slowly developed into a city. Because of the previous lord's plans to further promote the importance of its market, he decided to not build any insurmountable walls. How strong could an army of 3,000 civilians, together with the men from 2 earls, possibly be? So the sooner Timothy started his countermeasures, the better were his odds for him to win. If he was to give her even a little breathing space, she would quickly take over the whole of the southern territory, making it very difficult for him to push her back. After a night's rest and a good meal, his troops were now ready to fight. The sun gradually turned from a weak orange into a ball of shining gold, dispersing the morning fog. Soon Timothy could see Eagle City's earth-colored walls in the eyes of the new king. They didn't deserve to be called walls. At best, they could be called an earthen slope. From the bottom to the top of the slope, it was just a ramp. Even without a siege ladder, his troops would still be able to directly climb it on foot. Furthermore, the slope only had a height of 1 person, and just enough thickness to accommodate 1 person on top of it. While this so-called wall was good enough to block refugees and bandits, it would never be able to stop his heavily armed soldiers. It seemed the city walls were only very sparsely manned. Apparently they weren't ready to defend the wall. Your Majesty, the cavalry which was in charge of observing the south gate have came back to report. They finally saw a group of men and horses moving, reported Knight Linden, who ran back to the king while leading his horse by hand. Timothy turned in the direction of Duke Francis and said with a knowing look, "It looks like she wants to run." Duke Francis took a careful look for himself and nodded. That is most probably true and can be considered a decisive action on her part. Eagle City isn't suitable for a siege. If she tried to defend this city with her troops, it will only become a clear victory for us. It turned out the same as you had expected during the combat meeting last night. She really did not expect us to react so fast. He laughed. We arrived at just the right time, Timothy said. She was unable to move at night, even if she had wanted to. You are correct. A march during nighttime is a big taboo. If she really had done it, and we then took the initiative to attack, her troops would easily collapse. And once the troops collapse during the night, they will seldom have the chance to gather again. Even if she was able to flee back to Clearwater Port, it would only be delaying the inevitable. So, my dear sister had to wait until the morning to order the troops to retreat. Timothy looked with satisfaction at the castle of Eagle City, which seemed to be waiting for him to take it. It has to be hard on her after all she has done, yet it didn't turn out as she expected. Garcia was too fond of the symbolic status of Eagle City, and the possibilities she felt when she stationed troops here when holding the mansion of the guardian of the southern border. It would indeed be easier to conquer the hearts of the southern nobility. But the benefits were also accompanied by its own risk. Timothy had intentionally sent a slow-moving diversionary army along the way, while at the same time rushing with a division of cavalry to the east, without any infantry. The needed rations were transported by cart, which were following them. When they arrived at the Duke's mansion, they took the rest of the cavalry with them. From there, they bypassed Eagle City and neared the city from the opposite side. The first mission of the cavalry was to block all roads, reducing the ability for the spies to pass on messages. But such big military activity was impossible to hide forever. Garcia should have gotten the news of their attack 2 to 3 days earlier than their actual approach, so that when they started their retreat this morning, it could be considered as a hasty move. Retreating from Eagle City to Clearwater would take 1 day on foot, so even if they ran on their 2 legs, Timothy could still easily overtake them with his 1,000-men strong cavalry unit and easily kill them, which would naturally lead to the collapse of her ridiculous armies. Unfortunately, as long as she threw her 3,000 troops away, Garcia still had a chance to escape from Timothy's clutches by leaving the city on her own by horse. Like this, staying alive and returning to the port of Clearwater wouldn't be difficult. Even in the case that she was able to flee, I would still have ended this farce, he thought. Your Majesty, according to the previously drawn-up plan, we should separate now, said Duke Francis. You will wait for me in the inner city after you bypass the city and attacked from the south gate, right? And if we run into strong resistance or get cut off, we will take a detour. I still think it's better if I attack from the southwest, Timothy answered. For us knights, it isn't easy to move in the narrow streets, and Garcia may also obstruct our troops from moving forward by blocking the streets with lots of debris. Even if we have to take a detour and fight into the night, we won't let ourselves be prevented from chasing them down and slaughtering them. Then I'm out, Your Majesty. Be careful, Timothy reminded him. Even if Garcia didn't leave any troops in the city, she could still have left behind many traps. In addition, be aware of the narrow streets. There might still be many people left in the houses, only waiting for the right time to ambush you, so slay everyone you find. You can't leave any threat to your safety alive. Ha ha ha, Duke Francis frankly laughed. Your Majesty, please rest assured, I have followed you farther into many battles. I have personally cut off hundreds of heads, and until now I have never been hurt. He waved with his hand and signaled the guard beside him to move. Everyone, attack! The troops behind him got ready, split into several smaller formations that were under the leadership of other knights, and started to move in the direction of Eagle City. The troops in the front line were made up out of the freedmen, followed by the armored mercenaries that were the main force in the siege, while the Duke's knights were fully focused on his commands. When the main force began to hit the walls, Timothy led the rest of the knights and their squires in the southwestern direction. Chapter 111 Battle of Eagle City, Part 2. Chapter 111 Battle of Eagle City, Part 2. The first batch of freedmen who served as the human meat shields didn't meet any resistance and were able to successfully climb the earthen slope. On top of the ramp formed from Earth's slope, the defenders had built a wooden fence to block the attacking forces. The fence wasn't completely closed, instead, it had many openings for spears. During the time the attackers were busy destroying the logs of the fence, the defenders could simply stand behind it and use their spears to kill the enemy. However, contrary to Duke Francis' expectations, the defenders who should have been standing behind the fence were nowhere to be seen. The entire wall was currently in an unguarded state, so his vanguards carrying their axes were able to quickly open up some gaps in the wall. After the logs were out of the way, the rush towards the city began. A moment later, the wooden gate was also opened. "Let's go," said the Duke, and shook the reins of his horse and led the rest of his troops to the gates. From the beginning of the siege until when the gates were opened, less than 30 minutes have passed, so what the hell was Garcia Wimbledon doing? Francis frowned. Even if she didn't have much combat experience, she should still have known that she had to leave a small group of personal guards or hired mercenaries who had been bought with a lot of money and didn't fear death behind to block the enemy's offensive for as long as possible. Only in this way could she gain enough time for the larger group to flee. The third princess is clearly not a stupid person. Otherwise, it could not be explained why she was able to take over the south so quickly. So why hadn't she arranged for any men to defend the wall? Building a solid defense, even with well-placed traps in it but with no one to operate it, is only a waste of money. Francis thought, it's decided now. My personal guards will be the first group to step into the city and investigate whether the situation is safe. But later, when the captain of his personal guards came back to report, he reported that even within the city it was still the same situation. they hadn't met any resistance. However, there were indeed some wood and stone obstacles, but after his men had ordered the local inhabitants to work, those were soon removed. Hearing this report, Francis no longer hesitated and began to lead his remaining troops towards Eagle City. He had followed King Wimbledon Roman III on many campaigns during the years and could be counted as a veteran. So how could he let himself be scared off by a little girl? Contrary to what one might expect, the time invested into analyzing the enemy's steps for mistakes was not wasted, because if he could wait until all the gates were captured, he could directly ride through the city and save a lot of time. When he stepped through the gate, Duke Francis could smell something with a pungent smell. It wasn't the smell of rotting corpses which often appeared on battlefields, but rather more like a mixture of pine nut oil, tangerine peel, and incense. If someone took a deep breath, they could even imagine it to be a perfume. What is this smell? But when he observed his surroundings once more, he was unable to detect anything unusual. The only thing which didn't seem right was that the ditch for the drainage system was blocked, and the sewage was overflowing out of its channel, slowly flowing along the ground. It had accumulated so much filth that he couldn't tell how long it was that they hadn't been cleaned. But when the sun fell on these dark substances, it reflected in 5 splendorous colors. Probably the smell comes from this pile of sewage. Francis shook his head, clearing it of this unnecessary thought, then began to lead his unit further to the castle district. Since they took over Eagle City, they naturally had to go to the castle and the city hall and look to see if there was worth looting. Of course, it was very likely that Garcia had already plundered the city, so there shouldn't be many gold royals left. But some of the larger crafts and ornaments were also very suitable trophies. Exactly for this occupation, Francis had brought his own food carriages along. Regardless of the condition of the loot, everything would be loaded on the carriages. As for those mercenaries, most probably they were already looting the shops and the surrounding farms. Well, for now, this doesn't matter. It's more important that Duke Joey is already dead, and it's still unsure who will become his successor. So at this time, it's a close battle to decide under whose rule this city will fall. When Duke Francis entered the castle, he thought that he had come to the wrong place. From the outside, it appears to be the castle, he thought. But they hadn't only taken all of the coins. No, they had cleared out the entire basement. They took all of the clothes and didn't even leave behind a single corn in the grain storage. The several frescoes hanging on the walls were also all taken, leaving only blank walls behind. There were no longer any books in the bookcases, and they also hadn't forgotten to take the bed from the Lord's bedroom either. In short, the whole castle had been stripped clean. Was this something that was done in a hasty retreat? Francis gradually became more uneasy. If this hadn't been planned out from the start, the castle wouldn't have been cleared so thoroughly. Right at the moment, he wanted to go to the city hall to see if was the same situation over there. A thick smoke suddenly began to emerge through the north gate. "What's the matter? Is something burning?" "I do not know, Your Excellency. I have already ordered Molière to go and take a look," the captain of his guard answered. "Perhaps it's a fire that has been deliberately set by the enemy." Yes, that must be the case. The Duke's first thought was that this all was a trap, but then he realized that this method of setting the gates on fire was meaningless. After all, they could easily bypass the gates. They only had to cross the slope and then they were already outside. Setting something on fire without any additional attack was meaningless. After all, an organized team wouldn't need much time to put the fire out. The correct use of this tactic would be to set up soldiers at the inner side of the walls, who would wait until the fire had expanded all over the city. And then, when the enemy's troops started to panic, that would be the time for their own surprise attack to start. If it's done like this, it can easily disrupt the enemy's formation, maybe even force them to retreat. But as he had said before, with no one to operate the trap, it was meaningless. At this moment, out of the direction of the 3 other gates, black smoke also began to emerge. And when he looked back at the fire at the north gate, he could see that it was spreading at much too fast a rate, as if the whole surroundings had been filled with straw. It didn't take long until the first cries from the civilians could be heard. indicating that some of their houses were already lit. This can't be right. Duke Francis thought, the fire is coming from the north gate, but there was nothing with which to feed the fire. There was only an open space. But if there was nothing, how can the fire spread so fast? Wait! Suddenly, a horrifying thought popped up within his mind. Could it be that Garcia Wimbledon had secretly recruited a witch? Francis reassuringly touched the god's stone of retaliation which hung around his neck, calming quickly beating heart. Hopefully, it is only a fire ignited by a witch. As long as that is the case, I can directly walk through it. After all, with this stone, that demonic fire simply cannot hurt me. And furthermore, each member of my personal guards is also wearing this thing, so this fire can't threaten us at all. As for the freedmen, who have no money to donate to the church, I just don't have the time to attend to them. Regardless of the fact that he possessed such a stone, the city had still become dangerous. So he decided to flee to the war camp at the south gate. From there, he could not only monitor Eagle City, but also wait for the new king to return with the cavalry. When he thought his next steps through, he immediately gave the captain of his guards the command, "We will leave the city through the south gate. During the ride you will blow the horn to gather all of our troops." "As you command." Everyone immediately went on their way, but when their group came near the south gate, the flames had begun to cover the whole city, already setting many civilian houses on fire. The heat emitting from the fire became so hot that they were forced to retreat. In addition, the commoners who were originally hiding inside their houses behind closed doors were now on the streets and fleeing from the flames. Crowding the whole streets with people, they became so many that even the sword-swinging knights were unable to move forward. There was nothing which would help against this panic-stricken people, fleeing to the only open space available, which wasn't burning yet. At this moment, it seemed as if everything would be consumed by the surrounding flames and smoke. "Everyone calm down, we have to get to the wells. From it we can draw water to fight this fire." Duke Francis quickly gave some orders. "Don't try to save the houses, they are out of control. Just extinguish the burning obstacles on the streets, so that we get a path out of the city. Don't stop the horn signal, let other people know where we are." "Sir," shouted a knight who came from the direction of the city center. The knight didn't even wait until his horse had stopped. Instead, he immediately jumped off the horse. When he took a closer look, he discovered that it was the knight sent to the north gate by his captain. "Sir, at the north gate we are unable to get the fire under control." "What did you say?" Francis couldn't believe it, so he had to ask again. "You are unable to fight the fire." "The flames are burning on this black water," she said quickly. "Not only is it not extinguished with water, it is even quickly spreading over it, and now the whole northern city is burning." "An immortal fire," Francis murmured. "Yes, it has to be demonic fire." And then the Duke shouted, "Do not panic. This is Garcia, taking advantage of the ability of this evil witches. As long as you wear God's stone of retaliation, you're safe. Even if these flames seem frightening, they simply cannot hurt you. So that's the reason you were so benevolent." Molière subconsciously stroked her chest. "Sir, what should we do?" "With the God's stone of retaliation, we don't need to fear anything. Everyone launch, we will break through." The Duke waved his hand. "These demonic fire, as long as we wear the God's stone of retaliation, it will disappear without a trace." He paused. "Molière, you will lead the first group of people out. I will stay here and wait for the people who are still coming." The female knight nodded in confirmation. "Sir, you have to take care of yourself. Pay attention that you don't." Then she turned around and rushed without any hesitation towards the raging fire at the end of the street. Chapter 112 Battle of Eagle City, Part 3. Chapter 112 Battle of Eagle City, Part 3. It seemed as if the king's knights were holding a sharp silver blade when they cut into the rear of Garcia's retreating troops. The crowd broke into chaos, and a lot of people fell to the ground while they were trying to flee, only to end up getting trampled to death by the horses. Occasionally, some of them pulled out weapons and tried to resist the attackers, but against the superior knights, they were soon cut into pieces. Leading this kind of unstoppable flood was an elite knight from the camp in the cold Wind Ridge. It was Knight Naaman who served as the spear point for this attack. Furthermore, his blue cloak which danced in the wind behind him was particularly eye-catching. Wherever he went, the enemy would try to flee. Every time after his sword cut down, it would be covered in blood. Timothy Wimbledon instead stood in the distance on a small hill, overlooking the whole battlefield. At this point, the 3,000 people of Garcia's troops were no longer able to hold together their formation. Instead, with every second they were falling further and further apart, which brought them to almost completely halting their march. They won't last much longer, Timothy thought. The moment when the second of my 3 teams attacks, they will collapse. These people simply cannot resist the assault of Grey Castle's elite knights. Most of them aren't even wearing any armor. The moment a sharp blade comes close to them, they immediately start losing their will to fight. Everything happened almost exactly as he had expected. After spending 1 hour to bypass Eagle City, they had turned over and rode through a sparse forest, finally reaching the road. Back on the road, Timothy ordered his knights to start rushing, and finally, 1 hour later they were able to catch up with Garcia. According to the advice of Duke Francis, Timothy divided his troop into 3 teams of around 300 knights, and let them take turns in attacking the different sides of the enemy. Like this, he was able to hold some troops back and was always ready to send in reinforcements when it was needed. In order to avoid the possibility that they might get surrounded, his knights were not allowed to attack the center of the enemy's formation, and instead they should attack its flanks. With short, speedy dashes, they only cut off the leftovers, with each charge killing only dozens of people. This tactic was obviously very successful. After a few runs, the enemy already had more than 100 casualties, while still being unable to even retaliate. They even tried to organize a counterattack with their own cavalry, but the gap between their equipment and training was just too far off. Compared to the Knights of the King, the momentary patchwork of cavalry was nothing more than a group of horseback-riding infantry. The moment when they came face to face, those cavalry, made of the men that had been brave enough to charge into battle, were simply killed. Or if they were lucky, they were able to scatter in all directions. This unilateral massacre was a great blow to the enemy's morale, and soon Timothy noticed some of Garcia's troops begun to break away from the formation and flee in all directions. The time has finally come for us to launch our main offensive, he thought. When the Cold Wind Knight came back from leading his attack, Timothy didn't order him to start the next round of shock tactics. Instead, he signaled him to come over to his side. "Your Majesty, their formation will soon come falling apart." Naaman wiped the sweat from his forehead away, whilst leaving some bloody marks on his face. As he did naturally, it was the blood of his enemies. Until now, he hadn't received any injuries during the whole battle. Seeing this, Timothy took his own handkerchief and handed it to him. "Well done, you can take a break now. It's finally time to deliver the death blow." Seeing that the next round of shook attack wasn't coming in, Garcia's troops also realized that the decisive moment was coming. Her large group completely stopped their forward march. Instead, they unhurriedly gathered until they had formed a tight formation. Every outermost soldier was holding a wooden pike and held it up, waiting for the impact. Discovering this, Timothy only scoffed. In his eyes, it was nothing more than an already dying man's last struggle. Without barricades, without armor, only with flesh and blood alone, you want to resist the mighty impact of my knights. This can only end in disaster for you. No matter which cards you have left, my dear younger sister, you won't be able to change the outcome. Naturally, it could also be true that you have already departed long ago, leaving this group to die and buying time for yourself to flee. But he soon discovered he had been wrong. Within the crowd, they once again put up the banner of the Queen of Clearwater. Seeing this green banner with the sailing boat and the crown fluttering in the wind made Timothy frown. So he lifted his binocular and took a closer look at the enemy. He soon discovered standing behind the warriors who had raised the flag was the blurred figure of a woman who seemed to be shouting some orders. Even so, he couldn't clearly see the other one's face, yet her grey hair flowing in the wind gave her identity away. Garcia Wimbledon had not run. Timothy took a deep breath. Well, this only means that this farce will come to an end here. I don't have to follow her to Clearwater Port. After waiting for the horses to be fully rested, the new king gave the signal to start the main attack. The cavalry formed from the knights and squires was around 800 strong, and under the leadership of the king's own knights, started the attack against the enemy. It was once more the Cold Wind Knight who was at the tip of the attack, Manhwa. Just at the moment when the attack would finally hit, suddenly on both sides of the horizon, a huge numbers of troops appeared. After sending out strange war cries, they immediately began to rush into the direction of the battle. Timothy couldn't believe what his eyes were showing him. Without raising any flags or wearing any emblems, the suddenly emerged troops didn't resemble any known force of the kingdom. After a closer observation, Timothy saw that they were all wearing different armors and weapons. But with their high stature and weird faces, Timothy knew they could only be from one place. The Sand People from the extreme south. He didn't need to guess any longer if they were friend or foe. Without a doubt, Garcia was able to make a deal with them, leading this group of damn foreigners into the kingdom of Grey Castle. Only the thought of what this meant made Timothy burn with rage. He immediately shouted, "Give the signal, break off the attack," but it was already too late. Such a high-speed assault was impossible to be broken up with such a short notice. His knights were directly impaling into the heart of Garcia's troops, cutting through them like a hot knife through butter, with only one goal: reaching the Queen of Clearwater. Timothy eagerly looked into the direction of the flying banner, hoping that it would break the troops of the Sand People coming from both sides, were each around 1,000 men strong, making Garcia's forces 5,000 people strong. This was a size that Timothy was unable to face. Furthermore, the Sand People had a strong build and were always warring against each other, which had turned them into a great threat even to his knights. Only by killing the enemy's leader, cutting off their flagpole and breaking Garcia's forces, would he have still a chance of winning. However, even so, the flagpole swayed a bit, but it was still standing straight. Finally, the Sand People were able to close the circle, blocking the knights' last way out, and started joining the battle. Without these reinforcements, Garcia's 3,000 desperados would have been defeated long ago. But at the moment, they were still persisting, and just like a swamp, swallowing one knight after another. Hearing the horns blowing to retreat, the knights who were closer to the edge were trying to free themselves came rushing back to the king. But many of them had ridden too deep into the enemy's forces and were now trapped, including the Cold Wind Knight. Currently, he was fighting against a 9-feet-tall warrior of the Sand People while breathing heavily. The other side was waving around a wooden stick as long as 2 men, causing a small area to open up around their fight. Unfortunately, Naaman's mount had already been crushed to death, and it was only thanks to his extraordinary reaction and agility that he was able to stay alive. But without a mount, his heavy armor led to a rapid consumption of his physical strength, and when he once more stepped sideways trying to dodge, his foot slipped and he was hit by the stick in the middle of his chest. The strength of the attack that came hitting against his armor was so huge that it broke into 2 pieces. His blue cloak swayed once more through the wind before he finally disappeared in the crowd. Half an hour later, the knights who were still left fighting had become less and less, and when the Sand People turned in the direction of Timothy's hill, he grit his teeth and gave the order to withdraw. His entire group of people began their retreat northward. Compared with the huge force he had previously led into battle, the new king now merely had 300 people still left around him. Chapter 113 Warning. Chapter 113 Warning. Since the end of the month of the demons, it has only rained for 2 days in the west. All the other days had been sunny days. Apparently, this was compensation for all the snow during the winter. The musty air in the office had also been swept away, becoming fresh and clean as nature. And when he opened the windows, the sweet-smelling fragrance of spring would sometimes float into the room. At this time, the road between Border Town and Longsong Stronghold had nearly been restored to its former quality. But with each passing day, Roland would become particularly more concerned about the matter with the stronghold. Every year after the return of land traffic, there would also be merchants coming to Border Town selling their fresh goods. But until today, he had yet to see any merchant coming in from Longsong Stronghold. Lightning was by now flying 2 times a day to Longsong Stronghold to ensure that they would have an early enough warning to be well prepared for the enemy's arrival. Over the past week, the First Army has entered the comprehensive exercise stage, which included setting up the defensive line in order to welcome an enemy's attack, and also trained in how to pursue and attack an enemy. For the former, they heavily relied on lighting to always inform them of the distance between them and the enemy. The artillery and gun teams would shoot according to her orders, making it much easier, regardless of whether it concerned giving orders or acting on given orders. For example, shooting solid shelling at 800 meters and 500 meters, while using canister shelling when the enemy approached 300 meters, and firing with firearms at 50 meters and so on. As long as they saw lightning raising the corresponding flag, The team leader would then give the signal to his team to attack. The key for the victory on the battlefield laid in the pursuit and attacking stage. According to Roland's plan, when the enemy was defeated, they would turn around and retreat to Longsong's stronghold, for which they would also need to use 3 days. Even if the Duke fled on his own, leaving his militia and the hired mercenaries behind, he would still need 2 days for the journey, so he had to stay for at least 1 night out in the wild. This gave the First Army the perfect chance to chase them. The whole process of monitoring would be done by lightning, while the First Army would always be out of the enemy's scouting distance but ready to catch up at any moment. The artillery and ammunition would be transported by the town's civilians. When the enemy had established their night camp, it was time for the First Army to completely encircle them, and at dawn of the next day they would start the attack, completely annihilating the opposition. Even though the plan didn't seem complicated, it was almost impossible to coordinate the two troops because of the absence of any modern communication devices. Roland could only hope for the witches to make up for the lack in communication. How the final result would end up, even he himself was unsure. Another critical point was that his gunpowder reserves were running low. Because of this, the First Army was unable to use live ammunition during their comprehensive exercises. However, the main goal of the training had been to increase the gunner teams and artillery teams' collaboration, as well as the coordination between the First Army and the witches. Roland has sent people to go further down the Shishui River to Fallen Dragon Ridge and Redwater City, hoping to find new sources of saltpeter. If I'm unable to replenish my reserves of gunpowder, I am afraid after 2 more fights, the guns in the hands of the First Army could only be used as spears, Roland thought. Roland wrote a number of items he had to procure on paper, which included saltpeter, grain, seeds, and other supplies. He intended to send one of Barov's apprentices to the king's city to try his luck. That place had sufficient merchandise. It especially had enough saltpeter with the summer approaching. The king would surely have started to gather saltpeter by now. As a city filled with wealthy aristocrats and also wealthy merchants, when the weather started to get hot, the consumption of saltpeter would become staggering. He hoped to find a stable supplier who could provide Border Town with a stable stream of the raw materials needed to produce gunpowder. Prior to this, he had already sent out 2 of his personal guards, one to implement the plan called Gathering the Witches, and another to work on the Finding the Fruit program. The former had posed as either a traveler or a businessman and spread out through the streets and lanes, pubs, and other places the rumors of Border Town being a safe haven for witches. Of course, it hadn't been said that the host was the 4th prince himself. Instead, he news that spread had been that they had been able to find the Holy Mountain, and that the Witch Cooperation Association was now looking to recruit new members. The other had gone directly to Clearwater Port and purchased some peculiar crops from the fjords from across the ocean. Of course, when he found any particular seeds in any of the cities on the journey, he had also sent them back. Having finished with his purchasing list, he handed it over to Scroll, allowing her go to the town hall and hand it over to Barov. After Scroll left, Roland stretched out his hand to drink some water, but only to discover that his cup was empty. Just as he was about to get up and take the kettle off from the fire, Nightingale was already bringing over the pot to the table. More than that, she even smiled while she filled up the cup, and when she put the kettle back, Roland slowly sipped his tea, while trying to think of what would have happened to make her smile like this. Recently, the attitude of Nightingale was somewhat off. In the last few days, she had always had a smile on her face, and even more, she was now even taking the initiative to serve him tea. Does she secretly want a raise in her wages? Previously, she would only sit on the sofa while holding a pot of dried fish and gnawing on some for the whole afternoon long. Although Roland had already asked her what had happened, she only laughed and refused to answer. He simply had to let the question go. Could playing Gwent really make people so happy? Later, when he invents poker and mahjong, he could just open a casino and the money would come in on its own. Stop. Roland shook his head, pushing the thought to the back of his head. Now wasn't the time for pleasure-seeking. He still had to consider what he would do after achieving his victory against Longsong Stronghold. Should he perhaps relocate his office to Longsong Stronghold? Roland had considered this point for a long time. Moving to a more prosperous land would seem to be quite tempting, but it wouldn't in fact be a very good choice. Longsong Stronghold had more than 100-year longer history than Border Town did, so there were many different forces that were struggling for power, while the other nobility also took a lot of power. The territory was supervised along the principle to divide and conquer. Even as the lord of Longsong Stronghold, it was difficult to handle matters in the territories of his subordinates. In the case that Roland would want to grasp all of this power for himself, it would be very hard to achieve without causing a revolution. Even more, it was a territory where the fish and dragons were mixed in together, so his own safety also couldn't be guaranteed. He did not want to walk in the streets while always having to fear that a radical aristocrat would attempt an assassination. Compared to this, Border Town was completely different. Here only he had the final say. The surrounding land was vast, so he wasn't in an urgent need to expand his territory. Most of the people were either miners or hunters, or all from the same social rank, and with his success during the month of the demons, his reputation among the people has greatly risen. Most importantly, after the integration of the First Army and their propaganda, most of the people have accepted the existence of witches. When compared with Longsong Stronghold or other cities where the church had a lot of influence, Border Town was much easier to turn into the witches' safe haven. Therefore, Roland decided to use Border Town as his core area. As for the fortress, he decided to let others manage it on his behalf, and that he would only be there to provide support from afar. After all, as long as they provided him with a steady flow of workforce as well as paying taxes, he would be satisfied. What he was missing the most of at the moment was people and money. So Roland's consideration for Longsong Stronghold was that they would provide him with the coins and the people for the continued construction of Border Town. Like this, the gold royals from the defeated nobles would return back to the hands of the commoners, who would then use it in the markets of Longsong Stronghold, from where he would get the money back in form of taxes. In addition, maybe he could through a number of preferential policies to convince some people with special skills to stay for the long term in Border Town. But all these were still only some rough plans. Things such as who would administer Longsong Stronghold in his stead, or the specifics of the taxation system, would have to wait until the end of the battle to be considered. At this moment, a figure in yellow suddenly flew through the window, only to stop beside the prince's table. This figure was Lightning. "You've worked hard, have a drink first." Roland took his cup and gave it to her. She took the cup from him, but she didn't drink. Instead, she only shouted, "Your Highness, they are coming." Chapter 114, Thunder. Chapter 114, Thunder. The vast amount of Longsong Stronghold's allied forces were on march to Border Town. The front of the force was comprised out of the 6 knight families in the stronghold. From the various armors that the knights were wearing, it was easy to determine how strong each family was when compared to the others. Without a doubt, the most eye-catching amongst them were Duke Ryan's knights. Their horses were a branch of the king's breed of short-tailed horses, which were exceptionally good at long-distance running and had a larger body than that of other horses. Yet even with how amazing the horses seemed, the knights sitting on their backs seemed even more powerful. Their armor was created by the famous Longsong Stronghold, hammer and dragon-tooth blacksmith, which gave them a unified look. On their thick breastplates was carved a huge and shiny silver lion's head, while on their shoulders were pictured 2 wolves, which seemed to be opening their mouth to let out a roar. Their cloaks, which were waving behind them in the wind, was embroidered with delicately decorative designs, and around their waist, every one of them had also tied a red band. These knights were not only eye-catching. Each year after the end of the months of demons, it was exactly these knights who were responsible for cleaning up the remnants of demonic beasts and ensuring that it was once more safe to travel through the land. Every one of them had accumulated a wealth of combat experience when fighting one-on-one. They weren't much worse than the knights of the king were. They were just less in numbers, of course. As a duke, being able to support 150 elite knights was already an amazing feat. So when Duke Ryan looked at his knights, he always had a very satisfied expression, never doubting for a moment that there was no one in the West who had enough strength to stop him. Walking in the middle of the retinue were the mercenaries. Their equipment, when compared with the knights, was much worse. The majority of their attire was some out-fashioned mail or plate armor, lacking either the gloves or helmets. There were even some people who were only equipped in cheap leather armor, and they were also wearing all kinds of different weapons. While walking along the road, they didn't hold to any formation, but were rather always walking in small groups of 2s or 3s, oftentimes even laughing as they went. Seeing this, one could have the feeling that they weren't on their way to battle, but instead seemed to be going out on a hike during the spring. At the end of the line, walking behind the mercenaries, were the freedmen who had been pressured into service by the Lord, dragging a single wheel cart behind them which was loaded with food and tents. Due to the difference in the movement speed of the 500 people, which resulted in a very slow-moving retinue, the knights riding at the front would have to stop from time to time and wait for the troops behind them to keep up. Sir Count Elk Halger Medela pulled the reins of his horse so that he could directly ride side by side with the Duke. We are half a day away from the border town. If we continue at this pace, we should arrive there by 4 p.m. At that time, it would be the best if we let our troops rest for the night. Then tomorrow morning we will start the attack. Or do you perhaps want to attack the prince's castle immediately? It seems you want to sleep in the wild too, the Duke laughed. I myself would prefer to sleep in the castle's bed rather than the wet mud. Of course, we still have to give the royal family a little respect. So when we arrive at border town, I will send messengers to persuade the prince to surrender. Count Honeysuckle, riding slightly in front of them, turned around and said, "The cavalry has already spent a whole day out in the field. The people and the horses are tired, so starting a direct attack wouldn't be very appropriate, right? After all, even though he only has miners and hunters, it is still a fact that Roland Wimbledon was able to spend all of the months of the demons inside border town. I think it would be for the best if we remain a bit cautious." Haha, I can understand that others don't know it, but that even you don't know the truth about the demonic beasts. My old friends, they are really scary when met in the wild. They move fast and nimble and have astonishingly strength. In other words, they are deadly opponents. But if you're standing behind a wall, then they are just stupid beasts. The Count of the Elk family shrugged. I was more surprised with that he could build a wall so quickly. But with that alone, he cannot resist the might of our knights, correct? They aren't mindless idiots. That is exactly the case, and I have also received a message from the north. Duke Ryan casually said, this year in Hermes they'd had to deal with an unusually large force of demonic beasts, almost resulting in the fall of the new holy city. So thinking about this logically, it seems that this year's demonic beasts were mostly directed in their direction, and here at the west border, we'd only had to deal with the few that have slipped through the net. As the lord of the whole western territory of the kingdom, his eyes were not only concentrated in this remote place. Through these years, he had placed many eyes in all of the major cities, who continually passed him all the newest information. But at the moment, the tragic war in the north wasn't the place where his main focus laid. A few days ago, he had received a secret letter from Steep Cliff City, which informed him that the new King Timothy Wimbledon and the Queen of Clearwater have held a fierce fight within the southern territory of Eagle City. According to the news, Timothy's team should need a month to return from Eagle City. The letter hadn't mentioned the result of the fight. In it had only stood that, after Timothy had come back to Steep Cliff City, he had lost thousands of troops, which had made it impossible for him to keep up the blockade against his sister. It also seemed that Eagle City had become a victim of the fire. The black clouds of smoke had almost covered the whole sky. This spectacle had all been witnessed by the residents of the surrounding towns. Without a doubt, regardless of whether the Queen of Clearwater had died to the hands of Timothy or not, such a painful loss of soldiers was a serious blow to the new king. The content of the letter had made Duke Ryan so restless that he had on that very night sent out many trusted aides to King's City and also into the Eastern Territory, hoping to learn more about Timothy's circumstances. Perhaps this large battle between the two monarchs would give him the opportunity to destroy the still unstable regime of the new king. He absolutely did not mind throwing a torch on an already prepared bonfire. If he wanted to become an independent king, now was the best chance he would ever get. The soldiers of the north were buried under the feet of the new holy city. The south has just experienced a war and was still lying on the ground while licking their wounds. The east border lords and the new king weren't in a better situation either. But he was afraid that in a few years they would come back into power. As long as he got some people to attack the north, it could easily tear the kingdom of Greycastle in half. By then, the territory and population under his rule would be comparable to that of the kingdom of Eternal Winter in the north. With the two biggest cities in the southeast under his control, his strength would be comparable with everyone else's in the kingdom of Grey Castle. And he, Osmond Ryan, would become the first king in this new country. After he thought everything through, the Duke smiled in satisfaction. He wanted to end this farce with the prince today, and tomorrow he would immediately go back home. Fortunately, 3 days later, I will be able to welcome my trusted aides back to the castle. Hopefully, they will have some good news for me. As the sun gradually went downwards, approaching the top of the mountains, Duke Ryan could finally make out the outline of Border Town. And outside of the town, he saw a number of densely packed silhouettes. Father Duke René, who was in charge of the leading the front, came back to report. The people in front of us should be the guards of the fourth prince. They are all armed, clearly showing that they don't intend to welcome us. Well, at least we don't have to bother with going to the castle to ask him to surrender. The Count laughed. Inform the knights they should slow down and should stop at a distance close enough for a charge. Yes, father. After receiving his orders, René turned around and left. Duke Ryan raised his view and looked at his opponents. The guards in front of him all looked very strange. They were also holding strange weapons. They stood side by side in 2 lines. If you were to call their weapons pikes, that would mean that the pikes did not have the correct ends, and the grip was also too short. Moreover, his counterparts adopting the disposition of trained troops was also against any common sense. Their line of defense was so thin, weren't they running with open eyes into their own death? This made the Duke a little confused. Even if the prince has no common sense or any battle experience to speak of, he still has some knights and also his personal guards by his side. Aren't they able to prevent him from making such a mess? Thinking about for a moment, the Duke decided that he would let the mercenaries lead the charge, while the cavalry would stand aside and remain ready to start their charge at any moment. Of course, he would still send out a messenger to try persuading the prince. Go over and tell the prince that I don't have the intention of hurting him, Duke Ryan said. But I still have an obligation, the new king's order. They won't be harmed if they put their weapons down without resistance. On his way back to the king's city, I will treat him according to the treatment of nobles. Getting his army into formation was a very slow process. First was the cavalry. They went one after the other onto their positions, while the mercenaries were slowly taking their position at the fore. But at this moment, Duke Ryan suddenly saw 4 short flashes of fire in the enemy's camp. First came a flash of light, then there appeared some smoke. He frowned, thinking that there might be something wrong. He even thought about taking out his binocular, but then suddenly, a series of thunder-like noises exploded near to his ear. Chapter 115 War for Border Town, Part 1. Chapter 115 War for Border Town, Part 1. When the enemy finally entered his field of vision, Vanner immediately noticed the heavily armed knights who were riding on huge horses, wearing bright and dazzling armor and slowly riding towards Border Town. It was usually the case that the rank of a knight was much higher than that of the common townspeople, and when he was suddenly confronted with about 100 of these, he had to take some deep breaths to calm himself. Vanner felt how his palms became sweaty. It was just like the time on the wall when he had to face the demonic beasts for the first time. But this time he faced creatures that were the same species as himself, the joined forces of Longsong Stronghold's nobility. No, that's wrong. He angrily spat out and threw his former thought aside. You think they are the same as yourself. When have the nobles ever treated you as if you were of the same species as themselves? He asked himself mockingly. The only goal of their trip is to snatch Border Town away from us and bring the Northern Slope mine back under their control. More importantly, they even intend to drive His Royal Highness out of the Western Territory. As a member of the First Army, I cannot simply allow this. During yesterday's pre-war lecture, His Royal Highness had made it clear that Timothy Wimbledon, the brother of His Royal Highness, had conspired against the throne, and in the end even killed his own father, King Wimbledon Roman III, for it. Originally, these happenings between the royalty and aristocracy hadn't mattered that much to him. Is there any difference for me if the king was to change? But now that Duke Ryan wanted to grasp this opportunity to take His Highness's territory away, This he now found totally unacceptable. When he thought about it, just how had his life been before His Highness had come to Border Town? If he was remembering correctly, the former lord was actually a count who had rarely shown himself. The acquisition of the furs was done by his personal guards, who often used their weapons to lower the prices. And when the months of the demons arrived, they would all flee to live in the slums of Longsong Stronghold and end up suffering during that whole time. But today, under His Highness' control, the life in Border Town had become better and better, with changes being visible for everyone to see. Vanner thought, for example, when the miners had achieved a higher output, they would also receive a higher payment. And even after His Highness put this black machine into the North Slope mine, the additional output had still counted for the miners' work. Whether it was when building the walls or mining gravel, everyone was paid on time. During this whole winter, there wasn't even one person who had frozen or starved to death. Of course, the biggest change was the implementation of the militia. Now it's called the First Army. Having them guarding the town, we commoners don't need to huddle together in these wooden sheds, begging for others to give us food. If the prince isn't here any longer, would the duke still allow for the First Army to keep on existing? Vanner took another deep breath and wiped his palms against his clothes. No, he certainly would not allow it. The nobles of the stronghold don't care for the lives of us commoners. It is exactly as His Highness had said before. Only an army composed of the commoners will be willing to fight for the lives of other commoners. Vanner raised his head so that he could keep the left part of the sky inside his field of view. There in the distance he could see a small black dot circling around. When one was only taking a casual look, anyone would think it was actually just a large bird. But in truth, it was the artillery intelligence commander Lightning, who was using the trees growing on both sides of the road as cover while constantly observing the enemy's movements. When she flew back, Vanner also noticed that as long as she did not take the initiative to fly over open areas, the people on the ground would only be able to see tree branches if they were to look upwards. So it was nearly impossible for them to detect that there was a witch that was flying over their heads. After a quarter of an hour, Lightning flew closer to their frontal position while flashing a green ribbon. This was signaling to them that the enemy had entered a range of 1,000 meters and that they should prepare to start shooting. Vanner didn't know how far the distance His Highness called 1,000 meters was, but when he saw the green signal, he just subconsciously followed the rules of the comprehensive exercise, giving the command to load the cannon and adjust the angle. It didn't take the 4 groups of gunners a long time to complete their tasks. The cannon angle was adjusted to the 3rd setting, while the gunpowder and the solid artillery shell were also inserted into the cannon's barrel. He had thought that after he had stood on the wall and fought against the demonic beasts, he could regard himself as an experienced fighter, and also thought that he was talented. But today, he came to discover that there was still a huge distance between himself, Iron Axe, and Brian. During the afternoon assembly, he'd had great problems trying to calm his heart. But these 2 men, when they led their groups to the appointed area, they not only looked as if there was nothing special about today, no, he could even hear from Brian's voice just how eager he was to fight. But he himself, until now, was unable to calm himself. With a bit of shame in his heart, he had to acknowledge that even the Rodney brothers seemed to be acting better than his own performance. This thought made Vanner feel very depressed. He nervously licked his lips and checked Lightning's position once again. But at this moment, the enemy's movement slowed down by a lot. "What are they doing?" Rodney asked. "That's currently unknown," Caddispaw answered. "For me, it seems like they are adjusting their formation, but they still look a little chaotic. They are waiting for the other troops," explained Jop with a slightly trembling voice. "It's impossible for knights to fight alone. They always need a large number of people to follow them." "How do you know all this?" Nelson wasn't convinced. "I have already seen it. A knight will always take along at least 2 squires, while there will be another dozen serfs who have to handle their foraging." He began to count it off on his fingers. First, there is the Duke. As the Lord of Longsong Stronghold, he has at least 100 knights, right? Then there is the light cavalry, who are at least 300 people. Plus, the counts and viscounts who have their own territory. Many more. And don't forget the mercenaries. They have all already tasted blood themselves, so they won't even blink as they kill you. They will do anything for money. While we only have 300 people, actually, less than 300 people, Vanner corrected in his mind. We only have 270 soldiers armed with weapons. According to His Highness's explanation, it is because we lack in the area of production capacity. Now those who did not have guns of their own were sent to the artillery teams. They were to handle preparing the ammunition for the 4 cannons. When Vanner discovered that they were a lot slower than his own group, he also felt a lot better. "The mercenary, they're coming," Jop cried out. Vanner looked towards the enemy. There he could see a group with various kinds of armors taking the front in their battle formation. They did not ride, nor did they march in line. They just walked in small groups of 2s or 3s to the middle of the field. While the knights scattered to both sides, it seemed as they were giving up their position for the mercenaries. After a quarter of an hour, the Duke's allied forces were finally ready. At this time, a knight came riding out of the enemy's camp into the direction of Border Town. Vanner became so nervous, he almost gave the command to fire. "What should I do?" Vanner looked once more at the sky, but he was still unable to discover lightning, while the enemy was constantly coming closer while waving a white flag. "He is the messenger sent by the Duke," Jop muttered. "He should be coming over trying to persuade the prince." "It's none of our business." Rodney squatted down behind the cannon and aligned his line of sight with the center line of the barrel. "Leader, we need to adjust the cannon. Most of the knights have left the impact zone." During their previous practice with live ammunition, they were repeatedly taught that the cannon attack range was represented by the center line of the barrel, so if they wanted to hit their target, they had to make sure that the target overlapped with the barrel's center line. So the 5 men began at the same time to turn around the cannon, until the cannon once more pointed in the direction of the knights. The messenger who had come in alone was then escorted by Carter to the back of their defense line, but Vanner knew that this move of the Duke was just a waste of time. The prince would never agree to surrender. Suddenly, Lighting abruptly flew in the direction of the defensive line, wildly waving a yellow flag in her hands. The yellow signal meant that the opponent had entered the 800 m range. At this distance, they had the chance to hit the target with a solid projectile. It also meant that as long as the gunner captain didn't prohibition firing, the gunner teams could fire at will. His other team members also noticed the signal, so they all looked into his direction, and after he nodded once, he took a deep breath, then shouted, "Fire!" Chapter 116, War for Border Town, Part 2. Chapter 116, War for Border Town, Part 2. It was not the case that the knights could charge from the beginning at their fastest speed. After all, horses were limited by their physical endurance, so they were only able to maintain their fastest speed for a short period of time. At 1,000 or 800 meters, they would begin to gradually increase their speed until they reached 500 meters away from their mark. Only when they came within 200 meters would start galloping. While in theory, the 12-pound Napoleonic cannon had an effective range of up to 300 meters if it used solid shells. Maybe because it only had half the diameter than normal, Roland's cannon only had an effective range of 1,000 meters. As a result, the furthest distance his artillery group were allowed to open fire at was at 800 meters. At this distance, reaching the target area could be guaranteed, while at the same time the cannonballs would also bounce forward after hitting the ground, resulting in line damage, with a high chance to kill multiple targets with a single shot. In order to let the mercenary attack first, Duke Ryan had ordered his knight to step to the side, letting them wait in an absolutely safe area, meaning an area where bows and crossbows were unable to reach the knights. But this distance was still close enough for an effective night charge to be launched. Knowing of the low efficiency of the mercenaries, the knights were always ready to pull the horses' reins, waiting for any resistance in one place. However, like this, they became an almost fixed target for the artillery group. But the Duke certainly did not realize that by the time he ordered his troops to step aside, that they had already stepped onto Roland's prepared battlefield. While the middle of the road might have been flat and spacious, both of its sides were crammed with leaves and with other vegetation. What seemed from afar to be just ordinary grass was in truth actually thick vines covered by a knee-deep layer of weeds. It was like a road plastered with natural tripwire. If the cavalry wanted to start a flanking assault on the defensive line, they would only be able to move forwards with a very slow degree of progress. The 1,000-meter distance was clearly marked on the ground. It may not have been visible for the people on the ground, but to Lighting flying in the sky, it was clearly visible. The battlefield was precisely divided into several segments, and every differently colored mark represented a different distance, the enemy was now just a ruler moving about on a chessboard, which permitted the artillery group to shoot without having to calculate the barrel's angle. They only had to go through the steps as they had implemented them during their training. The cannon of Vanner's group was the first to roar with fury. A large amount of gas generated by the detonation of the gunpowder pushed the projectile outwards, and at the moment it flew out of the muzzle, it had already reached a speed of more than 400 meters per second. So after 2 seconds, the shell had already almost reached the knights, directly flowing through the group of knights and boring itself into the ground beside the road, splashing soil and gravel into every direction and creating panic amongst the horses. One knight reacted a little too late and fell from his horse. The following next 2 shells also missed their target and only created a lot of dust. But the last group was able to get a lucky hit. Originally, there was no one in its flight path, but a knight who was unable to gain back the control over his frightened horse happened to pass right into it. In front of this huge amount of kinetic energy, his armor existed in name only. The cannonballs simultaneously pierced through the thin iron and human flesh, and after it bounced off the ground, it then hit another knight, cutting off his calf. Furthermore, it ended up penetrating through the horse's chest under the knight's hip, and spreading its internal organs all over the ground. If the knight were in their normal phase of attack, the artillery group would need to adjust the angle of their shot. But the sudden blow had apparently shocked the whole coalition of the Duke's forces. They didn't know what had hit them. How could they? The shell was too fast to be seen with the human eye. So the knights didn't receive the command to attack. Instead, they were still pacing back and forth in their original location, trying to appease their skittish mounts. It was once more Vanner's group who was the fastest to complete the reloading process, starting the second round of shelling. The new weapon exposed just how fragile and soft the human body really was. Once hit by a passing iron ball, could cause injuries which were unable to ever be healed. But when the rider was directly hit by it, in addition to him losing several limbs, it would also splash blood everywhere. Only when they were hit by the second round of artillery shells were they finally able to make out a vaguely black shape, while it was taking the lives of their companions. After the second round of shooting, the Duke was finally able to connect the fire and roaring sound in the enemy's camp with the indescribable strike against his unit. It seemed the other side had gotten its hands on an incredible weapon, with a range much farther than a crossbow, almost like one of the stronghold's trebuchets. Realizing this, the Duke immediately gave the order to sound the horns, thinking that as long as they were able to come into close range, these long-distance weapons would also become useless. The knights, however, when hearing the horns, showed several kinds of reactions. Some of them really rushed into the direction of border town, but others were still fighting with their own horses, while a small part of the knights was retreating toward the rear of the battlefield. Together with the mercenaries swarming around, the whole scene quickly turned into chaos. When the attacking knights returned to the road, the artillery group suddenly became frantic. In addition to clean up the barrel and reloading its ammunition, they also had to adjust their cannon. At this time, Lighting flew once more in the direction of the defense line, holding a red ribbon in her hands. The red signal meant that the enemy was approaching the 500 meters line. At this distance, the artillery hit rate would reach more than 80%. Vanner shouted, "The shooting angle is correct. Quick, light the fuse, light the fuse." When the deafening roar could be heard once more, he didn't even look to see if they had hit anything. Instead, he immediately turned toward the ammunition distribution staff and shouted, "Canister, send in the canister shelling." During the artillery training, His Royal Highness has repeatedly stressed the point that when the red signal was hissed, even if the barrel was already loaded with solid shells, they should immediately shot and then reload with canister shells. In case that the barrel wasn't loaded, they should immediately fill it with canister shells, and then wait until the point where the enemy reached the 300 mark. The canister shells looked like a tin filled with thumb-sized balls and sawdust. To produce the canister shells, they first bore a hole into the tin, then they filled it with balls and sawdust, and then they stopped it with a thin piece of wood. When Lighting finally showed the purple ribbon, the 4 artillery groups fired almost simultaneously. This was also Vanner's first time using the canister shells according to His Royal Highness. The wounds induced by canister shells were very difficult to heal, so they only practiced the loading procedure. So today it was also his first time seeing the amazing killing potential of these special shells. Because of the huge pressure difference, the tin fractured into many pieces after it left the muzzle. The small iron balls inside of the tin fell like raindrops on the enemy, placing the knights 300 meters away into the middle of a deadly metal storm, and turning the people and the horses into a bloody mist resembling the falling wheat as it was cut down. Some iron pellets, after penetrating the knights' bodies, still had so much kinetic energy left that even the knights standing behind them weren't able to escape either. The knights lucky enough to survive the storm finally entered into sprinting distance, while only having one thought in their mind, that was to break through this thin line of defense and massacre those cowards who were only able to hide behind those cruel weapons. Only a short amount of time was needed to cover the last 150 meters. The knights were already lowering their bodies, pushing the horses to reach their highest speed. However, this seemingly short distance of 150 meters turned into an uncrossable distance. The last round of firing of canister shells completely destroyed the last bit of their fighting will. In the range of 100 meters, the solid iron balls were able to penetrate through as many as 2 to 3 people, turning the area in front of the cannon fire into a field of death. From the 20 knights riding at the forefront, almost none had been able to survive. The only difference between them lied in the amount of iron balls by which they had been hit. The knights' assault had completely collapsed. Because the fear created by the collapse of the knights' assault was so huge, the knights following attempted to turn around their horses, wanting to flee the battlefield. When they saw the knights scatter, the mercenaries weren't willing to take another step forward. They had always only been working for the money, but they immediately turned around when they saw how much they would have to pay. Now, at the moment of their retreat, they ran even much faster than they had during their attack. When the wave of their crushing defeat swept over the dukedom's allied forces, the situation soon became impossible to control. The crowd had only one thought left: they had to flee. There were people who fell and were trampled to death. No one took the time to care for others. They only hated themselves for not being able to grow another pair of legs. At this moment, the melody of the guerrilla warfare song resounded through the battlefield, and the lines of the infantry began to march in step, sweeping across the battlefield. Chapter 117, Chase, Part 1. Chapter 117, Chase, Part 1. It was Carter's first time that he's seeing a battle. A lineup of more than 300 knights was unable to even scratch the edge of their defensive line. Instead, they had been totally crushed. Until the end, they had failed to even enter into a range of 50 meters. It was the hunter team's fire line. Only when the enemy had come closer than 50 meters were they allowed to open fire. The 4 cannons had brought the enemy's assault to a complete halt at merely 100 meters. Along the range of 150 to 100 meters laid an orderly row of 20 bodies. It was as if they had run into a wall. And these men, like himself, belonged to the strongest category of fighters, knights. Otherwise, they would have never been able to control their horses under the sound of gunfire. In the end, Carter was glad that he wasn't one of them. He felt a faint hunch that the battles in the future would become very different, and it was only a matter of time until Roland Wimbledon, the master of such a powerful force, would aspire to the throne and aim for kingship. When the members of the First Army saw the bloody battlefield, they became dizzy and began vomiting or had other adverse reactions. But this wasn't the reaction they would show if they had personally killed the enemy during close combat. The sense of deterrence brought on by killing someone over a long distance was much less when compared with killing someone with a knife. Their reaction couldn't be counted as critical. Carter picked a set of people from his own team to pick up the severed limbs and put them back with the dead bodies, while still searching for the living people. The sun gradually fell behind the mountains, and when Carter looked at the blood-red sky and the distant woods with its crying crows, he was suddenly hit by a dull and dreary feeling. The era of the knights was over. Even until now, Duke Ryan was still unable to recover. He couldn't understand how it was possible that he had lost, even more to a line of defense as thin as a slice of onion skin. Normally, it would have been enough to poke it with just a finger to run through it, but today, It was his knights who fled like they had come face to face with the devil. In truth, he couldn't even blame them because the assault was under the command of his elite knights. His personal guards had even to chop down several people so that the blindly fleeing mercenary didn't come close to the Duke's position. But he was unable to do anything else. No matter how much he shouted, he couldn't unite the defeated men once more. In desperation, even Duke Ryan had to retreat with the flow of fleeing people, and their mindless escape only stopped after they had crossed nearly 10 miles. When the night came, the Duke chose a place close to the riverbank to camp. Even after setting up torches to lead the separated knights and mercenaries back to their camp, most of their people were still missing. To make matters worse, the freedmen had without any hesitation left in the carts with the food, so tonight they had to slaughter a few horses to serve as rations. The 5 nobles huddled together within the camp's largest tent, looking with a fearful expression towards Duke Ryan. However, even he wasn't in any better constitution. Who can tell me what kind of new weapon it was that they had used? They are far better than crossbows, and they don't seem to be throwing the stones like with a catapult. The Duke began to speak while glancing at René. You also stood at the forefront. Tell me, what did you see? My lord, I couldn't see anything clearly, René answered. I only know that every time this roar was heard, our men would fall in batches. Especially when it sounded for the last time, it seemed like the rushing knights had been hit by an invisible wall. Furthermore, I also saw how their heads and arms were split from their bodies. It was just as if, he thought for a moment, we were like an egg dropped from the height of a city wall. Was it the power of a witch? Count Earl whispered, frightened. No, answered the Duke. My knights were wearing a god stone of retaliation, so the power of a witch couldn't have hurt them. We weren't attacked by witches in front of those stones. They are nothing more than an ordinary woman. Oh, that's right, sir. René suddenly spoke up, as though he was remembering something. Before I heard the loud bang, I saw how carts which stood in a row, they had a huge iron pipe. It emitted a red light and a cloud of smoke. Is an iron pipe? What red light and what smoke? Doesn't that sound like the ceremony barrel? Count Elk asked with much doubt in his voice. The Duke, of course, knew what a ceremony barrel was. Previously, they were only used by the king at the beginning of major celebrations. But today, nearly every lord would use them. Even he had 2 ceremony barrels made out of bronze in his castle. They were used to light up snow powder. But that sound, when compared with today's breathtaking thunderous noise, couldn't be further apart. The ceremony barrels would never be able to kill knights, Count Honeysuckle said. No matter what the prince used, it was powerful enough to defeat us all. So what should we do next? Hearing this, Duke Ryan glared in his direction. The sound of the word defeat was especially ear-piercing. We haven't lost, he insisted. A battle alone doesn't decide a war. We only have to reach the stronghold. There I can put another force together, while at the same time I will also cut off trade from the Shishui River. Without any food supplement, Border Town wouldn't be able to survive for another month, and as soon as he dared to bring those villagers out, my knight will rush at them from all sides and in the end, defeat him. Eventually, the victory would become his, just as had he wanted, but the loss he had already suffered couldn't be made up with just such a small town. His dream of taking over the north turned out to be only a bubble. Damn, if I will ever catch that Roland Wimbledon, I will have to make sure to cut him into 1,000,000 pieces. But my lord, the fleets crossing over the Shishui River aren't only coming from us. There are also ships from Willow Town, Fallen Dragon Ridge, and Redwater City. If we cut everything off, wouldn't? Count Honeysuckle clearly wasn't convinced. I will buy everything, it doesn't matter to whom they sell. As long as they receive their money, they will be satisfied, said the Duke with a frosty voice. Now everyone should head back to their own tents and go to sleep. Tomorrow morning we have to rise early and ride further down the road with the knights. Everyone who doesn't have a horse will stay behind to lead the mercenaries. No one is able to march during the night, even if the 4th prince intends to pursue us. He can only start at dawn. The first enemy he will encounter will be the mercenaries, he thought. Even if that group of trash collapsed on the first encounter, I still have many people left who will fight for me. During the whole of next day, the Duke didn't receive any news of the 4th prince having caught up. In order to confirm the news, he sent his trusted aides to expand the search range, but they all returned with the same news. This finally let him feel a little relieved. Most probably this new weapon has the same problem as our trebuchets. They are too heavy to be transported, and can only be used in defense. Relying on only his bunch of miners with their sticks, he doesn't dare to act so reckless. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the Duke had ordered his knights to stop for the day, waiting for the people behind him to catch up. Close to dusk, the mercenaries and freedmen were finally able to catch up with his remaining 66 knights, and they then all became busy setting up a circle of hastily erected tents. He only had to survive for the night. Tomorrow he could rush and reach Longsong Stronghold, then he would finally be safely behind his 30 feet high limestone walls, his hundreds of guards, and the naturally formed moat. Even if the other side could use their new long-range weapon, he could just use the trebuchets placed behind the wall to counterattack. Against all this, the prince couldn't win, but all day long, the Duke had a constant feeling of discomfort. He constantly had the feeling that someone was staring at him from afar. Most probably it is just an illusion, he thought. I might just be a little too nervous. The next morning, the Duke was awoken by the sound of gunfire. When he rushed out of his tent, he could see people everywhere who had covered their heads and were trying to sneak away like rats. Yet, from time to time, he could still see a fountain of blood or sail splash into the sky. When he looked to the west, he could see the enemy lined up in their strange uniform, quietly standing outside his camp. At the moment, there was only one thought in the Duke's head: how had they caught up to us? How come they weren't detected by the knights that I've sent out yesterday? My lord, you have to flee, shouted a personal guard who was leading another horse at his side. This awoke Osman Ryan from his blanked state of mind. He immediately jumped on the back of the horse and followed his guard to the east. However, not long after they had left the camp, they saw another lineup of this strange force, wearing the same kind of leather uniform, holding the same strange short stick in their hands, and also standing in 2 neat rows. Even their facial expression was nearly the same. Then the Duke once more heard that cheerful tune with its extremely rich rhythm. At the same time, the prince's troops began to march at a neat pace, directly towards his direction. Chapter 118 Chase Part 2. Chapter 118 Chase Part 2. Even though Roland had let the first army train for 2 times a day, he had never let them march during the night. It was dangerous for an army to march during the night. They wouldn't be able to see the road. There was also the change that they could get attacked by wild animals or snakes. It was easy to get lost, and if they used a torch they would become a natural target. So he had to wait until dawn the next day before he could let his army march, trailing the Duke's forces. In order to ensure the smooth succession of operations, the prince decided to follow the first army on the battlefield. Of course, compared with riding on a bumpy road and getting a sore bottom, he chose to rather take a ride on Little Town. After half a month of training, Hummingbird was now able to lighten and transport a 12-pound cannon for a fixed distance. Roland also took into account that the heavier the object, the longer was the enchanting longer the process would take. So he arranged for her to begin with the transformation at dawn. He also had to take into consideration that the first cannon had to be enchanted for the longest, and the remaining cannons would be enchanted in a descending duration order to ensure that the 4 cannons would lose their enchanting as close together as possible. Thanks to Hummingbird's ability, Little Town was now capable of carrying 4 cannons in one go, as well as the corresponding members of their artillery teams. The huge cement boat was now full of people in addition to the artillery team and Roland. There were also Anna, Nightingale, Nana, Leaves, Echo, Hummingbird, and Lord Pine on the boat. Lastly, there was also Wendy. She was responsible for providing the power, and Brian acted as steering man. It could be said that with the exception of Scroll, Soraya, Lily, and Mystery Moon, who were all witches who couldn't fight, almost the whole nest had come out. Originally, it hadn't been necessary for Anna to join them on the battlefield, but under the firm will shown in her eyes, Roland couldn't find it in his heart to let her stay behind in Border Town. 6 troops of the 1st Army's gunner team were under the leadership of Carter and Iron Axe, following the marks created by Lightning, who alone was responsible for keeping track of the enemy. This group of people was quietly marching behind the enemy, always keeping exactly outside of the scope of the enemy's scouts. At the moment Lightning became aware of the enemy's scouting activities, the army would immediately stop its forward motion. Along their road, they were also able to capture a lot of scattered mercenaries and freedmen. But at the moment, they weren't able to deal with the surrender of the enemy, so they had no other choice than to disarm them. So now there were other guards who didn't belong to the gunner team following together with them on the road. This was Roland's first time to guiding his army on mission of conquest. He was standing on Little Town's bow and feeling the morning breeze, while at the same moment also feeling enormously proud of his own success. "What are you laughing at?" Anna suddenly appeared by his side and was directly looking into his eyes. She asked. "Ooh," Roland quickly put his smile away. "Nothing." "Really?" She took out a handkerchief and gave it to him. "You have saliva on your face." Roland had the sudden impulse to jump into the water. "Thank you." When Lighting reported about the enemy's camp, the sun was already set. According to the information she gathered during her investigations, the enemy apparently showed the signs of walking away from a heavy defeat, which resulted in the drop of their morale to the freezing point. When they set up their camp at dusk and sent their knights to scout, they couldn't wait to end their investigation and return to the camp, out of fear of not finding their way back in the dark. Roland's troops were stationed on the shore, 2 kilometers away from the Duke's army. All along the road, they didn't meet with any enemies, so the plan to wipe out the enemy was already halfway successful. Now he only had to wait until the first light of the next day, and then while the enemy was still in the preparation phase, their siege could begin. This was Roland's first time he was spending the night in the wild, and he was more inclined to sleep on Little Town than to meet all the reptiles which would run through the camp. The cannons parked on the ship, and the inventory in the shed had already been emptied out and brought into the camp, so that Little Town could become the temporary residence of the prince. In addition to Roland, the other witches also stayed on board for overnight. The floor was covered by mattresses, and everyone was lying down shoulder to shoulder. Roland wanted to show modesty, but in the end, the witches were much less concerned about this matter than he was. With the exception of Anna, they had all faced a lot of hardship during their life, fleeing from place to place, so sleeping in the wild had become common for them. Soon, everyone was able to fall asleep. Only Roland and Anna had difficulties sleeping. The former was so used to a soft bed that he had some difficulties adapting to the deck's hard surface. While the latter didn't know what she should think, she ended up just turning to the side and watching Roland. However, when the prince turned his head, Anna would always quickly close her eyes, pretending to be asleep, but in the moonlight, Roland could still see her eyelashes slightly jitter. If he wasn't afraid that the others would wake up from the noise, Roland would really want to pinch the tip of Anna's small nose, forcing her to open her eyes, and then afterward hold her in his arms. In this manner, they both ended up being unable to sleep for very long. When the sky was still not light up, Roland began his plan to encircle the enemy's camp. He divided his army of 270 into 2 teams. Each group of them would be supported by 2 cannons. One of them was sent to the rear of the Duke's camp, around 1 kilometer down the Duke's path. Lightning was still responsible for monitoring the Duke's movements. But in addition to this, when the cannons were set in position, the little girl also had the instruction to inform Roland. The moment he received the signal, he would send Carter out together with the rest of the First Army to start storming the Duke's camp. To prevent the cement ship from drifting away from the correct route, Nightingale would step into her fog. After all, her black and white vision could also be used as night vision, so with her instructions, Brian was able to maneuver the ship as if it was still the middle of the day. This process had been repeatedly practiced, and now everyone was able to do their part even with closed eyes. Wendy was once more in charge of the powering the sails. Under her effort, it was almost as if Little Town had become highly ambitious. In merely 1 hour, all the troops had been placed into their positions, and Iron Axe had taken over command of the interception team. Seeing this, Lightning flew above Carter's team and showed them an orange flag. At this point, the first lights of a new day could be seen. And now, the plan of encirclement and annihilation had finally stepped into its final part. Since Carter's team was only responsible for protecting the 2 cannons, they didn't need to move forward. So Echo was assigned to work under Iron Axe's command. When Carter's team reached the camp, they quickly moved the cannons into position and directed them towards the enemy's camp. At this moment, most of the enemies were still sleeping. With the typical roaring sound of the cannons, solid shells crashed into the enemy's camp. This woke the knights and mercenaries who came rushing out from their tents, but they were already awaited by Carter's team, who were all quietly standing there in formation. With their former day's experience of defeat, no one even dared to challenge this seemingly thin line of defense. They only flocked together and tried to flee towards the east, directly into the arms of the already waiting Iron Axe. When the enemy appeared his field of vision, the final stage for the moment of the Duke's annihilation had been set in motion. Echo began to play her music, and under the sound of her drums, the two neatly arranged lines started their move forward to the enemy in order to put some pressure on the Duke. Iron Axe had to take the initiative to attack and intercept the Duke. If they just stuck to their former place, the enemy would likely spur their horses and bypass them, then escape into the woods. Duke Ryan had fallen into despair. He was unable to understand how the others were able to catch up and even overtake them. Should I just confess my failure and surrender? He wondered what Roland Wimbledon would do to a duke who dared to draw his sword and attack a member of the royal family. Would he imprison him? Would he send him into exile? But more than likely, he would just send him directly to the guillotine. No matter what, the future of Longsong Stronghold would certainly have nothing to do with him. Seeing how the enemy had came closer step by step, as well as how from time to time the roaring sound and red fire of this fearful weapon would once more spread terror within his men, he knew if he didn't flee at this moment, he would never again have the possibility to escape. He only had 30 people left, so this really was his last chance. "They cannot stop us," the Duke shouted. "As long as we cross the road, they won't be able to catch up with us after all. They only have 2 legs. Furthermore, we are only half a day away from the stronghold." The Duke then began to push his mount forward. Unfortunately, not everyone had such a desperate spirit as himself. In the end, except for his personal guards, only some other people followed his assault. The music stopped. The other side stopped at exactly the same time, as well as standing in a neat line like a wall. He then saw how the other side began to rise their strange sticks. When there was only around 100 steps remained between the Duke and the human wall, he could hear one banging sound following after another. He then felt a piercing pain in his chest and abdomen, giving him the feeling like he was hit by a warhammer. Then came paralysis and the feeling of helplessness. His body began to fall backward, finally falling down from his horse. While falling, the Duke opened his mouth trying to say something, but no clear sound came out. He was only able to cough twice. Then a strong, sweetly smell entered his nose, and his throat was blocked by a sticky liquid. Then darkness began to surround him. Chapter 119, Ransom, Part 1. Chapter 119, Ransom, Part 1. Petrov Hull sat in front of his desk subconsciously. He was playing with a piece of parchment he held in his hands. It was the weekly delivery of the theater's afternoon program. If this were peaceful times, he would have chosen a good drama and let his housekeeper pay the deposit, afterwards sending an invitation to Aurelia. But he was unable to read even one word that was on the parchment. Today was the 7th day of the expedition. If everything had gone smoothly, his father should have already come back yesterday alongside the retinue of the Duke. Perhaps they were delayed during their journey, perhaps the horses had gotten tired and they'd had to rest, or they might have taken an extra rest day in border town, right? He tried to comfort himself, but the feeling of uneasiness in his heart was slowly growing. The 4th Prince Roland Wimbledon had left a deep impression on him. Petrov couldn't understand why such an outstanding prince would have received such a terrible assessment by the king. Bad character, dandyism, incompetence, ignorance, and without having any learning or skills. Any of these evaluations didn't fit the prince that he knew. Because of this, his anxiety only became stronger. He feared that the Duke would lose against the prince. "Master Petrov," his housekeeper shouted, "there is a letter that has just arrived from the stronghold." "The letter from the stronghold. Bring it to me," Petrov ordered. Even before he had opened the cover, he was already stunned by the identity of the sender. This letter had been written by the 4th Prince. Duke Osman Ryan used military forces to attack a territory under the king's rule, trying in vain to start a rebellion. Furthermore, the Duke was already executed on the battlefield, and now the Longsong stronghold is once more under the rule of the kingdom. Had the Duke lost? His heart sank when he began to read further. With exception of the die-hard members of the Duke's Guard, the most of the others had pleaded guilty. Normally, treason against the royal family would be punished by death, but because of His Highness' kindness, Only the leader was put to death for his evil crimes. However, the others still cannot be pardoned. So the rest of the rebels will be handled in accordance with the war customs and will be held until their freedom can be bought. The Longsong Stronghold's castle will be used as exchange point. The following people on this list's freedom can be bought. The document was extremely awkward phrased. It was not written with the diplomatic turn of phrase, but it was still able to express its meaning clearly. The Duke's rebellion had failed, and if they wanted to free the prisoner, they would have to offer money in exchange. When Petrov's read the names on the following list, he saw that his father's name was impressively written in the first line. "Hedy," he shouted the housekeeper's name, "prepare the carriage, I'm going to Stronghold's castle." The territory of Count Honeysuckle lay to the east of the stronghold, so when Paul arrived at the castle area, it was already half an hour later. The Lord's castle was full of the members of the militia who he had never seen before. They weren't wearing any shiny armor. Neither were they wearing any cloaks or bands. Instead, they held a strange baton in their hands, with a kind of spear on the top. They just stood there in two neat and tidy rows, with their heads high and their chests out, simply expressing their power in their imposing manner. After he identified himself, Petrov was allowed access to the gardens, and he was then led by a guard towards the castle's grand hall. This was a place he had already visited many times before, but when he entered it today, it was like he was entering a completely new territory. All the guards standing in the corridors were ones he had never seen before. No one smiled at him after he greeted them. They just stared back blankly. He was stopped by a knight before the entry door of the hall. "State your name." "Petrov Hull." Petrov answered slightly unhappily. He didn't like the other one's interrogatory tone, and so he emphasized, "For you, it's Lord Hull." "I see." It seemed like his counterpart didn't accept that statement as being the truth. Instead, he just looked at the parchment in his hand. "Shalafi Hull, Count Honeysuckle is your father." "I'm Carter Lannies, the chief knight of the Fourth Prince. Please come with me to the side room first. We need to check if you have any weapons hidden on your body." After a thorough search, only Petrov's god stone of retaliation was taken away by the guards. "That's not a weapon," Petrov reminded. "Of course not," the knight nodded. "We will return it to you after the meeting." He opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't say another word. "They really will give me the stone back." His god's stone of retaliation was one of the strongest kinds, with a worth of at least 50 gold royals, so he couldn't believe that the other side wouldn't replace it with a defective stone. "That isn't important," he thought. "I will just take it as part of the ransom." When he finally entered the hall, he saw the fourth prince sitting on the throne writing something down. When the prince raised his head, he had a startled expression on his face, but then he laughed. "We met once again, Mr. Ambassador." It was still the familiar face and tone, letting Petrov feel a little more relaxed, so he gave him a bowing salute. "I present my regards to you, your Royal Highness." "Sit down," said Roland, raising his hand to offer him his seat. "In all likelihood, you want to know what happened. I can tell you that your father was not hurt. He was the first to surrender." "Thank you for your kindness, Your Highness," Petrov said quickly. "I do not know how much ransom Your Highness will want. As long as my father can be let out, I will immediately send all of our money to you." "I do not need money," Roland shook his finger. "I want livestock and people." It was normal to want livestock, and even 50 years ago, when the conflict between the lords had ended, most of the time the loser had to pay for cattle and sheep. Stories like this was something he had oftentimes read in books. "But people, what would that mean?" "Your Royal Highness, cattle, sheep, horses, of those the honeysuckle territory has a lot of. As for people, very simple. I'm in need of bricklayers, masons, carpenters, farmers, serfs, and so on." The prince handed him a scroll. "You can pay us according to the numerical conversion above. As long as you can reach the total number of 3,000, it will be enough." He smiled. Conveniently, it was this count from whom he had caught the most knights, so he also had to pay the highest ransom. Petrov spread the scroll at the table. Written on it were the names of all kinds of domesticated animals and the profession of people, followed by a number such as cattle 3, sheep 2, mason 10, and the like. He immediately understood the meaning of all this. A value of 3,000 was the same as a herd of 1,000 cattle or 300 masons were only enough to redeem his father. Of course, his territory wasn't able to provide so many cattle and masons, but with this paper, he had so many possible combinations of items, so many choices. As a noble who had to work daily with trade, Petrov instantly realized, how much finesse had been put into this list. Just a few days would be enough to calculate the optimal solution for the minimum costs for his territory, which would still meet the requirements of 3,000 points. Your Royal Highness, I can. One day, you only have one day. Roland stretched out his index finger. This only means that you have to make your choice in one day. After all, you can't gather so many people and animals in 3 to 4 days. But I can't always stay here. At most, I will stay here for a week, then I will leave. One day it is. Petrov suddenly got so shocked that he stared at Roland with large eyes. Wait, you just said that you want to leave? What does this mean? If the prince didn't lie in the letter, then the duke has already died on the battlefield. With this Longsong stronghold now belonged to his highness. But now he was actually saying that he wanted to leave. Why would he want to return to that small and broken-down border town? No, that was beside the point. The key point was that if His Royal Highness went away, who would manage this magnificent city? His mind became a stormy sea. Would one of the Duke's children inherit the throne? When he thought through everything that he knew, this didn't seem to be a possibility. After all, it would only be a question of time until they build up a new force to avenge their father. In addition to the Ryan family and the other 5 noble families, were there any others who could take over? Yes, Roland nodded. I'll take the ransom and then I will return to Border Town. Petrov's mind was suddenly filled with an outrageous idea, and the moment he had thought of it, he was unable to suppress it. Your Royal Highness, Petrov began, then he had to swallow and was only able to whisper. Excuse me, is there also a numerical value which can redeem Longsong Stronghold? Chapter 120 Ransom, Part 2. Chapter 120 Ransom, Part 2. Hearing this question, Roland looked at Petrov in interest and then laughingly said, You're the first person to ask me that. He then took his cup and drank from it, afterwards stated explaining in a casual tone, There is no doubt that Longsong Stronghold belongs to me. It's still mine, even while I'm not here. But I do need a man or a family to supervise the stronghold for me, so you should not be asking for a ransom, but rather for a representative's fee. Representative. Petrov was no stranger to this word. As a sharp-eyed businessman, they would always fix their aim on increasing the output of their territory. But all the peddling nobles didn't really have the time or would express disdain for this sort of work. So in the end, they could look for others to sell their goods to. In order to obtain that right, the merchants had to pay a sum in advance as a deposit. How many gold royals would you want? After asking, he took a deep breath to trying to calm himself down. This would be a long-time deal, so it wouldn't be over with just one payment. Roland paused. Every month you have to pay 30% of the stronghold's tax revenue, as well as a material worth of 1,000 points. Everything else would be for yourself. That doesn't sound excessive, Petrov thought, as long as I could get complete control over Longsong Stronghold, so it seems that even the prince can be fair. But first I have to confirm that the prince isn't actually joking, that he really is willing to go through with this. This would really be a golden opportunity. Petrov was completely hooked. I and the prince aren't mortal enemies. Since the duke has completely failed, his children will also be deprived of their right of inheritance. Even the coalition of 6 noble families can't defeat the prince, who can prevent him from taking over the western territories. To join the stronger side is one of the basic principles of the continuation of one's own nobility. If I can gain the approval of His Highness before the other 4 families even know of it, House Honeysuckle will become the strongest family within the Western Territories. Your Royal Highness, why don't you want to stay in Longsong Stronghold? The castle has so much more to offer than Border Town does. What you really want to ask is, why I don't want to manage Longsong Stronghold myself, right? Roland looked slightly embarrassed. There are many reasons. For example, the power structure would get so entangling that I would have to spend too much time and effort trying to straighten out the relationships between each of them. Furthermore, don't forget the profit. As a local nobleman, I think you or the others would know better than I do how to really govern this territory, so this would become a win-win deal. Besides, there are plenty of other reasons. You may start thinking about it when you go back. The prince played with the silver cup in his hands. Oh, that's right. In the case that I would select you as a representative, I also won't have to fear that you will come to build a force trying revenge the Duke, right? Of course not, Your Royal Highness. Although the last question came a little unexpected, Petrov was still able to answer it immediately. Since the Duke is gone, the first thought in the other 5 nobles' minds will be how they can come to take over his territory. Regarding matters such as revenge, Who cares? But Petrov also knew the reasons the prince had given him weren't his actual reasons. The power structure would be too complex, it would be difficult to straighten them out. In face of his overwhelming force, he could just use his power to destroy any idea of building a resistance. But even so, in just 1 or 2 years, all the other nobles will already have forgotten the loser's name. The same will happen to Duke Ryan. But during this period of 2 years, it's absolutely impossible to transform Border Town into such a big city like Longsong Stronghold. His Royal Highness must have a deeper intention. That's good to hear than the city. I am willing to act as your representative, Your Highness, blurted Petrov out, but not much later his expression became hesitant once again. But King, no, I mean your brother does not necessarily agree with this result. In case he assigns a new duke to this territory, I won't be able to fight against the king. There is no need for you to fear a confrontation, Roland said and threw 2 letters in front of him. Look at this documents I'd found in the former Duke Ryan's study. When Petrov quickly swept his gaze over the content of the letters, he couldn't help to gasp in shock. The first letter looked like was sent to the Duke by a spy. It seems like the new king and the Queen of Clearwater have fought a big battle in and close to Eagle City, and the result ended up as a major loss for the king. The second letter was even more horrifying. Even so, it was only half written. It was still clear that Duke Ryan wanted to annex the north. The idea of becoming independence was clearly revealed. The letter wasn't finished, and it was furthermore unknown to whom he wanted to send it. But Petrov still understood immediately what His Highness wanted to tell him. There was no need for him to resist, because the new king had already enough problems on his own. Otherwise, the Duke would have never dared to declare his independence. With his elite knights, he was already invincible in the Western Territory. The only difference to the king's knights laid in their numbers. The secret letter could have been forged, but the second parchment was indeed written with Osman Ryan's handwriting, so unless the prince found a witch that could mimic the writing of others. For a short moment, he thought about this possibility only to immediately dismiss this speculation again. The prince had no reason to try to deceive him. Implementing someone as his representative wasn't one-sided. If his representative was unable to rule over the stronghold, the prince would also not profit from the deal. Moreover, every duke assigned by King Timothy would become an enemy of the prince. If he wanted for House Honeysuckle to stay above the other 4 noble families, he had to rely on the support of the prince. And on the other hand, in order to ensure that everything was handled in his interest, the prince would also have to make sure that the Hull family wouldn't get challenged. When he had thought everything through, Petrov slowly stood up and bowed towards Roland. The Hull family is willing to serve you. Well, the latter nodded, but it's not up to you to decide. I'll have to ask you some questions first. Your Highness, please, what are you going to do with those who are against you? How much do you estimate the monthly tax revenue will be? Also, how would you guarantee that you can pay 1,000 points each month? In the case that I request you to vigorously expand the trade and commerce sector, what would you do? Petrov had thought that His Highness would take this opportunity to gather as much information about the other lords of the Western Territory. He had never expected that the other side would ask such weird questions. In the end, this were almost all only questions about his policy, means, and his general business knowledge. After having all of these questions asked of him, Petrov put his mind into answering them one after another. Along with his answers, His Highness' expression also became more and more satisfied. Finally, the prince clapped his hands and said, "Well, that will be enough for today. When you have calculated how to redeem the value of 3,000 points, you can come back and free your father. Rest assured. During these days I will properly entertain him. Your Highness, that representative, it will be announced another day." Roland gave one of his knights the signal to see him out. When Petrov left the hall, he had much to think about. He got his god's stone of retaliation back from Carter. It was still the same brightly shining blue stone. It seems the value of 50 gold royals wasn't much. Asterisk, what can you tell me? Roland turned his view to Nightingale, who stand beside him. Oh, basically everything he said was the truth, she shrugged. He was much more sincere than the several ladies and gentlemen you have previously talked to. That said, is it right to tell everyone the same story? Furthermore, showing them those letters, all of them are confidential. Not to everyone. The prince looked down at the list in his hands. They were all from the 5 noble families. Only those big nobles are suitable to manage Longsong's stronghold in my stead. If their power is not strong enough, even if I was to give them this position, they wouldn't be able to run this stronghold in the end. There would only be a lot of infighting. As for the news that Timothy Wimbledon was defeated by Eagle City, that's not really a secret, so to say. Sooner or later, the news would spread through the whole kingdom of Grey Castle. For me, it's even better that it spreads a little faster. But the content of this news was just perfect for me, he thought. If the second prince wasn't defeated, I'm afraid that I would have to spend a lot of time to hold him back, and even if he tried to use force, the results may not have been so beautiful. So, will you choose him? If nothing else happens, Roland said with a smile. He was the first one who took the initiative to ask by himself. The subjective initiative has always been the most important quality of the employees. Furthermore, I would never expected that there would be someone within the 5 families who is so well versed in the field of administration and trade. I have thought that they would only know how to ride and kill. When he found the name of Petrov Hull on the list, he gently scratched a circle around him. Chapter 121, Looting. Chapter 121, Looting. When he had talked to all of the 5 noble families, Roland felt slightly relieved. When he leaned back into the chair, Nightingale took the initiative to step behind him, putting both her hands on his shoulders and began to massage them. From the moment of defeating the Duke, up until he had taken over the Lord's castle, had needed merely 1 day. Things were going much smoother than he had initially thought. The moment after the Duke had died, most of the people had chosen to surrender. For mercenaries, it was more usual to change their sides during the war, so they just kneeled on the ground, saying that they were willing to fight for the prince. So the mercenaries became responsible for guarding over the surrendered knights and nobles, while the First Army was responsible for guarding the mercenaries. Like this, the big group moved further towards to the east, and in the afternoon at 3 p.m., they finally arrived at Longsong's stronghold. When the guards saw the head of the dead duke and the other captured nobles, they had immediately opened the gate, letting the 4th prince into the city. Roland didn't wait until all the nobles were gathered, giving them the chance to welcome him with great fanfare and to declare him as new city lord. Instead, he immediately left for the Lord's castle. The castle was placed in the middle of the city and looked like a city within the city. When he entered the castle area, a small skirmish broke out. Nightingale had to use an explosion cache to blow open the entrance to the flower garden. Within the garden, more than 20 guards loyal to the old duke tried to stop Roland from stepping in, but they all were quickly killed by the First Army. However, the guards had still been able to use their hand crossbows, resulting in 5 injuries, of which 2 had been seriously injured. Fortunately, Nana had come along with the military operation and had quickly been able to heal them. In the meantime, 10 personal guards used this opportunity to take the rest of the Duke's family to flee through the back door, but they were still spotted by lightning and were captured soon afterwards. The Duke's wife and her 2 sons' hands were tied and were waiting to be judged. Even now they were still in the dark, ignorant of the fact that the Duke had been defeated. When Roland gained control over the Lord's castle, Border Town's First Army immediately swarmed out and took over the castle district. When comparing the Lord's castle in Longsong's stronghold with the castle in Border Town, Roland had to admit that the stronghold's castle had a much more magnificent shape. It had a hexagonal outline with 6 watchtowers on its wall, and a 5-story high tower in the middle. During this era, it was really rare to build places that were this high. Within the castle grounds, there were also the residences of the castle's inhabitants, warehouses, stables, and everything else they needed. The Duke even had his own personal prison under the castle's basement. He put the valuable prisoners like the Duke's family into this exact prison. The civilians were all freed, while the mercenaries had their weapons confiscated and placed into the castle garden or its free rooms. At the same time, he also picked out some leaders and paid them to keep watch themselves in Roland's eyes. The Northern Slope mine would be the best destination for these opportunistic people. But at the moment, he still had more important things he had to do. Until now, he had still to do the most important task after a battle, which was commonly known as looting the corpse. Roland, together with a witch, kept looking over everything over and over again inside of the castle. He hadn't even let go of the god's stone of retaliation he had found in the vault. After they had searched through everything, the gain was really impressive. Just within 2 boxes they had discovered in the basement, he found already more than 10,000 gold royals alone. Within a hidden chamber in the bedroom, Nightingale discovered several scores of eyeball-sized gems. Echo found another chamber hidden behind the fireplace, which wasn't only filled with a variety of gold crafts such as the scepter, the crown, etc. There were also many pieces of dazzling jewelry neatly hung on the wall on a wooden frame. This were all the Duke's personal financial resources. When Roland saw all this great wealth in front of him and compared it with the 500 gold royals he had gathered in the last 2 seasons, his heart was filled with myriads of regrets. He wasn't prepared for how alluring the feeling of looting was. If he didn't come from a highly developed industrial era, he most probably would have kept everything for himself. But now he could only sigh with sorrow. He had to think of the greater picture. In the foreseeable future, the working population in the border town would increase substantially. And before he could develop his territorial agriculture, he would need to import large amounts of grain from other sources. So all the treasure was stored into boxes and were lightened by Hummingbird. Then, under the protection of Iron Axe and several personal guards, they were brought back to his own castle storage in Border Town. With the time included to enchant everything, the delivery would take around 3 days. Because of this, after the second day, Roland no longer took in gold royals as ransom. Eating the Duke had brought him many benefits, and now he only needed more living people and animals. "Your Highness, do you really only want to stay here for a week?" asked Nightingale. "What?" Roland had closed his eyes, enjoying the tingling burst coming from his shoulders. "This is the largest city in the West, right?" she whispered. "Compared to Border Town, why don't you want to stay in this more prosperous place?" "The power structure in Longsong Stronghold is tangled and complicated. It isn't suitable for doing what I want to do. And with my plan, we would keep the status quo, what isn't so bad. If I want to change it, the resistance I would encounter would only become larger, and if I would use cruel ways, they would lump together trying to sweep me away." Roland smiled and said, "Of course, the most important part is that the people here in the stronghold are deeply affected by the church, so it would become difficult to get the people to accept you. I have once said that I hope that the witches will be able to walk freely through the streets, and in Border Town this is now possible." "Yeah," Nightingale said softly, "you have already fulfilled your promise." Early on the 3rd day, Petrov brought in his list in a hurry, and as usual Roland received him in the hall. "Your Highness, I have made my decision. I will take a look," said Roland and received the list from him. And just like he had expected, on top of the list with the biggest amount of needed points were serfs with the value of 2, about 800 people, also 100 cattle and 300 sheep for a total of 900 points. The rest were paid with all kinds of craftsmen. "Your Royal Highness, is this acceptable?" "Of course, you only had to scrap 3,000 points together." Roland returned the list to him. "By when will you be able to gather all these people and supplies?" "Today will be possible, at least in the case of the people and other properties. They will stay in the honeysuckle territory, but Your Highness, if you want to bring them back with you to Border Town, it may take about 2 weeks' time. It's up to you to organize the transport to Border Town," said Roland, tapping the table. "As a merchant, you should have the experience of organizing a caravan." "Yes, sir." Petrov hesitated for a moment, then "My father." "You can take him back with you today," said the prince laughingly and handed him a parchment scroll. "If you think there is no problem with it, just sign it and imprint your thumb onto it. This is the representative's contract." Petrov only had read the beginning and then he spoke agitated. "Do you really promise to grant the right to govern over Longsong Stronghold to the Honeysuckle family?" "Please wait for a moment." He spread out the scroll and began to read the contract carefully. Seeing that Petrov showed caution, Roland nodded with satisfaction. As a collaborator, paying attention to the contracts is the most basic requirement. After a while, Petrov raised his head. "This contract and what you told me yesterday is basically the same, but there is one thing." He pointed to the end of the contract. "Your Royal Highness, shouldn't I write my father's name here? The Count is after all the representative of my family." Roland smiled. "Of course not. It was you, not your father, who talked with me about the post as representative, so it's naturally to write your name at the end of the contract." For a moment Petrov became startled. He couldn't believe what he had heard, so he asked, Your Highness, you don't mean that. Yes, you will take over the place of the Duke and rule over the stronghold. Roland nodded. If you're able to fulfill the contract, you can continue to rule over the city even after I became the king. Here he paused and smiled, but if you break the contract, you will meet the same end as the Duke. Since I was able to break into Longsong's stronghold once, there is no problem to do it for a second time. Let's work well together, Mr. Ambassador. Chapter 122, Father and Son. Chapter 122, Father and Son. The dungeons of the castle were not so dark and wet as the prison of Border Town. Maybe the Duke didn't want to turn his basement into a haunted house, or smell the nauseating stench as soon as he descended the stairs. Generally speaking, the dungeon was still relatively clean. The cells were also differently decorated accordingly to its grade. Some were empty, some were not only decorated with a bed, they even had a wardrobe. A desk and chandeliers were also readily available. Probably the cells were also a place for the Duke to keep some of the nobility, so the basic etiquette had to be guaranteed. Roland also found a special cell in the corner. Within it stood a large bed taking more than half the room. There were also chains hanging down from the ceiling, but the chain for the neck and hands were wrapped in layers of sheepskin, and on the wall hung a variety of whips. It seems that Duke Ryan had also conducted research in some areas. He thought, "It's a pity that I have to leave in a few days, so I cannot analyze it carefully." As the most valuable prisoner, Lord Hull was naturally in the best cell. If someone didn't focus on the external iron railings, they could think this was a luxury bedroom. Furthermore, he also had to share the room with Count Maple Leaf, Viscount Wolf, the eldest son of the Wild Rose family and the second son of the Elk family. Together with the Ryan family, these were the 6 ruling family of the Longsong stronghold. Of course, the Ryan family had been destroyed by Roland, so his wife and his sons were kept in a cell next door. When the other people saw that the prince had appeared in the dungeon, the nobles stood up, not waiting for them to start their questioning. Roland began first. "I will take Count Honeysuckle with me so you can come out. As for the rest of you, we are still waiting for the ransom. The moment they pay, I will let you out." "Father," shouted Petrov at the moment when he saw him. Then he glanced at his friend and then to Roland. "Your Highness, I didn't see the name of Count Elk on the list. If he died on the battlefield, the eldest son of the Elk family should be now the head of the family. But at the moment he isn't at home. So there is no one who could take over this job, and René cannot be redeemed. But if you let him out, he could go home and organize his self-redeeming. I am willing to give a guarantee for him." "Do you mean the eldest son of the Elk family, Jacques Med?" Roland shook his head. "He already came back. Not only did he come back to the stronghold, no, he even came to the castle yesterday, but I don't believe he will pay the ransom." Hearing this, René dashed to the front of the cage. "Why?" He said, "Since you didn't protect your father on the battlefield, it was the same as you being his executioner." Why did he say this, the one who killed our father? René immediately closed his mouth. Roland didn't take his outburst seriously. "What you wanted to say, that it was obviously me who killed the count, right?" He went in front the cage. "Previously to the months of the demons, your father sent intruders into my castle, trying to burn my food reserves," said Roland. "And now he followed the Duke onto the battlefield, taking his knights to attack my territory. I merely started a counterattack to repel the invaders. But now I'm the murderer. Shouldn't it be Duke Ryan, who had ordered your father to act, be the one who gets condemned? In addition, if it were not for Hills's statement that you did not know anything about the attempt to burn my food, you would already be a dead man by now." René was left speechless. "Your Royal Highness," Petrov asked, worried. "If his brother doesn't pay the ransom for him, will you kill René?" "No, that won't be the case. After all, I'm always kind." Roland grinned. "Most probably I will take him with me to Border Town. There he will work 20 years in the North Slope mine to redeem himself. How much is his ransom?" As a second son, he has no chance to inherit the title. The price for him is much smaller than for Count Honeysuckle. As long as someone pays a value of 1,000 points in materials, he can go. Roland looked at him with interest. "How is it? Do you want to pay the ransom for him? What value? 1,000 gold royals." Count Honeysuckle interrupted their talk. "Your son will inform you later of what it means." The prince gave them the signal to move. "Come on, there is nothing for us to do down here. Since he is the second son of the Elk family, there is no need to rush it for a while yet, so you can go back and then slowly consider it." The entire group finally left the prison. When they came to the gate of the castle, the count suddenly stopped. "Your Royal Highness, I know Duke Ryan acted sinfully and it's unforgivable, but his wife and son are innocent." "Perhaps," Roland couldn't deny his words, "I did not intend to sentence them to be exiled or to hang them and so on. I will just take them with me to Border Town and place them into the prison there. Until the day I ascend the throne," he thought. Now it is not the time to be benevolent to a woman. Even if they aren't guilty, he would get no benefits if he was to release them. Furthermore, he would only bring another source of problems to himself after all. The eldest son has had legal right of succession. What did you just say? Asked Shalafi Hull disbelieving and stared with open mouth at Petrov. His Royal Highness doesn't intend to live in Longsong Stronghold, and furthermore he even wants you to govern the stronghold for him. When they were back to Count Honeysuckle's castle, Petrov immediately told his father everything that had happened during the last 3 days. When the other one heard about the representative's contract, the Count couldn't bear to wait for another confirmation. He jumped up and walked through the study in circles, obviously feeling a very complicated emotion. "Father, are you all right?" asked Perrault worriedly. "So it seems that our opponents are mainly elk family. Compared to them, the other 3 have neither the heritage nor the strength, so they shouldn't be a problem for us." "What?" He couldn't follow what his father meant. "You're such a disappointment," said the Count. "You really let me down. His Highness gave you such a good chance, but even now you haven't figured out who your opponents are." Aren't you surprised?" "You mean the fact that the prince insists on going back to Border Town?" "Of course, I also think it's strange." The Count grasped his beard. "But his reasons have nothing to do with us. For us it's only important that the contract is true." This is indeed the case, Petrov thought. I cannot believe that His Highness would go through all this trouble only to make fun of me. As for why he loves to live in Border Town, later I will have enough time to find out the true reasons. But I would never have thought that my father's ability to accept the new circumstance was this strong. Did I hear it right? Is that Mead boy your friend? Shalafi suddenly stood in front of Petrov. Tomorrow, you will go over and redeem him. You agree that I spend 1,000 gold royals to redeem him? Petrov got startled. Think about it, Count Elk died and the eldest son doesn't want to redeem the second son. And during the battle, with the exception of a few knights, they had almost no losses. Once Jacques Med took over the title, he will try to hinder your success in the future. No, said the Count. Why Jacques didn't want to redeem René is because he is afraid that the other will be a threat him. All right, it turns out this was the true reason. Perrault smiled in his heart. But he also knew that his father was correct. René had grown up with swords and spears. Furthermore, he was much closer to the knights within their territory. Unlike Jacques, the eldest son, who doesn't have the body and air of a lord, instead he preferred the debauched life of a noble. Although René had repeatedly shown that he wanted to be a knight, but that was the time where he had no chance to inherent. But now that the Count was dead, who could guarantee that he wouldn't ask for the help of the other knights, who could kill the eldest son for him? So why redeem a person who would later become a problem to himself? Jacques' decision was very simple and ruthless. My friend would never do that, he assured. Perhaps, but after you have redeemed him, Jacques will get a headache, whether he has any intention of doing so or not. Shalafi further explained, as for the materials worth 1,000 points, we can just choose some more craftsmen. When I prepared the ransom for you, I have already transferred some of our craftsmen, and in the case, I will now transfer even more. We won't have enough craftsmen in our own territory. Do not worry about it, you know that the north has become quite a mess, explained the Count confidently. Most of the Four Kingdoms forces were killed at Hermes, so everywhere the lords have forced the people into their armies, there is now a large number of refugees. We can just take this opportunity to eat a little more. Like this, we can even save some of our monthly payment. Hearing all these explanations, Petrov discovered that his father was also an expert businessman. At least his business ability was much stronger than his ability on the battlefield. Chapter 123, The Invitation of the Church. Chapter 123, The Invitation of the Church. It was already the 4th day since Roland had taken over the castle. Today, nearly all nobles in the surrounding areas were gathered inside the castle grand hall. Although most people already knew of the news, Roland still felt that it was necessary to tell them personally that the Western Territory now had a new ruler. After he informed them about his intentions to move back to Border Town, and that the eldest son of the Honeysuckle family would now rule in his stead, everyone had suddenly started to discussing the news. Of course, no one was willing to take the lead at this time to stand up and object to it. After all, the Duke's head was still hanging above the city gate, and news that King Timothy had suffered a great loss and couldn't send any external forces was now also known to everyone. Furthermore, all the knights of the Honeysuckle family had already been redeemed, while at the same time he hadn't accepted any ransom for the other knights, so that the knights, together with the mercenaries, could all come back with him to Border Town. In Roland's plan, the mercenaries would be sent to the mine, where they could work to earn their freedom, and the knights would get a job offer in case they showed their repentance and had good manner. After all, most knights were literate, and could thus also be used as teachers. Of course, for the rest of their life, they wouldn't ever be allowed to ever use a weapon again. If it was handled like this, the Honeysuckle family should have enough power to hold the other 4 noble families back, and they should also have enough troops to defend Longsong Stronghold and their own territory as well, Roland thought. As for the invisible stirring undercurrent, it's a problem that Petrov will have to worry about on his own. In the past few days, he also took the time to send some Border Town residents back who had rebelled during the winter, where many people had died out due to hunger and the cold, including the former finance minister Ferrero. They would all face trial in Border Town. His only regret was that the mastermind behind the attempt to burn his food and the death of Greyhound, Count Med, had already been killed on the battlefield. Today, the traffic between the Longsong Stronghold and Border Town has finally been restored, which meant that until the end of next week, many ships would sail upstream to Border Town to deliver the gathered supplies. Roland guessed that Barov would be very busy for the few next weeks. He had not only received a lot of looted gold coins, he also had to organize the resettlement of the large number of immigrants. Also, it was still unknown whether Carl had built enough wooden sheds. Thinking of these problems, he could not help but want to return to the Border Town as soon as possible. In addition, the great farming operation also needed to start soon. After entertaining all the nobles to lunch, Roland intended to take a nap, but then one of his guards announced a special guest, the high priest of the church in Longsong Stronghold. Hearing this, Roland suddenly had no thought of sleep left. Longsong Stronghold was completely different from Border Town. Here the church had already been rooted for a long time. They not only had a church, they have even dispatched a high priest to this place. This was also the prince's main reason that he had decided to further develop Border Town, rather than staying further in Longsong Stronghold. Here the people were already under the influence of the church for a long time, and any of the civilian could become their eyes. Here his plan to manipulate the people's view would become complicated, and the risk that the witches would be discovered would also become much higher. Unless he completely unrooted the church, his reforms would never get a chance to work. Paying attention to the replacement of the ruler of Longsong Stronghold is a normal thing for the church, so Roland wasn't too surprised that they would send him a representative to come into contact with him. However, the identity of the person they send was a bit special. As the high priest of the church, he belonged to the most influential people of people. The area under his jurisdiction was of a similar size to that of a duke. Once more, he decided to use the Grand Hall as the meeting place. The high priest Tylo seemed to be around 40 years old. He was dressed in the typical church style with a white underrobe and a blue robe above it, giving him a very neat appearance and a behavior that was just like a courteous aristocracy. If he wasn't a member of the royal family and allied with the witches, Roland believed that holding a conversation with such a person would have been a pleasure. As the high priest, he had to be in possession of a high-quality god's stone of retaliation, so in order to avoid any accidents, Roland specifically told Nightingale before the meeting that she should stay away from him during it. After Tylo gave him a salute, Roland invited him to sit at the table and ordered some tea. No matter what he thought, he had to at least show a welcoming atmosphere on the surface. "Your Royal Highness, I'm here as a representative of the new holy city," Tylo said with a smile. "You have become the veritable master of the Western Territory. May God bless you." "Thank you," Roland said in a relaxed tone. "You do not seem to care at all that I've gotten rid of Duke Ryan and taken over Longsong Stronghold. We rarely intervene in secular disputes. As long as the people can live a good life, he has to be a good ruler. So in which family he was born, or if he belonged to the royal family, it is not important to the church. In fact, I think the church is much more open-minded in this respect. Previously, I was only a farmer's son, and now I have become a high priest. He smiled. Excuse me, my lord, but I don't believe that a mere farmer could become a duke, right? As if he launched an uprising to overthrow the royal family, he can even become the king. Roland thought, so he never spoke it out. Instead, he went straight for the topic. So why did you come today? Was it only to deliver the blessing? The blessing was only part of what I have come for. I also want to offer a cooperation between us. Cooperation. What kind of cooperation? We would help you with whatever you need to expand your territory or your forces. Hold on, Roland frowned. You just said that the church rarely intervenes in secular disputes. Rarely intervention doesn't mean no intervention, said the high priest, still casually. I have said that as long as the people in this world have a smooth and peaceful life, we will not intervene. But the struggle between your brother Timothy and your third sister, Garcia, has resulted in widespread poverty throughout the South. In the beginning, we thought that Timothy deserved it and would become a respected king, but now we think he isn't any longer worthy. You are such a man. Roland got a thoughtful look. It seems the church has the desire to help me fight for the throne. He subconsciously asked, why? You lead the people of Border Town to resist the demon beasts and spend the whole months of the demons with them in Border Town. This all proves your courage and ability. And from the large amount of food you purchased from Willow Town, everyone can see do not want your people to starve, which shows your kindness. With this, you have the 3 grandeur characteristics a noble should have. Furthermore, you are even of royal blood. All this are the reason why we chose you. Roland didn't believe one word the high priest said, but at least it proved that, even if Border Town was at the edge of the country and was an independent island state during the winter, they were still under the close watch of the church. How would you help? Would you dispatch an army of judges to fight for me? Even though we want to quell the warring state in the South as soon as possible, but if we were to do something like you suggested, we would arouse the resentment of most of the nobility. So we can only help you materially. The high priest took 2 pills out of his pocket. One was black, the other was red. On both the sigil of the holy city had been etched, "This is our equivalent to the drugs produced in your alchemy square. The red pills will temporarily make your men stronger, while the black pill reduces the feeling of pain and coldness and instead increases their endurance by several times. With these drugs, your army should become unstoppable and the church would only charge you the production cost." For a moment Tylo paused. 1 gold royal. These 2 pills can be presented to you as a test product to prove that my statement is the truth. What is the reward you are hoping for? Expanding the reach of the church and building churches in every territory. Of course, this would make us happy, but our main intention is to end the war. As long as the people can have a peaceful life, they will naturally come into God's arms. Roland accepted the offered pills. This sounds amazing, but for the time being, I have no intention of competing for the crown of the Kingdom of Greycastle. Both Timothy and Garcia are my close relatives, and I do not want to hurt them. I can understand your point. The high priest smiled reassuringly. But sometimes the bonds of family cannot stop the temptation of power, especially when you become only a stumbling stone on the road to power for others. These pills will only be the beginning. There are still many other possibilities of how we could help you. If you decide to take that step, you can always come to the church to find me. Having said all of this, he stood up, bent down in salute. With this, I have already informed you of the church's intentions. May God be with you, your royal highness. Chapter 124, Return to Border Town. Chapter 124, Return to Border Town. I have probably never seen you lie as much as you have today, Nightingale said as she stepped out from her fog right after Tylo has left. How was it for the church's high priest? Roland asked. Could you tell if he was lying? No, my sight was blocked by his god stone of retaliation. At the place where he was standing, I could only see a mass of darkness. Unfortunately, he couldn't treat the high priest the same way that he has all the other nobles. Roland thought, full of regret. He then placed the 2 pills on the table. Tell me, do these pills really have some kind of miraculous effects? Reducing the pain, the same could be done by morphine. As for increasing the strength, It sounds like it increases the rate at which the adrenal gland releases hormones. The problem is, how did they manage to extract these substances and make it into these pills? If the church had such a high technical level, they should have conquered the world long ago. Wait a minute. Roland suddenly thought of a possibility. Could they have done it with magic? You are able to see the flow of magic, right? He looked at Nightingale. Can you see any traces of magic in these two pills? Nightingale took the pills in her hand and gave them a close observation, but when she gave them back, she could only say, "There is no magic to see, but for me they resemble the God Stone of Retaliation a bit." God Stone of Retaliation? Roland asked in confusion. Well, she nodded. You were with me in my world of fog. It's only black and white, but the darkness of the normal black and the darkness of the God's Stone of Retaliation are different. From the latter, I sense a feeling of emptiness, as if it was trying to swallow the world around it. I do not know how to better describe that feeling. Nightingale hesitated. Rather than speaking of a black hole, it's more like there is nothing there at all. Nothingness. That's right, they give off a feeling of nothingness. She nodded, acknowledging. The two pills give me also a feeling of nothingness, but only very subtly, and also it's not a round hole, but rather a section of flowing thin black threads. Can this nothingness affect your ability? Nightingale grabbed the pills once more and suddenly entered the fog, only to reappear soon afterward. They seem to have no effect on my ability. I think it's still better to take prisoners with a death sentence and let them eat these pills to try out their effects. Roland wrapped a piece of paper carefully around the pills. Only then did he put them into his pocket. I would never have expected that the church would have such a good impression of you, Nightingale said, after she sat back by the prince's side, giving off a depressed feeling. If the high priest didn't wear his God's Stone of Retaliation, I bet of the 10 sentences he had spoken 9 would be lies. Roland said in disdain, in the end, the most important point is that what they are offering and what they are asking for simply don't add together. Why? Look at what they want. More churches, more believers, a prince or king who only gains power with their support, and will henceforth spread their divine propaganda. A stable country is more conducive to the development of believers and the development of their power. Otherwise, under the chaos of war, the church and the monastery would be reduced to refugees and become the target for robbing nobles. But can't they just have taken a fancy for you, because you can bring the people a peaceful life? I don't think so. Roland shook his head. Stability stems from unity or equilibrium. Even if the king idles away only seeking pleasure every day, the people would still be better off than those who are living within the countries that are at war. So if they were to support the second prince, it wouldn't be so surprising. It would also not be strange if they were to decide to support my sister Garcia. But what is strange that they would come to me and offer their support, especially now, after Garcia has just won against Timothy. If the church was to now fully support Garcia, I am afraid that the eastern territories of the kingdom would be swallowed by her in less than 6 months. With that, around 40% of the country would fall under the rule of the Queen of Clearwater, and the pressure I would have to face would start to exponentially increase. Yet they don't support the strong, but instead they chose the most vulnerable candidate from their point of view. This situation seemingly has to be advantageous to the church. Assuming I was to accept their support, the already complicated situation in this country with 2 kings would then become even more chaotic. The direct consequence of a 3-sided war would be a sharp drop in population, a rapid loss of wealth, and since the war would spread over the whole country, its unifying it would only be delayed even more. What advantage is there to the church in this? Needless to say, they won't get more believers. I'm afraid that even the churches built in all the cities will all be torn down until nothing is left. It seems you don't understand the nobles' way of thinking. They are always twisting and turning. Nightingale sighed. Well, Roland replied laughingly, I don't belong to them. Nightingale narrowed her eyes, staring at the prince for a long time. Strange, why wasn't this a lie? 3 days later, Roland had finally cleared out the castle and the stronghold's library and was now sailing back on Little Town while very satisfied. Along the Shishui River, near Border Town, the river scene has changed its appearance during the last few days. In the areas near Border Town, which had been burned open by Anna, there were now many people who were very busy seeing their dresses. They should be the first serfs who had been transported to Border Town. And in the area near the impassable mountain range, there were erected a number of simple wooden sheds. Within the sheds Roland could also faintly see some activity. He thought it should be the serf's family. These people were tied to the land for generations. Their children would also be born as serfs. Because of this, they couldn't see any hope, ending in living a life filled with numbness. Their motivation to work the land came not from their hearts. Instead, it came from the slavers' whips. The resulting low productivity was simply a great waste of human resources. There was no doubt that slavery was the enemy of industrial production and was a system which had to be abolished. But Roland did not intend to let them all turn into free hands, but he wanted to provide them a road out, so that they could see the hope of promotion to becoming free people, even if such a kind master was to give his slaves the possibility to get rid of their slave status, was to be a precedent. This kind of compromise on handling serfs wouldn't arouse much attention even if the news was to circulate. At most, the other nobles would think that he was just a kind person, nothing more. He only had to wait until the time was ripe in the future, then he would fully abolish slavery. By that time, the resistance he would face would be much less. The area near the pier was crowded with sailboats, making it clear that the small pier was unable to handle all these ships. Fortunately, Little Town was more of a light craft, so it didn't need a dock to land. It seems that I also have to put the task of developing the pier on the schedule, Roland thought. When he was finally back at the castle, he couldn't allow himself any time to rest. Instead, he immediately went to his office to call Barov, letting him report about Border Town's actual situation and its materials. The assistant minister has already been prepared for a long time now, so he only had to take out a roll of parchment out of his pocket and spread it out on the large wooden table. Your Royal Highness, the amount of materials you sent back to Border Town really scared me. That said, the upturned corner of his mouth still gave away his mood. 12 of my apprentices needed a whole night to count all the coins, which were more than 14,000 gold royals. This is equivalent to the annual income of an ordinary city's. To accumulate all these gold royals, the Duke probably needed more than 20 years, Roland thought. Most probably it comes from the plunder and exploitation of the people in the Western Territory. I have to turn them into food, steel, and machinery as soon as possible. Those jewels, how much worth are the jewelry and handicrafts? I haven't had the time to convert them yet. By conservative estimates, they are also worth around 10,000 gold royals. If they were auctioned in King's City, their price would be even greater. But for now, they are only stored in the basement of your castle. Barrow paused. However, this means that the original storage room isn't big enough for all the food, so I suggest that you will increase the castle's area, building further storage warehouses to store other supplies. Chapter 125, Municipal Development. Chapter 125, Municipal Development. What can you tell me about the people they've sent? Roland asked. That's right, please take a look below. The assistant minister pointed to the bottom of the parchment. Until now, 100 people were sent to Border Town. Most of them belong to the ranks of serfs. In accordance with your request, have all been held outside of the town. The 35 craftsmen have been placed under Karl's command, and their homes are all located in the new civilization district. Barov spoke these unusual mouthful of the terms. But Your Royal Highness, is this really okay? I thought that area had specially been prepared for the witches. The people I have sent out to spread the news about the safe haven haven't returned yet. Their progress is slower than I would have imagined. So the first houses will be used for the craftsmen and their families. We can still build more afterwards. Roland's plan was to renovate the whole Border Town. The wooden houses and mud cottages would be converted into brick houses, while at the same time leaving enough space for wide streets between the houses, rather than the alleys just wide enough for two people to walk side by side that they had now. Understood, Barov nodded. Your Highness, I've heard that there will also be cattle and sheep being shipped here. That's true. But not now. I deliberately let them come a few days later. They will come together with the shepherds. They will be sent to the grasslands between the western city wall, the concealing forest, and the impassable mountain range. That should be a good area to turn into a pasture. We should reopen the destroyed part of the city wall and use it as an exit. After all, the wall is only useful during the months of the demons. For now, they finally had enough people and money to break through the bottleneck and allow Border Town to develop further. so Roland was finally able to use all of his otherworldly knowledge. He called one of the guards into his office and ordered them, "Go find Carl and tell him to meet me in the executive office. I guess if he isn't at the mine, he will certainly be at the new area outside the town." Half an hour later, Carl walked into the office and bowed in greeting to Roland. "Your Highness." It has been nearly 6 months since he had seen the mason for the first time, and since he had been recruited into the staff of the town hall, he could be regarded as the busiest official in the last half year. First, he had to preside over the construction of the city walls, and then there were the houses in the new district and the temporary wooden sheds for the new inhabitants of Border Town. Now, on his 35-year-old silhouette, he revealed the first few strands of silver, and his skin has also started darkening from always being outside. But the spirit Roland had seen burning in him at their first meeting was still burning as strong and hot as ever before. That a new environment could quickly change a man was true. Only 6 months ago, Carl was still carefully trying to hide himself, clearly busy running away from trouble. But now, as an experienced project commander who had personally been in charge of several people, even his gestures showed some hints of him feeling in power. But what Roland appreciated the most was that he was always still willing to accept the thoughts of other people. Roland acknowledged his greeting with a smile. "Please sit and come take a look at his." He handed him some sketches that he had previously drawn. "You see, I need you to build something new for me. This building looks like a warehouse. Well, building it with its base placed on stilts, it would be safe against incoming floods." Carl quickly swept over the first sketch and then turned to the second one, and after looking for a while he asked, "Is this supposed to be a furnace?" "Yes, I need you to build more than 5 of these furnaces near the North Slope mine. They will be needed to calcine the cement and to burn clay bricks. So you have to find an empty spot which still has good transport channels, and the area should be spacious enough so that we can still later build some more furnaces there." "I understand." Carl now turned his view to the last sketch and immediately frowned after he saw it. "This seems to be sewers." "No, there is also a roof and walls, and the area behind it looks like a pond." "Your Royal Highness, I seem to be unable to make sense of this." Roland laughed. "This is a toilet and will also be your construction project of the highest priority." "A toilet?" Carl thought about it. "Your Highness, where do you plan to build them?" "For this, you already have chamber pots placed in your castle, and your attendants are responsible for cleaning them on a regular basis. Most of the villagers don't even use them. Instead, they are doing it directly outside of their houses," Carl explained. "The same is also true for the serfs, which can directly discharge their filth into the Shishui River, and the river will then take their filth away." "So, that was the strong smell I smelled today at the dock." Roland shook his head, trying to erase these unpleasing thoughts. "If that is the case, we need to change this bad habit as soon as possible." Bad habit? Carl still didn't seem to understand what the prince's meaning. For a commoner who was accustomed to urinating at any place, it was naturally hard for them to understand how beautiful a casual stroll could be without having to fear stepping on a landmine, Roland criticized privately. "Anyway, you only have to follow these sketches. I have already roughly marked their size, so you only have to use this distance. Within the vicinity of the wooden shed district, you should build at least 4 toilets, always 2 side by side. In addition, the wall in the middle of the ditch should be built out of brick, while the outside walls and the roof have to be built out of wood. Like this you can save a lot of cement." "Your Highness, you want to build them side by side." "That," said Carl slowly. Evidently, he thought that talking about this dirty theme with His Highness was clearly degrading the royalty's dignity. "But what should we do when they don't use them?" "I will issue orders which they will have to follow. You just have to build them, I will take care of the rest." "All right, if that's the case," Carl said, nodding his head. "There is another matter I want to discuss with you, Your Royal Highness." "You may speak." The Masons Guild was forced to disband, and now there are many people like me who all chose to leave King's City. I would like to write a few letters to those Masons who already know where I went and try to recruit them to Border Town. They all have their own area of specialization. For example, for the furnace, Lesia would be the best at it. "However, Your Highness, I do not know." "That's no problem at all," Roland said immediately. "I will recruit all the Masons you're able to attract, and they will be paid according to their experience and skills, and they will also have the possibility to enter the town's hall." "Thank you for your generosity." Carl bowed once more, then he left. When the mason had stepped out of the hall, Roland began to write down his plan for the managing the serfs and how he wanted to disband the slavery system. Border Town's population had already started to rapidly increase with no end in sight. But as long as they had to dependent on importing food, the town would be in jeopardy if a natural disaster was to occur or the road to the other cities was cut off. Therefore, in addition to increasing and developing industry, development in the area of agriculture was an even higher priority. Border Town had to achieve the level of self-sufficiency as soon as possible. The prince believed that as soon as he was able to implement his ideas, the serfs could be turned into farmers, and combined with Leaves' improved seeds, the area around the Shishui River would soon become a golden wheat ocean. Regarding the high priority of the toilet, it also had to do with the development of the agriculture with enough people, land, and seeds. The last thing he still needed was the right kind of fertilizer. Roland certainly knew how troublesome it was to produce fertilizer out of human and animals' excrements. They had to regularly clean the storage pond, but they also had to rely on human manure. In the end, it was clearly inconvenient. But for now, he didn't have any clue of how to produce it on industrial level. So for the present, he had to rely on this pure natural and organic fertilizer. At least human-animal manure had already been used for a long time. Even during the 20th century, some of the rural areas were still using this traditional fertilization. Many people only had very little knowledge about fertilizer. The vast majority of them just thought that a stool was a dirty thing, and that they should never believe that besides of spreading nausea, it could ever have any useful effects. Thus, to cultivate the fields each year, the farmers were still using the 3-rotation system. For it, a piece of arable land would be divided into 3 parts, taking turns for spring sowing, sowing in autumn and resting phase. All this was done to avoid the depletion of soil fertility due to constant use. Chapter 126, Wheat Transformation. Chapter 126, Wheat Transformation for Villages and Small Towns. It didn't matter whether or not they used the rotation farming system. However, for big cities where the surrounding land was scarce, this system wasted a lot of land. For example, Silver City, Fallen Dragon Ridge, and King's City were such places. So every month they had to import a large amounts of grain from other cities. The first step in using fertilizer was to collect the manure. This was also the reason why Roland decided to establish the public toilets as soon as possible. With the toilets, he could reduce the spreading of disease and even beautify the living environment. It was such a simple action, but it offered so many improvements. His goal was for the toilets to already be constructed by the time the rest of the new citizens have been shipped over. As for teaching them how to use compost and cultivate the arable land, Roland decided to select a small group of experienced farmers during the next few days and teach them the system first. After all, the land was still in its cleanup phase, and it would still need at least a week before it would be usable. After finishing all the work at hand, he decided to go meet Leaves at the back garden and take a look at her experiments. Since Leaves improved all categories of seeds, there could be seen many different kinds of crops in the garden. She has also followed Roland's suggestion and divided her farming area into several small blocks which were all given a number. With this, she could compare the developments of 2 groups of test crops. When Roland stepped into the yard, he was stunned by the picture of golden and dazzling wheat swaying in the wind in front of his eyes. "Your Royal Highness." When Leaves, who was squatting beside one of her fields, became aware of the prince, she immediately stood up and bowed in greeting. "Are these the results of your improvements?" He waved his hand, trying to stop Leaves from going through the ritual greeting, went then to pick one of the wheat plants, feeling the caryopsis with his fingers. Previously, he had no idea what the wheat would look like. But in contrast with the wheat fields in the prince's former memories, those were not only smaller than the ones in his hand, they also had a lot fewer grains. Leaves nodded in acknowledgement. "I let the wheat grow with my magic. Then I harvested the ripe seeds and then planted the seeds once more. What you have in your hands is the result I got out of it. However, I repeated this process several times, but after 2 or 3 rounds of planting, it became difficult to grow the wheat as long and large as before, and I just can't understand where the problem lies." "Unfortunately, I cannot help you with that," Roland thought. According to his own pitiful junior high school biology knowledge, It was probably because of self-intersection defects. In the southern area, there were only rice seeds, which were poles apart from wheat. So in order to raise the output, they always had to purchase new seeds. But even with only 2 generations of planting, it still had a practical value. After all, one wheat plant can produce more than 130 seeds. And if he let leaves first transform the generation of seeds, and afterward let the farmers uses those seeds, he could still use the seeds for 2 years. Why is this one empty? Roland asked when he noticed a field with only a few dry straws. This is the area where I planted first, but perhaps because I had planted here too many cycles, Leaves was clearly unsure. I can only let the plants grow when I cast my magic, but when I remove my magic, they will wither soon after. It seems that even when she used her magic to let the plants grow, she still used up the land's supply of nutrition. And without the nutrition, the plants could not survive. Roland went to the last flower bed. There the planted wheat had a very strange shape, on an arm-thick stalk of wheat with several blue grain ears, and the center stalk even had several branches which were with green leaves. So the volume of grains per plant were very large, but on the whole field there were only 2 plants. This was the area Roland has asked Leaves to create new plants like a wheat tree. He had envisioned to turn a wheat plant into something similar to a banana tree, where he could harvest the fruit from the branches, with the possibility of a regular harvest, thus eliminating the need for sowing. And if they could grow even larger, they would get more green leaves, improving the photosynthesis and reducing the land requirements. But at present, the thick and solid wheat stalks together with its branches took a lot of space. Furthermore, the grain ears would only grow on the top of the stalks and branches, which weren't what he had originally imagined. Perhaps should I ask Leaves to transform them in the direction of grapevines? Roland thought, after all, Leaves had never seen real banana trees, but grapes were not a rare product within the kingdom of Greycastle, and as long as she had an image, it should be easy for to imitate. The seeds of these 3 wheat plants cannot be used for sowing, Leaves explained. I tried already, but the seeds wouldn't germinate after they were planted. However, they can still be harvested several times. You see, the grains are the second batch. Can't germinate means that every plant would be a unique wheat tree, and that Leaves would have to personally create every tree, so for the current situation, it doesn't have any true value. You have done a great job. The wheat plant with the big grain ear will be called Golden Ones. I will create a test field for you south of the Shishui River. It will be surrounded by fences and clapboards to hide it from the view of other people. There I hope we will soon harvest a batch of Golden Ones. As for the garden, you can continue to use it to improve and create new wheat varieties. I also came up with a lot of new ideas, not only for the wheat crops but also for the grapes, said Roland. Unfortunately, Leaves only has a macro-level understanding of the characteristics of a crop, so she can only change it to get more fruits, sweeter taste, denser branches, and so on. If she could understand it on a micro level, she wouldn't only be able to manipulate the genes, wouldn't she also be able to fine-tune it, such that the plants could even absorb light other than from the visible spectrum, such as ultraviolet, X-rays, and even ionizing radiation for photosynthesis, getting a direct output of starch, glucose, sucrose, and other energy storage substances, so that we could directly harvest what is needed. During the evening, the 4th prince lit a bonfire near the Shishui River, and let Carter and his guards gather all the serfs together. A huge cauldron with more than 128-liter capacity was brought over and placed on the frame of a new simple mud stove, to cook kanji over the fire. With the fire at his back, the serfs could only see the narrow image of their new lord, and the moment they became aware of him, they would fearfully lower their heads. Only some of them were bold enough to secretly glance at the prince from time to time. Roland, who stood in front of the bonfire, began to announce his new rules to the crowd of more than 1,000 people. I am Roland Wimbledon, the 4th prince of the Kingdom of Greycastle, the lord of Border Town, and the ruler of the Western Territories. Today you are all summoned here. The day that you came to my territory was your lucky day. As long as you work hard, you can break away from your current status and place. That is right. I will give you a chance to get rid of your status as slaves, becoming free people. Hearing this within the serfs, an uproar broke out. The serfs clearly knew what a status as a free person meant. They could no longer be cruelly abused by their owners, without any rest, always forced to carry on farming endlessly. And they would no longer have to turn over the crops they produced on their fields to their owners. Their sons and daughters would no longer be turned into the next generation of serfs. Roland waited for a moment to let them calm down, then he continued, "From tomorrow onward, each of you will get a fixed field assigned to him, and at the same time, someone will guide you in the process to get a better harvest. In the first year, 30% of your harvest will belong to you, while the other 70% will belong to Border Town. The people who get the best harvest results will be promoted to free people. After becoming a freeman, your family will be exempted from slavery, and then you can decide if you want to continue farming or if you want to find another occupation in the town. It will be your own decision. If you choose to continue farming, 20% of your harvest will belong to Border Town as rent, while the other 80% will belong to yourself. Later you can buy the land from the Lord, and then you will no longer have to transfer any food to the castle." After his last word faded away, only the sound of breathing could be heard, until someone shouted, "Your Royal Highness, was what you said was really the truth?" "Of course," Roland answered, stressing every word. "As a lord, I would never deceive my own people. His Royal Highness is merciful." Some people couldn't help themselves from saying out loud, then the sound quickly became louder, "Long live His Royal Highness the Prince." Suddenly the first serf in front of him kneeled down, followed soon by the second person, then the third person, until the whole mass of people kneeled in front of him, still calling his name, getting louder and louder, until the thousands of voices turned into the same rhythm, "His Royal Highness the Prince. Long live the Prince." Hearing the crowd so clearly understanding his intent, there was no need for him to drag things out for any longer, the prince thought to himself. He clapped his hands, then said to the bodyguard behind him, "Bring the meal." Chapter 127, Wendy. Chapter 127, Wendy. When Roland fell asleep, Nightingale emerged out of the fog, stepped to the side of his bed and gently straightening the quilt, covering an exposed arm. Then for a moment she quietly stood beside the bed watching the sleeping Roland. She then quietly slid through the floor, back to her own room. "You're not already asleep?" Seeing Wendy sitting on the bed and reading, Nightingale was slightly surprised. "I'm afraid you would do something stupid." Wendy glared at her. "His Royal Highness is not a child. Is it really necessary for you to take care of him until he finally fell asleep?" Original and most up-to-date translations are posted at Volare Translations. "His Royal Highness has sent people to other towns to spread the news that the Witch Cooperation Association is here, so I have to be at his side in the case. Someone heard the news of the witches and now wants to harm His Highness." Nightingale picked up a wet towel and cleaned her face with it, followed by unlocking the red belt around her hip, taking off the bands of her leather wrist and body armor, then finally slipped out of her white clothes. This dress was His Highness' newest creation. With a pure white hood coat, she wouldn't gather too much attention, and thus it was the right clothes for an assassin. At least it was what he thought. Nightingale carefully hung up her clothes, the smoothed out every fold. Afterward, she wrapped her sexy and curvy body within a piece of light muslin. On her flat stomach and thighs, not even a single trace of fat could be seen. "There is no possibility an accident could happen," said Wendy, putting down the book. "There are sisters within the castle and their guards outside patrolling, and furthermore, didn't you yourself put a stone under his pillow? I can never understand how you can touch such a thing." "Well, I'm still responsible for ensuring his safety," Nightingale said while sitting down on the edge of the bed, taking off her boots and revealing her young and slender legs, then laying down and turning in Wendy's direction. "Didn't you listen to what I said last time?" Wendy sighed. "Veronica, we are witches." "I know, Wendy," Nightingale nodded. "Yes, we are witches. And His Royal Highness said that he will marry a witch." This came out of his own mouth, and it wasn't a lie. Of course, this information could not be told lightly, it could only be used as a last resort, so Nightingale didn't give it away. Within her heart, she said sorry to Wendy and then changed the subject. "What's your impression of the church? Why would you suddenly ask this?" Hearing this question, Wendy clearly became startled. "When I was at His Highness' side in the Stronghold's castle, the High Priest paid him a visit and offered to support him in conquering the throne." "How did he answer?" Wendy's voice became strained. "Or did he order you to leave previously to the start of the conversation?" Nightingale smiled and shook her head, softly saying, "He just asked me to avoid the range of the other side's God's stone of retaliation. And His Royal Highness didn't wear that thing himself." Wendy, His Highness did not agree to the invitation of the church. He refused their offer. The latter clearly felt relieved, then she said with a bit melancholy, Unfortunately, our help to His Highness is limited, unlike the Church, whose forces cover the entire continent. If His Royal Highness took their offer, I'm afraid he would soon be able to sit on the throne. Only God knows. His Highness said the High Priest spoke only a mouthful of baloney, that no one should trust him. Nightingale paused. There was another important matter. Original and most up-to-date translations are posted at Volare Translations, taking out the red and black pills. In the fog, the pills have the same color as the God Stone of Retaliation. This is inconceivable. Both of us know that the sisters who were discovered to be witches would swallow the God Stone of Retaliation, which is no different from committing suicide. The High Priest said that the pills were produced inside the prayer room in the Holy City, and I remember that you used to live there in a monastery. Did you have ever heard of such an organization? Wendy had helped Nightingale to leave Silver City, and during their run, she had set up traps for the bounty-hungry villains who were following them. At the same time, it was also a kind of revenge. One method was to force them to swallow their own God Stone of Retaliation. After swallowing, the villain would soon die. The whole body would roll up like it was suffering from dehydration, and would look like a fish exposed to the scorching sun. I never heard of something like that. Wendy closed her eyes and began slowly to tell. Since the first moment I can remember, I've lived in a monastery in the old holy city, surrounded by high walls with no view of the sky beyond. Everything was taught to us with hospitality by the nuns, things like reading and writing, or the understanding of maps. I still remember the name of my teacher, Feria. She once gave us a book to read. It was the special introduction about the old holy city. There were churches in the city, monasteries, libraries, memorial halls, and heroic walls, but I have never heard of a prayer room in the city. I lived in the monastery for more than 10 years, until the accident happened. Wendy had already previously mentioned to Nightingale that the monastery was one day attacked by a witch, and many people also died during that attack. Taking advantage of the whole chaos, Wendy was able to get out of the monastery. Also, I don't know which witch had so much courage to dare to challenge the church alone, but she saved you at least. No, Veronica, the witch came from inside the church. Wendy shook her head. She was, like me, a member of the monastery. What? Do you mean, the girls living in the monastery could be divided into 3 groups? One group consisted out of people like me, who stayed from early age in the monastery, not knowing their own origins. One were orphans who lived on the streets and were adopted by the local church and afterwards sent to the monastery. And the last group consisted out of girls sold to the church by their own parents. We were all separated by age and placed into different quarters, and even the teaching wasn't the same. From an early age onward, we learned how to recognize the words. From 10 to 14 years old, we studied carols, and after 14, we were schooled in etiquette. The early classes were called the literacy class by the nuns, and the older classes were called the choir class and the ceremony class. Once we became adults, we would be sent away from the monastery. This was the first time that Nightingale heard the others speaking about this before. Wendy had never elaborated on her experience during her life in the monastery. During the first few years, I could often hear other girls screaming during the night. The screams came out of the direction of the choir classes and ceremony classes. I didn't understand what was going on until I was old enough to get into the choir classes. Then I found out that during the nights, higher ranks of the church would visit the dormitory, always dragging a few girls out of their beds, and only at daybreak the next day would they be sent back. But sometimes, not all of the girls would come back again. Nightingale clenched her lips, of course. She clearly knew what Wendy meant. This kind of thing would happen once or twice a month, frequently even 2 days successively. Then it was the day that I was selected. It was Feria who pulled me out of the room, whispering all the while into my ear that I should just bear with it. Everything would become well. I was dragged by her into the corner of the garden, where a room was built halfway underground. The room was brightly lit. At one side, I could see how the females of the ceremony class being tortured. There were 4 to 5 men. Her voice slightly shook. When they came over to me, one of the women suddenly broke out from her shackles, grabbing the man closest to her, grabbed him by the neck and killing him just like he was a chicken, easily twisting his neck. She had awakened. Reading anywhere else than Volare translation, you're stealing the translator's livelihood. I do not know. Wendy shook her head. Those men had taken off their clothes, but they still wore their God Stone of Retaliation around their necks. but she was still able to kill one after another. One of them she seemed to want to skin alive, tearing one limb off after another while he was still living. The last words he said before his death were, "An extraordinary." The screams of the men alerted the guards and Feria who stood outside of the room. They immediately opened the iron gate and rushed in, but the scene in front of them rooted them on the spot, while the other woman directly rushed in their direction. "Was she a witch?" asked Nightingale, thrilled. Were the guards also not an opponent for her? The gap was simply too great. I later learned that those guards belonged to the army of judges. One of them blew his whistle while the other drew his sword. However, when the first one stopped blowing his whistle, she had already stepped in front of him and penetrated his chest with her arm. In front of her, their armors were nothing more than a thin piece of paper. Chapter 128 Pill Test. Chapter 128 Pill Test. Then, she picked up the judge's sword, stabbed Farisa, and split the other judge into two halves, even cutting the guard's sword in two. However, the whistle had alerted the whole monastery. Many guards carrying oil lamps were on their way to us. She then peeled off Farisa's clothes and wore them herself, then took another man's weapon and walked in the direction of the rushing guards by herself. I sat in the room full of a bloody mess for a while before I finally recovered. I discovered that one of the dead men was in charge of the keys to the entrance of the monastery, so I went over and dug out the keys from the scattered clothes. At the same time, I also stripped the stones around their necks. I didn't know what effects they had. I only thought I might be able to sell them for a little money with their crystal clear appearance. The nuns of the monastery, the guards, and the judges were all attracted by that other woman, and so I could get to the hidden back door without being noticed. There, I had to try several keys before I finally found the right key to open the door and flee from the monastery. Later, I was only able to sell one stone because the rest of them were snatched away from me. Thus, I had to rely on the 10 silver royals I'd gotten for the one stone during my journey. 2 years later, I reached the Seawind region and had to stop. It was also the time of my awakening. Wendy paused for a while. That's my whole story. Nightingale just silently held Wendy's hands for a long while until she asked, "What happened to the other women in the church?" Perhaps they all died or they were able to escape just like me. I had asked around, but I only learned that the church had said that there was a fire in the monastery and that they had to shut it down. Now one knew it, and even more, no one cared what had happened to the girls. They had all just been abandoned. Nightingale used a soothing voice while holding Wendy in her arms. "Now you have us. Everything will become well, so sleep, Wendy." After a long time, she finally hearted a gentle, "Ah." The next morning, Roland entered his office while yawning. There he saw Nightingale as always sitting by his table, but this time she had a serious expression on her face. "Well, what happened? Have you ever heard of something called an extraordinary?" she asked. Seeing the prince shaking his head, Nightingale repeated the story she had heard yesterday from Wendy. If she hadn't had her awakenings, I can't imagine a young woman who could so easily decapitate a heavily armed judge. A witch who isn't influenced by the god's stone of retaliation. After listening to Roland thought for a while about what she had heard from Wendy. He started thinking about his own categorizing of the witch abilities. Maybe she belonged to the type of self-enforcing witches. What type? Roland took out a piece of paper from his drawer and handed it over to her. "I made a basic classification of your abilities based on the way you use your magic. A self-enforcing type, which constantly consumed her magic power and strengthens herself. Although all witches gets their physical fitness improved due to their magic, the self-enforcing type, which is much more powerful in this aspect. If I have it right, then Scroll should also belong in the category of extraordinary in the eyes of the church." Scroll? Nightingale couldn't believe it, but she is not good at fighting, true. Roland finished her sentence amused. This classification doesn't judge the personal strength of a witch and also isn't necessarily correct. They are only my personal thoughts and speculations. As a self-enforcing type witch, she really could cause a lot of trouble to the church. Without the protection of the god's stone of retaliation, she could easily kill a squad of judges or single-handedly destroy the church of a small town. But in the end, a person's power is still limited, and the ratio of witches awakened to a self-enforcing ability is much smaller than the other two types. Otherwise, it would be witches who would be hunting the believers of the church. Though he had spoken with ease, but when thinking about the red and black pills, he still had a vague feeling of unease. There were clearly only a few extraordinary class witches. During the last hundreds of years, there can't be more than a dozen, right? As long as there were 2 or 3 self-enhancing types, they could easily cause great chaos for the church. For example, they could easily take advantage of the annual months of demons. During this time, the church would focus all of their energy on defending Hermes, so they could attack the church's facilities in other cities such as churches, priests, nuns, and then kill all of them. So after repeating it for several years, the church's number of followers would have been greatly reduced. However, in addition to Wendy's encounter with the extraordinary, Roland had never heard of a witch counterattack the church. Moreover, the home during Wendy's childhood was set on fire, and the whereabouts of all the nuns and women were unknown. The church would never sit still, he thought. Perhaps they have already discovered a means against the extraordinary class, and maybe those 2 pills were part of it. No matter what, he had to test those pills first. Coming to this conclusion, Roland called for one of his guards, sending him to the jails and get one of the prisoners together with Carter. He placed the test site outside of the city walls. Just in case, Roland transferred over 4 members of the First Army to surround the test site, fully armed and always alerted. In addition to him and Nightingale, there was also Anna and Nana on station by the wall. As long as the other one didn't have a guard stone of retaliation, Anna's wall of green fire would be enough to guarantee their own safety, while Nana could provide the most efficient kind of treatment. You won't have any problem, right? Roland, leaning forward over the edge of the wall, asked Carter, who was standing at the bottom of the wall. Don't look down on your opponent. Your Highness, my rank as a knight isn't only for show, Carter said before placing a helmet on top of his head. Furthermore, my opponent only has a wooden sword. He can't hurt me at all. The test subject was a murder and robbery, and for this sentence to death. Even so, Roland didn't like to use him as a test object. So he bluntly offered the prisoner that in the case that he took part in the test, his family would get 5 gold royals as remuneration. The other side hesitated for only a moment before he immediately agreed to the condition. Carter had hoped that the other side would also put on an armor and would also pick up an iron sword so that he could have a fair contest. But Roland had refused without any hesitation. If the murder had a sharp weapon, the danger would be multiplied. And if he was to cut off Carter's head, even Nana would have no way of saving his life. As for the reason that he wasn't wearing any armor, it was to test if the black pill really enhanced tolerance to pain. The prisoners swallowed the 2 pills, and the expression on his face quickly changed. The veins on his forehead and arms all turned blue, while his skin turned a deep red and his breathing started to race. He grabbed the wooden sword, calmly waiting for the knight to react. Then suddenly, he dashed forward. His speed was comparable to a running wolf, and every time he stepped on the ground, small pits would be dug into the soil. Seeing this, even Carter was clearly shocked, but he still unhurriedly stepped to the side, while at the same time delivering a cross cut. This move forced his enemy to change his direction. Otherwise, his rib cage would be cut open. However, his opponent was still just a very vicious murderer. He hadn't undergone any combat training. So he was caught by surprise, getting a deep cut in his chest area, out of which a huge amount of blood started to pour out. Such injuries were enough to affect the activity of half of his body, but he still didn't show any sign that he cared about it. He just turned into the knight's direction. He tried the same tactic as before, yet this time he changed it a little. The moment they passed each other, the prisoner stretched one arm towards the knight's sword hand. In this awkward position, he was unable to use much power. But the moment Carter swept out with his sword, he could only see the shadow of the murderer. He subconsciously moved the sword into a parrying position and was immediately hit by a strong force, which pushed him 2 steps back. The moment the wooden sword crashed into the iron sword, it immediately shattered into many pieces. That only took a little more effort of me. Carter shook his numbed hand. Give him another sword so that he can come again. The prisoner did not take the offered sword. Instead, he suddenly turned around and directly rushing in the direction of the concealing forest. In the blink of an eye, he was already out of Carter's reach. His speed was comparable with a galloping horse, and he was unable to be caught by an ordinary person. The murderer stretched his arms in front of himself, running directly into the body of a soldier who was prepared to shoot, and pushed him to the side. The soldier let out a wretched cry and was sent flying. At this moment, the other soldiers were finally able to pull the trigger. The prisoner was clearly hit and also left some blood behind. But his speed was still not reduced in the least. He quickly broke out of the encirclement, and after a few seconds he had already covered a distance of several tens of meters. "Do not let him run," Carter shouted. "Get me my horse." Before Carter had even the chance to jump on his horse, the prisoner suddenly stood still and stared with an incredulously look at his abdomen. There a horizontal cut had cut his abdominal cavity wide open, and his intestines started falling out. He slowly turned his gaze to his back, only to see a woman completely in white standing behind him, holding a silver dagger in her hands. He had no idea where she suddenly came out from. TN. I changed self-strengthening into self-enforcing. Chapter 129. The evening course starts again. Chapter 129. The evening course starts again. Nana quickly healed the injured soldier. Something like a fracture was easy for her to heal. Afterwards, Roland let the first army return to the camp. Only the chief knight, the witches and several guards were still left at the scene. With a gloomy face, Roland went to the side of the dead murderer, commanding Carter to cut out the bullets. The wounds he had to cut were half a finger deep, and the lead balls he found were fractured, indicating that people taking the pills would suffer the same wounds as ordinary people. "Carter, what do you think?" Roland asked. Carter seemed to be a little upset. Most probably he had never expected to be outmaneuvered by a person who had never received any training in swordsmanship. He just became stronger and faster. It doesn't seem he realized everything that he could do. "I could have cut off his head with the first strike. And if your opponent was a knight, this would," Carter thought. "If it was against the kind of knights the Duke had, I could just barely handle them, but against the King's elite knights or the Knights of the Cold Wind Ridge, I wouldn't have been able to parry even one of their strikes." Roland didn't comment, but he thought, the great experts always think the one with the better skills will win the fencing duel, and perhaps Carter's perception was right, but if they had the same equipment the situation would have dramatically changed. Assuming that the prisoner was also wearing heavy armor, with a helmet and a two-handed sword, Carter wouldn't have necessarily won so easily. The pills didn't only bring a large power upgrade, they are much more multifaceted. They can even carry stronger heavy armors and weapons, can burst out, run faster, and have a much longer endurance on the battlefield. Roland felt he had to correct the assumption he had made during his time in Longsong Stronghold, similar to adrenaline. No, this pill was much more terrifying than adrenaline. Hormones only stimulated the body's own potential. But this red pill had clearly allowed the prisoner to break through his limits. Especially the speed and momentum he showed as he tried to flee. It was almost comparable to that of heavy cavalry. The black pill was just as effective. His ribcage was nearly cut open, but he didn't show any sign of it hindering him at all. If he was only a normal person, he would have long since lost his will to fight due to the extreme pain. If a civilian with only a strength upgrade and pain reduction was already this powerful, then what would a group of trained knights using it look like? Roland had a feeling of uneasiness when he thought back to the offer the high priest had made. "Your Highness," exclaimed Nightingale suddenly, "look at his skin." The skin of the prisoner's hand had turned from its former red to ash-colored, while at the same time it had a large number of folds, looking just like a snake after it shed its skin. When Roland poked against it with the handle of his knife, he discovered that the skin was no longer solid like a muscle. It was rather totally empty to his touch. After cutting the skin, he saw that the subcutaneous fat had completely turned into mucus, and it followed with the muscle atrophying. It looks just the same as when someone swallows a god stone of retaliation. Nightingale turned to look at him with a serious expression on her face. "The pill is made from the same components as the stone. It's unlikely that just swallowing a stone would result in such a growth of power," Roland thought, so how were they able to do that? It seems that the pills have very strong side effects, and until now it's unclear if it's permanent or if it can be restored. Roland himself was more inclined to the former. If it was the latter, this enhanced version of a drug out of morphine and adrenaline could be called the God of War. As long as they were able to recover and took it in batches, it wouldn't be surprising if the world was dominated by the church. Even if the pills only lasted for a short time, and even if the pills have side effects, it's still better to be on the alert, Roland thought. If the church begins to support Timothy or Garcia with these, I would have to face an army of drugged fighters. Even more disturbing is that the church was even willing to take out such kind of drugs. They didn't seem to care what happens after the reunification of the Kingdom of Greycastle. How should the new king help them after exploiting this kind of pills? Greycastle's troops would only become cannon fodder, So the new and old holy city would have to send out more of their own troops, and with every continuing fight, the army of judges would gradually become worn down. Unless they have an even stronger card held back and just don't care if something like this was to happen. Coming to this conclusion, Roland could only sigh. With his attack on the Longsong stronghold, he had intended to end his problem of population and capital shortage in Border Town. Afterwards, he could start focusing on developing the education level, the production and the farming process, turning Border Town from a town into a city in a very short time. As for him developing a new weapon systems, he had planned to put it on hold. But now it seems he couldn't stop the development of the First Army, expanding the First Army, increasing the flintlock production and developing new weapons was now back on top of his priority list. For example, a breech-loading rifle with a new kind of bullet. The mechanism of a breech-loading rifle was actually quite simple. The cachet for the bullet was also quite easy to produce. He could make it out of paper or a very thin copper case. Only to find for the right powder mixture, Roland still did not have even a trace of a clue. He only knew that the ingredient was called mercury fulminate. According to its literal meaning, the raw materials must have nitric acid and mercury. As for the need to mix it with other materials, he couldn't remember it. Furthermore, it had a special temperature and humidity requirements, so the chance was relatively high that it would explode in one's finger if handled carelessly. So he decided that it would be better to spend a lot of money to recruit a number of alchemists and give them their own laboratory in a secluded corner of Border Town, where they could ponder over the right mixture. After the dinner, Roland took Anna and Scroll back with him to his office. Now that Border Town financial situation was like a bulging purse, Roland would soon place more than half of his assets into compulsory education, even if it only yields slow results. An industrial society needed a base of educated civilians, rather than the brute force of illiterates. Without universal education, the rise in population could only change into a burden for the population. Taking this in consideration, Roland intended from this day on to take some time each evening to start teaching, only waiting until Scroll had a basic understanding of natural science, while at the same time, the town had almost completed its first batch of literacy tasks. Since Scroll would become the future education pioneer and all-round teacher, Roland naturally taught her everything he had learned during his whole life, while Anna was just added in because of his own preference. Even so, Anna wasn't gifted with an extraordinarily retentive memory, but her desire for knowledge and her self-initiative to learn was the strongest of all witches. He could often see her going through the books in his bookcase, 6 months down. He was afraid that there weren't any books left that she still hasn't read. In addition, her acceptance of new things and her logical way of thinking was also rare in this era. Taking the primary mathematics and physics textbook from Scroll, Roland began to talk about today's teaching content. At the beginning, when Roland taught addition, subtraction, multiplication and division to a slightly more complex equation calculation, Anna's ability to understand was significantly better than Scroll's. But when they changed to physics, Scroll showed that she could remember Roland's prior explanations word for word, and now only needed to slowly understand it. And Anna as well would also raise some questions from time to time. For example, how elementary particle looked like, why the elementary particle that formed all living things had nothing in common with each other, and so on. Some of the questions Roland could answer, some of them he couldn't. For example, in the end, what is magic? He could only tell them his own speculation that he had previously come up with. That magic may be a kind of energy, similar to electrical energy or thermal energy, but which was only be accessible by witches. But it couldn't be ruled out that after storing this kind of energy, it could be even used by ordinary people. Hearing this, Anna had a thoughtful expression. While teaching women, especially such outstanding type of women, time would always fly by fast. Unconsciously, the candles had already been replaced twice, and the new ones were also nearing their end. Suddenly, Roland heard a subtle snore, and when he turned into its direction, he could see Nightingale lying unconscious, asleep on the sofa, Perhaps this kind of lesson is just like a lullaby to her. No longer sheltered by her fog, her completely inelegant sleeping posture was exposed to the three of them. The prince shook his head dumbfounded, decided it was now time to end the class. He took off his coat and gently covered Nightingale, blowing out the candle and with a smile on his face as he led Anna and Scroll out of the room. Chapter 130, Evolution. Chapter 130, Evolution. After the lesson, Anna returned to her own room. She threw a cluster of green flames into a big bucket filled with water, heating the water to a comfortable temperature. When the water was finally hot enough, she stripped naked and lowered herself into the bucket. Every witch that wanted to clean their body would first come to Anna to ask for her help with heating the water. After all, getting hot water from the kitchen up to their rooms was a very troublesome procedure. When His Royal Highness got to know of this arrangement, he was quite surprised. It seemed it was difficult for him to accept that they would repeatedly use the same water. Remembering the expression he made back then, Anna still had to let out a laugh. For the civilian population, it was already very hard to clean their bodies for even once a month, and even then, they would still use the same water several times. It seems he hadn't even noticed how much our lives have already improved since he accepted us witches and gave us a new home to live in. Anna shook her head. His Royal Highness Roland Wimbledon seems to be well learned in many areas, but in other areas he is just clumsy. From the stories she had read in her books, shouldn't a prince have participated in every kind of banquet, social activity, and walked through a sea of flowers since his childhood? As a prince, he is allowed to be without learning or skills and can be cowardly and timid before a fight, but at least he should be good at his communication. However, this kind of thought unexpectedly made her feel at ease. His head seems to be filled with a lot of wondrous knowledge, such as the creation and usage of machines powered by steam, and how to calculate the right size of stone that is able to float on water. There was also today's course, where he taught us that the world was actually composed of numerous tiny balls, which are all so small that you would need to magnify them thousands of times before you could see them with the naked eye. Because they are all so small, they are everywhere, whether it is a solid material, gas, liquid, people, flowers, or stones. When decomposed to their smallest state, they are all made out of the same material. That's just incredible, Anna thought. How can it be that His Royal Highness knows of these things? Instead of wiping her body dry, she just used her own flame to vaporize the water droplets on her body. She then put on her clothes and took a place at her desk. In the middle of the table, there laid a textbook that was written by Roland. Taking advantage of Scroll's ability to create illusions of books for a period of time, Anna had borrowed a copy of his textbook every night so that she could read a little before she went to bed. Within it was all kinds of information. It began with the simplest phenomena in life, like a step-by-step instructional on how to strip an onion, which was in some places even accompanied by some lively and interesting pictures, to the unheard of novelty knowledge at the later parts in the book. So the moment Anna opened it and read the first page, it was nearly impossible for her to stop. But in front of the content is also more obvious. The further she came to the end of the book, the harder it was for her to understand. For example, in one section he had written that even the temperature of objects, in other words, whether they were cold or hot, was decided by the activity of these small balls he had talked about today. The higher their energy became, the more actively the balls would become and the more heat they would release. If what His Royal Highness had written was right, then it means that my own green flame gets amplified by the motion of these small balls. Over the time the candles were gradually burned down, then reaching their end, the flame just shook twice before they went out. At the same moment, the illusion of the book also reached its time limit. The pages and the writing gradually turned transparent until they disappeared without a trace. Suddenly, the whole room was engulfed in darkness before a green flame came to life on top of Anna's fingertips, dispersing the surrounding night. Seeing the empty desktop, a feeling of loss emerged within Anna's heart. She raised her right hand, looking at her magical green flame which stood motionless at the top of her fingertips. Suddenly, she felt the urge to try it out, testing whether everything really was formed out of these small balls. If that was the case, then could her fire get the same characteristics as those small balls? She closed her eyes, trying to form an image how her flame would look like if it was created by the accumulation of countless small particles. Slowly, the flame in her hand began to change. It changed from its water droplet-like form into a string, becoming thinner and thinner, but at the same time longer and longer until it looked like a long hair. Anna could feel these changes, but it was still far from enough, she thought. Comparing a hair to these balls, it was still much too large. I can still make it finer. Even though her mind wanted it, it seemed incredibly hard to change the green flame any further. The light of her flame became dim, like a shivering long and slender light ray. Perhaps not as a cluster, but instead a series of connections. His Royal Highness had said that between the balls that there is a fixed distance between them. Perhaps I have to reshape its shape. The flame in Anna's mind fluttered, and she could hear a sound like something becoming broken apart. Afterward, the flame particles were no longer closely linked, but instead were scattered like the stars. The slender green flame on her hand had also disappeared, but in her consciousness the flame still existed. But it had no longer its initial appearance in the boundless darkness. Most of the stars had perished, the rest of them slowly reunited. One by one they formed a row of swath until a filament of many stars was formed. The temperature is equal to activity, she thought. The moment she formed this thought, the line began to swing, like someone had pinched into a corner of it. It began to gently flicker. The moment it began to swing, the swinging of filament could no longer be stopped. One ripple followed after another. It seemed as if she was within a world of ripples. There were no longer any clear outlines between objects. Around her, everything was excitedly rippling, and there was no end in sight. The same could be said about magic. She could even feel it. When she extended her finger, pulling at one of the ripples, it was just like her own magic. But when she opened her eyes, everything was calm. Her green flame had disappeared, and she needed a while until her eyes could adapt to the dark room, the desk, wardrobe, candlestick. Their shapes emerged one after another out the shadow. Light blue moonlight fell through the window on the floor, giving everything a light grayish color. Everything seemed to be the same as always. There was no change. But in her eyes, the world has become completely different. A black filament appeared in the air in front of her. However, Anna naturally knew that she couldn't really see it, that it was only in her own perception. She took one of the ingots she had always trained with and which laid still on her desk, and placed it in front of herself. The black filament wrapped itself around the ingot in accordance with her will. She then quickly pulled it together. Like a hot knife cutting through butter, her filament went through the iron ingot with ease. In Anna's comprehension, the temperature produced by the filament was several times higher than that of her green flame, but was limited to a very narrow range. The iron ingot was quickly cut into two parts, and when she took one of it into her hands, she saw that the cut line was very smooth, and she could only feel a little heat when placed her finger against the cut line. She then erected the iron ingot on her desk, placed her black filament on top of the ingot, and let it spread out until it was a completely flat string, perpendicular to each other. This was the mathematical knowledge taught by His Highness, using a point as the center, and then use a quill connected to a string and then go one time around the center. They will be able to draw a precise circle. The area of the circle is equal to the length of the string multiplied by itself and multiplied by a fixed constant. Anna controlled her horizontally spread filament and bended it downwards at the ends at a right angle, letting it penetrate through the ingot until it reached the top of the desk. And then she let it gently rotate around the point at the center compared with her green flame, where she could only adjust the temperature and whole body. The black flame composed of many particles could be turned into any shape, and the temperature of each part could be controlled separately. After one revolution, she had cut out the form of a cylinder. Because the cutting line was so small, Anna needed to use a great effort to get the cylinder out. Like before where she had cut the ingot in two, the entire wall of the cut-out cylinder was also very smooth. In the moonlight, she could even see the reflection of her own face in it. Chapter 131, The Manifestation of Magic. Chapter 131, The Manifestation of Magic. Early at dawn of the next morning, Roland was woken up by Nightingale, who had stolen his blanket. He remembered that the last time he was woken up this way was when Nana's father had discovered that his daughter had become a witch. So he sleepily asked while rubbing his eyes, "What's going on? Did we discover a new witch in town?" "No, Your Highness." Nightingale was totally excited. "Anna. Her ability has changed." Roland, who at this point wasn't completely awake yet, asked, "Wasn't she already a grown-up? Our ability can change even after we become an adult, but until now I have never seen such an amazing kind of magic. It's just like a completely different entity." Nightingale went to the wash basin. "Even Scroll and Wendy have never heard of something like this. Make haste, you have to see it. The others are already waiting for you in the office." Roland casually washed his face, threw some clothes on, and went with Nightingale to the second floor and into his office. When he stepped into the room, the eyes of 11 witches immediately focused on him. One of them was Anna, whose eyes were completely swollen, giving the impression that she hadn't got any sleep last night. "Who can tell me what happened?" The first one who opened her mouth to speak was Nightingale. "Early this morning, I passed by Anna's room and saw her laying her head on the table and sleeping. On the table were also a pile of iron lumps. When I approached her to wake her up, I discovered that the magic within her body had turned into..." She paused for a moment, seemingly having to think about a way to describe it. "It fused into a fixed shape, like a constantly rotating cube." Roland went to Anna and stopped directly in front of her. There he carefully examined her all over, but other than seeing that she was clearly tired, he couldn't detect any differences. Then he noticed the lengthy cylinder standing on the table. It seemed to be made out of iron, but its grey surface was very smooth, and the top was also cleanly cut off, dazzling Roland's eyes. This was created by Anna," explained Nightingale. "She made it with her new ability. When a witch awakens to her power, her body will begin to gather magic. At the beginning, the gathered magic looks like a cluster of fog. However, after a few years, it will turn into a colorful whirlpool. For example, Wendy's magic is white, while Leave's magic is green. Previously, Anna's magic reservoir was already very large and condensed into a dark green whirlpool on her day of adulthood. But now, the magic within her body has become fist-sized, solid, and completely opaque." She picked up the quill on his desk and began to draw its outline. "It's almost like that." Although Nightingale's painting skills were very rudimentary, Roland could still distinguish that it had the form of a cube. Roland turned in Anna's direction. "What happened last night?" Hearing this question, Anna began to recount everything from last night. When she finished her story, the other witches were wearing a confused expression on their faces. They were totally unable to understand what these things that were coming out of her mouth, like small balls, vibrations, and connections, had to do with the change to her ability. Only Roland's heart had begun to beat faster. In his opinion, magic was a kind of energy, and the witches were its outlets. Magic could endlessly be transformed into different kinds of abilities, and in the end, the witch herself would decide what kind of effect her magic had. It always depended on how the witch manipulated it, or more precisely, it depended on the witch's own imagination. If his guess was right, imagination could have a far-reaching impact on the developing of their abilities. In short, for a person who had never seen an airplane, it would be difficult to think of the idea that a huge iron bird could fly in the air. A person who had never seen the universe naturally didn't know how wide the world was. The height of their own imagination and the breadth of their knowledge limited their use of magic. Each further understanding of the nature of the world had brought great advances in science and technology. So why wouldn't that also be true for the witches' abilities? The deeper their understanding of the world became, the closer their magic and their effect would come to the origin. "Let me see your new abilities," Roland asked, full of curiosity. Anna spread out her arm, and on top of her fingers, a black flame appeared out of the thin air. Even when taking a closer look, there was still no difference between the appearance of her flame and that of an ordinary flame, with the exception that it was black and didn't create any light. So Roland asked further, "Can you change the shape of your black flame?" Anna nodded, and under her control her flame moved down to the top of the desk. Then her naturally shaped black flame turned into a cube. Not giving anyone the chance to react, the block began to spread out and turned into a black sheet-like cloth, covering almost the entire desk, then gathered at the center, gradually changing into a thin, upright line. Roland could not help but touch, only to discover that this long and slender object resembling a hair didn't move a single jot. This was simply inconceivable. It seemed to be as hard as steel, but moments later he could easily bend it with his fingers. She could decide if it was flexible or absolutely rigid. A true body didn't exist. "Can you make it even thinner?" "Yes, but then you cannot touch it anymore," said Anna, "or else it will easily cut into your hand. But you can still freely control its temperature." Right, and compared to my previous green fire, I can now control it to such a degree that different parts of my flame can have different temperatures. Roland could now somewhat understand what Nightingale meant by completely new ability. Compared to her former green and warm fire, her ability at the moment had become completely different. Describing it as flame-like before wouldn't be appropriate. When Anna accepted the idea that the universe was built out of microscopic particles, her control of the temperature had also achieved a completely new stage after connecting it with particle motion. It was certain that Anna wasn't manipulating the particles the same way she had manipulated the flames before. No matter if it was her original flame, her green flame she got on her day of adulthood, or now her black flame, they were her form of expressing her magic. Although she converted her magic into heat in both methods, the true effect was very different. She is truly a genius. Roland couldn't stop himself from sighing, anything else than genius. He could not think of a more appropriate adjective. In the same evening of learning new knowledge, she was immediately able to fully comprehend it and apply it to create a new ability. Only very talented people could have this absorptive capacity and way of thinking. Anna's changes also made him more interested in exploring the true nature of the world. Unfortunately, I don't have my own magic, Roland thought. This is definitely my biggest regret after crossing over. After all, within the hearts of most people, there is the dream of becoming a superhero, accidentally gaining an incredible power and walking down a unique path. How much fun would that be? I might know why Anna's ability has changed. Roland spoke aloud, pushing back his regrets and coming back to reality. How has she achieved it? The crowd asked. Through studying. Do you mean something like yesterday's teaching class? Scroll unsurely muttered. That is exactly what I was talking about. Roland began to explain his own speculation again. The understanding of the world can help you improve your ability or even completely change it. Yes, I can. Also change? Mystery Moon timidly asked. Of course, Roland reassuringly patted her shoulder. If there wasn't a limited number of steam engines and I hadn't found the rubber, I would have been unable to produce wires. So her ability to create strong magnets would have become very handy. The original purpose behind his action of imparting his knowledge to Scroll was to avoid forgetting what he had learned in his ordinary memory. But now, he had accidentally discovered that knowledge played a big role in forming the effect of the witch's abilities. So it became necessary that all the witches partake in his evening lessons. Of course, he also understood that not everyone had Anna's outstanding talent. For example, he didn't have the tiniest piece of hope for Nightingale, who always fell asleep during his lessons. He didn't know how many of the witches would cross the difficult path of simply remembering something to completely understanding it, then understanding it to actually using it. Last night you didn't get any sleep, so it would be the best if you got some rest now, Roland said to Anna. I'll take another look at your new ability in 2 days. All right, Anna nodded earnestly. As for the rest of you, he looked to the other witches. From today on, you will all come together in the living room after dinner to start with the basics and learn how to read and write on Mondays to Fridays. Scroll will be your teacher. Author note: if you like this work, you are welcome to help me with your vote. Your support is the greatest motivation for me. TN, if you want to support the author, you can use this guide for it. Many thanks to CK Talon and Etvoler who created this guide. If you want to support the translation, please vote, add it to your reading list, or write a review on Novels Updates. Chapter 132, The Night of the Elk Family, Part 1. Chapter 132, The Night of the Elk Family, Part 1. Prius had already been locked up for 5 days. Although it couldn't be called a cell, after the transformation, there was not much difference between the former house and a cell. The original wooden doors were replaced by wooden railings. All the furniture had been removed from the house, and only a few blankets were left. The only advantage compared to a cell was that the room was clear, and that it had neither holes for draft nor rain. In addition to Prius, there were 4 other prisoners. 3 of them belonged to the house of the former Duke, the other belonged to the Wolf family, and Prius himself belonged to the Elk family. What the hell, he really wants to lock us up in here, shouted one of the Duke's knights, who belonged to the oldest people who have taken part in the battle. The wheat on the fields in my territory haven't even been sown yet, and my woman doesn't know how to manage everything. Your territory? asked the young knight of the wolf family with a lot of contempt in his voice. Do you really believe that the prince will let you keep your rank as a knight, even letting you keep your horse, armor, and weapons, so that you can start your revenge whenever you feel like? Really, as long as he doesn't send us to the gallows, he can still be considered as a kind person. What did you just say? The old knight stared furiously at him. To tell you the truth, the young knight explained further, the Duke did indeed plan to start a rebellion against the throne, in doing so becoming a first-rate convict, taking all of his elite knights with him, and only letting a few stand by the side of his son. As for us, we would naturally be forced by the Duke to follow him onto the battlefield. I see that you would really like to die now. Hearing him talk like this, the old knight suddenly went over, picking the young knight and lifting him up, while at the same time clenching his right hand into a fist, already going through the motion to hit him, but suddenly his hand was firmly grasped from behind. Stay your hand, Halon. Do you want that the guards come over? The fist was grasped by a young handsome knight. What he said is right, we were knights under the command of the Duke, so if we are to be convicted, we are likely to be sentenced to a heavy punishment. Just look at the knight of the elk family, he is waiting calmly for the result, and now look at how you are acting. Do you think you're showing the right kind of demeanor? Prius could immediately recognize this man. He was the star of all of the Longsong Stronghold's knights, Ferlin Eltek, also nicknamed Morning Light. He had captured the hearts of many aristocratic families' young ladies. However, after coming around, he finally settled down and married a civilian, creating a lot of heated discussions. After being mentioned, Prius decided that now wasn't the time to stay quiet, so he said to them, I don't know what will happen to your territories, but I'm certain that the prince won't kill us. Oh, why's that? If he had killed us all in the stronghold, he would have achieved a deterrent effect, but after spending so much effort to bring us to Border Town, why should he kill us here? To impress the civilians. Prius shook his head. During the battle, we weren't even able to set one foot inside the town. As long no one attacked them, burning down and looting their houses, the townspeople naturally wouldn't have any extreme hatred against them. Therefore, since the prince didn't kill them during their stay in the stronghold, he also wasn't likely to kill them here in Border Town. After thinking about this for a moment, the knight called Eltek nodded in confirmation. What you said makes sense. May I have your name, please, Mr. Prius Dissau? Thank you for your encouraging words, Sir Dissau. After he expressed his thanks, Ferlin grasped Halon by his arm and took him back to another corner. The young knight of the wolf family also sat back down and leaning against the wall and began to hum. He really doesn't seem to be afraid of it, Prius thought, but my staying calm isn't anything other than a facade. Prius knew that he wasn't made out of the things needed to be a knight. He did not inherit his father's bravery nor his mother's wisdom, and instead of training with the sword, he had always preferred to take care of their territory, raising chicken and ducks, fishing in the pond, or doing anything else similar to this. As a knight for the elk family, he was really a helpless case, not to mention killing someone. He didn't even like to participate in hunting. So, during their charges against the defenders of Border Town, Prius had always kept as far to the back as possible, never expecting to come into a situation where he had to retreat for his life. Hold on. When he thought about the battle, he got the feeling that there was something wrong. As the star of the Duke's Knight, why was Eltek still able to stay alive? Shouldn't he have been the first line in leading the charge? His Royal Highness wants to see you. A guard suddenly shouted by the door, Sirius Dali, you're the first to come with me. Hearing his name, a young knight jumped up, waved once to say goodbye to the others and left the cell. Hey, we also want to go. Seeing that one of them was allowed to leave, Halon also chased to the door, only to be stopped by the blunt end of the guard's weapon. After locking the door, he turned once more into the direction of the prisoner and coldly said, Do not worry, it won't be long before it will be your turn. Knowing that it was soon time for his own trial, with each passing minute Prius became more and more tense. Damn it, previously the day of the trial couldn't come along fast enough for me, but now that the day has finally arrived, I've become afraid. Prius thought angrily, but he couldn't stop his body from shaking from time to time. Every few moments he would look towards the door, feeling the same as if his first child was soon to be born, feeling hope and panic at the same time. Fortunately, the waiting time wasn't all that long. Probably only half an hour had passed before the guard responsible for escorting the prisoners came again. Prius Dissau, it's your turn. Panic-stricken, he jumped up, but his feet accidentally tripping about one of the blankets laying on the floor, but Eltek, seeing that, just took a step forward and supported him, stopping him from falling down. Thank you. Prius pressed the words out of his parched throat. It's nothing much, said his helper with a soothing voice, taking away a lot of Prius' tension. He nodded once more thankfully in Ferlin's direction and then followed the guard out of the cell. Leading the way was a young man who was about 17 years old, was wearing a dark brown leather armor and boots while holding a strange weapon in his hands. Don't you need to tie my hands together? Prius asked, confused. When we locked you up you were already searched thoroughly, so what can you even do without a weapon? Where are you going to take me? To His Highness's castle. What's happened to the previous man? The knight, how is he? The guard just shrugged his shoulders and didn't give him an answer. Well, maybe he doesn't know what happened to him, or it is also possible that he just doesn't want to tell me. When it became clear that he wouldn't get another answer, Prius just closed his mouth. Prius had a very strange feeling as he looked at his escort. The guard dressed and looked like an ordinary civilian, but when he just spoke to the knights he didn't show even a trace of fear. He wasn't even using the most basic form of honorifics. He seems to not understand that during peacetime, we knights can easily decide his life and death. But there was also the expression in his eyes. Prius had looked into the eyes of many people who were always fighting to survive. Their eyes were all stiff and indifferent, just like the eyes of a soulless corpse. But in this young man's eyes, he saw arrogance and pride. It was obviously that he was a civilian, but he was showing the same prideful demeanor as a full-fledged knight. This extreme incongruity confused Prius to the extreme. In the end, what kind of environment was needed in order to give birth to such a person? While walking, Prius viewed his surrounding. Although he had never been to Border Town before, he had still heard about what a barren and desolate place it was. But the vibrancy he felt from the town stood on the complete opposite end of the image he had previously formed of it. Everywhere on the streets there were people coming and going, always moving at a fast pace, giving the impression as if everyone was busy. From time to time, there were other people dressed in the same way as the young man escorting him. Everyone's face was rosy, full of spirit and not a bit like people who had just experienced the ordeal of the months of demons. Close to the castle district, he saw an area where more than 100 people had gathered together. It seems this group of people were responsible for the construction of residential houses, but looking at the scale it seemed that they were building more than one. The materials they needed to build the houses were neatly accumulated on the side, and within them, there were also plenty of fired bricks. In general, only the aristocracy would choose to use this more expensive material, but assuming that the building was supposed for a noble, the area built was just too small for nobility. Looking at an already previously built house, he discovered that it was only as large as his family's drawing room. In addition, all those houses were built with the same design, which aristocracy would like such houses. With his head filled with questions, Prius entered the Lord's castle. Chapter 133, The Knight of the Elk Family, Part 2. Chapter 133, The Knight of the Elk Family, Part 2. Before he was allowed to enter the parlor, Prius had to once more go through a complete body search. But this time, it was a much more detailed search than the previous one. From the top to the bottom, they had touched every possible place in which he could hide a knife. Even his soles weren't forgotten. He was then led into the hall and was finally able to see the person responsible for the Duke's defeat, the fourth prince of the Kingdom of Greycastle, the Lord of Border Town, as well as the new Lord of the Western Territories, Roland Wimbledon. The prince carried the typical symbol of the Wimbledon bloodline, the grey hair. His face still looked very young, at most he was still in his early 20s. Besides his grey hair, there wasn't any other sign of his royal blood. He didn't wear a crown, nor did he have any other kind of jewelry on his slender fingers. Instead, he was holding a quill in his hand. Furthermore, he didn't wear any bracelets either. All of this was a very rare sight when facing a member of the aristocracy. "Are you Prius Dissau, a knight belonging to the Elk family?" Roland asked while he leaned back into his chair and looked at the parchment. "Yes, sir." When spoken to, Prius knelt down on one knee. He couldn't believe it. Such a young man, without even the trace of a beard, was able to lead a group of miners and hunters to defeat the whole combined forces of the previous Lord of the Western Territories, Duke Ryan. "Are you able to read and write?" "You may stand up and answer." "I can, Your Highness." This is a knight's most basic of requirement. Prius stood up and suddenly thought of some of the old knight who got their title conferred during the time where the kingdom of Grey Castle wasn't as powerful. They even knighted civilians with good military achievements, so he quickly added, I mean, like all other knights of the younger generation are able to. Over the past 3 decades, with the reduction in exploration and wars, the possibility of achieving military merits and getting canonized had become smaller, while at the same time, other traits became more important for a knight. If you didn't pick up the pen and wasn't able to read or write a document, it would become very difficult to rule over your own territory. With the king's establishment of the camp in the Cold Wind Ridge, the area at the western border of the Kingdom of Dawn had a sudden rise in the number of talented men appearing there. But at the same time, the requirements for being knighted was also placed at a new height. So now, during the training to become a knight, the first thing trainees would learn was how to read and write, while later on, if they wanted to rise higher in rank, they would also have to master a variety of etiquettes. But Prius couldn't understand, why had His Royal Highness asked him this question? Very well, the prince nodded. Then it's time for my judgment. Hearing this sentence, Prius instantly held his breath. There are 2 options you can pick from. One is to go to the North Slope mine and mine there for 20 years to redeem your sins, while your second option's it to become a teacher and start to teach my people how to read and write. Furthermore, as a miner you won't be treated as a slave, you will be paid, and every month you will have 3 days of rest. But teachers are not only paid, they will get free housing and 2 days rest each week. However, if you choose the latter option, you must work until you reach the age of 50. Only then will you be allowed to lay down your post. By that time though, even if you don't continue working any longer, you will still be paid as usual. Yeah, after listening to all this, Prius was a little relieved. Sure enough, just like he had expected, they don't have to face death or exile. But these 2 options still left him very puzzled. It sounds like the job as a miner requires a lot of hard work. But His Royal Highness had also said that they would get a salary and holidays. And as a teacher, wasn't it important to be a knowledgeable person? But besides reading and writing, I have no further knowledge. And what meaning did it have to teach civilians anything? His Royal Highness could not truly believe that he could teach the civilians the complete aristocracy culture, could he? But the most critical point was that both options didn't mention what would happen to his own territory. So Prius gathered his courage, looked up at the prince, and carefully asked, Your respected highness, I do not know what will happen to my territory when I chose one of the 2. From the moment you raised the sword against me, your territory no longer belonged to you, answered Roland bluntly. On this point I have already reached an agreement with the heir of the Elk family, that after you made your choice, the new count will send a compensation together with your family to Border Town, so that your territory is vacant and he can confer the knight's title on someone else. Prius' heart sank. But that is my territory, my house it also on my territory, and there also a group of chickens and ducks and a pond full of fishes. How much can these things be worth? The new count would certainly use a sharp knife to cut it down as far as possible. It was hard to say whether he would even get 30 gold royals for it. The count has just died, and his heir had already abandoned his own family. Such ruthlessness deeply disappointed Prius. As an accomplice of the traitor who rebelled against the throne, this is just a minor verdict. Roland paused. Moreover, why are you even showing such a large pity for a barren little territory? Whether you choose to become a miner or a teacher, as long as you save enough money you can purchase your own territory. Hearing this sentence, Prius' spirit raised once more. Mining was certainly not his favorite work, but for the other choice. Your Royal Highness, may I get to know how high the salary for a teacher is? As a junior grade teacher, you would get a payment of 20 silver royals each month, with an increase of 5 silver royals per year until you reach the age of 50. After reaching the age of 50, your salary will be the same like your highest previous salary. However, your job as a teacher cannot be inherited nor can it be transferred. With his little arithmetic knowledge, Prius calculated that he would receive a yearly income of nearly 3 gold royals. Even more, it would increase yearly. So as long as he was able to work for 4 to 5 years, his income would be as high as his own territory's income. Your Royal Highness, what does the title junior grade teacher mean? Are there any other types of teachers? Of course, there are also other occupations. The primary teachers merely teach the reading and writing of characters, while middle-grade teachers and high-grade teachers are responsible for teaching all kinds of different knowledge. As long as it is a unique skill which is able to help with the development of a border town, you can get the position. Roland sat himself straight up. How is it? Do you have any other good skills? I'm not asking about riding or fencing skills. That doesn't matter since I'm bad at them anyway, Prius thought. He hesitated, but then he said, Your Royal Highness, I'm good at raising chicken and ducks. I am also very good at fishing. The moment he had said it aloud was the moment he already regretted his words. What kind of skill was that? If he was thrown into the wild, he would be able to survive. Other nobles were also raising cats or birds, but wasn't something which interested Prius very much. As for fishing, this was the same as hunting. It could only be counted as his personal hobby. But he would have never believed that His Royal Highness would be so interested into his skills. Oh, how do you raise them? Can you please explain it to me? With no better option than to brace himself and start explaining or to fall, Prius began to state his gathered knowledge. According to my experience in the area of raising broods, it is important to put some grain into the hay. That way they will grow faster. In addition, the grain should be mixed with sand. It will have a similar effect while at the same time saving on food. It would also be good to set a shed in a well-ventilated area where they are safe from the sun, rain, and the cold. Especially during the hot summer, if there is no shelter, the hen will most likely stop laying its eggs. While during the winter, it's important to give them some straw to avoid the chickens from freezing to death. In addition, if you feed them some small fish every month, the chickens will rarely get sick. Of course, it is also important to clean up the chicken manure regularly. When his speech came to its end, he had to discover that His Highness actually had begun to laugh. Yes, it appears that the aristocracy of the Western Territory truly aren't useless. Your Royal Highness. Prius couldn't understand what the prince meant. Fortunately, Roland Wimbledon quickly lifted his fears. I will send people to buy a group of chickens and ducks from the Longsong stronghold, while at the same time I will also give you a piece of land to the west of Border Town where you can raise the birds. Your payment will be according to that of a middle-grade teacher. For the first year, you will get 50 silver royals each month, with an annual increase of 10 silvers. Of course, if you fail to raise the birds, your only option left will be the mines. Chapter 134 Morning Light. Chapter 134 Morning Light. First, Roland recorded Prius' future treatment on a paper, and he then put down the quill and rubbed his aching neck. Moments later, Nightingale's voice could be heard from behind. Your Royal Highness, would you like me to help you relax? There are still more than 30 other prisoners I have to deal with, maybe later. Roland smiled and nodded in disagreement. He instead took the bell which was placed by the side of his table and rung it a few times. The earlier he finished these chores, the sooner he could start with the Border Town general education task. After seeing Anna's new ability, he was now full of expectation of what the future would hold. The next person who was brought into the hall by his guards was a tall man, and Roland's first impression of him was that he seemed extraordinarily handsome. He wasn't that far off compared to Carter, who had the face of a male god. Of course, in Roland's eyes, he immediately got negative points for his handsomeness. After glancing on his list, he asked, Ferlin Eltec. But there was something different between him and other people. Behind his name, there were also additional comments, so Roland read further. Head of the Knights of the Lions, Morning Light, first knight in the Western Territory. You have so many titles. I do, Your Highness. Ferlin acknowledged, at the same time going down on one knee. I thought people like you, the head of the Lions, would be in the first in line during the charge. Roland raised his brow. How were you able to survive? I hid within the rows further behind, admitted the knight. So long as your control over your horse and its step size is good enough, you can let it look like you are in full sprint, while in fact you haven't raised the speed by much. Roland had never expected that he would get such a straightforward answer. He thought that the other side would try to find some excuse to cover up their own fear of fighting, hiding the fact that they had escaped. It seems that this matter wasn't as simple as he had at first thought. Sure enough, the knight quickly explained his behavior further. On the morning of the third day of your pursuit, in other words, at the day of the Duke's death, I have been standing by his side, trying to find an opportunity to kill him, but he still had a large number of guards by his side, which were tightly surrounding him. So I did not find the right opportunity to start my assault, but fortunately, your troops were able to kill him in the end. During the whole time he told his story, he had held his head down. "Your His Highness, I express my gratitude for what you did, so regardless of where you will send me, I will give it my best." The last sentence could be nearly seen as a plea of allegiance, stunning Roland for a moment. When he had finally collected himself, he said, "Stand up and explain it to me further in the end what has happened between you and the Duke." "As you command, Your Highness." My wife, Irene, was originally a civilian who worked at a well-known theater in the stronghold. We met each other on a lucky encounter, and we immediately fell in love. I had hoped to marry her, but my father and mother did not support the wedding. So I had to leave the territory and rent a room on a farm near the stronghold. That was also the place where we had held the wedding. However, shortly after our marriage, Irene finally got the opportunity for her first formal performance. Speaking up to hear, the knight's voice became smaller. The Duke also watched the drama and immediately took a fancy to her, and it didn't take long before he broke into our room and assaulted Irene while I was still out on a mission. It took me a long time before I finally got her to tell me what had really happened, and the moment I heard about it, I wanted to find the Duke and hold him responsible for his deeds. But Irene knelt down and begged me not to act recklessly. Deep down, I also knew that if I tried to do something, my chance of success weren't very high. Even if I was able to kill him, I would never be able to escape the hands of his personal guards, and Irene most likely would become the object of revenge for the Duke's heir. With no other option left to me, I could only suppress my thoughts of revenge until he decided to go on march against Border Town. Although I wasn't able to take personal revenge, but now Irene will finally be able to fall asleep without having to worry that someone will break into her room during the night. For me, it was also a heavy burden which is now finally lifted from my heart, so please allow me to thank you once again. So that's what happened. Roland tapped with his quill on the table, a sign he had previously agreed on with Nightingale, telling her to check whether the other side had lied. Soon he could feel how Nightingale pinched his left scapula, which represented that the other side had told the truth. But this pinch was slightly too hard, letting Roland a little flinch. "Are you able to read and write?" Now it was Ferlin's time to get startled, showing that he clearly was unable to follow the prince's train of thoughts. "I can." "Then I'll announce my verdict now." Roland gave him the same choices that he had given to Prius. "What is your choice? Your Highness, do you not want me to fight for you? Whether it is a solitary riding duel or a group battle?" "No, I do not," interrupted Roland him. "There are no aristocrats within my army, and in the future I won't be recruiting any of them. They are a fully armed civilian army, and you yourself, during the rest of your life, you won't ever get the opportunity to again take up a weapon." "Yes." So Ferlin was silent for a long time before he finally nodded. "I understand that being the case, I choose to become a teacher." "You made a wise choice. Teachers can get free housing, and their salary is also very good. I will send someone back to your home to get your wife, so that you can continue to live a good life here together." After giving his judgment, Roland gave the signal that Ferlin could now leave. "Wait, Your Highness, I beg you please let me ask a favor of you." Ferlin, however, did not leave. "Did you mean that the other knights, as long as they are unable to become a teacher, the only option left to them is to work in the mines for 20 years. "That's exactly what I said, Your Royal Highness. I have a man named Harlan. He is an experienced and old knight, but he is unable to read. Can I pay for him with gold royals so that he won't be sent into the mine?" "Of course not," Roland directly disagreed. "If you could redeem your crime with money, you would just go back to the stronghold." "But he's almost 50 years old, and this kind of work where he doesn't get to see the light of the day would only destroy his body. He isn't strong enough to mine, but he was still able to attack Border Town. Furthermore, my ore mine isn't such a dark coal mine as you're imaging. I also have a steam engine, which helps with the pumping and transportation, and the staff even have a fixed holiday. Don't you think that's good enough?" Roland picked up the bell, ready to call for the next prisoner. "My lord," Ferlin got frantic and went once more down on his knee. "My family has a treasure map, which is at least 400 years old, and I am willing to use that to buy his freedom." "A treasure map with an age of more than 400 years. The prince became uncertain. "Are you sure that it wasn't one of your ancestors who took some charcoal and casually drew a map to coax the younger generation?" "No, it's not written with charcoal or ink." The knight shook his head. Then he placed his hand on head, as if was trying to recall the drawing. "I can't tell you out of what material it is made of. The lines are very delicate, smooth, and supple, and it's been stored in our basements for decades. but the drawings and the text don't have any signs of discoloration. My father told me that it was handed down from generation to generation, and it describes the location of a treasure. It should be hidden deep in the northwest of the concealing forest, but to get there, you would have to cross past the desolate lands. So to us, it was simply impossible to go there. Roland tapped his quill once more against the table, and once more Nightingale pinched his left side. Well, even in the case that what you said was the truth, there is still the problem that this treasure map should be hidden in the basement of your family home. You have already given up the right of your inheritance, and I'm afraid they won't willingly see you ever again. What you say is the truth, he firmly nodded, but I have completely memorized the content of the drawings, the above patterns, and the text. I can roughly depict it. Then draw it for me. Roland pushed his quill and paper over the table into his direction. If what you said is true, I can make an exception to your request. His Royal Highness is too kind. Ferlin went to the table and began to depict the treasure map. It was true, Morning Light wasn't only good at fighting. No, he was also talented in painting and calligraphy. Soon, a rough topographical map appeared in front of Roland. The map actually showed the area behind the impassable mountain range. The lower right corner of the map was occupied by mountains. Then around the center, he drew an equilateral triangle, and the three corners pointed to different places. One corner ended at the foot of the northern slope, and another corner pointed to a hexagonal star mark inside the concealing forest, which was most probably the so-called treasure's location. However, Roland's attention was entirely attracted to the third vertex of the triangle, pointing to the middle of the wild lands. On top of a sawtooth-shaped mountain top stood the word Takilla. Chapter 135 to start with the basics. Chapter 135 to start with the basics. The devils grow in number each day, but we become less. The holy city of Takilla has already fallen into the hands of the enemies. The only option left to us is to scatter in all directions. We fled over mountains and across rivers as far as possible from the gates of hell. But next, time, where should we flee? What do you think about it? Back in his office, Roland closed the illusion of the ancient book and turned to Scroll to get her opinion of it. In case what the knight remembered is the truth, this would really be an incredible coincidence. Scroll pondered for a moment about her next words. The content of the treasure map and what's recorded in the ancient book is the same, so this proves that the church had once stepped into the wild lands and constructed a point of resistance against the devils there. In addition, the points marked on the map are perhaps the defense towers, posts, warehouses, or whatever they built there. You mean, this isn't really a treasure map? Of course. After all, the church isn't a group of bandits or pirates. They do not need to hide their treasures, but they would leave behind a drawing to help the future generations. Roland nodded. Well, so, this is just such a map. Although it is not clear why the church did not record this period in history, I believe that the ruins buried in the eastern forest aren't the only one of its kind. Analyzed Scroll. If the locations marked on the map are just some facilities, the chance that we find something after all these centuries aren't that high. But if it has a storage warehouse in the basement, it will probably be another underground site, and we might be able to uncover some clues from it. What kind of clues? Like the reason that the church is concealing the exist. And say of the devils, why do they resist the devil but still carefully conceal it? She paused, her voice becoming a little unsteady, and, why do they call us witches the devil's messengers, and why do they want to kill us? Roland did not know how to comfort her, so he was unable to find the right words as he fell silent after a moment. Only after a while he slowly began. Unfortunately, he didn't know how accurate the picture was. According to his statement, the original map wasn't drawn by hand. Do you want Nightingale to go to the knight's house? That doesn't sound right, Roland denied. The treasure map has already been passed on for hundreds of years, so the possibility that the storeroom is filled with God's stones of retaliation or other traps is high. Pointing at the triangle symbol, for now, this place is out of reach in any case. If this is the area of our North Slope mine, then the location of the hexagonal star is at least 50 kilometers away from us, almost as far as the distance between Border Town to Longsong Stronghold. With the exception of Lightning, who can travel that distance within a day, the rest of us would need to walk for 2 to 3 days. What will we do if we were to meet some of the devils during the journey? I don't want you to have any kind of mishap. You can let Lightning explore the forest from the air. Maybe she will be able to find something, Scroll suggested. That is a viable option. Roland immediately stood up. The next time she comes back, I will give her her new mission, but for now, I want to go to the North Slope mine while you get ready to give your next lesson. If you need more copies of the books, you should find Soria. She will handle it for you. Don't forget to continue to give them lessons this evening. Now that Roland had already held the first lessons of his new primary course, he could give the teacher's position to Scroll. With her phonetic reading and writing, and her ability to repeat everything from memory she had once heard or read, Roland believed she had everything that was needed to become a good teacher. "Yes, Your Highness," Scroll said as she saluted and left. The testing and production area near the North Slope mine was now more than 2 times as large as it was before, and the 2 holes needed for the production of the 12-pound cannon were still left on the ground. When Roland arrived in the testing area, he immediately saw Anna practicing her new ability. On the table next to her, there laid 2 finished products that looked exactly like steel pipes. He immediately held them up to take a closer look. The steel pipes were perfectly round and had a totally smooth surface without any pores. The hole in the middle was equally wide on both sides, and the sunlight passed through without any problems through the hole in the pipe. To compare the thickness of the pipe walls, Roland placed his fingers into the holes. This way, he discovered that they were exactly the same size. Roland couldn't stop admiring her work. "How were you able to make this?" "Take a look." Anna picked up a freshly cut steel bar, laid it flat on her hand, and inserted a thread of her black flame into one end, leading it through the complete body. Then she let the thread rotate around the center of a circle, and soon the hole was complete. What an amazing ability, he thought. With her magic, she is capable of hot wire cutting, and at the same time her accuracy and control are incomparable. Anna alone is enough to push the industrial production to a new height inside Border Town. Trying to restrain his excitement, he said, "Let's do some basic tests first." The basic test included the testing of the scope of her ability's strength, and its duration. Nightingale also took part in the test. She appeared out of her fog and was responsible for observing if there were any changes to the magic inside of Anna's body. The results showed that in addition to a substantial increase in the strength of her ability and the duration at which she was able to cast her magic, the range at which she was able to use her flame was still around 5 meters. And it was only within a range of 3 meters that she was able to carry out her precise control. Furthermore, her magic still belonged to the category of summoning and could still be suppressed by God's Stone of Retaliation. When Anna ordered her black flame to enter the range of the stone, the flame would still suddenly disappear. Unless she could evolve to the point of directly accessing her magic, she wouldn't be able to get past this hurdle. However, Anna's new capabilities still belonged to the category of earth-changing. With her black flame, it became much easier to produce the industrial machinery, and her ability to reproduce all kinds of tools could be considered as the method to push the level of machine processing to a whole new level. However, a large-scale industrial production wasn't something that one person could do on their own. For example, Carl had already finished one of the furnaces he had to build on the hillside near the North Slope mine. However, by the time they tested it, they discovered that, although they could use it to produce clay bricks for the creation of cement, its temperature tolerance was not up to the level that they had needed. So, in the end, they still had to rely on Anna alone to produce the required cement. Fortunately, since her day of adulthood, it was no longer required of her to step inside the dusty room to complete the calcining process. It wasn't the case that Roland was unable to find a solution to the temperature problem. For example, they could use the steam engine to create enough wind in order to improve the furnace's temperature, and they could then let the heated-up air circulate to minimize the heat loss. But without Anna, they were unable to create another steam engine. After all, only she could complete the welding of the key components. It could be said that the creation of industrial machinery was built on the Anna's shoulders. The moment they lost her, the so-called Industrial Revolution would be nothing more than flowers in a mirror and the moon reflected in the lake. During the months of the demons, Roland had done everything he could in order to survive. And now that the threat of the demonic beasts no longer existed and Longsong's stronghold had provided them with enough additional population and capital, he naturally wanted to change the present situation. First, let us start with the basics. He let Anna cut out a 2-finger wide and 1 millimeter thick steel sheet. He then measured a centimeter long distance on it and repeated this until he had a 10-centimeter-long ruler. Then he let Anna's black flame climb up the steel sheet and create vertical marks at a regular distance. Under her fine control, the distance between each vertical mark was almost exactly the same. Roland's intention was that this ruler was only the start. Afterwards, he wanted to create various kinds of measuring tools to define the samples for uniform weights and measures. These standard units would then be written as the norm into manuals, becoming an inseparable part of his educational courses. Chapter 136, The Dilemma. Chapter 136, The Dilemma. The last 2 weeks in Clearwater Port seemed to be one day of festival after another. Even standing above the ground, on the balcony of the Lord's Tower, Ryan could still feel the exuberant atmosphere within the city. The people and materials they had moved from Eagle City had greatly expanded the strength of the harbor city. The looters had really a fruitful harvest, and the slavers haven't been any less successful. After this series of fighting, the Black Sail Fleet not only did not have many losses, they could even increase the ranks of the sailors with new slaves who were currently standing at the edge of the harbor undergoing a rigid drill. In a few days, they would set sails towards the islands of the fjords, beginning this year's first looting operation. Her Majesty, the Queen, has also openly declared the Slave Act. As long as these captured slaves from Eagle City were able to capture new slaves, they could exchange them for their replacement. Like this, they could jump from the rank of a slave to a full citizen of the Clearwater Port. With such a decree of encouragement, they could guarantee that the former residents of Eagle City, who had now become slaves, would do their best to fight for Her Majesty. Today, the defeated Timothy should have returned to King's City and shouldn't have any possibility to block the conquest of the Queen of Clearwater. As long as time passes, Garcia Wimbledon was bound to become the Queen of Greycastle. Thinking of this, Ryan couldn't understand why he didn't see even a small trace of happiness on the Queen's face. But to the contrary, her eyebrows were always forming a frown. Your Majesty, the clan heads of the Sandstone clan and Blackbone clan have come to see you. At this moment, the voice of a guard could be heard through the door. Ryan looked at Her Majesty, only to see that the latter didn't show any sign of listening, so he could only shout, "Bring them in." His Majesty, whether it was to rest, to convene a meeting, or just to meet with people, she was always at the top of the tower. As long as the weather was good, the terrace was the place where Garcias could be found. Most people weren't conformable with standing in midair, facing the slightly fishy-smelling sea breeze. And the people from the extreme south were no exception to this. The clan head of the Sandstone clan was a petite woman, but she also acted as the clan's own goddess. When Ryan had heard of this for the first time, he had scoffed within his heart, "What goddess? She is nothing more than a corrupted witch." The clan head of the Blackbone clan was a tall man, whose face was covered in scars, and whose arms and legs were exceptional muscular. Each meeting, they had to place 3 to 4 guards to surround him, in case he planned to act against Her Majesty, the Queen. The moment they set foot on the terrace, the 2 clan heads invariably raised their eyebrows, but they soon changed their expressions back, and instead they went down on one knee to pay their respect to Her Majesty. "May there always be an oasis in front of you, and may the stars of heaven always light your path. Stand up," Garcia said while she herself sat down on the parapet. "How is it? Are you satisfied with your new home?" "Everything is fine," answered Goddess Kaba rushed. "Here the land has water and forests, which is much more comfortable than the life in Sand City, where the wind blows the sand all over the place. When everything is to your liking, then why did you come to me?" "Your Majesty, you have to." The moment the Blackbone clan head opened his mouth to speak, he got already interrupted by Kaba. "Yes, Your Majesty. After the last battle, many of our warriors became weak and dispirited. Only after a new dose of pills did their symptoms get any better, but we don't have enough pills in our hands. So we would like to ask you if you could give us more pills." "I meant to say the same thing," muffled the Blackbone clan head after he received a glare from Kaba. "These pills are very complicated to produce and have rare ingredients. I do not have much surplus. But rest assured, when the new batch of pills is produced, I will give them to you as soon as possible. But don't forget to prepare the gold royals. If they aren't enough, you'll have to pay in other ways." "Your Majesty, I beg your pardon for my asking." Kaba hesitated for a moment. "I wonder when the next batch will be made." "I'm unable to give you this information." Garcia stroked through her hair, sorting the chaos created by the sea breeze. All the news about the pills are top secret. You can only go back and wait patiently. Those soldiers are just dispirited. Just let them rest a little bit more, then everything will be all right." After receiving a hint from Garcia, her guards walked forward to surround the clan heads and lead both of them back down, without giving them any chance to say a few any more words. When the door closed behind them, Garcia sighed softly. Ryan, who had rarely heard such a tone from the queen, had to ask, "Your Majesty, don't you think that it was wrong to let the Sand People settle down at our southern border? One day when they become stronger?" "No, Ryan," Garcia shook her head. "I have never been worried about the Sand People. They won't ever be a threat to Clearwater Port. The lake in their territory is exactly in the middle between the two clans, but the river ending in the lake goes first through the port of Clearwater. So as long as I block up the river, the amount of water in the lake will be reduced, and they will start to fight against each other. This is also exactly the reason why I chose the Sandstone clan and the Blackbone clan. Their relationship was never harmonious." "Then are you worried about the matter of the pills?" Garcia didn't give him a reply, however. Just at this moment, a guard knocked once more on the door and announced, "Your Majesty, the priest of the church, Dikar." "Bring him in." The queen stood up and her face became darker. "Your Majesty, Garcia Wimbledon, I greet you on behalf of the Holy City." The priest entered the terrace while bowing. "Pills. Why is it that the previous batches of pills that had always been served timely, but this batch got so much delayed?" Garcia asked coldly. "Your Majesty, no need for anger. This is exactly the reason I came." Dikar had to wipe the sweat from his forehead. "You asked to buy 5,000 pills, but that is just too much. Even if we take all the pills produced for the Hermes, we can't fulfill your request. This time I brought as much as I could with me." "How much?" interrupted Garcia. 1,000, said Dikar in a consoling voice. "The rest will be sent after a while. And it will still be the same as previously promised." Garcia's facial expression got a bit nicer. "You now I want to have as many as I can. Also, where have you stored the pills? I'll immediately send someone to fetch them." "In the church, the gold royals." "This time I won't reduce the number of gold royals." Garcia stepped directly in front of Dikar and whispered into his ear, "But if the delivering of the pills get further delayed, your head will hang on the highest mast of my flagship, and I can guarantee you the archbishop won't shed a single tear for you." Hearing this, the priest turned pale and directly asked to be excused. When he had left, Garcia went back to the railing and looked out over the sea. Her hair was lifted up by the sea breeze, just like the flags of her ships waving in the wind. "You were right, I'm worried about the pills." Garcia's voice seemed distant. "If Timothy had waited 2 months longer, my preparation would have been more adequate, but he had moved too fast." "You've done a great job," Ryan thought to himself, who could have done a better job. The moment she had occupied Eagle City, she had already started to prepare the path for her retreat. She had ordered her soldiers to take away all of the usable materials and residents, while at the same time she let ditches be dug out everywhere in the city, afterward filling them up with black water. Since they had a shortage of manpower, Garcia exchanged the territory between the southern border and the wildland for the support of the Sand People. She then gave the clan warriors some pills and let them attack Timothy's knights from both sides, however, to ensure that her loyal supporters were able to resist the last overwhelming charge. They didn't hesitate for a moment to swallow the secret drugs themselves. The secret medicine provided by the church wasn't like what they had told, allowing alive without any obstructions. After swallowing them once, if they didn't get the next dose fast enough, the medication will turn into poison, letting them become weak and later die in pain because of muscle atrophy. "If it were only the Sand People, I wouldn't care, but the people who worked for me deserve something better." She paused. "Ryan, take some men to receive the pills and distribute them under our heroic warriors. But only use half of them, this way we can last a little longer." "Just as you wish, Your Majesty." As Ryan was already halfway to the door, they could hear the guard's voice for the third time through the door. "Your Majesty, we have just received a secret letter from King's City." "Wait a moment, let's read the letter first and then you can go," Garcia ordered. "Yes, Your Majesty." Ryan received the letter from the guard, broke the seal and removed the parchment. Most of these letters contained information sent by the spies, hidden in all parts of the country. They were never signed, never had a recipient written on it, and its content was also always as concise and clear as possible normally. But when he saw the first sentence, his whole body was suddenly rooted. "On the 22nd day of spring, the church seized the capital of the kingdom of the eternal winter, declaring that the kingdom is now under their rule." Chapter 137 Secret Meeting. Chapter 137 Secret Meeting. When he opened the thick wooden door, the light fragrance of straw hit him in the face. Archbishop Maine liked this mixed smell of herbs and spicy candles, especially in a space which had no windows for ventilation. Every time he smelled this combination of scents, his mind became clear and he felt at peace. The chamber wasn't particularly large. It offered just enough space for one round table and 4 chairs. The other 2 archbishops were already seated on their chairs, while the chair facing the wooden door was still empty. The Pope's physical condition had been deteriorating in recent times. It was almost half a year ago since the last time he had shown himself in front of anyone. Only for cases that were too difficult to solve by themselves would he leave Hermes' underground castle, seeking the answers for himself. "It seems everyone is there, so let's get started," Maine announced. He then bolted the door and sat between the other 2. "Archbishop Taefun, what are the last reports from the Kingdom of Eternal Winter?" Besides some former nobles, there are only a few other places where they still rebel against our rule. Au contraire, it seems the civilians are even welcoming us to take over the kingdom. Taefun explained while stroking his beard. Of course, those stubborn nobles, holding on to the dreams of their past glory, will be eradicated soon enough. That sounds really good, Heather licked her lips. In the case that you let me hold the next trial, the civilians will all become more aware of how ugly and dirty the former nobility were. But unfortunately, I still have a lot of things I still have to do here, so I can't go to the kingdoms of Eternal Winter's King's City. Maine ignored her words and instead spoke to Taefun. "We have to fill those vacant positions of power as soon as possible with our own people. During the years that have passed, the church has trained a lot of skilled people, and now the time has finally arrived that we can use them." However, the Kingdom of Eternal Winter has forever been the kingdom in which our church had the biggest influence, but if we are able to ride on this wave, we will be able to handle the Wolfshark Kingdom and the Kingdom of Dawn a lot sooner. That seems only natural. What should happen with the nobility who have always relied on the church, or to the ones who always turns in the direction the wind blows? Heather asked. The reason why the church was able to attract so many good believers was because we didn't ask for their lineage, but for their actual skills. However, those idiots would shake the foundation of our entire church. So my idea is, she made a gesture of slicing open her neck. In the beginning, we still have to use them to reduce the resistance we received, but after the kingdom has become stable, we can talk about them then. Regarding this point, they had deliberately decided to ask the Pope. The church can provide them with the same authority equivalent to their title, but this position cannot be inherited by their future generations. After all, our end goal is to destroy the kingship, so don't be anxious for the moment, Lady Heather. Heather had been born poor, and before she had been accepted by the church, she had suffered from hunger and living a homeless life. But with a naturally keen mind and gift of extraordinary judgment of the human character, she had climbed up in the ranks until she had reached the position she held today. Maine was well aware of her dislike for the nobility, but for the moment, it was more important to look at the overall situation. What is the actual situation within the Kingdom of Greycastle? Maine asked. Our spy network reported that after his defeat, King Timothy didn't come back to King City and instead went to directly stay within the Eastern Territory, replied Teflon. A smart choice, Heather snapped her fingers. He has taken Duke Francis with him to challenge the Queen of Clearwater, yet the Duke died during their attack, and now he immediately went back to the east and divided the Duke's territory to stabilize the morale of his soldiers, and at the same time to win over the other nobles. The royal family doesn't only consist of fools. In this way, we can save a lot of trouble. Let the High Priest of the Kingdom of Greycastle get in contact with him. Timothy's situation has become so precarious, he won't be able to refuse our offer. We will reduce Port of Clearwater's drug supply by 30%, and with this balancing the strength between those two. This situation will be handled by you, Taefun, Maine decided. After 2 years, there won't be any soldiers in the kingdom left to stop our conquest. You can rest assured, Taefun nodded. But there is something wrong with the situation at the Longsong stronghold in the Western Territory. What is the problem? The 4th Prince Roland, after his victory against Duke Ryan, he immediately went back to Border Town, and furthermore, he didn't answer to High Priest Taylor's offer. Doesn't he have any intention of fighting for the throne? Well, what are your thoughts about it? Maine asked while looking in Heather's direction. The latter just shrugged. What else can I say? What were the rumors about him again? He has a nasty character, is incompetence, has neither any learning nor skills to speak of, and he's also known to be greedy. How was it possible that such a person could win against the Longsong stronghold? The answer to this question is very simple. He deceived everyone, whether it was the other nobles or us. You mean? Maine frowned. We have chosen the wrong person, Lord Maine, she sneered. He is the one who should have been on the main stage, not the 3R Princes Garcia. That he was able to defeat the Duke truly showed his talent, but even if he was such a skilled person, without the resources he will be unable to fully display his skills. Taefun shook his head in disagreement, since he chose to return to that piece of desolate earth. It seems that he has given up on his chance to reach the throne, and because of this he won't be causing any threat to our plan. That seems to be correct, theoretically, but there is another interesting piece of information you shouldn't overlook either. Heather threw out a note. This information was something I gathered with my personal eyes. Maine spread open the note and quickly swept through its contents, which... they are one of those witch organizations. They call themselves the Witch Cooperation Association and claim for themselves to have a firm foothold in Border Town, and now ask other sisters to also gather there. While this is only hearsay and could be a groundless accusation, but this doesn't seem to be the case. We already know that the name isn't fictional. We have already sent our army of judges against them once, and after their defeat in the Eastern Forest, they crossed over the whole country, only to ultimately disappear somewhere west of Longsong Stronghold. Border Town is just west of Longsong Stronghold, directly next to the kingdom's border and the foot of the impassable mountain range. Two important powers situated at the same location. Isn't that a little too much of a coincidence? Witch Cooperation Association. I also have some impression of that name. During their whole journey, they often had to face the army of judges, and even after losing a lot of their staff, they still insisted on moving in the direction of the impassable mountain range. According to the information gathered from some of the tortured witches, it seemed they wanted to find the Holy Mountain, located somewhere to the west of the mountain range. It was just a suicidal move, so we did not put much energy into this matter. There are even similar witch organizations within the Kingdom of Dawn and the Wolfshark Kingdom. They are always lurking within the cities, and after some time they suddenly rush in the direction of the wild lands, only to throw away their lives against an even stronger threat. You mean, the prince and the witch organization both hooked up? After reading the news, Taefun's face became a lot darker. Maybe, maybe not. Heather smiled. That is only a simple guess on my part. What do the witches fear the most? Exposure. And it is obvious that they will draw all the more attention when they use the name of their Witch Cooperation Association. But they still use the name for their underground message. Why is that? Because it's a familiar name to us, Maine said quietly. However, that's also the same for the other witches. Full marks, exclaimed Heather, clapping her hands. This will effectively reduce the wild witch's wariness. Perhaps there will really be someone who could be attracted by this news and decides to go to Border Town to explore what the actual situation might be. It's not hard to imagine this, since Border Town is without any member of the church to overlook them. They would perhaps dare to do such a thing. We often say that it's better to choose the lesser of two evils. Obviously, the other side has considered this and decided that the consequences of being unable to recruit witches is more serious than the consequences of them being exposed. Here her voice became gloomy, and I don't like the feeling of being underestimated. This isn't a small problem, Teflon rode angrily. Once the witches have settled down, they will be able to fully display their capabilities without any fear. It's also very likely that the so-called demon phage can also be avoided. This is exactly the reason why we encircle every settled-down witch. Only when we can force them into hiding or let them run into the exile are we able to keep it a secret from them. Maine knew that the Teflon side of the argument was right. A witch alone wasn't a real threat to the church. But as a group, it was a completely different matter altogether. And once they got rid of their identity as the devil's messenger, the church's propaganda would soon be exposed, resulting in a great loss of influence for them, maybe even shaking the church's foundation. He was now caught in a dilemma as they encountered such a possibility of whether they should send a large number of judges to encircle the witch's base. But in the end, Border Town was too far away from Hermes, and furthermore, the church's army should be attacking the wolf shark kingdom soon. So, it was now too difficult to split off the manpower that they needed to wipe out this remote town. Coupled with the problem that if they were to send out such a large number of troops into the kingdom of Grey Castle, it was guaranteed that the nobility of the kingdom and of the other two countries would soon become vigilants, which could lead to a failure of the entire plan overall. After much deliberation, they finally came to a decision. I will send a priest with 10 judges on a mission to border town. They should investigate this matter together with the high priest. If the Witch Cooperation Association was acting independently from the prince, the force should be strong enough to eliminate all the witches. But what about if they are related to each other? Heather asked. The God's Punishment Army was only allowed to march if they were led by Maine himself or a few other high-ranking members of the church. This rule had been personally made by the Pope. Remembering this, he answered, "Then they should bring the news back to us, and I will personally lead the God's Punishment Army to march against Border Town." Chapter 138, Establishment of the Ministry of Agriculture. Chapter 138, Establishment of the Ministry of Agriculture. The forest south of the Shishui River had nearly been fully cleared out, and the day to start with its cultivation was getting ever closer. In order to facilitate the people who were crossing over the Shishui River, Roland had commissioned for a nearly 100-meter-long pontoon to be used. The pontoon was created from tens of wooden rafts, which were connected together with thick hemp ropes. He had also specially ordered for the carpenters to build the rafts, both of the ends being pointed, in this way minimizing the amount of water resistance as far as possible. The hemp rope had been tied around 4 wooden pillars on both sides of the river, fixing the raft's position together as far as possible. Between each raft laid 4 long planks with one end of it on each deck. They were 2 meters long, and together they were 4 meter wide from side to side. A pontoon built out of rafts was very simple to set up, yet its service time wasn't as short as would be expected, as long as the water level didn't rise or fall by too much, which could lead to the wearing out of the hemp rope. The pontoon could easily be used for 2 or 3 years. The trees of the forest was an excellent material. For example, the border town's pier was a good indicator, and built out of the giant trees of the forest, it was nearly as old as the town itself by now. Despite the fact that walking on top of would give off a creaking sound, it still didn't show any sign that it would collapse. On the western side of the pontoon, the first part of the reclaimed land of the forest became Leaves' testing area. Now that they were no longer surrounded by the forest, it had now been tidily enclosed by the members of the First Army. During these past few days, with the exception of eating, going to school and sleeping, Leaves spent all of her time here inside of her garden. Out of the window in his third-story office, Roland could faintly overlook the scene in this wooden enclosure where the wheat was growing at a crazy rate, while in the morning there would only be green seedlings, and in the afternoon the whole area has turned into a golden wheat sea. When relying on magic, her golden ones would only need 1 day after being planted to become ready to be harvested. If this was to be seen by an outsiders, they would surely fall to their knees in disbelief and cry out, "Miracle, truly this must be a miracle." Seeing that the land, the population, and the seeds had all been set, Roland decided that it was time to decide on the last element, the custodian. He called his constantly busy assistant Minister Barov, and when he entered his office, Roland asked him, "Your chief apprentice should be able to take over by now, right? I need to set up 2 new departments at the town hall. Your Royal Highness, this is. Our manpower is not enough for this," Barov insisted. "Previously, you would always first agree with me, and only later would we slowly work out the details. But now it seems you always directly start with complaining." Roland secretly criticized his assistant minister, but on his face nothing could be seen of his thoughts. "How can it not be enough? Didn't I recently allocated a group of knights to you?" During his preliminary round of screening, Roland had discovered that more than 50 knights met his requirements of reading and writing. Naturally, that would be too many teachers, so after once more screening for the best ones, he finally selected 9 knights as junior teachers, and assigned all the others as apprentices in the town hall. "Your Royal Highness, those people are totally lazy and dragging their feet on every job. Their response time is also very slow, and by the time they finally manage to copy over some information, they even end up making a lot of mistakes. In the end, they are simply unqualified to become apprentices. How to discipline them is up to you." Roland slammed the table. If they bluntly disobey the arrangement, send them directly to the North Slope mine. But these two departments must be set up. Well, Your Highness, you will always have the final say. Barov gave up helplessly. Roland said, the first is the Ministry of Agriculture, which will be responsible for supervising the agricultural territory and the planting process. Barov was immediately stunned. It was the first time that he heard that the town's hall was even responsible for managing food production. Your Highness, shouldn't this matter be directly decided by the serfs themselves? We have nothing to do with how much and what they decide to plant. We are only responsible for making sure that all their taxes are paid in full. That's exactly the reason why why the crops we harvest in the past was so low. Roland quickly took his cup and drank some water, trying to cover up his slip of the tongue. The town hall should be responsible for taking care that everyone has enough to eat and drink. Let everyone have enough to eat and drink. Certainly you must be joking, right? Of course not. How important it is that everyone should have something to eat and drink doesn't even need to be said. If the town's hall is unable to ensure that everyone has enough to eat, then they aren't doing their job, but by then I will also be guilty of neglecting my duty. As for the latter part, wasn't the public toilet project started for exactly this purpose? Roland no longer spoke in a relaxed voice and instead seriously said, I don't know how the capital city hall used to handle this. Perhaps the life and death of the civilians do not matter so much to them, but here in Border Town, I want to implement a holistic political organization. It is absolutely necessary that the people in my territory know about it so that they will wholeheartedly support us, and we can easily keep on governing them. At present, it is important that we create this ministry and have them undertake this mission. Understood, Your Highness, Barov said as he had to wipe the sweat from his forehead. You will go to the archives and look for 3 or 4 people who are experienced farmers and can work in the Ministry of Agriculture, and you will then choose 2 of your own apprentices who will be in charge of the keeping the records and statistics, finally forming a group of 6 people. Wait, you want those civilians to become town's hall officials? Barov looked shocked at the idea. Not only are they obedient, they are even more likely to work with plenty of enthusiasm, so why shouldn't they serve as officials? Officials aren't equal to nobles, and the Ministry of Agriculture also needs some professionals farmers to guide the future generation. Most of them do not even know how to read or write. That is exactly the reason why you have to send 2 of your apprentices out there. They will go along to do the paperwork. Roland directly interrupted. And this problem won't exist for too much longer. I'm going to implement an educational program for everyone soon, or at least that is the plan for now. By then, nearly all of the people will be able to read and write, and you will no longer have to worry about whether you won't have enough hands. Obviously, the message that civilians would start to work in the town hall was an enormous surprise for Barov. His mouth was slightly open, and for a long time he was unable to say another word. Roland, disregarding whether Barov could accept it or not, just continued with giving his speech. Back to the topic of setting up the Ministry of Agriculture, when the serfs began to farm their own land, it's bound to happen that they will use various kinds of methods. For example, how deep they will plow the soil will all be done differently. This is an excellent opportunity for observation. So the Ministry of Agriculture should split all the farms into groups of 6, and each member of the ministry will record every step taken by his designated farmers. Things like how deep they plow, what kind of planting interval they use, and so on. It will be necessary that they work on it in as detailed a manner as possible, and that all of them will get some measuring tools and be taught on how to use them. You mean we are going to measure their contrast? Barov was clearly old-fashioned in some areas, but he was definitely a quick thinker overall. That's right, for the first time, it was needless to care too much about the harvest. We will still maintain importing the food as we have been. Furthermore, we will also start to use some new wheat seeds to make sure that no one has to starve anymore. The job of the Ministry of Agriculture is to find the best method to planting, and later they have to promote, teach and supervise the way in which wheat is planted in the future. Roland didn't know much about farming, but this did not prevent him from using a scientific approach to summarize a set of optimal solutions. With this program, both the expansion of the cultivated area or to add several new kinds of seeds to try would help him to raise the average output to a whole new level. Barov nodded at first, but then he hesitated, and after a while he finally asked, Your Highness, There is one thing that I don't understand. When the serfs are promoted to free people, why will you only charge them 20% of their harvest as a tax? Even if you ask them to hand over 50%, letting them keep 50% for themselves, you would still be seen as extremely benevolent. Because there is no meaning in hoarding all the money in the basement, Roland explained. When I need more than the 20%, I will buy the rest of the food from them at a fixed price in Border Town. The trade with food only belongs to the right of the Lord. They have to deliver all the food to the castle and will be paid for it. After some saving, they will most likely want to buy things like cattle, iron tools, beef, cotton clothes, and good brick houses. And all of this can only be provided by me for the town's people. If they want to buy food, it will be the same thing for them. They can only buy it from the castle. In this way, the coin will still flow back into my pocket, but as long as it is cycling, it will be able to raise everyone's standard of living. Are you able to follow me with this? Barov wore a frowning expression. It was clear that he was still caught up in processing this information. Roland smiled and shook his head. It isn't a problem if you don't understand it yet. You can go back and think about it later. At the moment, it is more important that you follow my orders. Hearing this, the assistant minister stood up as if he were in trance, but when he reached for the door, he suddenly looked back. Your Highness, you just said you want to build 2 departments. What is the other one? The Ministry of Education, Roland replied. However, for that I will be the one personally responsible. Chapter 139, The Devil's Power. Chapter 139, The Devil's Power. When Barov returned to his office in the town hall, he immediately closed the door behind himself. My God, cold shivers were running down his spine. He immediately firmly grasped the god's stone of retaliation hanging around his neck, once more starting to feel safe. It seems His Royal Highness really has become possessed by the devil. Previously, he had only thought of it as a sort of crazy speculation. But now he was almost certainly the one with whom he had just talked was definitely not the 4th prince. Barov could still accept his huge character changes with him becoming somewhat eccentric. But how was it possible that he would suddenly have so much new knowledge about topics he had never had any former contact with? Such a thing he had only heard of happening in myth. But in the legends, it was always God who had possessed a mortal body, moving to lead humanity out of their predicament. But since when did the devil start loving to do the same thing? If Roland Wimbledon acted like a king and engaged himself in the management of his territory, though that would become a challenging situation, Barov would not be too surprised to learn that the previous information of the 4th prince was without learning or any skills turned out to be false. But his character still couldn't be disguised. After all, it was always possible that someone had just secretly taught him how to govern a city or even a country. But Barov had never heard anything about the ideas and programs coming out of the prince's mouth. Yet he had previously worked for 20 years in the capital's city hall, even becoming the finance minister. So he should have a deep knowledge about how to organize and operate a town hall. As a minister, he had been in charge of many areas, and he even had made numerous secret deals before, but he had never betrayed his higher-ups. The king had issued a decree that a minister could decide who would work under him. So each minister had his own power, and they all ended up handling it differently. For example, the minister responsible for the defense of the king's city had hundreds of knights and mercenary under his control. At the same time, those underground organizations also had a lot of influence. When these forces began to rampage, they would most of the time be eyeing the criminals. But even as a noble, it would soon become difficult to stay in the city. They could only wait for the king to place them into prison. But this wasn't only in the king's city, other cities also had the same situation. So if I want to become a lord or king, the most important thing I would need is a big aristocracy or others with an influential background. If they did not have enough money to recruit any men, could it be that they had any other option that they could lean on? And the more people they controlled, the more they would be valued by others. After all, so many people can't be wrong, right? But the prince's approach completely subverted Barov's concept of how things worked. He was still the minister and still had his own apprentices, but everyone else was directly recruited and paid for by the town hall. In other words, even if he was to die, they could easily exchange him for a new person or directly raise a person up from below him. This was a completely new system to him. Barov was now sure of it. The price was implementing a completely new political system for the Kingdom of Grey Castle. Some people may think that this was just some kind of wishful thinking on the part of Roland, or that Roland believed himself to be infallible. But Barov didn't think so. He took a quill and recorded down all of His Highness' requirements. Looking at the plans, it seemed everything was intertwined, nothing was forgotten. First, he had to manage the eat and drink for all project. Barov naturally knew that with a stronger control over the people, the instructions issued by the Lord would be executed faster. But doing it in this way, it would also greatly increase the workload for the management. From where was he meant to get all these people who would need to know how to read and write? Furthermore, this would also greatly burden the Lord's own treasury. Only a few lords would be willing to do this. And then he turned his attention to His Highness' second project, the recruitment of civilians into the city hall and the education of all civilians. When Barov thought about these two projects, he couldn't suppress a shiver. If His Highness ends up being able to implement everything, how will Border Town look like? Any civilian will be able to read and write, and as long as the town hall wants to increase their workforce, they would be able to find a large number of suitable personnel. And with the possibility to enter the town hall, this will, in turn, promote the universal access to the education system, getting a rewarding position, while at the same time getting a social upgrade. I'm afraid that it would only take 1 or 2 years until everyone will take the initiative to request for an education, even if they cannot get it for themselves. They will definitely plan to send their children to college. Plus, with all the previous employers' compensation paid for by the town hall, the civilians will no longer need to work all the time to get enough to eat, which is equal to completely breaking away from the situation that only the nobility has the capital to serve as administrative officials. There is no doubt that only the devil is able to come up with such a revolutionary system. Barov took a deep breath, gripping the God's stone of retaliation with his hands. There was now only one question left. Could the devil also be something good? If someone said that the prince was evil, he would be the first one to stand up to defend him. In his eyes, the actions of the fourth prince could be even seen as the moves of a wise king. Even those kings from the legends of the past never cared as much about the lives of the civilians as did the king. He even bought enough food to feed the civilians using his own money, so that all the common people who had stayed with him inside Border Town would be able to safely cross the months of demons. Furthermore, all these devil's technologies and equipment were all meant for the development of Border Town. Even these evil witches, they all used their abilities in order to improve the people's lives. Barov suddenly had the feeling that even if Roland became the next king of the Kingdom of Grey Castle, it wouldn't be such a bad thing after all. Thinking of his father's own teachings, if he had nothing to say, he shouldn't be the one to speak. If he didn't want to know the answer, then he also shouldn't be the one to ask. So he decided to hide his discovery deep within his heart. Since it was the devil, and the church are already eyeing us, if the outer appearance was wrong, he could start an ambush in the devil's own camp and expose him for a lot of eyewitnesses. He shook the bell, calling for Sirius Dali, who had recently joined the town hall. Compared with the other stupid and arrogant knights, this young knight from the Wolf family could be regarded as someone truly outstanding. Although he still had the pride of being a former knight, he was still willing to listen to what his teachers had to say. "Teacher, what do you have for me?" After shutting the door behind himself, he saluted before Barov. His Royal Highness plans to open up a new ministry. It will be in charge of supervising the crop's cultivation, and we will need at least 2 apprentices to help them with the records. Barov repeated Roland's request in front of him. In addition, you should go to the town's hall and pick out 10 people who meet the requirements, searching for at least 10 possible candidates, and afterwards go through another screening. Although the others are only civilians, His Highness has insisted on putting them into the town hall as well. If some of them show outstanding performance, perhaps they can even become the head of the Ministry of Agriculture. Hey, he sighed, you will be in charge of the record keeping. However, when the spring plowing is finished, I will take you back. Teacher, only 2 people will be selected from the town hall, he proudly said. I am also very familiar with this procedure. You, Barov became stunned. Oh yes, before I became a knight, I had helped my father to manage the farm, so I know everything about the wheat planting. Sirius paused, but when His Highness asked me if I had any other expertise, I did not say it, because I feared that he would send me to the farmland to work with the serfs. Barov liked what he heard. He had both requirements, the education and knowledge of farm work. Even if the civilian population joined the Ministry of Agriculture, he still have a candidate that could take over the lead position. For now, Sirius was loyal to him, so after he became the head, it would be the same as having the influence of the Ministry of Agriculture. Well, Barov began, forming his words into a profitable promise, do a good job, and maybe you can climb to an even higher position than before. When Sirius had left his office, Barov leaned against his chair while humming a light tone. Since he now knew that His Highness was possessed by the devil, he had to seize as much power as possible. The devil was always full of appreciation for ambitious people. This was commonly known and recorded in the legends. And for himself, whether his rights were conferred by the king or granted by the devil, both privileges were equally as sweet. Chapter 140 Seeds. Chapter 140 Seeds. Shortly after the assistant minister had left Roland's office, the prince received some good news. The guard whose mission it was to travel to the port of Clearwater and buy a few crops had just come back. Directly after having received the message, Roland went into the back garden, where he saw Sean already busy unloading several sacks from the horseback. It was almost a month since the day of his departure, and now as Roland looked at Sean's present appearance, he discovered that the man's skin had become a lot tanner while his body became somewhat thinner. When he saw that the prince had appeared in the garden, Sean immediately stood up straight and greeted him with a salute. Roland then trotted forward to his side and patted his shoulder. Well done, have these sacks all been filled with seeds? Sean squatted down and unlocked the sacks on the ground. Pearl rice, earth eggs, sugar sticks. Those plants are exactly as you have described them. All of them I could only buy in the port of Clearwater, and they were indeed mostly produced in the fjords. There they have a lot of farmlands where they are cultivating these crops. Did you ask the businessmen about what the right planting method are? I asked, but they couldn't tell me any specific methods to use. They could only tell me that after these plants leave the south it will become difficult to plant them. Sean grasped a handful of yellow seeds from one of the packages, then showing it to Roland said, Your Royal Highness, this is pearl rice. The trader said that if I bought them together with the pearl rod, I could get them for a little cheaper. But taking all the pearl bars would be too heavy and inconvenient to carry, so I only bought a sack full of pearl rice, and the rest are all only normal seeds. There was no doubt that the pearl rice was the corn he was most familiar with. So Roland excitedly picked up some corn grains and took a closer look at them. Some of them seemed to be dried fruits. Apparently, they had been stored as winter rations. The yield of corn production was much higher than that of the natural wheat, and it had a much lower soil quality requirements. Coupled with Leaves' transformation ability, he might be able to replace the wheat with corn as the new main ration. Afterwards, Sean opened another package. Within it, Roland could see a mass of round and leather-like brown crop. These were the earth eggs. I was able to eat them during my stay in an inn in the port of Clearwater. They were peeled and cut into small pieces and then thrown into bubbling water. When chewing, it is very crisp and has a light, sweet taste. Seeing this familiar shape, Roland's heart was full of emotions. This was clearly a potato. He dug his fingers into the potato and peeled it open, revealing the deep yellow potato meat. The next potato's size wasn't as big, and its color also wasn't to the darker side. Not one earth egg looked like the other. He also noticed that there were some potatoes which had the same lengthy leaf form similar to carrots. If this stuff get crushed first and then later steamed until it turned into a paste, the potatoes will become even more delicious. Ah, you have already eaten them, Your Highness. Well, it was during one of the feasts in the palace. Roland decided to sprinkle a little lie. After all, always hearing the name Earth Egg was just too confusing. In the royal kitchen, they didn't call them Earth Eggs, but instead they called them potatoes, and this delicious steamed snack is called mashed potatoes. So it was something like this. It seemed that Your Highness is indeed really well informed. Sean exclaimed, then he went straight to the next sack and opened it. Within it, Roland could see many black sticks. Your Royal Highness, I think this crop is the most important one I brought with me. The honey in the port of Clearwater is so cheap, and it was largely because of this crop. I heard the news in a pub that more and more farmers have began to switch the crop on their farmland into these sugar sticks. And this magical plant is actually really sweet. When you cut open its outer skin, you can squeeze out a kind of syrup from it. Furthermore, its price is only 1/10 of that of honey, and when it is mixed into a drink, it tastes isn't inferior at all to that of honey water. Roland would have liked to say that he had also already seen this crop, and that it was called sugar cane, But after thinking about it for a short moment, he didn't care any longer. They had already started to plant it in huge amounts, so by now it would already be too late to try and change its name. The other materials of the sugar cane could also be used for many other things. For example, they could also be used to produce ethanol, and this crop was able to raise the civilians' happiness to a completely new level. After all, the bread made from normal flour was nearly tasteless, but after sprinkling some sugar on it, its taste would be enhanced by several times. Even salt wasn't as important as this, Roland thought. Were you able to find any other crop seeds? This was all I could find in the port of Clearwater. After saying that, he took 5 to 6 small bags out and gave them to the prince. But before I started my journey, you explained to me that in case I find any crop which we don't already grow here in Border Town, I should bring them back with me. Within these packages are seeds of some plants I've gathered as I passed through the Fallen Dragon Ridge and Willow Town. They are grapes, soybeans, cotton, flax, and olive tree seeds. But the farmers say that the grapes won't grow out of seeds, but you needed to stick the branches into the ground for it to grow. Although its seed can still be planted, but its germination process is very slow, and the appearing grape has neither the highest amount nor is it very tasty. Since I have leaves here, this shouldn't be a problem for me, Roland thought. Now that he had grape seeds, maybe he could have another try with his idea of a wheat tree. As for soybean, cotton, flax, and olives, they were also all very useful crops. After I let leaves improve the soil in the west, I will let some serfs cultivate them at a small scale, so that the Ministry of Agriculture, who is responsible for summing up the planting process, can add them to their manual. Your Highness, there is still some other news I have to report to you, Sean whispered. It is about the situation in Clearwater. Are they about my sister Garcia? Sean nodded. I spent nearly 2 weeks in the port of Clearwater, and with the exception of the time I needed to buy seeds, I spent most of the rest of the time in pubs. There were rumors that your sister Garcia Wimbledon and the Sand People have reached an agreement. She has allowed them to live at the southern edge of her territory, and the Sand People had instead decided to accept her as their queen and to follow her recruitment orders. During my stay in the city, I also saw plenty of Sand People walking through the streets. The extreme south is the territory of the Sand People, although the people of Border Town don't ask others for their origin. But letting a large number of people from a foreign territory settle in your own territory is a completely different matter. It seems that in order to ensure that she can conquer the throne for herself, Garcia is really willing to do almost anything, Roland thought. The Sand People are divided into many smaller factions, so I cannot believe that all of them decided to listen to her instructions. Do you know which clans are the ones following her orders? Sean shook his head. The Sand People are very wary of the people from our kingdom. Even using some gold royals, I still wasn't able to buy any more information. But there was one more strange thing that happened on the day prior to when I'd intended to leave the port of Clearwater. On that day, Garcia had returned after her victory at Eagle City, and everywhere within the city, they celebrate their queen's victory against the pseudo-king, King Timothy. But the next day, they detected 4 to 5 people murdered, and one victim was even torn to pieces in the middle of the street. In the following days, the port of Clearwater was closed down, and so I had to continue to stay there for the next 3 days. During the time, all the pubs were closed, and everyone would gather in the inn's lobby to talk about what information they had heard. Some people thought that it was the revenge of the pseudo-king, but one of the fishermen said that he had witnessed one of the murders. The murderer wasn't tall and also was clearly not a man of the Sand People, but his strength and speed wasn't anything like what a normal man could reach. He was later killed by the guards, but even after being hit by a lot of knife slashes, he still didn't go down. In addition, his blood looked completely differently than that of a mortal, and only after even more guards rushed to the crime scene were they finally able to wear him down with their spears. When the closing order was lifted, I didn't dare to stay for any longer and immediately came back to bring you your seeds. You have done a good job. After thinking for a short moment, Roland continued. You don't need to return the gold royals you still have left over from buying the seeds to the town hall. Thank you so much for your reward, Your Highness. A strength and speed far beyond what is possible for an ordinary person, ignoring the pain caused by knife injuries, all this just sounds like the church's pills. when Sean had left, Nightingale's voice immediately sounded next to Roland's ear. "I thought the same," Roland frowned. "According to Sean's explanations, Garcia got the pills even earlier than me. The church supported both sides that are competing against each other for the throne at the same time. In the end, what was it that they have in mind?" Within his mind, the traces of a bad possibilities popped up. Can it be that the purpose of all their actions isn't in order to ensure a stable future for the Kingdom of Greycastle, but something else? Chapter 141 Kisses. Chapter 141 Kisses. Later that evening, Roland sat in his office and began to think about new equipment. The fact that the church's pills had also appeared in the port of Clearwater brought him a strong sense of crisis. He could even feel his scalp tingling all the time, regardless if it was the fact that the church was supporting both him and Garcia in their fight for the throne, or the thought of Garcia's thousands of additional men she got from her alliance. Thinking of the thousands of soldiers who are wrapped in iron armor and able to run at speeds equal to a full-on cavalry charge, it was hard not to become overwhelmed by such an image. Stopping such a massive charge with his thin rows of gunners would be a tough task for him. As soon as one person was able to reach his ranks, his first army would come to receive heavy losses. Fortunately, this pill didn't make someone immune to injuries. Even with the medication, the consumer's body was still made of flesh and blood. He had to create weapons that had a higher firing rate and precision, which would also be able to fire over a longer distance. But without mercury fulminate as the primer, Roland had to find another way to bypass this hurdle. And until then, he had to produce some alternative equipment to deal with any possible crises. And with Anna's new ability, he had the confidence in achieving this. Now, as long as he could draw the design, Anna would be able to process the object he wanted to create accurately. But also, her efficiency has reached an extraordinary level compared with all the prior tasks where the blacksmith had to create each part of the flintlock carefully. She could now stack several pieces together in form and cut them all at the same time. With a universal education system and a unified measuring system, he had prepared all the steps he needed for starting a large-scale industrialized production work. But that doesn't mean that he can take a shortcut each time he comes across one. Anna's new capacity was simply a treasure house, carrying an endless potential with it that he could tap into. Every afternoon, Roland was now at the testing area at the North Slope Mountain, studying and exploring together with Anna on the usage of her new ability. And in case he didn't have any time to spare, he would let her practice her control by carving some small items such as little witch dolls. However, at the moment, it seemed that her carving skill was still at the stage of immaturity. But Roland believed firmly that one day his whole bookcase would be filled with colorful witch dolls. Probably right. He picked up a steel ruler and placed it on the parchment, using it to draw 2 straight lines. At this moment, he heard someone knocking at his door. As long as a guard didn't shoot some information, then 9 out of 10 times it was a witch at his door. At this moment, most of the witches were in the living room on the first floor, undergoing scrolls writing and reading lessons. So the person at the door could only be someone who didn't have to participate in primary teaching, and there was only one witch who didn't need them. "Come in." Sure enough, when the door was opened, Anna came stepping into the room. She gently closed the door and then went to Roland's side at the table, holding the phantom image of a book in her arms. Since the beginning of the lessons, he could daily see her with a copy of his book. He had to say, even though Anna wasn't very talkative, her popularity within the group of witches was unexpectedly good. Thinking about the past, it was the same with Nana, who was attached to her like she was her tail. Perhaps she was born with a natural charm to attract other witches. "How can I help you?" "Well," she nodded in greeting and then laid the book she was holding open in front of Roland. "Here, you said that everything in the world was made up of tiny balls, which are all different from one another. But later on you also wrote that they could be turned into waves. What are waves?" Anna asked. "When you throw a stone into the water, the rising ripples are waves." The prince coughed twice. "This is just a concept, but this good enough you don't need to get to the bottom of it." "Why?" "Because I don't know it myself," Roland cried out silently. "Quantum mechanics is a mysterious and unexplored subject, and as long as I don't know something, I won't write about it. Even if that might be the truth, I can't say it aloud. Because the balls have the characteristics of waves, but they also possess the characteristics of matter. We are the same as those tiny balls, only that our mass is too big, making it difficult for us to observe the fluctuation as they happen. As for a deeper understanding, it will still take several generations of research. He thought for a moment and then added, because this phenomenon is opposite to our common sense, it is tough for us to understand. For us, it's hard to imagine a four-dimensional space inside of the three-dimensional world, so you don't need to put it into your heart. Anna curled up her lips, clearly showing that she wasn't satisfied with Roland's explanation, but she quickly asked, "What is a four-dimensional space?" When she finally no longer asked any further questions, the princes had already become thirsty from all the talking. He had really underestimated Anna's thirst for knowledge. If it went on like this, it wouldn't be long before he didn't have anything left that he could teach her. Especially when Roland had asked her about her progress in math, she just replied, "Until now it was quite simple, and now that I've come to the topic of equations and matrices, they seem to be fascinating." Simple and fascinating. Roland suddenly felt that the gap between person to person was too great. How long has it been? 1 week from learning simple elementary math until she came to equations and matrices, and next it would be differentiation and integration. Back at his school, Anna would definitely have been an intimidating top student. Moreover, a beautiful bookworms. Roland looked at the woman who was reading the book, getting spellbound by what he saw. She had carefully arranged her hair over her forehead, but other hair strands had fallen over her cheek. Seeing this, Roland could not stop himself from stretching out his index finger, gently stroking the hair behind her ear. Feeling his finger, Anna turned her head, looking at Roland with a smile all over her face. Her lake-like pupils had no longer their peaceful expression. Instead, they were full of ripples, staying so close to each other, until Anna opened her mouth trying to say something, but she was only able to move her lips. No sound could be heard. But Roland was still able to read her lips. Right now, Nightingale isn't here. The meaning of the sentence was very clear, and Roland thought that it was stupid to pretend that he didn't understand her. The whole room was silent, letting him faintly hear her breathing and the speeding up of her heartbeat. Roland could no longer stop himself. He became drawn towards her lips. Anna instead closed her eyes, and her cheeks gained a rosy touch. Being so near to her, Roland could smell the fragrance of her body, and then finally their lips gently kissed. Getting lost in the soft touch, the time seemed to stand still, making it impossible for him to tell how long it was until they separated. Not giving him a chance to say anything, Anna stood on her tiptoe, joining their lips once more. Hey. Mystery Moon sat cross-legged on her bed, deep in meditation with her eyes closed, her hands held high, forming a circle with her thumb and index finger. "Have you turned mad?" Lily, who was wrapping a towel around her wet hairs, asked as she frowned. "I'm thinking of myself as a particle," she said, opening her eyes. "I'm a particle," and she then pointed at Lily. "You're a particle?" The latter gave her a supercilious look and got into the soft bed. "Oh no again," Mystery Moon sighed. "I truly think of everything as a particle, so why can't I evolve like Anna?" But you don't believe it," Lily explained. "I do believe it." "You do not believe," she shook her head. "You can deceive others, but you can't fool yourself. Even so, it isn't an excellent reason, but I think that regardless of what the prince says, Anna believes everything he says, without questioning it. Of course, there is also the point that she is much smarter than you. This is the main reason why she was able to evolve her magic and gain access to new abilities. In other words, don't think any further about it. Instead, give your mind some peace and quiet," Lily said, and patting the place beside herself. "Don't you want to get stronger powers?" Mystery Moon asked disbelievingly. "Furthermore, I also want to do something for the prince. I should evolve my magic so that I can let my food preservation last longer." She yawned. "No, thank you. Besides, why do you want to do more work for him? Men are fickle and ruthless people. You only have to take Echo as an example. Even so, you say you aren't interested, but with the exception of Leaves, you are the most attentive and serious one during class," Mystery Moon muttered. Lily took her pillow and threw it against Mystery Moon's face. "Let me sleep." Chapter 142 Minecart Chapter 142 Minecart. Since the day he had conquered the Longsong stronghold, a half-month had already passed, and the 5 noble families of Longsong Stronghold had by now all already delivered the needed people and supplies to Border Town. After the creation of the Ministry of Agriculture was completed, the new spring had finally begun. which was the first step for Roland's farming revolution. The serfs, who already saw the dawn to their life as free people, started to work filled with motivation. The scene where someone had to use the whip to encourage the serfs to work basically disappeared in the area south of the Shishui River. The serfs who were lazy discovered that even though no one came to encourage their speed, the officers of the town hall still came to control their work with their strange measuring tools. It was clear that the Lord didn't care about the harvest of 1 or 2 fields. The only one who should care for their crops were the serfs who were working for their own future. Even so, the quality of the officers of the Ministry of Agriculture wasn't so outstanding. They had already thoroughly comprehended the distribution according to work principle. So Roland requested of them that they unceasing repeated these content to the serfs, to strengthen the indoctrination effect, as well as to satisfy the prince's own feeling. The shore at the Shishui River was filled with red banners, which read, "Labor is the only way to get rich. Work brings honor and glory. Work can change your destiny," and so forth. Of course, these measures weren't possible without taking any objections. For example, Barov was the first to stand up and complain about it. "Your Royal Highness, something like this is meaningless. The vast majority of the serfs aren't even able to read. Even if they could, they don't care about the text written on the banners. These people are just uneducated and ignorant. For some, even the whip doesn't work, so what can you expect of some unfathomable and mystery text?" Roland's answer, however, was quite simple. "Those banners are not meant for them. So why do you want to set up these banners?" Hearing this answer, the assistant minister showed a very confused expression. To create a living example, he had never thought that serfs were stupid and unchangeable. It was true that they were uneducated, but that didn't mean that they couldn't think. Greed and interest will drive even a stupid person. That was simply human nature. So, if the implementation of the Ministry of Agriculture seemed to have little effect in the beginning, it would still leave a primer in their hearts. Just like a seed, it would eventually begin to grow. When the first of the serfs were promoted to freemen, and when they used the harvested crops as an exchange for money to buy beautiful clothing, fine food, and even robust and warm brick houses, the oftentimes repeated slogan would soon come back to their mind and become a reality which would burn itself deep into their hearts. As for the banner at the shore, it was for the time that the universal education system would bear its first fruits. By only relying on their own hands to get rid of poverty, becoming an official member of Border Town, even more than the native inhabitants, this was the power of hard work. By comparing it, they could all feel the gap between them, and their only chance to close it is by taking the intuitive to pursue him. Like this, the individual efficiency would rise to its highest level. Ironhead stood at the tunnel entrance of the mine, waiting for the delivery of a new ore. Since the months of demons, after he was nearly cooked by the high temperature of the steam, he never dared to stand so near to the black machine ever again. Fortunately, there was the angelic-like Miss Nana in Border Town. Whenever Ironhead touched his healed cheeks, his heart was filled with warm emotions. During his deluded and panic-stricken moments, he had even suspected that Miss Nana was one of the devil's minions, but that was clearly a desecration of herself. So, after the winter, he deliberately raised 2 salted fish and a wild boar leg and delivered them to the Pine family. To his surprise, Titus Pine was a viscount, but unlike the other aristocrats who always held their nose high in the air, he openly accepted his apology. This was the first time that Ironhead felt that not all of the nobles were all ruthless people. "Old Iron," shouted a miner who was covered in dust while he came running out from the tunnel, "the rope has already been fastened." "All right," he exclaimed and turned in the direction of the steam engine. "Everyone clear the area. Frank, first you have to lift up the green lever, then you press the red lever. If you make a mistake, I'm going to twist off your head." "Rest assured, Old Iron, I know what I'm doing," Frank shouted back. After Nils was accepted into the First Army, it was now Ironhead who was in charge of the operation of the steam engine. During the first few days, Frank had often made mistakes with the order, which had even caused one of the pipes to burst. So every time he made a new mistake, he would get beaten up. Fortunately, His Royal Highness did not care about this matter. Not only did he immediately send people to replace the damaged part, he didn't even make them pay for the destroyed part. Originally, Ironhead had already formed a plan to confiscate their monthly payment in case of something happening. With the opening of the intake valve, the steam engine released a majestic white cloud of gas, and the main wheel began to slowly turn, moving the capstan and stretching the hemp rope straight. "Don't let your spirits wander. Look at the hemp rope, look at it carefully," Old Iron shouted. Now, in addition to the steam engine, the transportation of the ore in the mine tunnel had also changed. His Royal Highness had ordered artisans to create many wooden sleepers, which then were laid along the whole of the mine's tunnel. Afterward, 2 long wooden sticks were also placed on the wooden sleepers, which at first glance it looked like a wooden ladder. His Royal Highness had called it a wooden rail transportation system, which is a very convoluted name. Even so, it doesn't seem to be too complicated, but together with the wooden ladder, it also came with a special miner's cart. That cart is really something. Usually, we needed 3 to 4 days to transport the ore, but the steam engine can pull several carts out in just a moment's breath. Ironhead had precisely observed this 4-wheel miner's cart. It could run on the wooden tracks and was made from top to bottom completely out of iron. Using so much iron should have cost a lot of money. The key reason that it could move on those thin sticks of wood without falling laid in the way of its construction. The inside of the wheel was smaller than its edge, fixing it firmly on the rail. On top of the wheels there stood a boxy iron pot, which had on its end and beginning each a small hole where they could be tied together with a hemp rope. He couldn't help himself from admiring His Royal Highness' wisdom. With such a simple design, he had made the transporting of the ore so much easier. Before his invention, it was the transportation of the ore, which was the most time-consuming labor. However, this system also wasn't perfect. For example, just after 5 days of usage, there were already 2 wooden rails which had been crushed under the weight, and it didn't take much time until others followed after them. Later, His Royal Highness had wrapped all the rails in a thin layer of iron, somewhat improving the durability of the rails. In addition to the problems with the tracks, the mine also had a rope break by accident, which still haunted Ironhead until this day. According to the regulations, they should only drag 4 mine carts out at the same time. But on that day, the miners were unusually quick, and because of this, they had linked 6 mine carts together. During the first half of the transport, everything went well, but then suddenly broke one of the hemp ropes. The rebound of the half-arm thick rope was so powerful that the miner who got hit by the rope got several ribs broken. The mine carts instead slid down from the trail and knocked several of the miners off their feet, crushing their legs under it. Fortunately, Ironhead, who had encountered such an accident himself, instantly knew what to do. He immediately organized some miners who helped him to transport the injured men to the home of the Viscount. He was aware that as long as they still had some life left in them, Miss Nana would be able to heal them as if nothing had ever happened. "Old Iron, the mine carts are out," shouted a man who was responsible for overlooking the mine entrance. Hearing this, Ironhead shouted his next orders. "Frank, wait 10 breath and only then should you shut down the steamer. Pay attention to the order." "Understood." After the 4 mine carts had slowly stopped at the end of the track, Ironhead went over to record the results of their harvest. The first 2 carts were filled with a reddish-brown stone, iron ore, which was also the same kind of mineral which was found the most in the mine. The third cart was filled with greyish stones with hints of yellow, which should be copper. But when Ironhead came to the 4th cart, he got rooted on the spot immediately, and it was a kind of ore he had never seen before. The were of a dark brown, but when the sunlight fell on them, they sprinkled in a dark metallic luster. "These stones are clearly an unknown mineral." Ironhead shook his head. "The Northern Slope mine is so large and has so many branches. It's normal that we would find inexplicable things in it." So he just drew a cross on his paper, giving the signal to send the carts further into the warehouse. As for the pile of black stone, whether it would be directed to the furnace or not, had nothing to do with him. Chapter 143, Migrants. Chapter 143, Migrants. The sailboat coming from Longsong Stronghold slowly docked at the pier of Border Town. After the gangway was lowered, the people on the ship began to walk down the gangway while carrying all kinds of bags. For most of them, it was the first time that they had set foot on this strange land, so they appeared to be somewhat at a loss by what they saw. But the sailors behind them urged them to move further and disregard their uneasy feelings. When the crowd began to push forward, a middle-aged woman's foot accidentally slipped. Her body became so unbalanced that she was already falling over the gangway. However, another woman quickly stepped ahead and caught the middle-aged woman's wrist, stopping her fall. "Oh, thank you." The rescued woman's chest was still rising and falling quickly, showing her lingering fear as she said thank you several times. The other woman, however, just cheerfully waved her hand, indicating that a thank you wasn't necessary. Standing on the pier and waiting for the arriving travelers was Ferlin Eltek. He immediately saw that the skillfully acting woman was Irene, his beloved wife. She wore a white dress and her long hair was coiled up on top of her head. She always looked beautiful and refined. The knight was no longer able to suppress his excitement. The moment Irene finally set foot on the pier, he immediately began to quickly approach her, forcing the poor woman who was still clinging on to her away from her while totally disregarding the shouts of the people around him. Getting approached so unexpectedly, Irene became shocked, but the moment she recognized that it was Ferlin who had hugged her, she fell into his arms. When I heard the news of the Duke's defeat, I got really scared. And when I later tried to meet you in Longsong Stronghold, I never got the chance. Irene immediately began to speak. Fortunately, you are safe now. I was imprisoned in the dungeon of the Lord's castle, and it was impossible for the guards to let you in, Ferlin explained as he let go of his wife. How was your time during the last half-month? Was it okay? For a moment, she didn't give him an answer, but then she quietly said, I left the theater. Ferlin immediately understood the meaning behind his wife's words. During the time when he was still the first knight in the Western Territories, only the Duke dared to lay his hands on her body. However, when he had become His Royal Highness prisoner, the men in Irene's theater group no longer had to hide their malicious intents. They were only waiting for the right opportunity to assault her. So if she had still gone to the theater to work, it would be the same as sending a sheep into a tiger's den. That does not matter, I got a job here and the salary also isn't low. Ferlin tried to comfort her, let us first go home. There we can talk in peace. Home? Irene was clearly surprised. We do not have to live separately. Usually, the prisoners who weren't killed during the fight and who weren't bought free were mostly used as coolies. These prisoners were packed in bunches and had to live in tents or barracks, laying on the ground which was only covered with straw. At the same time, the families of such prisoners weren't treated any better. The women had to live in special camps where they also had to sleep on the floor. During the time the men worked, the women had to clean up the men's homes and wash their laundry. Thinking of this, Ferlin got a warm feeling within his heart. At the farm near the Longsong Stronghold, Irene at least had her own spacious room with a comfortable and soft bed. Yet she still chose to come to Border Town on her own, even though she knew that she had to live with other women in a small house or tent and would have to do forced labor every day. She didn't flinch. I am now a teacher. In one hand he took Irene's luggage and with the other he grabbed her hand. They walked side by side in the direction of the new civilization district. As a teacher, I get my own house for free. To tell the truth, when he had first heard the teacher's treatment from the prince, he hadn't expected too much. As a prisoner, having his own room could be seen as good. Even if the room had leaks where the wind or the rain could come through, it would still be a good living area after repairing it himself. Thinking of this, the actual result was totally unexpected for him. He had never thought that the assigned houses for the teachers would be so regular. Entering the new district, the streets suddenly become spacious, and the ground became covered with grey gravel. The stones on the ground were smooth and flat, and even after walking on them for a long while, their feet wouldn't hurt. At first, Ferlin didn't understand the reason for all of this. This was clearly a waste of manpower and the mason's time. He didn't understand the reason for it until he saw rainwater flowing along the gaps in the stones, sinking into the ground on a day with heavy rain. The rainwater was laid into drainage ditches on both sides of the road. In Longsong Stronghold, every time when it rained, the streets became muddy and were covered with puddles, so the new streets in Border Town were many times better. Irene, who was taking in her surroundings, showed a puzzled expression and asked, "Here all the houses seem to be new. Are you sure you went the right way?" "Yes, my dear, we're almost there." 2 corners later, Ferlin Eltek paused in front of a 2-story brick house with Irene. "We're here." "Where?" She turned around twice, only to see that her husband was still looking at the house directly in front of them. Not daring to ask aloud, she covered her mouth. "Is the whole house our home?" "Of course not," Ferlin laughed. "This is the teacher building. Our home is in the middle of the 2nd floor. Now let us step inside." Taking the key out of his pocket to open the door, Ferlin pulled his wife by her hand into the new home. Their home contained a central hall, 2 bedrooms and 2 auxiliary rooms, which were freely available for them. Although the rooms were small, it was still surprisingly comfortable. Whether it was the central hall decoration or the bedroom layout, Everything felt quite refreshing. And now with Irene at Ferlin's side, the house was now even more perfect. Heaven, are you sure you were taken as a captive? Irene couldn't stop herself as she ran from one room to another, carefully looking at everything. She was as excited like a small child. Will we actually live here? Well, of course. Ferlin answered happily and took some bread and cheese from the cupboard and placed them on the table. You didn't eat anything on board, right? Let us first fill your stomach. I will have to go out to work later. Right, you are a teacher now. Irene ran back to her husband. Do you have to teach the children of the nobility? No, not the nobles, rather. I have to instruct His Highness citizens. Citizens? Irene couldn't believe what she had heard. Teach them what? Deciding that an example would be better than his explanation, he took a book from the table and gave it to his wife. I have to teach them how to read and write. This was given to me by His Highness, my teaching material. Even so, he had chosen to become a teacher, but he was still worried that he would be unable to do the job. After all, normally it was always a white-haired old man who served as teacher. However, His Royal Highness's attendant had said that he should just teach according to the teaching materials. Looking at this so-called textbook, he realized that the concept of learning how to read and write could also be refined to such a degree. From the teaching method to the course's contents, everything was written down. On the first page, there was also a list of dozens of frequently asked questions by novice teachers, such as how to become a good teacher, how to awaken the student's interest in learning, how to test the effectiveness of one's teaching. The answers were always short and easy to understand, giving the reader the feeling of having learned something new. Without realizing it himself, Ferlin had already been attracted to the book, even before the start of his career. Irene was also clearly such a case. From early on, she had lived in the theater and had read many books and the scripts for plays. Ferlin had lamented more than once that with his wife's face and intelligence, if she had been born into an aristocratic family, her name would have certainly been known as an outstanding woman. After turning a few pages, Irene suddenly raised her head and asked, "Previously you said that the teachers are paid quite well.